Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story part 4. Chapter 150 We Meet Again, Sage. Even if the gods from the supernatural realm personally came, they would also be killed if the armed forces really made its move, especially with the terrifying U.S. armed forces currently available on Oahu. It would be useless no matter how enigmatic Altman and Juliners were. In such an overwhelming confrontation, it would most likely be difficult for him to get a great advantage like how he did by killing Efemin and Ovidist after both the U.S. soldiers and the supernatural realm's spies had both sustained great injuries. Not only that, he might be engulfed in the war and might lose his life if he secretly took a peek by the side. Sir, here is your lobster set meal. Just when Zhang Lisheng was lost in his thoughts, the waiter served the set meal that he ordered. After the 2-feet-long lobster was sliced, its entire body was placed on the plate of ice decorated with fresh vegetables. Along with its special sauce, it appeared to be very appetizing. Sniffing the unique and alluring fresh seafood smell that had just been caught from the ocean, the young man said thank you before throwing all worries to the back of his mind for the time being and started to chow down, watching the magnificent afterglow seascape while enjoying the cool sea breeze. After filling up his stomach, Zhang Lisheng ordered 10 servings of medium-cooked steak as takeout. As he was waiting for the waiter to pack for him, he started to ponder whether he should look for a hotel tonight or sneak out to the outskirts of town to take another look. As he was wavering between two thoughts, his phone suddenly chirped with a bird ringtone. Taking out his phone and seeing that it was from Tina, the young man casually picked up the call. Lisheng, can you guess where I am right now? Tina's laughter immediately resonated from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lisheng's heart shuddered as a bad premonition rose in his heart. Nervously, he said, Tina, please don't tell me that you're at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel in Honolulu. You've guessed correctly, I'm indeed at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel. HMPH Lisheng, you're really boring to think that I was going to give you a surprise. Listen, Tina, leave the hotel immediately. GGO to the beach. Go somewhere crowded, the more people the better. Not only that, don't pick up anybody else's call except for mine for the time being. Don't see anybody. Mr. Lisheng, Tina is with me right now. The voice Zhang Lisheng dreaded the most suddenly resonated from the other end of the phone, cutting her off. Then, he heard Tina taking back the phone and said, aside from Alice and her few friends, there are also a few beach boys from Kauai Trish and Sheila just made friends with. I'm planning to introduce the one who is pursuing me to Alice instead. Knowing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, the young man sat beside the beach with his expression turning grave under the illumination of the beach light that had been adjusted to the most sentimental dimness. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, is that so? I'll go to the hotel immediately and see whether they're suitable for her or not. Then, are you all currently in the hotel's lobby or restaurant? The outdoor restaurant, of course. It's really comfortable here. Lisheng, you must have not eaten your dinner yet, right? Do you want me to order a lobster set meal for you first? I've remembered more things about you and you seem to love eating lobster a lot. I love Coke too. Help me order a glass of Coke, please. I think I need to calm down later. See you later. Zhang Lisheng ended the call with a grave expression. After the waiter had delivered the packed steak to him, he walked on the sand and returned to his car with a paper bag. The instant he got into the driver's seat, The aroma of the steak oozed out of the paper bag in his hand, tempting the mastiff crouching obediently at the back seat to push his head forward, with its trapped mouth whining as it pleaded. Zhang Lisheng took off the big dog's muzzle and directly tore off the paper bag filled with steak before throwing them to the back seat. Eat, perhaps my life will have to be saved by you later. Eat more by the time we reach the hotel. I'll give you another plate of fresh water, and remember, you must do everything that I say after you're full, no matter what orders I give. The boy ridiculously gave a series of orders to the dog. As the mastiff began to chow down the delicious steak, it also docilely barked a few times in satisfaction. Together with the dog's bark, Zhang Lisheng sighed and muttered to himself, "Human feelings are indeed as great as the heavens." As expected, human feelings are indeed as great as the heavens. No wonder the ancient book states that one could only become a great wizard if one sees through affinity, wipes out sentiments, and suppresses one's disposition. But then, come to think of it, it's nothing as well. If I can't do anything about it, I can just fight a life and death struggle with them. If I can't even be happy, what freedom do I want to ask for? After he finished saying that, he started the engine of the car. Driving on the brightly lit street, the young man did not head directly to the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, but went to the supermarket to buy a lot of raw meat instead. After casting the assemble spell and controlling the millions of flying insects, he finally drove straight, cutting across 3 to 4 blocks, towards the Royal Hawaiian Hotel's parking lot in accordance to the navigator's directions. After putting on the muzzle on the mastiff that had eaten its fill, Zhang Lisheng carried his backpack and ushered the door to get off the car. He walked into the hotel lobby and came to the front desk before asking the smiling, beautiful receptionist, Zhang Lisheng, who stays in room F0987. "Is there any message for me?" "Please wait a minute, Mr. Bang. There's a message for you. Your friend, Miss Tina, is currently dining at the outdoor restaurant. Can you bring me to her?" "Of course," the receptionist replied before calling a waiter from the outdoor restaurant with a walkie-talkie. "You can go with him." "Thank you." Zhang Lisheng no longer cared about the surprised gaze of the others and closed his eyes as he took a deep breath before patting his cheeks with force twice. Only then did he follow the waiter, who became quiet out of surprise. After he walked out of the back door, he stepped on the private beach dedicated to guests at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel. The beach was full of people and was as noisy as the daytime. The hotel guests had spent their entire day outside, and even though they no longer wanted to dine outdoors, they would sometimes come to the beach to listen to the folk songs and bathed in the especially cool sea breeze at night. The waiter brought the young man to the outdoor restaurant, crossed over a few tables, and pointed to a table near the shoreline before saying, "Sir, your friends are right there." With the help of the soft light from the restaurant, Zhang Lisheng saw Tina, Trish, and Sheila sitting with a group of people, having their dinner as they ate and laughed. "Thank you, I'll go by myself." "Oh, that's right, please get a plate of fresh water for my dog, please." Then he passed a $5 bill as a tip to the waiter and walked the dog quickly towards the 3 girls. "Lisheng, you've come." Tina inadvertently saw Zhang Lisheng walking towards her and immediately stood up in surprise as if wanting to greet him with a hug. "A big dog, is this your new pet?" However, at this moment, when the map was obviously unrolled and the dagger was revealed, a delicate and pretty woman who looked like a bodybuilding champion suddenly extended a hand out to pull the girl back and pushed her back into the chair effortlessly. "Tell your subordinate to not be rash, Sage Altman." "See, I've come, haven't I? We can discuss this properly." Everything is a misunderstanding. Zhang Lisheng opened his hands wide in fear as he slowly walked towards the corner table and sat down. Misunderstanding? Are you saying that the death of the most powerful weapon master of the Red Iron Nation is a misunderstanding? I might have thought so as well if I hadn't reached your phone. I might have thought that it was the reciprocal assault between us and the giant beasts studied by the U.S. Army that had caused us to be exposed to the military. However, Castor is dead, but you who were with him are safe and sound. On top of that, you're not captured by the military. How are you going to explain all these? The hoary Altman asked with a grave expression. Naturally, Zhang Lisheng could no longer explain these with lies. He thought about it and made a few meaningless noises of pstshh as his face turned calm and composed. What beautiful drawings on your clothes and face. Looking at the sage from the supernatural realm who was wearing a hat, a checkered pair of shorts and shirts, as well as the sorcerer who had his face painted with oil paint to cover his black and green skin, the young man asked back. Sage Altman, how did all of you manage to escape together with Alice? Where are all the other prisoners? Did you dispose that Miss Ashley and Mr. Justice Camel because they no longer have any use to you? What are you talking about? Lisheng who are they? Upon hearing Zhang Lisheng and Altman's exchange, Tina, whose hand was gripped tightly by the supernatural realm's warrior, asked in a dumbstruck manner. You don't have to know, Tina. Sage Altman, I'm here now, so please let those girls go. In our world, the war is a man's game. Zhang Lisheng said whatever came to his mind. Was it really you who killed Castor? Not to mention FMN and Ovidist too. You're actually such a powerful person. How unbelievable. Looks like you must have mastered some very powerful weapon, like the laser or supersonic weapon. When Altman was making his assumptions, the waiter sent the water to Zhang Lisheng. The young man immediately removed the muzzle from the big dog and let it drink the water as he casually remarked, Sage Altman, you won't truly understand our world just based on the internet alone. Stop making your assumptions. It's all because of this big dog that I could kill Castor, FMN, and Ovidist. Upon hearing this sentence, the red-clothed woman from the supernatural realm who was gripping Tina's arm lightly roared, How dare you insult our Red Iron Nation's most heroic warrior? Well, because insulting the losers is the right of the winner. It looks like you're trying to enrage us, which I find it to be very strange. Altman waved his hand to shut the female warrior up as he carefully observed the young man's expression. The two of them talked as though they were talking in riddles, leaving the others confused and befuddled. Eventually, this made Sheila's temporary boyfriend, whom she had just met in Hawaii, become irritated. Sheila, dear, I really like having dinner together with your best friends who love to act, but do you remember that we've agreed to sail at night together? It's almost the time. No. As he said so, this tall, strong boy stood up from his seat. Seeing the boy trying to leave, Altman suddenly ordered, Karin-Linis, clear the irrelevant people away. When the warrior from the supernatural realm heard this, she replied yes respectfully before punching the boy's heart with very swift action. The boy's body went stiff as he fell back into his chair. With his eyes wide, he coughed out a few breaths from his lungs before he stopped breathing entirely. Chapter 151 The Advancing Young Man. Chapter 151 The Advancing Young Man. After Karin-Linis suddenly made a sharp move without warning and ended Sheila's temporary boyfriend's life, she used her eyes that glistened a dim red to glance through the entire table emotionlessly, causing those on the table who was just about to yell out to swallow their voices. The female warrior's display was terrifying. However, Zhang Lisheng, who had fallen into an absolutely calm state through the incantation of a spell in his heart, felt a sense of joy instead. He was finally sure that it was not only him who thought that his opponent was unpredictable and must be treated with extreme caution, but the same also went to Sage Altman as well. The sage who came from the supernatural realm, and the eccentric sorcerer beside him hated Zhang Lisheng so much that it had already started to provoke the wizard power in the young man's body to surge to the extent of boiling already, but still, they remained at the stage where they only kept testing him with words. It was apparent that in the hearts of these two people, this Zhang Lisheng, who appeared in front of them in a pretentious manner in the evening with a radiant look while holding on a big dog after killing their powerhouse's caster, the weapon master who coordinated in both offense and defense FMN, the berserker who was keen in bloody and violent attacks, and Ovidiste, the archer who was good in stealth and long-range attacks, had a prowess that far exceeded their imagination. When they put this image together with his strange performance of a week for Sard yesterday, they could only describe him as enigmatic. Now that the young man had sorted his mind clear about this, he suddenly felt that he was no longer in the passive position as he had first thought. There was only one warrior left to protect Altman and Juliners, while he had 3 wizard dust to protect himself. The psychological change in a human being was ever so subtle. Due to the enemy's cautiousness, Zhang Lisheng's confidence unconsciously increased. His heart turned 180 degrees as a bold idea flashed in his mind. Sage Altman, I've just witnessed the brutality and strength of all of you who came from the supernatural realm last night, so there's no need for you to use your indiscriminate killing to deepen my impression of you. Just tell me directly, what is the purpose for you to look for me after kidnapping Tina? I've said before, we want to leave this island. This is easy. Even though or who has 4 military bases, in such an international tourist spot like this city, the U.S. Army will never seal the entire island to restrict the tourists' departure unless the situation deteriorates to the extreme. Since all of you can make a breakthrough to the city of Honolulu and can even eat your dinner without a worry in a 5-star hotel like the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, this means that. The young man casually caressed the big dog beside his feet as he talked with fervor and assurance. Just when Altman and the 2 others had their attention entirely on him, he suddenly made an attack gesture with his hand, as taught by the dog trainer from the Walrus Bay pet shop. The mastiff that had been rigorously trained before did not even hesitate. At the same time when the young man made his gesture, it dashed forward, with strength so great that it actually overturned the table as it charged towards Karen Linney's. In the midst of awe and dumbstruck, the female warrior smiled coldly. She did not block nor counterattack. Instead, she pulled Tina to block in front of her. The big dog pounced on Tina, causing the girl to cry in terror. When Karen Linney's, who was behind her, was just about to ridicule Zhang Lisheng, she realized that the mastiff's body suddenly split open, gushing out hundreds of giant flying insects that had a stinger as long as their bodies. After the flying insects ripped the big dog's body apart, they flapped their wings rapidly and wiggled their stingers as they stabbed at the female warrior's hands that were binding Tina's body. Karen Linney's did not get flustered. Her left hand waved lightly as if there was no heavy object loaded on it as she began to brandish Tina as a shield. A rapier the size of a table knife slipped out of her sleeve and soon pierced through 3 insects in just a blink of an eye. However, at this time, more and more flying insects had surrounded her closely. At the same time, 3 stingers that were more than 100 meters long suddenly emerged out of the darkness of the coastline and stabbed the female warrior's back with a strong sharp wind. Upon hearing the wind resonating from behind, Karin did not even turn her head around before brandishing her arm around to play the same old trick, using Tina to block behind her. Right at that moment, the flying insects in front of the female warrior suddenly enlarged in size, more than 10 times of their original size. Their full bellies engorged rapidly before bursting open silently. In an instant, a vacuum formed from a cluster of vacuum bombs emerged without warning, tearing half of Karin's body into pieces. Her shattered skeleton could no longer hold her brain and internal organs. Just like that, the wreckage of her body collapsed on the ground. At this moment, Tina had already been grasped by the giant claws appearing out of nowhere, together with Trish and Sheila, before being placed somewhere safe. As Zhang Lisheng sacrificed his mastiff to make the sudden attack on Karin, he fell onto the ground directly and commanded the Mountoad to expand, bursting through the backpack to cover him entirely. After killing Karin, he immediately commanded these several dozens of insect soldiers to turn around to attack Altman and Julinas, who had already inflicted severe injuries on the Mountoad. Alicius constantly flipping through the heavy book in his hands, Altman summoned a warrior, automatic flying shield and a consolidated air wall he drew on the pages with his finger, using his spiritual energy as ink to block the wizard's sticky tongue. Not only that, but he also fought back with formidable strength as well. When he witnessed the force of the insect soldiers exploding, he had no choice but to take out his concealed chess piece to join in the battle. Upon hearing his shout, a green-chinned big man with a face of perseverance blended in among the panic-stricken tourists scattering everywhere, picked up the shield and longsword buried in the sand, before appearing in front of Altman to shield him in one fell swoop. At this moment, a series of horrifying buzzing sounds resonated from the distant horizon. A few seconds later, a group of dark fog consisting of millions of tiny flying insects shrouded the entire starry sky above the Royal Hawaiian Hotel's private beach. Let's go. Without the need to ponder over it, Altman knew who was the culprit for this group of bloodthirsty flying insects that were getting near the beach. After he had distinguished between their strength, he howled out loud and drew 3 pair of wings on the pages, prompting a pair of wings to grow on Julinas, Alicius and him in reality, before flying to the sky. However, Zhang Lisheng, who had already turned the situation completely around, was not willing to let go of these banes of trouble. He commanded the insect soldiers blended in the cloud-like flying insects to chase up to the sky to bite them without letting go. Seeing that they could not escape at all, Alicius, who was a weapon master like Castor, transformed the round shield in his hand to a tower shield through his vindictiveness before displaying a final blow at Altman. Sage Altman, let me cover a retreat for you. Then, no longer retreating, he flew up and down, dancing in the air to block the innumerable flying insects on behalf of his companion. By the time the warrior fell on the shore covered in injuries and got devoured by the wizard goo, Altman and Julinas, who did not hesitate over Alicius' sacrifice as they continued to flee decisively, finally disappeared into the night in the midst of the boundless darkness. After the enemy escaped, Zhang Lisheng, who commanded his Mountoad to jump into the sea, stood up from the beach and muttered to himself, "They've escaped, sigh. If Crocker Dragon who can fly was here in the first place, they would have died tonight." Soon after, he gradually searched for his way to reach Tina and the 2 others in the midst of the blinding clouds of insects that were prancing all over the place. "Tina, are you okay?" I'm okay, Lisheng, I remember now the horrifying encounter WWE encountered in Amazon, and your Mountoad, Your island dragon, who were these people? Why could they fly like Superman and they're very strong too? What the hell, it was like a scene from a magical movie just now. They came from a supernatural realm. Forget it, these are not important. I'll explain it to you in the future. What's important now is that we have to leave Oahu immediately. These two people who have escaped have no way of retreating now, so God knows what they would do. I have a yacht license and a yacht at the Henley Pier. What are we waiting for then? That Alice. She's dead, so are those few beach boys that you just newly knew. Juliana's sorcery has killed them and many innocent people on the beach. But still, she was the one who brought it upon herself. We should go, Tina. It would be hard for us to leave by the time the police arrives. After Zhang Lisheng said so, he grabbed Tina's hand and ran inside the Royal Hawaiian Hotel together with Trish and Sheila, who had yet to recover from their shock. A long queue was already formed at the front desk in the lobby. All of them were guests waiting for checkout. It was apparent that the peculiar scene on the beach had terrified many people. Feeling that the checkout time was taking too long, Zhang Lisheng did not even check out his room before taking the three girls through the panicked crowds and quickly walked out of the hotel to stop a taxi by the street. As the four of them rushed to the Henley Pier, 13 kilometers west of Honolulu City, in the U.S. Armed Forces' most powerful and strongest fortress in the Pacific that was made of billions of tons of cement and steel in the naval base Pearl Harbor, a moderately built middle-aged officer with a slightly thin body and an ordinary face who had an extremely dignified and sharp gaze, was striding towards the office of the U.S. Pacific Fleet's commander, ignoring the officers who saluted at him in the brightly lit spacious corridor. Major, General Orty is in a meeting. The officer standing in front of the commander's office, and the secretary who stood up in haste said nervously when they saw him walking towards them from far away. Ask him to suspend the meeting then, the middle-aged officer said with a blank expression before pushing the officer aside and pushed the door open to the office directly. The lives of the frontline soldiers are more important than any meeting. The size of the office was not big. Other than the Pacific Ocean map, world map, and American map plastered on the three walls that were filled with colors, the room was furnished with monochrome decorations, like a white floor, white computers, black desks, black office chairs, and so on. Hearing the sound of the door opening, an old man with 3 stars on his shoulder sitting on the office chair looked up. After waiting for the middle-aged officer to finish his speech, he waved his hand and let the officer shut the door before saying amiably, "Major, I was once a battlefield commander too, so I fully understand what you're feeling right now. However, we're not the civilians. As a soldier, you should remember that the interests of the state are above all else, and the command of the chief is the maxim of action." Chapter 152 Sailing Out to the Sea. Chapter 152 Sailing Out to the Sea. In the face of the commander's amicable attitude, the middle-aged officer unyieldingly said, "General, the soldiers can make sacrifices for the benefit of the country, but you can't let them die for no reason. Please do not use the combat success of Shrimp World No. 1 to measure the invasion this time. Those armies from the supernatural realm did not have any threat under the long-range gunfire bombardment of our Air Force, but this time, it's their strongest powerhouses who have invaded Oahu. This is like having the bacteria originally stuck to the toilet invading the human body. The problem that could originally be solved with disinfectant and toilet brush would now need a highly effective antibiotic, or even Major, aren't the Hickam Air Force Base and Kano Bay Hawaii Marine Corps Base already helping you to deal with those invaders? Sir, the problem doesn't lie on the strength of the troops but the fact that the soldiers don't understand who they're dealing with. Not only that, the commanding officer cannot specify the correct combat tactic too. Everyone would go dumbstruck when they see those supernatural beings leap up more than 10 meters high like a human flea, and this will cause unnecessary casualties. On the other hand, soldiers who have already exchanged fire with these supernatural beings are being summoned back to the camp. This is so absurd that it's inconceivable. There's nothing absurd about this. Everything is carried out according to the procedure. Major, you should know that the troops that have not been incorporated into the shrimp world know. Combat operations should not know about the existence of the supernatural realm beforehand. This order was signed by the President as requested by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Department of Defense. The soldiers are sacrificing their lives innocently. If they knew the truth and responded correctly, maybe they wouldn't have to die anymore. Then, you go and teach them how to make the correct response. This is your duty as the highest commander in the Pacific Fleet Naval Special Forces. Remember, the best soldiers are the soldiers who will only obey the superiors and will not think. The orders signed by the President are not to be violated. Without any new order, the old man was angered by the overbearing words of the middle-aged officer, and finally, he shouted. At this time, his secretary opened the door all of a sudden. General, the Honolulu City's police informed us that a violent attack has taken place in the Royal Hawaiian Hotel. It's said that there are monsters and supernatural beings who can fly showing up in the sky. The Royal Hawaiian Hotel SHT, they have really snuck into the city. Mager gritted his teeth. Sir, we must continue to pursue. As for the others, well, leave them to the professionals from the FBI or the CIA to handle. Stop wasting time in my office, Major. Do what you should do. This is an order. Ordy calmed down and looked at the middle-aged officer before commanding in an expressionless manner. Obeying commands is a military's duty. Mager clenched his fists and took a deep breath before saluting. Yes, Sir General. Then he proceeded to walk out of the office. Watching the silhouette of the subordinate he admired and thought highly of the most gradually disappearing from the open door, Ordy sighed exhaustedly and waved his hand to gesture for the secretary to shut the office door. At the same time, when the office door of the U.S. Pacific Fleet's commander was gradually closing, Cheng Lisheng, Tina, Trish, and Sheila had gotten out of the taxi and were heading to the Hanalei Pier. At this time, most of the yacht owners who intended to sail had already sailed away. It was a completely serene view in the pier, and only the yachts parked in the berth rose up and down on the sea. The sea breeze was a bit cold. Cheng Lisheng, who was wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt bought on the beach in the morning, shuddered from the cold breeze. Appearing to be a little ridiculous, he stamped his feet and asked Tina, "Where is your yacht?" "My yacht's tonnage is not big. It's parked right there in the middle of the berth." "Well, reach it very soon." Tina took Cheng Lisheng's arm and smiled as they walked along the cement road along the pier. "Lisheng, are you cold? We're in Hawaii now, you know." "Oh, Tina, I can't believe that you can still be concerned about whether your boyfriend is feeling cold or not." Sheila, who was following behind them and seemed to have just snapped back to reality, shouted, "Don't you know what happened just now?" "Don't be so loud, dear Sheila. Let's talk when we get on the yacht." Tina put a finger on her mouth as she gestured to her best friend before stopping right in front of her yacht that was called the Manhattan Princess. This was a large yacht that had a length of more than 50 meters. There were 4 large bedrooms in total, 2 at the front and 2 at the back. In between the 2 large bedrooms were 8 single bedrooms and a kitchen. As for the top deck, it opened up into a huge lounge. A yacht with such a layout was originally unimaginably luxurious in the eyes of ordinary people, but it could only be said as ordinary to those people who were truly rich. However, if a single-handed cruise control system was added into it, it would become completely different already. At present, the longest layout of a yacht that could be sailed single-handedly was 55 meters at most. The Manhattan Princess had already reached the limit. After boarding the yacht, Chang Lisheng quickly went to the lounge on the top deck and finally got himself away from the sea breeze that was getting stronger. He let out a sigh of relief and looked around at the magnificent decorations as he went to sit on the sofa beside the 360-degree panoramic glass window. Curling his lip, he commented, "There's no private jet, but there's a private yacht instead. This is not bad too. Baby, the private jet is not commonly used, but the yacht is a necessity. Okay, I'm going to sail now, so where do you think we should go first? It's best if we can return to New York." Chang Lisheng let his tongue run loose. Even though the Manhattan Princess has a specially designed fuel tank, even if we sail back to New York with a full tank, we'll most likely become Robinson, who drifted to a deserted island halfway. The longest trip I've sailed with this yacht is just one whole round around the Hawaiian Islands. However, that took me several days. It was horribly slower than an aircraft. A horribly slow speed is exactly what we need now. Just sail around the Hawaiian Islands, then, Tina. Only until we've heard the news of those terrorists being killed by the U.S. Army on the spot after they've killed hundreds of innocent civilians will we return to Honolulu. The more cautious Chang Lisheng was, the sweeter Tina found him to be in her heart. The girl understood very well that if it was not for the three burdens of Trish, Sheeler, and her, the young man who has almost killed Altman and Julina's just now would not have taken so much trouble to avoid the two of them. If you were not together with us, you wouldn't need to avoid those two madmen like this, she remarked guiltily. However, if it wasn't for him, we'd not have come across such madmen too. Sheeler, who just took out a glass of juice from the refrigerator, took a huge gulp before blurting out. Then, she froze for a moment and soon, a half-worried look crept upon her face. "Lisheng, I was merely joking. Why you want secretly go behind Tina's back because of this and make me? Don't worry, Sheeler. I'll never do anything to you in my entire life." Chang Lisheng covered the blanket on the sofa onto himself. "Tina, I'll go look for a bedroom to rest. Don't forget to wake me up tomorrow morning." "Lisheng, you can actually make such a joke. Wow, this is a big improvement." Tina looked at her friend's expression, who wanted to refute but dared not before chuckling. Chang Lisheng chuckled soundlessly and walked out of the yacht's lounge with a blanket around him. On the deck, he commanded Mountod, who leaped onto the yacht from the sea, to follow him from behind as he walked into a large bedroom at the stern. Even though it was said to be as a large bedroom, the rooms on the yacht were certainly not as comparable to a hotel. However, the young man was originally not picky when it came to material items. The big bed and an attached bathroom in the bedroom were already enough to draw out a satisfied smile from him. After having a comfortable hot water bath in the bathtub, Chang Lisheng wore his shorts and crawled onto the bed. Placing the wizard goo in front of him, he gradually sat down in the position he was most accustomed to. The moonlight of the sea penetrated through the windows on the cabin's bulkhead before shining down on the back filled with sarcomer and corns, reflecting a series of faint dim brilliance. The young man looked at his own wizard goo and began to draw the outline of an ever-changing demon's image in his mind. That demon had a complete body except for a head that was not yet constructed. Zhang Lisheng knew that by the time the demon's head had completely appeared, it would be the chance for him to make a breakthrough to the level of rank 6 wizard. If he had killed Altman and Julinas tonight, perhaps he would already be in the midst of a transformation from living to dead now. If I rely on the secret method to cultivate, I'd need to wait at least 5 to 6 years later before I can try making a breakthrough to rank 6 wizard. How many more years? 3, 5 or 7 years that I can hold up. It's better to just the moment he thought of this, the young man could not help but comment while feeling slight frustration and unawareness. It was fortunate that there was a secret to cleansing the mind during cultivation. So soon after, he reflected on it and knew that he had once again fallen into anxiousness to get quick results. Taking a deep breath, he recomposed his mental state once again. Gradually, some kind of mysterious connection was unknowingly established between Zhang Lisheng and Mountod. The wizard who spat out thick smoke that went straight into the young man's body through his nostrils. The thick smoke prompted the wizard power in Zhang Lisheng's body to fluctuate and transform into several dozens of weird worms that smelted the toxins and impurities that were not much left in his body into smoke before dispelling it out. After the black smoke floated out, the wizard goo absorbed it to form a secret circulation. Then, the young man fell into a cultivation state of being seemingly asleep. After cultivating for a time not known how long, Zhang Lisheng was suddenly awakened by whispers by the door. "Lisheng, are you asleep?" Rubbing his face, the young man looked at the bright moon that was still hanging in the sky outside the window in a daze. He was just about to tell Tina that he was already asleep and ask her to come back tomorrow when he suddenly recalled the reason Tina came to look for him at midnight. "Wait a minute, I'll open the door." Zhang Lisheng motioned for Mountod to jump off the bed to hide in the corner of the room before hurriedly opening the door. Outside the door, Tina was wearing a black thong and a thin strap bra. With her full chest protruding out, she said, "Good evening, baby. Our yacht is now 10 miles away from Oahu, so you can rest assured now. I'm very scared tonight. Can you comfort me gently?" After saying that, the girl reached out to tuck her hand underneath Zhang Lisheng's armpit before leading him to the cabin. Chapter 153 The Girl's Argument. Chapter 153 The Girl's Argument. Zhang Lisheng was teased by the girl till his blood started to simmer. After closing the door gently and was just about to make his move, Tina suddenly rubbed his harness before abruptly crouching down to remove the young man's shorts. After that, the girl pulled off the flimsy bra that was faintly holding the two fair white bunnies. Raising her head, she looked up and gazed at Zhang Lisheng's eyes and used the warm little rabbits to wrap around the young man's thing. In less than a minute, Zhang Lisheng had already fallen into the teasing of Tina's bust, mouth, and tongue. Sitting on the bed, he slowly enjoyed the girl's attentive service. Be it men or women, alcohol and sex had been the effective medicines to relieve stress, regulate the body and mind since the ancient times. After a whole night of wildness, when the morning radiant Pacific sun shone on the Manhattan princess, Tina, who was naked, blinked her long eyelashes as she woke up. Her expression was significantly more relaxed than last night. With her right hand, she propped up her head as she looked at the skinny young man beside with a blissful expression. Being stared at like this, Zhang Lisheng gradually sensed it and woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the girl with a smile in her eyes in front of him. As he was about to greet her good morning, he was suddenly turned around and straddled by Tina. Don't waste the small gift nature gives me in the morning, the girl remarked as she gently fiddled it, putting the young man's body part that was usually energetic in the morning into a soft and wet place. Oh, baby, oh. Instantly, the man's breathing that gradually became heavy and the woman's seductive moan resonated again in the cabin. Sheila, who had just gotten out of her bed wearing a pink bikini with her body fully slithered with shining sunblock, and was lying on the beach chair on the top deck, could faintly hear the sound coming from Zhang Lisheng's bedroom. Twitching her ears, she suddenly shouted out loud in annoyance, "Hey, it's starting again, Trish. Did you hear the morning exercise Tina is having with her little baby? Isn't the entanglement they had last night enough for them? And the most irritating thing is that they didn't even shut their door properly." Sheila, haven't Tina and I been enduring your tardiness every morning due to your morning exercise for the past 2 weeks? Trish, who was holding 2 sets of eggs and ham sandwiches as she walked up to the top deck using the spiral ladder, heard her best friends complaining before laughing. "We didn't complain either. The problem is, only Tina has a companion this time. My poor Puri has died last night, and although I've only known him for 3 days, I still wish God will bless his soul." Sheila, I thought we've agreed that we'll no longer mention the episode last night. In a more pained and terrified look flashed across Trish's face as she passed the breakfast to her best friend. "Here's your egg and ham sandwich. You know that I only know how to make this." "Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to mention it." "Okay, let's forget about this topic. This egg and ham sandwich that you made is really delicious. Even though it's simple, it's really delicious." Sheila took breakfast and grabbed a bite. Suddenly, she saw Tina walking up to the top deck with flushed cheeks, so she immediately waved her hand. "Hey, look, the happy girl is here for a sunbathing now that she has enjoyed her morning exercise. Where's your Prince Charming, my dear?" "He went to make breakfast." Tina smiled and walked up to her best friends. "Stop eating those eggs and ham sandwiches. Lisheng said that he's going to give us a surprise." "Oh hell, hopefully we won't turn into those beasts around him after eating the food that he makes." Sheila, Tina said with a solemn expression. "Hey, Tina, you've misunderstood. I mean, I'm willing to become a monster too after eating the food he personally prepares." After Sheila blurted this, a series of expressions ran across her face as she turned silent for a moment. Hesitantly, she actually revealed her secret. "Ugh, baby. I'm sorry. Roman, to think I'm starting to fall in love with your boyfriend." "Stop joking, Sheila. I know Lisheng is not your type at all. He's short and is a little skinny too. However, he's a true man." Tina thought that her best friend was ridiculing her, so she retorted in slight annoyance. "You and Trish are my best friends, so I hope that you won't make jokes about him." "Then was he your type before this?" Sheila asked in a whisper instead. Tina froze for a moment and opened her mouth. Then, starting to feel a little uncomfortable, she asked, "SHT Sheila, do you even know what you're talking about?" "Of course I do. This is just the law of nature. A male who is powerful, mysterious, dominant, and considerate can win the admiration of a woman. You're afraid of him, struck with awe by him, feel that he's cool, heartless, invincible from time to time, and yet sometimes he can be gentle and cute." "Shut up, Sheila said. "Bayat, the person you're describing is my boyfriend, your best sister's boyfriend. It's exactly because you're my best sister that I'll tell you about this, Tina. All this time, I didn't mind sharing my boyfriend with you and Trish before, even though you two refused every time. My kind intention was." "The hell with your kind intention," Sheila said. "Bayat Tina Duglin, Not just any big boobs, brainless idiot cheerleader from New York. Nobody can ever take away the thing that is already in my hand. Tina stared straight into Sheiller's eyes and announced compellingly in a serious manner. Enough, Tina. Sheiller, we're not playing any soap opera, okay? Due to the reason that the conflict between the two sisters had burst out too suddenly, Trish, who was dumbstruck just now, had finally snapped back to her senses before standing in the middle of Tina and Sheiller. Sheiller Lisheng is Tina's boyfriend. You're really crazy for saying all these things, Tina. Sheila's boyfriend had an accident last night, and even though they didn't know each other for long, but you know, are the hell with it. Just go ahead and argue with each other. Go and fight for a man. We originally came here to Hawaii for a holiday, so why would it change to become like this suddenly? We were met with a life and death situation last night and we're trapped in this damn small yacht. And now you two have to go and turn crazy. I've had enough. This is so FC kid up. This is really. After she reached this part, Trish became the first person to break down instead. Crouching on the floor, she covered her head as she cried, causing Tina and Sheiller to freeze and looked at each other. They had no choice but to temporarily reconcile and turned around to comfort Trish instead. Lisheng, who had finished cooking a pot of porridge with rich ingredients and condiments, had long heard the dispute between Tina and Sheiller from the lower deck. Due to the reason that the cause of the matter was related to himself, he found it to be very awkward as he held the porridge while standing under the spiraling ladder, hesitating to take a move. Only until both girls had reconciled due to Trish crying that he began to climb up to the top deck while pretending nothing happened. Tina, come eat breakfast. We'll continue to move forward after we've filled our stomach. Trish, Sheiller, come taste my cooking too. I can't believe that the condiments on this yacht are actually quite complete. The porridge should taste pretty good. The condiments are there because after we learned that you're coming to Hawaii, Tina has collected all of the Chinese cuisine's seasonings that can be found in the world and placed them here in the Manhattan Princess. She originally planned to invite a chef who specializes in China Sichuan cuisine to board the ship too, but it looks like we won't be able to do that now. Trish quietly wiped away the tears on her face before adding unseriously, Lisheng, there have been too many bizarre things recently. I hope that you can tell us everything that you know without keeping any secret from us. Can you do that? The sun above them gradually turned to become scorchingly hot. Lisheng placed the 3 bowls of porridge with 3 spoons each on the deck and pondered for a moment before whispering, Okay, Trish, I didn't intend to hide anything anymore from all of you anyway. Tina has already recalled the incidents in the Amazon jungle, and I think the same should go to you and Sheiller too. In that case, it'll start from the birthday party that the 3 of you threw on the Elizabeth holiday. The young described everything without leaving anything out with a low voice, from how their crews had accidentally entered the supernatural realms island and how they were met with danger but finally escaped from it, to how all of the passengers had their memories wiped out by the government, and also to how he had encountered Altman and the few supernatural realms spies when he was on the way to the volcanic area after he had come to Hawaii. That's everything to it. Until now, I still have no idea whether I'd cause any aftermath by attacking those supernatural realms spies in the Royal Hawaiian Hotel. However, if I hadn't done so, the situation would have only gotten worse if all of you fall into the hands of those supernatural realms people. Baby, don't worry. No high-class hotel in Hawaii will place CCTV on its own private beach. The corner of the outdoor restaurant where we sat last night had very dim lighting, and there were flying insects everywhere, so nobody would notice much. After hearing Zhang Lisheng's remark, Tina froze for a long time before replying in a complicated expression. I really can't believe that something like a movie plot would really what would happen to the future of this world. Everything will remain as it is, Tina. This world will not change much. Migrating an entire supernatural realm is not something that can be done overnight. I suspect that Sage Altman's home country should not be a particularly powerful country back in the supernatural realm too. And the government's think tank should not be more stupid than I am by rashly going against an entire realm like that. After they have cleaned up the Red Iron Nation, they would most likely slowly savor the fruits of their victory first. It took several hundreds of years between Columbus discovering America and the Caucasians building their nation in the Americas. During this period of time, the only difference the Europeans had with their previous lives was that they declared numerous wars for the sake of snatching over colonies. When it comes to war, no offense to you, Lisheng, I'm merely confining myself merely to facts as they are. The US is not afraid of any country at all. It doesn't matter, Trish. We Chinese people are not a militant nation anyway. We don't have a habit of robbing things from other people. A sage-like mind and a king-like leadership are what we're seeking for. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Seeing Trish possessing a mindset that far exceeded his own expectations, Zhang Lisheng had a deeper understanding on these rich girls. They might appear to be a little shallow and self-willed, but due to their family influence, they could see a problem in depth during a critical moment. He stared at the quiet sea in distance and pointedly swore. On top of that, I think that invading the supernatural realm may not necessarily lead to a good result. All right, hurry up and eat the porridge. I'll go cultivate now. Constant dropping will wear a hole in the stone. Right now, at this moment, not being swayed by any external influences is the most sigh. Why am I telling you all of this? I'm going down now. After saying that, the young man walked down the spiral ladder and returned to the cabin before commanding the wizard Gu to sit in front of him as he started to cultivate the secret technique. Chapter 154: A Plan of Expanding. Chapter 154: A Plan of Expanding. Time flew. Unknowingly, the Manhattan Princess had already been drifting in the Pacific Ocean for more than 2 months. During this period of time, in addition to deliberately bypassing Oahu, the yacht also passed by islands like Maui, Kahular, Lanai, Molokai, Kauai, and Niihau at least twice. Every time when they passed by an inhabited large island, Zhang Lisheng would fill the yacht with a full tank of fuel. Not only that, but he would also take Tina, Trish, and Sheila onshore to stay in a hotel for a few days, far from Altman and Juliner's threats. Ever since the FBI took over the case of the Royal Hawaiian Hotel from the police, after a hasty investigation, they threw the case into the archives, wanting to conceal it up. They did not even make any phone call asking for assistance in the testimony, and just like that, all of a sudden, the lives of the four became extremely comfortable and pleasant. As time passed by, in the bliss of the blue sky, blue sea, bonfire parties, the light dance of the Hawaiian hula dance, and all sorts of delicious food, the three girls gradually forgot the tension and started to enjoy their last high school holiday. However, unlike the relaxed and cozy state of the girls, Zhang Lisheng had never once forgotten the threats of the supernatural realm's spies. He would pay special attention to the current news on the internet every day. First, he witnessed the incident in the Royal Hawaiian Hotel to be described by the U.S. government as a terrifying attack by the terrorists. Every time when a confusing picture of the wizard Gus battling with Altman and Julinas appeared on the internet, there would be 10 more pictures that were photoshopped in varying degrees to become even more magical. Every time a correct description and speculation about the invaders from the supernatural realm appeared, 100 more ridiculous stories ranging from the resurrection of the prehistoric behemoths of the Pacific Ocean to the signs of the end of the world would appear as well. Just like this, the truth was mixed in the lies, eventually becoming concealed without the need to blot it out. Afterward, he learned from the news that the U.S. Army based in Oahu had begun to do everything in their power to hunt the terrorists down. Many confrontations had taken place in the meantime, causing a total of more than 100 deaths among innocent civilians and tourists, making this beautiful island transform from a paradise on Earth into a horrible hell. Finally, one evening, after cultivating the secret technique for an entire day, Zhang Lisheng was called by Tina for food. Habitually, when he was browsing the latest news on the tablet connected via satellite, he was shocked to find the important notice issued by the U.S. Pacific Fleet Marine Corps commander on the headlines. It claimed that after nearly 80 days of hard pursuit, the terrorists that had launched many terrorist attacks in Honolulu City had been killed on the spot at a planned roundup at 11 a.m. After reading this news twice in a row, an inexplicably surging round of emotions rose from the young man's heart. Sighing, he opened the door and walked out of the cabin. Lisheng, what's wrong? Seeing that something was not right with his emotions, Tina, who was waiting outside the door, asked. It's nothing, Tina. Sage Altman is dead now. We can leave Hawaii safely already. Really, this is amazing, Tina cried out loud in joy. However, when she realized that she would have to leave New York and the young man in front of her after these days that were gradually becoming boring and carefree ended, she became depressed instead. Lisheng, I'll have to go to Boston for my college after we go back to New York. Will you miss me? Isn't Boston far from New York? It takes 4 hours by car and more than an hour by plane. It would not be so easy for us to meet each other anymore. The young man became slightly dejected when he heard the girl's words, but he did not say the words that the girl wanted to hear. Instead, he became silent for a moment before smiling. Tina, go sail the boat to Oahu. I'll make dinner for tonight. Tina was stunned for a moment. With her heart becoming lower in spirit, she forced a smile on her face. I've already finished making the dinner tonight. Fine, the food that I make is definitely not as tasty as the one you make anyway. You can just remake it. After saying so, she entered the steering room and guided the Manhattan Princess to the Hanalei Pier in Honolulu, in accordance to the navigator. 4 days later, the yacht arrived at the destination smoothly. After resting for another day in Hawaii, Zhang Lisheng and the 3 girls began to fly back to New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport. Just like that, his first summer vacation after he came to the U.S. had also unknowingly come to an end. After returning to New York, the days passed by with nothing interesting happening day by day. No more incidents took place in the news, and the existence of the supernatural realm was still kept secret by the government. In the blink of an eye, the late autumn that caused the cold wind to rustle and flutter the dried yellow leaves on the street to fly arrived. Unknowingly, Tina had already gone to Boston for more than 3 months already. Even though they could still connect with each other through phone and Facebook all the time, and that the girl had also returned to New York several times as well, due to the reason that the two of them were living apart, Zhang Lisheng had started to get used to the life of being single again. What are you thinking about? Could it be your girlfriend who has gone to Boston for her college? Hey buddy, you're only in the junior year. Those college girls are not suitable for you. You should look for somebody who is about your age. In the afternoon, walking out the low-budget junior high's open campus along with the flow of crowds, George placed his books on his head and patted the shoulder of Zhang Lisheng, who was staring at the falling leaves quietly. Just like usual, he began to rant non-stop again. I'm not thinking about anything, George. Nothing at all. Can you stop bothering me? I still need to sign a contract at the factory tonight, so I just want to empty my head for now. Another contract? The hell, why are you signing contracts all day long now, buddy? Remember, it's a joy if you have 100,000, it's luck if you have 1 million. And you can ask for nothing more if you have 10 million. However, it start to make your life filled with burden if you have 100 million. George made a deep remark. Don't worry, George. You won't have such a burden in your entire life. I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. After Zhang Lisheng finished saying that, he entered his car and ignored his best friend, who flashed 2 middle fingers at him before leaving. Listening to the latest real-time news broadcast, the young man drove on the streets of New York. When he was about to turn into the Round City Highway, he suddenly heard the car phone began to ring. Glancing at the illuminated central control screen, Zhang Lisheng picked up the call. Mr. Edward, I'm already on my way. I'll arrive at the factory in about half an hour. There's no need to rush, Mr. Lisheng. It's still very early and I've already prepared the contract. After signing these 6 contracts, the third phase of your factory will also reach a work saturation state. I wonder, have you ever thought of continuing to expand the factory by mastering the core technology of dealing with ecological waste? You can completely occupy the entire slaughtering market in the whole US and even the world. You can build a business empire that is worth $100 billion. I feel that my money is already enough, so I don't have such a plan for the time being. Edward, why did you suddenly ask me about this? Edward chuckled at the other end of the phone, but he did not reply to Zhang Lisheng's question. Instead, he continued to talk to himself. Mr. Zhang, I remember that during an idle chat, you said before that your dream is to become a biologist and build the world's largest and most advanced biological science laboratory. That's right, I only need $100 to $200 million to realize this ambition. Then have you ever thought about the salary needed to hire the top scientists in the world? No matter how much a genius you are, you can't do everything alone too, right? And how about the waste that may be caused by larger-scale pilot projects? Moreover, there is no limit to the size of the laboratory. The larger the laboratory, the more scientific research projects that can be carried out at the same time. From this perspective, there's no such thing as sufficient, no matter how much money you earn. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment. You have a valid reason, Mr. Edward. Looks like you have made your homework well to convince me. I can't help it. In order to become the chief legal officer of an emerging giant financial oligarch, I have no choice but to do some homework. Edward cracked a joke. In that case, after you've finished your homework and convinced me, help me negotiate with a construction company then. Let's take down the entire market of the whole New York metropolitan area first. Edward hesitated. You mean, I've decided to continue my business expansion, and you're the chief legal officer of the Lisheng Group? Lisheng treated it as a trifling matter, but he said it pretty straightforwardly. Even though I have no idea what a chief legal officer is, I'll still sign the contract with you and let you have a share of profit distribution in accordance to the general customary rule of a company without any stock rights. Is this condition satisfactory? I'm very satisfied, Mr. Lisheng. Even though you're young, you're the most generous industrialist I have ever seen. Please be assured that I won't let you down. I believe that you'll be a very competent chief legal officer. I'll see you later. See you, Mr. Bang. In a speeding black Mercedes-Benz, Edward quietly waited for Zhang Lisheng to hang the phone up before smiling at Charlie, who was once Zhang Lisheng's business representative who had negotiated with dozens of National Farmers Union before. It's a deal, Charlie. I'm now the chief legal officer of the Lisheng Group. Oh, that's great. Charlie, who was driving the car, clenched the steering wheel tightly. It's not so easy to become a corporate spy. Not only that, Waduk B. Waste Management Corp. must have already used countless methods that have all come to a dead end before finally deciding to spend such a hefty amount of money to buy you over through me. It'd still be a delusion no matter how much money he offers me. Even if Mr. Lisheng didn't hire me as the group's chief legal officer, I'd never betray the interest of my customers. Oh, drop it, Edward, you're a lawyer. Stop acting so just and righteous. However, since you've already obtained such a gold mine that you can continuously mine endlessly, you'd definitely not want to do this kind of one-off trade anymore. I'm a lawyer and you're a businessman. Admit it, Charlie. Stop pretending as though you're very happy. Your wrath in your heart is already lighting your hair up, you know. Hearing his friend's sarcastic words, Edward imitated Charlie's tone just now. Rest assured, I'll advise Mr. Lisheng at the right time to let you be the chief business representative of the Lisheng Group. At that time, you'd be able to dig some gold from this gold mine as well. For the sake of this purpose, the first thing you need to do now is to make a better impression on your future boss. You'll also have to work together with me to ensure his interests, or in other words, our interests, are not infringed. Chapter 155: The Wolf and Jackal That Defected to the Young Man. Chapter 155: The Wolf and Jackal That Defected to the Young Man. Oh, Edward, my good friend, I knew that you won't forget about me and enjoy the benefit alone all by yourself. Don't worry, flattery and protecting my goods are the two things that I am best at. Otherwise, why would others call me Wall Street's hound dog? Charlie made a guarantee to his friend in true excitement this time. At the same time, Zhang Lisheng had already left New York City and was driving on the road of the suburbs on his Explorer. Due to the construction of the new New York harbor, the highway that was newly extended appeared to be very spacious. Unwittingly, the young man increased the speed, and not long later, Muttislow appeared in front of him. About 1/10 of the 9 square kilometers of the Salonial Carly land had become a well-planned factory. Every day, thousands of trucks would pull the crying animals ready to be slaughtered into the factory and brought $300,000 of net profit to Zhang Lisheng. Turning around to enter the winding road leading to the factory, the Explorer stopped at the booth in front of the gate. The window rolled down and the young man put out his head to ask, "Good afternoon, have the National Farmers Union's people arrived yet?" Although the LS slaughterhouse adopted self-operated management, now that its scale had reached to such a point of where it was now, he still had to hire up to hundreds of employees to support it so that it could function properly. After the factory had hired more than 10 workers, Zhang Lisheng no longer remembered the new worker's name to heart. However, as the big boss of the company, he still stored each of the workers' face in his mind. "No, Mr. Bang, they haven't arrived yet. Do you need me to inform your secretary to give them a reminder?" Communicating with the company's legendary young boss for the first time, The young security was somewhat nervous as he said presumptuously, "No thanks. Help me drive the car into the factory and I'll just stroll outside." Even though the new LS slaughterhouse was a corporate that occupied the market exclusively as it could operate on its own entirely, Chang Lisheng would still attend to everything personally. However, after a long time of being in charge of a large company, when he spoke in front of his employees, even if it was only a command on a whim, it still showed his unnatural and full imposing manner of authoritativeness. "Yes, Mr. Bang." The security hurriedly nodded at the boss, who opened his window down and got down from the car. After telling his colleague by his side, who was looking around pretending to monitor in all solemnness, he helped drive Zhang Lisheng's car into the factory. At this time, the young man had already started to walk along the coast, towards the New York harbor that was still under construction. Visually, the New York harbor seemed to be adjacent to the new LS slaughterhouse, but in fact, it took more than 10 minutes to reach there by walking. It was a good thing that the original wasteland of the open country was very flat. Without any difficulty, Zhang Lisheng came to the periphery of the harbor site and saw that the shoal had already been dug to become a deep port with the help of advanced heavy machinery. The vast coastline was covered with steel bars as the framework had been poured and entirely shrouded by cement blocks. It looked like the construction of the harbor had taken shape after half a year of intensified construction. Other than the young man who was looking into the distance, there were also several dozens of sparsely dispersed U.S. civilians who were doing demonstrations as they sat outside of the fence marked by the construction warning signs. Every time when the government was going to build a large public project, there would always be civilians who felt that the government was destroying the original or natural environment of the city. They would always hold up signs to demonstrate whenever they were free. When they saw Zhang Lisheng walking over with a posture that they found to be unordinary, some of the protesters purposely stood up and waved the signs in their hands. Ecology must stay the same. Destroying the environment is like wasting wealth. We're protectors of nature and other slogans as they demonstrated up to him. When they saw the face of the young man, some of these people chuckled at themselves and sat back down on the ground in laughter. Some of them, on the other hand, advocated to the young man. "Young man, we only have one Earth. The government should never destroy the environment like this." It was apparent that they wanted to pull him into the crowd. Unfortunately, as the invisible person who obtained the biggest advantage from the building of the New York harbor so naturally, Chang Lisheng would never blend himself with the demonstrators who opposed the construction of the new harbor. As if not being moved by the temptations of the demonstrators, he looked at the hundreds of cranes on the site that were like jigsaw puzzles as they filled the vacant part of the framework that had already formed the harbor bit by bit, with a hint of amazement on his face. "It's spectacular, isn't it, young man?" Just as the young man's wizard heart was amazed by the marvelousness of modern technology, an old voice suddenly resonated behind him. Chang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before he turned around in curiosity. He could see an old man with scarce but neatly combed hair who was staring at the busy harbor side with a nostalgic look. "When I was young, it would take at least 3 to 4 years to build such a large seaport, but now, by relying on these machine monsters that were only increasing in number, it would only take a year at most to complete." Zhang Lisheng smiled politely at the old man who had talked to himself out of no reason, but did not reply. "Do you know that after this beach is transformed into the New York harbor, another brand new military base will be built right there?" Without caring about the young man's willingness to talk to him, The old man pointed to the direction of the LS workshop and added. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lisheng could not help but be stunned. At this moment, a speeding dark green jeep stopped beside the old man and interrupted him. A man, who looked about the same age as this old man, was sitting at the back seat. With a gloomy expression, he said with dissatisfaction, "Henry, what crazy thing are you doing again? Why did you come here without caring for anything else? We're here to survey the terrain, not." "Bob, I've already completed the survey work. My opinion is to place the base next to the new New York harbor." The old man, who was called Henry, waved his hand and said without scruples in front of Zhang Lisheng. It seemed like the construction of the military base near the new New York harbor had already been confirmed, and there was no need for confidentiality anymore. There's never a precedent case where the military base is placed next to a civilian harbor. However, since it was you who suggested it, of course there should be a valid reason for that. Get in the car first. We'll discuss this matter slowly. It has been a long time since I returned to New York, so let me buy you a special steak in Dubeck restaurant. Steak again? Don't tell me that you won't get tired of eating steak, Henry muttered and waved goodbye to Zhang Lisheng before getting into the jeep and drove away. Young man, I'll leave first. See you again. Zhang Lisheng did not know that his sudden impulse to stroll around the new New York harbor's construction site would allow him to just so happen to come across the chief defense advisor and defense minister of the U.S. who came here for the site selection of the New York Inland Sea military base. However, when he recalled the tunnel linking to the supernatural realm in the sea not far away from New York, he intuitively chose to believe in the old man's words. Lost in his thoughts, he walked back to his factory. In the first-floor lobby of the two-story office building that he used exclusively, Zhang Lisheng came across Edward and Charlie, who were waiting patiently for him on the sofa. "Oh, Mr. Edward, I didn't expect you to have arrived already. Why didn't you call me before you have officially appointed me as the chief legal officer of the LS Group? I'll charge you for the service on an hourly basis. If I can earn more, of course I'd want to earn more," Edward replied in a humorous manner. Right now, his attitude towards Zhang Lisheng had also become somewhat different. It appeared to be much more friendly and respectful. "Har, you're really good at jokes. Mr. Charlie, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you doing well?" "Very well, Mr. Lisheng. I always feel very happy when I work for you." Charlie, who was short and fat, sprang up from his seat as if he had a spring underneath his buttocks. His face was filled with smiles. "I'm very happy to see you too. Let's go upstairs." Zhang Lisheng opened the silver metal door to the room on the second floor that could only be opened by him through fingerprints and retina scan before telling the newly hired secretary, "Maddie, bring us 2 cups of coffee and a Coke." Maddie had successfully entered New York University that had a relaxed education system which allowed her to have plenty of spare time to work for her own, so for this reason, her image was different from the previous her who worked in the burger shop last time. She looked elegant, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses sat on her serious face. After replying yes, Mr. Lisheng, she dexterously ground and filtered aromatic black coffee before taking out the coldest can of Coke from the refrigerator to pour it into a glass. As she took the drink to the second floor, the girl could faintly hear this. "It's like this, Mr. Edward. I suspect that another U.S. military base is most likely going to be built outside New York City. Do you think that they will use our factory's land or not?" "This is inconceivable, Mr. Lisheng. There's no precedented case in the history of the country before for a military base to be built in a super metropolis. However, judging from the current counterterrorism situation, this is not entirely impossible. After Hawaii's case, the government may adopt unprecedented protection measures for crowded cities with a large population density. However, don't you worry about it. There's a coastal wasteland outside New York City, so they won't take our land. According to the current profit of the factory, the military will have to pay you $1 billion if they take this 9 square kilometer Salinial Carly land from you. This is definitely not worth it for them. In that case, I'm relieved. After listening to Edward's analysis, Zhang Lisheng breathed a sigh of relief. He took the collar from the secretary and took a swig. Thank you, Maddie. There's another job to be handed to you. Please draft a letter of appointment for Mr. Edward as the chief legal officer with a non-equity share of profits. Yes, Mr. Lisheng. Getting rid of the waiter identity for the first time and accepting the important work the young man gave her, Maddie clenched her fist and said excitedly. Adding onto the document format in the laptop, the girl also deliberately studied the professional knowledge of a business secretary. For this reason, a decent letter of appointment was drafted very soon. After carefully reading the document from beginning to end a few times in succession, Maddie felt that there was no problem with it. Taking a deep breath, she went up to the second floor and put on a natural facade as she handed the letter of appointment to Zhang Lisheng. The young man scanned the document by 10 sentences in a glance before nodding. Show Mr. Edward. The girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief and passed the letter of appointment to Edward. When it was the lawyer's turn to have a look, he appeared to be very serious. However, since the document was so accurate that nobody could pick anything wrong with it, Edward finally signed his name readily. Chapter 156 The Aquatic Worm Dragon. Chapter 156 The Aquatic Worm Dragon. When everything was finalized and Zhang Lisheng asked Maddie to keep the document, he stood up from the office chair and extended his hand out. Mr. Edward, I hope that we can cooperate happily. No, boss, you can call me Edward. I'm hired by you, not cooperating with you. Edward immediately assimilated the role of being LS Slaughterhouse's chief legal officer, and said very bluntly, I recently heard that several large slaughterhouses near the New York area are ready to join forces to file a lawsuit against the monopoly of the new LS slaughterhouse industry. Even though these few fellows are merely putting up a last-ditch fight before their deathbed, if their lawsuit really kicks off, it would still be troublesome. If you allow it, I plan to work together with Charlie during this time and focus on dissolving their alliance. In that case, call me Lisheng directly as well. Edward, since you said that those large slaughterhouses have already reached the stage where they're putting up a last-ditch fight before their deathbed, then I'm afraid it won't be easy to make them dismiss the idea of the lawsuit. Give them an honorable opportunity to extricate themselves and buy over the slaughtering machines that will soon become scrap iron in their factories. Anyway, just give them some benefits and those operators will betray their shareholders. Don't worry, Mr. Lisheng, just leave everything to me. This is my expertise. Charlie, who was by the side, flashed a confident smile at Zhang Lisheng. Oh, looks like you're quite confident, Mr. Charlie. Okay, work for me nicely, then let me see whether you really have the qualities of a top professional manager or not. The young man was stunned for a moment before saying pointedly. Charlie's eyes lit up right away. Just as he was about to seize this moment to add in a few good words, Maddie suddenly called from downstairs and informed Mr. Lishing, the people from the National Farmers Union are already here. Let them come up. A few seconds later, a few middle-aged people dressed in cheap suits, who looked as if they had endured all the hardships of life, brought 2 to 3 lawyers with them as they walked into Jane Lishing's office. The young man had seen too many faces like these in the past 6 months, so he had already mastered the technique in dealing with them. He flashed a warm expression on his face right away. First, he expressed his welcome, and after discussing the conditions of both sides completely, the only thing lacking was for him to skillfully fulfill his obligations after they had signed an agreement. In less than an hour, the factory's daily income was increased by $3,500. He also held 7 more concurrent posts of director of the National Farmers Union for 7 agricultural towns. However, no matter how dexterous the young man was, after he had sent the group of farmers away, the evening had already arrived. At this time, strong winds were blowing outside and dense raindrops were silently hitting on the glass wall, forming puddles of water. Looking at the dark sky outside the window, Edward said, "Lishing, it's Friday today. My wife and daughter are waiting for me to go back for dinner. If you don't have any other instructions, I'll take my leave first." "If you don't have any other instructions, I intend to leave too, Mr. Lishing." Charlie also stood up from the chair and said to Zhang Lishing, "All right, see you again, Mr. Charlie Edward." Zhang Lishing waved his hand with a smile and watched the 2 silhouettes disappearing out of the door before muttering to himself, "2 sly guys. But still, they can still be used." As the young man said that, he stood up and walked towards the window to look at the weather that was flashing with lightning and rumbling with thunder. Sighing, he called his mother. "Mom, I'm still at the factory. The weather here in the suburbs is really horrible, so I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the city tonight." "Oh, baby, the weather here in Brooklyn is also very bad. Several lightning bolts have already flashed on the sky and the electricity in the house has even been cut off. If you can't come back, just stay at the factory." "Do you have any food there?" "Of course, my fridge is full of food. And I have a microwave, oven, pots and natural gas as well. You don't have to worry that I'll get hungry." "Good to hear that. Remember, if the weather becomes better tomorrow, don't be late for school." Your conduct this semester. When Zhang Lishing heard that Lily was about to start her long-winded nag, Zhang Lishing quickly took his phone far away from his ears. "Don't worry, Mom, I'll pay attention to it." "Oh, TV signal is cutting off. Your voice has started to become unclear. I'll hang up first, Mom. See you tomorrow." Hastily, he hung up. Using such a ridiculous little trick, he freed himself from his mother's nag. Turning around, the young man planned to make some food for himself, and suddenly realized that Maddie was standing by the stairs, looking at him with an awkward expression. "Mr. Lishing, I'm here to ask you if there is anything else I need to do. If not, I'll get off my work. And I have my compulsory courses tomorrow morning and afternoon, so I may not be able to come to the factory." "All right. Get off work then, Maddie." "Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot to ask you, these past few days, how is your father's illness now?" "He has overcome the most dangerous period. The Belgian doctor said that if his situation remains the same after a period of time, he'll be able to get discharged from the hospital and come back to the country soon. It's all thanks to you. You've thanked me many times already." "That's right, the weather today is very terrible. Are you sure you can drive home if you feel dangerous?" Why don't you stay overnight in the office for one night just like me? Girls were naturally sensitive to some things, so Maddie turned red right away as she shook her head. No need for that. I've driven in weather worse than this before, so it's no problem for me. Oh, is that so? I'll see you again then. Hearing Zhang Lisheng bidding his farewell so straightforwardly, a vaguely disappointed look that contradicted her emotions appeared on the girl's face again. Do you need me to send you home? No, I've already told my mom that I won't go back today. Is that so then? I'll see you again, Mr. Lisheng, Maddie said and slowly turned around to go down the stairs. Zhang Lisheng, on the other hand, walked to the refrigerator in the corner of the office and took out a few pieces of hamburger and bread before throwing them into the microwave. Just as he was about to turn on the microwave, a thick lightning bolt struck directly at the beach outside the slaughterhouse. After a roar, all the lights in the entire factory went out together in an instant. The complete loss of light was very rare for a slaughterhouse that housed two circuits that were backed up by a diesel generator in the event of a contingency. At the same time, when the lights went out, Zhang Lisheng felt as though the lightning had rumbled across his ears directly. With him becoming shocked, he staggered and stumbled on the ground. Colors were drained from his face as his body froze, lying in the darkness for a long time before slowly getting up from the carpet. Due to the reason that the young man had read many ancient books about witchcraft, a sense of inspiration was naturally born from his heart. Staggering, he walked towards the office's glass wall facing the sea and gently pushed it with his hand. A flotte-ceiling French casement window that was taller than the height of a person was pushed open from the glass wall. In an instant, wind and rain poured into the office. The documents on the table were swept by the strong winds till they flew everywhere. The raindrops drenched the owner of the office and splattered on the expensive cashmere carpet on the floor. In the face of the violent storm, Zhang Lisheng stood still and did not retreat. He wiped his face that was covered in rain with his hands in a futile effort and clenched his fists nervously. Then, he commanded Island Dragon that was hiding in the factory to jump out of the factory and show itself before leaping up to the air. The wizard goo flew through the wind and rain and disappeared in the blink of an eye in the sky that was over 20 meters high into the sea. The young man froze for a moment. Not Island Dragon. Afterward, he commanded Mountoad to leap out of his backpack that was placed underneath the desk and imitated Island Dragon's actions. In the end, nothing happened too. Now that both of his attempts were fruitless, Zhang Lisheng pondered for a moment and felt that it would be impossible for it to be Kyuko, who was just recently refined no matter what. For this reason, he placed his hand in front to block the wind and rain while taking a deep breath. Mustering his spirit, he commanded Crocker Dragon that was hidden in the trench below the slaughterhouse with a connect spell and turned it invisible before entering into the big sea. The instant the wizard goo entered the sea, he could faintly feel that the wizard goo that originally needed some steam before it could saw through the clouds seemed to be able to fly freely in the storms. Right away he tried to drive the Crocker Dragon to rise. Much to his surprise, the wizard goo actually climbed upwards along with the rain just as Zhang Lisheng had imagined. Wriggling his body in the darkness, it began to roam around in the rain. Another lightning bolt flashed in the air. With the help of the blinding lightning, the young man could finally see in bafflement that the Crocker Dragon that had been immersed in the blood in the factory's trench for half a year had actually become slimmer and started to show its snake body. Its originally thick scaleless skin had started to show a faint layer of soft scales. Two long beards sprouted out from its mouth, while two bulges could be seen on the top of its head. It looked completely different from before now. Wormdragon can generate clouds, evolve mist, and soar across the sky when it obtains water. Looking at the new look of the crocker dragon, Zhang Lisheng could not help but mutter, "Wormdragon, Wormdragon." The aquatic dragon mentioned by the young man was always mentioned by the ancient Chinese population. Actually, it was the name of a legendary deified being that was called differently at different stages of age. It was known as worm when it was young and dragon when it was grown up. However, despite the fact that both the worm and the dragon were two different age stages of a creature, one of them was evil while the other was virtuous in the heart of the Chinese. They had two vastly different intrinsic characters. The dragon represented sacred imperial power that ruled the power of the four seas, while the worm represented billowing winds and surging waves that fanned the flames of disorder. For this reason, it was also known as an evil dragon. Seeing now that the crocker dragon had started to appear in the embryonic form of the wormdragon, Zhang Lisheng understood that the protagonist undergoing the evolution of life essence today, or the one undergoing a thunder catastrophe today, would be none other than crocker dragon. The instant this thought was formed, a few lightning bolts flashed across the sky. One of them struck the crocker dragon violently and set off countless sparks, drying out the water on the wizard Gus body and tore its skin open. The soul inside the wizard Gus body had already long disappeared. It was essentially a wizard's object that was controlled freely by the wizard. After the crocker dragon was struck by the lightning, Zhang Lisheng could feel it lose control and fell into the sea. As though being able to smell the scorching wound on the wizard goo, Zhang Lisheng gritted his teeth in the dark, rainy night and violently wiped away the rain on his face in a futile effort again. Taking a few deep breaths, he opened his mouth to spit out a gust of black fog from his mouth. With a clear look, one could see that it was formed by droplets of tiny drops of blood. Mixing into the wind and rain, it slowly extended out and became faded in color. It flew out from the factory's wall and became a faint red-black color that entered the sea as it swayed with the wind. Chapter 157, Transformation. Chapter 157, Transformation. No matter what kind of damage the wizard goo suffered, the most effective recovery method was through the nourishing of the Ona's blood. After Zhang Lisheng spat out a long, cable-like blood mist into the sea, it gently extended towards crocker dragon's body that was gradually sinking. The wizard Gus body that was entirely charred with cracks and was badly mutilated was gradually recovering in a speed that was visible to the naked eyes. The crocker dragon shook its head and tail in the ocean and set off countless waves. Once again, it rose up to the sky, climbing upwards to the sky along with a rain curtain, with its body wrapped by rotating water swirls that were made from 1,000,000 tons of water. As if it was trying to go beyond the clouds, it went straight up to the sky. The instant the wizard Gus' long body left the ocean surface, the clouded starry night began to light up with lightning bolts again. The gigantic body of the crocker dragon that was several dozens of meters long was scorched and torn by thunder fire as it lit up like a torch. The wizard goo roared continuously while being subjected to such trauma as it endured the torrential rain. Relying on the uninterrupted supply of its Ona's blood nourishment, as new cells grew on the scorched body and new muscles replaced the old ruptured ones, it actually managed to withstand the lightning catastrophe this time. However, even though the crocker dragon in the sky was able to withstand it with its might, Zhang Lisheng, who was in the factory's office, slumped as he sat on the ground, falling into a fatal crisis. Even though the young man had read many bizarre mythical and ancient books, the actual witchcraft that he inherited from Sir Zhang was not comprehensive enough. As for the witchcraft's Gate of Death's cultivation technique he obtained from the ancient strange worm statues out of coincidence, it only involved the secret cultivation technique and did not have any miscellaneous knowledge about witchcraft at all. He did not know that after his wizard goo had swallowed the blood from countless animals, it had begun to transform from a giant crocodile to a worm dragon. In fact, it was equivalent to the ingenious transformation when one made a breakthrough from rank 5 wizard to rank 6 wizard. At this time, the transformation of the wizard goo aided by its own blood nourishment was a totally different concept from a wizard goo having been nourished after being injured in a battle. At this moment, the power of the thunder fire flew back into Zhang Lisheng's body along with his voluntary long spurt of blood essence, prompting the wizard power in his entire body to boil vigorously, sending pain to all over his body. For a time, he felt that he might be better off dead. Actually, if it was not for the fact that the young man had successfully killed a few supernatural realm spies in Hawaii, in which it allowed his wizard power to be doubled in a short period of time compared to when he had just made a breakthrough to rank 5 wizard, he would have long been dead when the thunder fire entered his body just now. At this moment, the crocodile continued to withstand the lightning attack with its burning body in the air, as it gradually flew up to the sky along with a rain curtain. The body of Zhang Lisheng, who already could not break the long cable of blood essence connecting himself and the wizard goo, began losing enough blood that made his skin sink into his bones at a speed visible to the naked eye, making him look extremely skinny over the course of time. However, with a huge consumption of the vitality of his body, the young man's wizard power began to rise. When his face transformed into a skull that looked like it was just merely wrapped in a thin layer of yellow skin, he actually reached the peak of rank 5 wizard. What a pity! Even though he was mentally in great pain, Zhang Lisheng was still conscious. Sensing the rich wizard power that was filled in his scarce flesh and blood, he smiled wryly and gritted his teeth to command the 3 invisible wizard thus other than Crocker Dragon to enter the underground trenches of the factory with a connect spell. After doing its best to impede future trouble for his mother, despite knowing that he would definitely fail, the young man still tried to support his head and looked far into the dark night sky, staring at the Crocker Dragon that appeared to be climbing inch by inch with its entire might in vain. In accordance with the secret cultivation method, he drew the outline of the demon's image that contained a clear image of facial features on its head with a fixed concentration. After the demon's image was formed in the owner's heart, the Crocker Dragon that was already darkly charred and cracked far in the horizon suddenly spouted out smoke from its mouth and nose. The smoke rapidly flew in the darkness without leaving any trace behind, all the way into Zhang Lisheng's nostril, who stood more than several dozens of kilometers away. Driven by the smoke, the wizard power boiling in the young man's body transformed into several dozens of weird gusts as they began to refine his body's heterogeneous nature. Unfortunately, at this time, Zhang Lisheng's body had already been so badly mutilated that he could no longer withstand it anymore. His breathing gradually died off as he lied with his back on the carpet. Slowly, he closed his eyes in the midst of the storm. The thunder fire began to drift out of the young man's body from his pores, burning his vitality and skin away. By the time Zhang Lisheng's vitality was almost completely cut off, when there was no longer any intact skin on his body, the Crocker Dragon that was crawling up towards the sky could no longer stand by itself either, as its body began to shake as if it was about to fall. At this time, the jelly gem Zhang Lisheng bought from the Amazon jungle's little town that he always wrapped on his fingers and wrist as a plaything to amuse himself with due to its stretchable and molding bizarre capability, suddenly emitted a faint colorful light that began to extend outwards continuously from his fingers. His palm, elbow, arm, chest, the size of the jelly stone seemed to be infinitely expanding. In a short time, it wrapped around Zhang Lisheng's body, who was on the verge of death. After that, the colored soft stone infiltrated into the young man's scorched and battered body, beginning to fill his exposed flesh and bones, saving his last breath just like that. Now that Zhang Lisheng was not dead, despite the constant interruption in the long bridge of blood essence that was nourishing the crocker dragon, it was not completely cut off. This caused the crocker dragon that was crawling up towards the sky along with a rain curtain that seemed to be going to fall into the sea the next second to continue to twist its body and spiral upwards bit by bit. Time passed by minute. Finally, after the last lightning strike, the wizard goo buried its huge head into the dark clouds of the sky. At that instant, the lightning bolts in the dark clouds flashed again and again. The crocker dragon's long body that was continuously creeping into the clouds was burned by the thunderfire till it became black ashes, in which it was scattered down along with a heavy rain. However, a slender long snake shadow that was about 6 to 7 meters long burst out of the over 50 meters long remnant body of the wizard goo that was refined by the thunder strikes. That snake shadow appeared to be fragile at first sight as it flew in the thunder clouds with its trembling body. However, when it suddenly bent and charged out like a long arrow on the bow, it flew through the clouds and seemed to grow healthier as time passed on. Rising up above the sky, riding along with the wind and rain, it appeared to be roaming freely as it soared through the clouds. The instant the snake shadow appeared, Zhang Lisheng's stiff body began to tremble vigorously all of a sudden for a moment. Its mouth that was wrapped in the soft stone opened and closed continuously, seemingly dying, but never really did. By the time the snake shadow was able to roam freely in the clouds, he suddenly calmed down. At the same time, the jelly gem on the young man's body began to slowly wear off too, in which it finally turned back to become a thin line that was wrapped around his finger. At this moment, the snake shadow that soared through the sky instinctively also fell into the ocean. All of the abnormalities disappeared without warning, leaving only the young man's body that was like a set of bones to breathe deeply, no longer as terrifying as the dead person hanging from a tree with its dried body. A few minutes later, the electrical engineers in the new LS slaughterhouse had finally repaired the short circuits and the factory regained its lighting. The machines were restarted as well. The farmers and helpers who stayed overnight to slaughter the animals through self-service began to discuss animatedly whether the line of fire rising up to the sky continuously that they had just witnessed in the torrential rain was an alien spaceship or a ball-shaped lightning bolt, as they continued to drive the animals onto the machines to be slaughtered. From the last cries of the animals and the cold raindrops entering the French casement windows continuously, they gradually awakened Zhang Lisheng from his blackout. Absent-mindedly, he opened his eyes and took a long time to realize that he had not died. Shocked, he withstood the pain felt by his body as he crept up from the carpet. With a stagger, he actually fell out of the window on the second floor of the office. When he woke up once again, the young man could feel that he was already lying on a warm, dry bed. Before he opened his eyes, he heard a strange voice saying in a regrettable tone, "The patient's vital signs are very weak and short. The chance of awakening in this period of time is very low. I'm sorry, madam, But I really have to ask you to be mentally prepared. Oh, this child is waking up now. This is a miracle, young man. Can you remember your name? Baby, you're awake, baby. Do you still remember who I am, do you? Mom, don't worry about me. I'm fine, doctor. My name is Zhang Lisheng. I opened the window in the office and accidentally fell off the window. This should be the hospital, right? Very good, very good. Young man, looks like your consciousness is very clear, which proves that there's nothing serious about you. Don't think too much anymore. What you need now is a good rest. Madam, don't be too overwhelmed. Your child should be fine. You can talk to him for a while now, but don't cause the patient to have too many emotional fluctuations. Let him rest after 15 minutes. Do you understand? I understand, doctor. Thank you for rescuing my child. You don't have to thank me. This is my responsibility. The middle-aged doctor in a white coat smiled and left the ward with a nurse. Mom, I'm fine now. Stop crying. Sensing the dormant wizard power in his body, Zhang Lisheng struggled to stretch his arm out that was affixed with the wires of the medical instrument to grab his mother's hand on the bed before laughing. I merely fell from the second floor accidentally. Its height is even less than 4 meters. Erg, stop it, baby. How could you be so careless? Lily, who was engulfed by her worries in the small intensive care unit of Bellucci Hospital in New York, began to grumble in a whisper. Fortunately, Lavin, who was standing by her side, finally whispered, Lily, Lisheng needs rest and reassurance. Let's stop talking now and allow Zhang Lisheng's ears to be free from its torment. I'm sorry, baby, I shouldn't have nagged you at such an hour. You should rest first. Sleep. The doctor said you need to rest well. I'll be here to accompany you. Lily, who snapped back to reality, turned off the light in the ward. Dear, you can go home first. Go take care of the children at home, and I'll stay in the hospital tonight with Lisheng. All right, I'll go back first, Lily. Don't be too, as Lily and Lavin whispered in the darkness. A look of ecstasy could be seen in Zhang Lisheng's face. He had to grit his teeth to prevent himself from exclaiming out loud. He knew that after the wizard power had become dormant in his body after undergoing a transformation from life to death, where his vitality was running slowly in circulations through his internal body, what he needed was not some rest nor treatment. Instead, he needed to quickly return to his factory to look for his wizard goo so that he could finish his transformation, which would allow him to make a breakthrough to rank 6 wizard for real. Chapter 158 The Pursuit of Perfection. Chapter 158 The Pursuit of Perfection. Under the coincidental situation, with inexplicable help from the Crocker Dragon's transformation, even though Zhang Lisheng, who made a breakthrough to rank 5 wizard, would only need one more step before he could transform to rank 6 wizard, due to the reason that his body had begun to transform from living to dead, his vital signs were much lower than other ordinary people. For this reason, he was restrained in the hospital by his emergency doctor. At the Bellucci Hospital's ward that was 50 km away from Mutaslo, the island dragon was the only wizard goo the young man was certain that he could summon without alerting anyone. However, no matter what, he would never choose to summon the island dragon that possessed the omniscient power Annihilate, Solidate as the wizard goo to be used in his first important transformation in his life. Therefore, Zhang Lisheng could only stay in the hospital waiting in vain, constantly telling the doctor that he had completely recovered and that his physical condition had never been better so that he could be discharged at any time. Dr. Springs, I'm completely fine now. Really, you see how strong my arm is. Let me get discharged from the hospital and don't waste the public medical resources of the U.S. government anymore. Otherwise, I'll let my lawyer sue you for over-treating your patient and abusing the medicine. When the doctor routinely rounded up the room in the morning, Chang Lisheng, who had been transferred to the general ward, remarked in a half-genuine and half-sham manner, "I've seen that lawyer who came looking for you to sign a document. From a glance, I could tell that he's not easy." The middle-aged stood beside Chang Lisheng's bed and browsed through the case report. Glancing at the monitor that still showed low values, he casually added, "However, the monitor doesn't lie, young man. With such a reading recorded in your case, as a minor, you'd never be able to file a lawsuit against me no matter what state court you go. If you want to be discharged, unless your mother signs, you can only stay right here obediently." "SHT, then how long do I have to stay in the hospital? What if I have a low vital reading for my entire life? I can't possibly spend my entire life here in the ward, right? According to customary rules, you'll have to be medically observed for 2 to 3 months. If there's no problem during this period of time, it'll prove that your physical body does indeed have a low vital reading and you'll then be discharged. For your information, the decision of whether it be 2 or 3 months of observation lies in my hands. You've only been hospitalized for less than 3 weeks, so it's best to maintain a respectful attitude towards me and don't keep threatening to sue me for no reason." Nurse Christine, the patient on the second bed in room A21, still doesn't need any transfusion. Give him 2 multivitamin tablets after lunch and dinner. I'll see you again tomorrow, Mr. Lisheng. As the doctor spoke, he looked at Chang Lisheng, who had a long face on, with a smile before leaving the ward. After the doctor left, a fat old white man who stayed together in the same ward with a young man routinely advised him, "The doctor's responsibility is for the sake of your wellness, boy. Last time when I used to stay in a hospital in Carson Town in Maryland, it was obvious that I had a serious cold. Having lived for such a depressing life for 20 days continuously, Chang Lisheng, who had obtained the transformation power and who was already standing on the pathway to becoming a rank 6 wizard, had to be stuck in the hospital for such a ridiculous reason, and was held up infinitely. He, who had finally undergone a few life-and-death crises, could no longer maintain a calm state of mind anymore. Wearing a hospital gown, the young man, who did not even have a single cent in him, hid in the toilet to call Maddie. "I'm going crazy, really, Maddie, I'm going crazy. Listen, you're my servant, so you should listen to my orders. Now I order you to bring a few men's clothes to the ward and help me escape the hospital together. Did you hear me now? Mr. Lisheng, calm down and listen to me. It'll have to rely on the doctor's diagnosis to decide whether a patient can be discharged from the hospital or not. I've seen a lot of examples on the internet of sudden deaths of those who ignored their low vital readings. I'm different from them. You should know that I'm different from them." Chang Lisheng, who was being cautious when using public communication tools, whispered angrily, "But Madam Lily will definitely go visit you at noon. If she doesn't let you leave the hospital, it'd be futile for you to escape. You'll eventually. I don't give a damn anymore. This time I need to go back to the factory for a few hours. You must help me." Maddie hesitated for a moment on the phone. "Then, you must promise me to go back to the hospital after you've settled your stuff in the factory." "Okay, I promise." "Really, Maddie, please hurry, I need you." At the other end of the phone, Maddie, who had never heard Chang Lisheng say so many words to herself before, was stunned for a moment. "Okay, I'll go to the hospital right away. After hanging up the phone, the boy's words of "please hurry, I need you" kept ringing in the ears of the girl who was just about to buy breakfast on the streets of New York. Panicking, she began to search for shops selling men's clothing on both sides of the street. After a while, she finished preparing the clothes for Zhang Lisheng and rushed to Beluchi Hospital. 20 minutes later, sitting in the hospital bed, Zhang Lisheng, who was waiting heart-wrenchingly, finally saw the ward door being pushed open as Maddie walked in carrying a brand new paper bag. The young man breathed a long sigh of relief. "You're finally here, let's talk in the hallway." Then, leaping out of his bed, he pushed the girl out of the ward. "What's the matter?" Lisheng Maddie cleverly seized this opportunity of helping Zhang Lisheng escape from the hospital to change the way she addressed him, changing it back to Lisheng as she asked curiously. "It's not like you didn't know just how busybody that Mr. Durard who stays in the same ward is. If he sees me changing my clothes, he'd definitely inform the nurses right away. I'll go change my clothes right now in the hallway's toilet. Wait for me here." Zhang Lisheng reached out a hand to take the paper bag from the girl before hastily walking towards the hospital's public restroom in the hallway. A few minutes later, he walked out in a blue denim shirt of the right size. "Tina, I can't believe just how right the size of the shirt that you bought for me. Let us go now." Upon hearing this sentence, the girl hesitated for a moment before nodding suddenly. "Let us pretend to be a couple who came here to visit our friend. Now no one will think that you're a patient who has not been discharged from hospital yet." She mustered her courage and took the initiative to hold the boy's arm before walking towards the hospital door. It was apparent that Zhang Lisheng turned stiff for a moment. However, he did not make any remark and was just pulled by Maddie out of the hospital with a slightly blushed face. As the two men entered the girl's old Ford, the young man who was sitting in the passenger seat casually looked for a topic. "Maddie, your car is too old. You can already buy a good and new car for $10,000, and also, haven't I paid your salary in advance? Even though this car doesn't look new, it's well maintained. It's very easy to drive, so I don't think it's necessary to replace it. I've saved the salary that you gave me. New York University is a private university, so its fee is very expensive. I must earn enough first. Oh, I've been careless about this. Don't worry. I'll pay for all your tuition fees in the future. Why are you treating me so nice?" "It's because I'm your servant," the girl suddenly asked. Zhang Lisheng pondered over it as he was tongue-tied for a moment and did not know how to answer. Because of this, he just turned his head to look out of the car and pretended as though he did not hear anything. Upon seeing the young man's action, Maddie smiled in a mature manner. "Do you know, Lisheng, sometimes you really act like a child." After that, she drove the car out of New York City and towards the new LS slaughterhouse, not saying anything anymore. After not coming to Montislo for nearly 3 weeks, a large part of the vacant Salin Carly land that belonged to Zhang Lisheng had now become a busy construction site. It seemed that the second expansion of the slaughterhouse that the teenager had authorized Edward to proceed when he was in the hospital had already been carried out intensively. Due to the perfect financial situation and profitability in the past 6 months, along with a huge development potential that could be foreseen in the future, there was no longer any bank in Wall Street that would reject such a quality customer as Zhang Lisheng. In an incredibly short time, the recently established LS Group had easily obtained commercial loans with hundreds of millions of dollars as a discount in interest. So for this reason, the scale of the second expansion of the slaughterhouse was at least 4 times larger than its first expansion. If it was not for the fact that a reasonable plan had already been made during the design stage, the construction would have been inevitably affecting the current normal operations of the factory. However, right now, To Zhang Lixing, the expansion and operation of the slaughterhouse were simply not worthy of his attention at all. The instant Maddie's car stopped outside of his independent two-story office building, he spat out, "Maddie, wait for me on the first floor," before pushing the door open and rushed into the office building as if he was running a 100-meter race. Half a minute later, the young man had already pushed the door into the office he had not returned for 20 days. After glancing around, he noticed that the office destroyed by the storm had completely recovered to its original state, so he took a deep breath. He proceeded to take off his shirt and cast the enchantment Simplify on his chest. Then he began to command Mountode with his thought to turn invisible and to jump from the underground trench of the factory to his front. Afterward, the young man cast the spell Transform on Mountode and refined the wizard goo for the last time, before muttering Transform, transform as he shut off his eyes. However, when he was about to slowly cast the transformation power to absorb all of Mountode's omniscient power, he suddenly opened his eyes again with a jolt in his heart. Crocker Dragon, Zhang Lixing furrowed his brows together as he pondered and muttered the name of the other wizard goo. However, he soon smiled silently and shut off his eyes once again. This time, with no more hesitation, the young man began to slowly release the ore out from his body in long succession. After about 20 minutes of exhalation, he seemingly exhaled all of the air stored in his alveoli as his chest began to sink. After exhaling, Zhang Lixing opened his eyes and looked straight at Mountode that was by his feet. When he was about to inhale, he suddenly noticed that the corns on the wizard goo, that was immersed in the ocean of blood for 3 weeks and had undergone the 5th refinement, had now blossomed on its skin, making its body to be full of strange flowers. As a light bulb flashed across his mind, the young man stopped his movements once again. A series of various expressions ran across his face for a moment as he murmured, "Since the first transformation can be carried out perfectly, why should I rush into it? I'd have to wait for an additional month or 2 at most anyway." As he spoke, he took a deep breath and once again thrust his chest out. Using the Connect spell, he commanded Mountode to turn invisible and jump into the trench underneath the factory that was full of blood and organs again before walking out of the office quickly. Chapter 159 A Simple Matter. Chapter 159 A Simple Matter. When Zhang Lixing went downstairs, Maddie was sitting behind her desk in the lobby on the first floor as she was talking solemnly to Charlie, who had walked into the office building not knowing when. Mr. Lixing was purposely discharged from the hospital to head to the office for some urgent private matter to attend today. "I'm afraid he won't have the time to see you today." The girl's tone was quite formal and bureaucratic, but Charlie was not offended by it. Instead, he replied with a huge smile, "Oh, Miss Maddie, haven't I said before I don't mean to interrupt Mr. Lixing. I can wait, I can always wait. Oh, Mr. Lixing, you've come down now. Morning, oh wait, it should be afternoon now, Mr. Charlie. Is there a reason for you to look for me?" After smiling at Maddie, Zhang Lixing, who had walked downstairs, looked at Charlie and asked, "It's nothing particularly important. I was supervising the work at the construction site where the factory is expanding when I saw a glimpse of Miss Maddie seemingly driving you back to the factory, so I merely came here to greet you. I'm relieved that you look healthy. Thank you. However, why are you the one supervising the work at the construction site? Didn't the construction company send a project manager?" "Oh, usually, such a large-scale project involving hundreds of millions of dollars would have to be supervised by somebody who is especially sent out by the commissioning party and the contractor," Mr. Lesheng. It's stated in the agreement Edward asked you to sign that I'm the supervisor manager of the LS group. Maybe you didn't notice it. Is that so? I'm sorry, Mr. Charlie. My mind was in a blur a few days ago. Alright, since you're in charge of the supervision of the expansion of the factory, you'll be in charge of the staff recruitment for the new factory too. What is the high-level position of a company's managing personnel usually called? Maddie Zhang Lisheng pondered over it. Human Resource Director. The girl hesitated for a moment before replying. Okay, Mr. Charlie. Are you willing to be the HR director of the Lisheng Group? Hey, please call me Charlie, boss. I feel very honored to be working for you for a long period of time. Really, I'm truly honored. Although it was very absurd to appoint a professional manager who was well versed in business negotiations to become the HR director, Charlie did not have any objections and agreed to it happily right away. Unlike Edward's reserved attitude, who would become more respectful when he received an order, Charlie was much more direct with his flattering. Good Maddie, draft the letter of appointment for Mr. Charlie. Refer to Mr. Edward's welfare for the conditions. Charlie, let us wait for your letter of appointment right here. Oh yeah, that's right, you're good in communicating with others, so is there any method to convince a stubborn doctor to discharge a patient whom he thinks should remain under observation, but in actual fact had completely recovered? You mean, I actually sneaked out of the hospital, so I have to go back immediately. I'm being covered in spiderwebs, lying on the bed just like that. The only treatment I receive every day is 4 tablets of vitamins, and my attending doctor said that I'd need to spend 1 to 2 months of such a life. As Zhang Lisheng was speaking, a series of ringtones suddenly resonated from his pocket. Taking out his mobile phone, he sighed and picked up the call. Baby, where are you now? I'm at the factory, Mom. The second expansion project requires a supervisor manager, and the recruitment of personnel must also be. And here I thought you were strolling around the hospital to think that you actually went to the suburbs instead. Does Dr. Springs know that you've left the hospital? Lily's voice turned solemn right away. I only came to the factory to appoint an HR director for the company. It won't take much time. In other words, your doctor doesn't know that you left the hospital. Oh, Mom, I brought the vitamins with me so I can eat them anywhere. Don't be angry. I'll go back to the hospital immediately, Zhang Lisheng said with a bitter expression. At this time, he also heard Charlie suddenly whispering from the front. Boss, pass me the phone. Perhaps I can have a way to keep your mother from getting angry. Zhang Lisheng was stunned. Mom, my newly appointed HR director wanted to help me explain to you. Then he passed the phone to Charlie. Hello, Madam Lily, I'm Charlie. Do you still remember me? We've met before in the ward. Hi, Mr. Charlie. Of course, I remember you. Hello to you. I'm very sorry about the matter today, madam. It was me who repeatedly asked Mr. Lisheng to come to Monteslow. There was a small problem at the construction site, and even though it was not too big, it had to be negotiated by the commissioning party and the contractor. Due to my negligence, I left out one document for Mr. Lisheng to sign, causing my identity to be unable to be legally confirmed. For this reason, I had no choice but to ask him to come to Monteslow to personally meet with the project manager of the construction company. I'm very sorry. When Lily heard a man who was older than her by 10 to 20 years old sincerely apologizing to her in such a guilty manner, she quickly smiled and said, "Oh, I see. It's normal to leave out some documents. Don't worry, this child should also go out and have some fresh air as well." You don't have to be worried about it. Madam Lily, you're really generous and kind. The virtue in Mr. Lisheng's character must have been inherited from you. Do you know that if we manage to reduce the capital of the factory expansion this time, we'd only need to recruit 320 new employees to maintain good management. However, Mr. Lisheng was generous and offered a total of 400 job opportunities. Wait a minute, Mr. Charlie. Are you saying that my son is going to recruit 400 people to work for him? Yes, not only that, but Mr. Lisheng also told his secretary to contact a private hospital to continue his medical observations, just for the sake of not wasting national public medical resources. I can vouch that there's no other young industrialist who is as outstanding, excellent, and ethical as him in the entire U.S. There's no other young industrialist who is as outstanding, excellent, and ethical as him in the entire U.S. Thank you for your compliment. Can you please pass the call to Lisheng? Lily could not hide her surprise in her tone. Of course. Goodbye, Madam Lily, Charlie said before returning the phone to Zhang Lisheng, who was a little dumbstruck now. Mom, is there anything else? Hey baby, I remember you only had 2 employees a few months ago. Yeah, but the company has developed very smoothly, and after the factory was expanded, the number of employees has increased to more than 100. Oh, I keep hearing you talking about the factory expansion, and I thought that you merely built a few new rooms. I didn't expect you to manage the slaughterhouse to such a point in such a short period of time. More than 100 people plus another 400 would make it a total of more than 500 employees. It would no longer be a small company. My God baby, how did you do it? Intelligence plus luck, Zhang Lisheng answered casually. Mom, what do you think about the matter that Mr. Charlie mentioned just now about me transferring to a private hospital for not continuing to waste public medical resources? Baby, you'd become completely free after you transfer to a private hospital, as you're going to become a customer rather than a patient, wouldn't you? I promise that I won't run around everywhere. On top of that, the private hospital would not let a patient with risk go anywhere or do anything that he liked, would they? Lily became quiet for a moment at the end of the phone call. All right, it's indeed not good for you to take 4 vitamin tablets a day but stay occupying the bed of a public hospital for 24 hours. I agree that you should transfer, but I want to look for the hospital myself. Okay. But my secretary has already started doing so. She has already narrowed down to a few hospitals and is contacting them right now. Oh my God, secretary, that's right, you already have a secretary. All right then, baby. I'll let her pick the hospital, but I must go have a look at it before you transfer. Of course, Mom. After finally brushing his mom off with 2 more sentences, Zhang Lisheng hung up without being able to stop the smile on his face. After the young boy breathed a sigh of relief, he signed his name on the documents that Maddie handed over to him before giving the appointment letter to Charlie. Charlie, you did very well. It seems like you're much better in communicating with others than I thought. You flatter me, boss. I'm ready to serve you again anytime soon. Charlie signed his name on the document without looking at it as he replied sincerely and courteously. Zhang Lisheng nodded as he chuckled excitedly before walking out of the office building together with Maddie. Before entering the car, he suddenly stood still and said to Charlie, who was waving goodbye at him, I noticed that even if the sellers monopolize the market, a large enterprise above the designated size must still have a modern management organization. For this reason, after the overall expansion of the factory is completed, I intend to improve the company's management system in one go. By that time, perhaps you can even sit at a higher position too. Please work hard, Charlie. Charlie was stunned for a moment and clenched his fist unwittingly before replying loudly, "Oh, Mr. Lisheng, I won't let you down." The young man chuckled and flashed a thumbs up at the old man before entering the car. Maddie started the car and slowly drove out of the huge factory area. As she was speeding on the highway, the girl could not help but say, "The LS group is founded by you alone, and by right. Nobody has the right to doubt your decision. However, don't you feel that it's little reckless by directly appointing the company's top management just like that?" "I don't have any prejudice against Mr. Charlie, but I heard that he's called as the Foxhound on Wall Street." "It doesn't matter what Charlie is, Maddie, as long as he's useful to me. I don't care if he's a foxhound or a hounding fox whatsoever. He'd merely have a small part of the share anyway. But the greed in the heart is hard to be controlled by letting him do everything just like that. If he betrays me, I'll let him die." Lisheng looked out of the window by the passenger seat beside the driver and remarked casually, "And then, I'll look for a new manager to take over everything. Without any equity, the law will not protect a dead person's right of management of a company. It's just as simple as that." Maddie choked on her saliva as her body shuddered right away. The various warnings she had in her mind could no longer be spilled out of her mouth. Then, she finally remembered the cruel, resolute ability of him in making decisions that night when she first came across this young man beside her for the first time. "To think that I'd actually be worried that you'd be conned. Looks like I've made a fool of myself," she muttered to herself, and heard Lisheng suddenly say loudly not long after, "Maddie, drive into the forests. I have something to do." Chapter 160 Worm Dragon. Chapter 160 Worm Dragon. Maddie looked at the direction Lisheng's finger was pointing at and saw a dense forest of bald trees that were standing upright by the sea on the wilderness far from the highway. "What do you want to do there? Don't you need to rush back to the hospital?" The girl froze for a moment before asking with a slightly blushed face. "I'll show you something right there, something that is very interesting, and you've never seen before." The young man looked at the sea and replied with a strangely excited expression. Maddie hesitated for a moment before turning her steering wheel without a word into the wilderness from the highway and finally came to the woods after a few minutes of bumpy driving. When the car stopped, Lisheng pushed the car door open with haste and said, "Follow me," before running into the forest. The forest floor was covered entirely with fallen leaves that became wet thanks to the rain. When they walked into it, their footsteps became slippery and smooth, as the smell of newly decayed leaves and seawater rushed into their nostrils. After taking 2 steps, Lisheng staggered for a moment. If it was not for the fact that he could hold onto a big tree in time, he would have long fallen on the ground with his face first. "Be careful, Lisheng. Your body's coordination is really bad. To think that you could actually fall down like that. Your physique looks very weak too. You should go to the gym sometimes and exercise regularly. A wizard should have a good body as well. I don't believe that pushing those big irons in the gym can make anyone much healthier. Having muscles doesn't mean that one can live any longer." "Oh, that's right. You Chinese people are much more accustomed to using kung fu to strengthen your body. In that case, I can introduce you Dr. Song to teach you some boxing. Do you still remember him? It's the doctor who treated your fracture on the night when we first met. He has opened a martial arts hall 6 months ago and is teaching kung fu twice a week. It's rumored by many people that he's unexpectedly powerful." "Is that so? He really has a lot of part-time jobs then?" Zhang Lixing casually remarked. I heard that his son is unemployed right now. For the sake of sending his grandson to a good school, he has no choice but to get another part-time job. After following Zhang Lixing into the forest for almost 100 meters, Maddie could not help but ask, Lixing, where are we going actually? Zhang Lixing looked around and came to a sudden halt when he saw that they were surrounded by trees that were strewed at random. Here it is then, don't blink, Maddie. As the young man spoke, he stared into the girl's eyes quietly but did not do anything. Maddie had an extremely complicated feeling for Zhang Lixing. When her father was seriously ill and was about to die, she was forced to accept help from the young man twice and agreed to a verbal servant contract in a situation that was completely disadvantageous to her. If Zhang Lixing would always treat her in a compelling manner from now on, perhaps the girl would have to give in out of fear for his mysterious and horrifyingly powerful energy. However, the young man was not a cruel and ruthless person by nature. Instead, he would just sometimes show a look of ferocity. This made Maddie's fear of Zhang Lixing slowly dissipate after 2 to 3 months of becoming his secretary. Instead, she started to admire and look up to him. As he stared into Zhang Lixing's eyes right now, the intuition of a Western girl made Maddie take off her glasses and free her hair that was tied into a ponytail. Slowly, she shook her head. What are you thinking of, you bad boy? As the girl was speaking, a moist sea breeze suddenly swayed in the forest, setting off a gust of milky white fog. It's coming, Zhang Lixing muttered. At the same time when the young man was speaking, a long figure was swimming in the air through the fog, before snuggling up to his side. Dumbstruck, Maddie had a clear look of the animal that had a rabbit's eyes, a cow's mouth, a camel's head, a tiger's paws, an eagle's claws, a fish's scales and a snake's body, spiraling around Zhang Lixing before exclaiming in surprise after a moment, Dragon, it's the Chinese dragon, a freaking living green divine dragon. Oh dear God, I've seen this before in Chinatown during every Chinese New Year. The Chinese people would wave this mythical animal's model around for blessing. It's the deity of the Chinese people. This is not a dragon, but a worm. Look, it doesn't have horns, only long ears like horses. Zhang Lixing commanded the worm to come to a stop in the air as he explained. In fact, the young man also just found out that the worm actually did not have horns but had long ears instead of on its head. As he carefully looked at the wizard goo that was as thick as a bucket and was 7 to 8 meters long, which looked like the green dragon in the New Year's painting, 14 words that looked like hieroglyphics that said skim the water and breeze through clouds, cruise the sky and caress the draft naturally appeared in his mind. He felt extremely pleased with it. After all, in a broad sense, the worm dragon was a species of the true dragon. The dragon, on the other hand, had a very unusual position in every Chinese people's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the omniscient power of the first wizard goo that I choose to undergo transformation would be my only spiritual technique in my entire life, I would have chosen you to transform, and then I could already soar across the clouds today while going back to New York. Zhang Lixing looked at the worm dragon and muttered. After the level of rank 6 wizard, every time a wizard made a breakthrough in witchcraft, he would be able to transform into an extra wizard goo and would be able to strip its ability and omniscient power as his own. However, only the omniscient power of the first wizard goo that he transformed into could become his spiritual technique that could be split up and used by the other wizard gus that he had refined before. It was also for this reason that Zhang Lixing would rather give up the young dragon that represented the Chinese ancient kingship and would choose to transform into the ugly Mount Ode first. After all, He had tasted the elevation of combat ability after the wizard goo turned into a giant multiple times. Not only that, once the expand, shrink omniscient power was cast, the consumption of the wizard goo would be lowered till it was basically negligible. Perhaps he would only need to carry one backpack to carry all of his wizard gus to travel the world. Lishing, what did you say? Hearing the young man talking to himself in a slightly regretful tone, Maddie asked. It's nothing, Teener. Do you think that the thing I showed you is interesting? It's amazing even though it's far from what I've imagined. Maddie put on her glasses again with a weird look before tying her hair up. Chang Lisheng was stunned for a moment. He raised a hand to caress the worm-dragon's cold and smooth scales before commanding the wizard goo to sneak back into the Atlantic Ocean along with the clouds as he said let's go before walking out of the forest together with the girl. After they got into the car, the young man suddenly said, Maddie, you do know that I have a girlfriend already, right? I know. She's studying at Harvard University in Boston. Right? Maddie asked in return with an expressionless face. Are you two married already? The legal marriage age in New York State was 14 years old. Cheng Lisheng was far qualified, but in the eyes of the young man, the term marriage was still something far away from him. Dumbstruck, he said, of course not. Maddie stared off into the distance and increased the speed. The old Ford's engine roared itself until it became hoarse. In the midst of the loud noise, she whispered, why don't you get married then before stopping again? Remaining silent for the rest of the journey, she drove Zhang Lisheng back to Baluchi Hospital. In the next few days, relying on Charlie's pitching, the young man successfully transferred to the best private hospital in New York, the Apple Island Health Medical Center. Generally speaking, private hospitals in the U.S. made up 70% of the entire medical system. Most of them were small in scale, and if ordinary civilians had medical insurance, they could go there for free treatment as well. In a narrow sense, the private hospitals referred to those medical institutions that provide excellent medical services, especially for the rich. The number of such hospitals was very small, but in terms of scale and environment, they were top-notch, just like the Apple Island Health Medical Center. Usually, those who stayed in such a hospital would not care about small details like medical insurance. Their only requirement would only be how to cure their sick bodies without sacrificing their quality of life. Staying in the Apple Island Health Medical Center that was built in the forest that was spring all year round as it was situated in the suburbs with verdant, clear lakes by the side, Cheng Lisheng found out that he could also enjoy the ward that resembled a five-star hotel's suite at the price of $600 per day. He could also eat delicious meals from all around the world at a slightly more expensive price than the best three-star Michelin restaurant in Manhattan. Not only that, but the hospital would also provide a medical team to follow their patients around so that they could ensure that their patients with a poor physical condition could safely travel throughout New York. This would lift a depressed mood up right away. Very soon, he reached a good consensus with his new attending doctor. He would sit in a special ambulance that was more comfortable than a limousine to travel between the hospital and the new LS slaughterhouse. Unwittingly, more than a month went by. During the hospitalization period, the young man completed the credit exam for the first half of his 11th grade and passed with an average mark of B. On the last day of his long medical observation period that would soon come to a smooth discharge, Cheng Lisheng went to the new LS slaughterhouse in an ambulance. After he reached the office, a few National Farmers Union's representatives took the initiative to look for him to sign a livestock self-service slaughter contract in advance. After they finished signing the contract, they had a few glasses of champagne, and just when he was about to leave the office, he suddenly came to a halt as his eyebrows twitched. With a look of uncontrollable eagerness creeping up his face, the young man turned around and walked back to sit on his office chair. "Charlie, tell Dr. Wade that I'm discharging today." Wade was Jane Lishing's attending doctor. Right now, he was resting in the resting room on the first floor and was waiting for his patient to finish up his work so that they could return to the Apple Island Health Medical Center together. "Yes, boss, I'll immediately send him away." Charlie was stunned for a while. Without asking Jane Lishing for the reason, he quickly walked down the stairs. "Oh, Edward, Charlie is indeed vigorous and efficient. Mr. Lishing, there's a famous saying in the Wall Street that when you have an annual salary of $100,000, you'll have to ask clearly about the job that you don't understand and try your best in it. On the other hand, when you have a monthly salary of $100,000, you'll have to ask clearly about the job that you don't understand and do your best in it. However, if you have a weekly salary of $100,000, your attitude towards the job that you don't understand would change to become sparing no efforts with might and without asking for any reason, as the salary that you receive is the reason for your work." Edward, who was by the side, smiled and said, "I'll see you again, boss." This saying sounds pretty reasonable. "All right, see you, Edward." Jane Lishing chuckled soundlessly as he sent his chief legal officer away. Chapter 161 Devour the Earth and Sky, resize itself as it might. Chapter 161 Devour the Earth and Sky, resize itself as it might. Now that the young man was left alone in the office, he locked the door and turned around to look at the rare, radiant, and enchanting sunlight in winter through the window. Thinking that this was not the right time, he walked back to his desk and turned his computer on before casually browsing through the new online articles and waited for the arrival of the night. All of a sudden, a headline of the U.S. Voyager No. 1 is recruiting the first batch of permanent residents for an outer planet that sounded like a joke on today's current events made Jane Lishing narrow his eyes. He was originally feeling desultory, but now he was suddenly all ears. He clicked on the news and read 10 lines in one glance. The Associated Press News Live: the rest of your life permanently on an outer planet. It may sound like a fantasy, but it's genuinely true. At 10:30 a.m. today, the U.S. National Space Agency and the nonprofit Research Institute Near Earth Research Center has held a press conference in Washington and publicly announced that they're openly recruiting brave U.S. citizens to participate in the Outer Planet Permanent Residence Project that only has a one-way ticket. A series of selections and training will be conducted 2 months later. Among the volunteers, 100 men and 100 women will be selected to become the first interstellar immigrants of Earth and will be permanently migrated to a near-Earth planet. These pioneers will build the first permanent human settlement on this to-be-determined near-Earth planet. Naughton L. Dopp, the co-founder of the Outer Planet Permanent Residence Project, stated that he has started to prepare for this bold plan 20 years ago. NASA, along with many experts and Nobel laureates from other space technology companies, believe that the space technology the humans currently mastered is able to send astronauts to a near-Earth planet to settle down there. After the young man finished reading the news, he was dumbfounded for a moment before continuing to read the comments below the news. Nearly half of the comments in the comment section were as such. If this is not an April Fool's joke on a Christmas day, then the NASA must be preparing for a blatant massacre. I was still complaining about how crowded the traffic was yesterday, and to think that today, I'm already living in a sci-fi era of interstellar immigration. Oh, how inspiring is this? I just don't know whether I'm in a dream right now or whether I've turned into a madman. It's better to change this new title to Recruiting for Fools for the Electric Chair. I actually voted the government that increased the budget for such an absurd NASA. This is so fcked up, and even more skeptical comments after that. However, many people also expressed half-truthfully that they were willing to take the risk of a one-way trip to the outer planet and become the first epoch-making interstellar pioneers for humanity. Outer planet, I think they should call it the supernatural realm, using such a wangled method to recruit for the first batch of immigrants. A reasonable and legal method. The brains of the politicians in the US are really after. Reading the news several times, Lich muttered to himself in a dumbstruck manner. This prompted him to have a premonition that the true era of innovation was about to come. All of this was not because of the emergence of the supernatural realm, but because of the humans' intrinsic greed instead. As the meaningful smile of the indigenous wise man Tubalin suddenly appeared in his mind, and also the last words that he told the young man before they parted, the bookmark would be placed into reality one after another. All the best when the book is laid. The young man felt inhibited all of a sudden. As irritability and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, he whispered to himself, I already understand what it meant by the bookmark would be placed into reality, but what does it mean by when the book is laid? If I had known that things would turn out to be like this in the first place, I would have killed that crazy old man when I first laid my eyes on him. In that case, everything might not have happened now. As he was lost in his thoughts, time continued to pass second by second. It was until when Lich had stared into the computer's monitor with an unfazed gaze till he began to see white that his brain snapped back to reality in pain. It was already dark outside, and the office lights had automatically lit up already. Looking at the afterglow of the sunset outside the window, the young man shook his head tiredly and no longer pondered over those unanswered questions. After making a black pepper steak for himself and finishing it, the sky was already dark. Now that the dark night that he was waiting for had arrived, Lich wiped his greasy mouth with a paper towel. Breathing a sigh of relief, he comforted himself. Right now, the most important thing now is to be strong. As long as I'm strong enough, I can cope with any unexpected surprise that is to come. Then, with his thoughts, he commanded Mountod that was hiding in the blood that pooled up into an ocean under the factory for more than 40 days to turn invisible and leap to where he was. Seeing the size of the wizard dust body that had grown to become the shape of a white gourd, it was now dyed entirely in red by the blood, and how its toad skin and its mangy corns that were originally blooming into the shape of flowers had now turned to look like ancient Chinese coins that were round on the outside but square in the inside. The young man could not help but smile, sensing that the feeling that was given out by the Mountod crouching on the office's carpet was the kind of horrible and chilling feeling that was akin to a dormant, long-accumulated active volcano that was about to erupt soon. He looked out of the window and noticed that the night was clear. Right away, he muttered, looks like Mountod's transformation doesn't need a stormy environment like Crocodragon. Then, it must be. As Lich was speaking, the wizard goo crouching on the floor suddenly opened its mouth wide. Its mouth, along with the holes inside the coin-like spots covering its entire body, began to suck in the air in an zzz sound as its body began to swell. The young man was stunned. He realized that it only took a few seconds for the wizard dust body to expand into the size of an office table. Hastily, he cast the spell Connect in desperation, and commanded Mount Toad to turn invisible before soaring through the clouds into the big ocean. Thanks to the omniscient power skim the water and breeze through clouds, cruise the sky and caress the draft he obtained after the Crocker Dragon transformed into a worm dragon that allowed a fast flying speed, Mount Toad soon flew and dived into the Atlantic Ocean, which was more than 10 kilometers away from the coastline. At the bottom of the sea, the wizard continued to devour the air without restraint. Slowly, it actually formed a vortex-like cyclone on the sea surface that parted the seawater as it howled, transforming it into the eye of the tornado. Countless amounts of air were swept into the wizard Gus' body as the raging wind became wilder. In just a short period of time, its body had expanded to nearly the size of a building that was 10 stories tall. The continuous rapid gushing of the airflow finally started to make Mount Toad's body, that had mastered the omniscient power, shrink to be unable to take in any more load. Its scarred thick skin began to be badly mutilated. It seemed like its body would soon be split into several pieces. So the way Mount Toad transforms is actually like that, but still, I hope that this will only be regarded as a normal tornado by the others and not attract any attention of the public. As Zhang Lisheng stared at the vague dragon-like whirlwind outside the window and felt the predicament the wizard was currently in, he was hit by a pang of realization before smiling wryly. After shutting off the office's light, he pushed the French casement window open on the glass wall. The cold night wind breezed into the room, lowering the temperature in the room by at least 4 or 5 degrees. The young man recoiled and sat on the ground before taking a deep breath. All of a sudden, a mouthful of black fog was spat out of his mouth. Nourishing his wizard goo with his blood essence was the only technique that Zhang Lisheng knew by a twist of fate when he was on the verge of death, that could help the wizard goo to transform. As the fog transformed from tiny beads of blood that floated out of his mouth, it slowly extended and flew outwards to Mount Toad that was more than 10 kilometers away in a line of succession, despite its faintness. Afterward, similar to Crocker Dragon's case, Mount Toad's wounds on the skin healed as it was being nourished by its owner's blood essence. Afterward, its body continued to expand and once again cracked, which was healed again by the nourishing of Zhang Lisheng's blood essence. This repeated itself again and again. The only difference from Crocker Dragon's transformation was that right now, the young man had already made a breakthrough to the rank 6 wizard. Even though he did not transform, his wizard power had already gone through some fundamental change compared to the level of rank 5 wizard. Even though his energy was also almost exhausted and his body was also worn to become skinny when he was nourishing Mount Toad's transformation with his own blood essence, at the very least, there was no longer any sign of danger. As time passed by, Mount Toad in the ocean had already inadvertently swollen to the size of a mountain. The hurricane on the sea surface had also turned to become a situation where 4 to 5 giant tornadoes were entangling with each other. Even Zhang Lisheng, who was far onshore, could hear the roaring of the raging wind clearly. However, at this moment, the boy paid no attention whether the typhoon caused by the wizard Gus transformation would attract public attention or not. He only felt that his body's depletion had already caused his entire body to be so numb and painful that was already intolerable for a normal person. If this continued to go on, he would probably torture himself to death. Right at this time, the red coin-like spots on the body of Mount Toad that was in the bottom of the sea began to gradually change into blue-yellow colors in an interleaving manner. By the time the color of the spots had completely changed, the typhoon on the sea surface came to an abrupt end. The seawater parted by the whirlwinds roared and collapsed, drowning the wizard goo that was gradually shrinking in size. Sensing that Mount Toad had finally completed its transformation at the most critical moment, Zhang Lisheng lied down on the carpet in relief. Panting heavily, he shut his eyes for a long time to attain some mental composure. Gradually, he rose from the carpet and shut the window carefully, before taking a few steps back to his office desk. Leaning on the desk to stabilize himself, he commanded the wizard goo eagerly to turn invisible so that it could saw right towards him from the sea. When he looked at it once again, Mount Toad was completely different from before. Its body size had expanded to the size of a hound. Its outer skin was covered with scales with blue-colored round dots that were outlined with khaki-colored squares. Only 3 of its 4 limbs remained, with the 2 short front claws bending on the ground like usual. However, there was only 1 lonely hind leg supporting the middle of the stomach. This is the look of the ancient strange creature, the money toad. Devour the earth and sky, resize itself as it might. Looking at the wizard goo, Zhang Lisheng muttered the hieroglyphs appearing in his mind: orbicular sky and rectangular earth. Orbicular sky and rectangular earth. So the things that are on Mount Toad's back are not coins, but the image of heaven and earth instead. In that case, the legend of the boy mocking the money toad and taking the coins on its back. Wait a minute, why am I thinking about this in the midst of transformation? After saying so, the young man chuckled soundlessly and slowly closed his eyes, before spitting out the air in his stomach in long succession. Half an hour later, he finally spat all of the air out of his body. With his chest deeply sunken, he opened his eyes and finally took a good look at Mount Toad by his feet, as his mind outlined an agile and clear demon's image while he began to inhale softly. Chapter 162 Transformation Power. Chapter 162 Transformation Power. As Zhang Lisheng was inhaling air, the space where Mount Toad seated on distorted a tad bit. Then, fine yellow and blue grits glowing faintly floated forth from the surface of Wizard Gus' body. Bit by bit, the young man sucked it in through his nostrils and mouth. By the time the grits entered through his mouth, a bitter taste charged straight towards Zhang Lisheng's mind. However, right now, he could only endure it as if he did not feel anything, while he continued to inhale slowly and steadily. After a while, in addition to the bitterness, the young man began to feel his body had turned hot and swollen. He opened his eyes and looked at the Mount Toad in front of him as it gradually turned smaller. After a long period of time, he finally realized it was not the wizard goo that was turning smaller, but it was his body that was growing taller. The muscles in his body began to bulge out as his blood boiled. 2 minutes later, the young man had transformed to become a burly man with a height of nearly 3 meters, with steel-like muscles covering his body. His head was about to reach the office's ceiling now. Zhang Lisheng began to turn anxious. Fortunately, right at this moment, his body began to shrink like a deflating balloon, before converging to become the size of a pencil. This kind of strange and mysterious process of expanding and shrinking continuously in repeated succession dizzied him. As the young man's inhaling sound grew deeper, the grits floating out from Mount Toad's body also increased in volume and speed as they gushed into Zhang Lisheng's body from his mouth and nose. The wizard Gus' body gradually turned invisible and blurred until its appearance had become unclear. Finally, when Zhang Lisheng's body expanded and shrank for the 6th time, Mount Toad that had turned to become almost transparent transformed into fine grit that disappeared into the air before its own sucked it into his stomach. By the time the last grit entered Zhang Lisheng's mouth, His body size just so happened to be a normal size, not an inch taller or shorter than it was before his transformation. However, from the ecstatic look in his eyes, it was enough to prove that his body had gained enough strength after sacrificing mundane. So this is the feeling of my body when filled with power after undergoing a transformation. The young man chuckled and clenched his fist. He found out as his fist clenched and unclenched, the round square interleaved scales would actually turn visible faintly on his hand. Striding to the desk, he clasped his forefinger and thumb on the solid wood of the largest and most luxurious table he could get on the market. He wanted to lift it up horizontally, but to his surprise, he chipped off a part of the heavy and thick wooden desk instead. Lich froze for a moment, before crushing the little wooden block between his fingers into wood dust. This kind of scene could always be seen in US sci-fi movies, how the superheroes who have just gained strength cannot control their power well. Looks like the transformative power obtained cannot be used as one likes in an instant. I still have to practice to master this powerful power of mine. However, this will be in the future. As for now, the most important thing is the spiritual technique, as Lich muttered to himself. He strode out of the office and walked to the open space of the factory. After mundane transformed, Lich had 3 wizard Gus remaining. Island Dragon and Kyuko had not transformed yet. The young man planned to let them stay hidden in the underground trenches in the factory to bathe in the ocean of blood till they transform. In this case, only Dragon managed to be used on ordinary occasions. Lich would, of course, use it to test the quality of the spiritual technique. It was a dark night outside with a pressing chill in the air. However, at this moment, the young man only felt that the air was fresh, as if he did not feel the cold at all. Not adapting to his current powers yet, he shook his ears as he could hear the discussions between the farmers working in the middle of the night and the slaughterhouse staff about the hurricane on the sea just now, and how he could also see the little insects fluttering its wings while flying in the darkness from outside, several hundred meters away. Entering his Ford Explorer, he drove to the factory gate. Vehicles would always enter and leave the slaughterhouse, so the gate remained open. It was under 24-hour surveillance conducted by 9 security guards who were separated into 3 shifts. Of course, all of the staff of the new LS slaughterhouse could recognize Lich's car. When he passed by, 3 security guards stood up, and the captain on duty shouted, "Sir, your lights are not switched on." Thank you. Only then did the young man realize he did not switch the car light on after starting the car. Of course, with his current vision, such a thing would not give any trouble to him, but it must have appeared peculiar to the others. When such weirdness began to accumulate again, it might raise some unnecessary problems too. Looks like I must be very careful no matter what I do in the early period of this transformation, Lich muttered to himself, and drove on the highway. After driving for a moment, he turned around into the wilderness and rushed to the beach. In the midst of the sound of waves, Lich switched his lights off and rolled the window down. Staring at the surface of the sea in the distance, he commanded the wizard do without making a sound. Not long after, a small faint blob of mist floated up from the sea beside the car. After that, a pocket-sized green dragon as thin as a chopstick with a length of 20 centimeters soared in the mist and entered the car through the window, circling back and forth in front of the young man. 36 times. The shrinkage must be a ratio of 136. Not only that, if I don't concentrate and sense it carefully, I won't be able to sense the wizard power's depletion at all. Lisheng stared at the worm dragon spiraling in the air as he muttered in delight. After catching the wizard goo with his hand and caressing it a few times, he let it out through the car window. After leaving the car, the worm dragon that looked like a toy snake began to expand in size in the wind under its owner's command. Puffing as it was spiraling, its body turned to become more than 10 meters long beside the sea. In the thick fog, Lisheng opened the car door and stripped off all of his clothes before discarding them into the car. Afterward, he commanded the worm dragon to come to him with its wriggling body, bobbing head and swaying tail. Looking at the dragon bending down by his feet, he caressed its cold green scales with his hand. The young man, who usually moved with caution and meticulousness, burst in excitement. I'll ride the dragon today and head to the horizon tomorrow morning. I'll ride the dragon today, har har. In front of the blue ocean that stretched out as far as the eyes could see, where its green waves seemed to be connecting to the sky, he recited an ancient poem in a booming voice before riding on the dragon and flying up, burying himself in the big ocean. The cold seawater buried Lisheng's naked body and soon put his mind at ease. As the worm dragon moved its body in the sea as it swam, the young man realized he could also breathe in the water. Not only that, the interval of his breathing could even take more than 10 minutes. 30 minutes later, feeling that he must be far enough away from the shore, Lisheng rode the worm dragon and dived towards the ocean floor several hundreds of meters deep. The deep sea was pitch black where the light from above was absent. Using his spiritual technique, the young man commanded the wizard goo to expand himself without restraint. In an instant, the crocker dragon transformed into a gigantic towering dragon nearly 1,000 feet long from its head to its tail, and set off countless currents in the water, disrupting the thousands of strange animals residing in the deep sea and sending them away to flee. After the worm dragon grew in size, Lisheng, who was riding on its neck, turned to a size half of the scale of the wizard goo in the blink of an eye. Standing against the current, he stretched his body. Pieces of blue and yellow scales bulged out from his skin. At the same time, the flesh and bone in his body expanded continuously. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a horrifying giant, 9 meters tall, with a square mouth, bulging eyes, and 4 black holes replacing his ears and nose. Clenching his fist that was the size of a basketball, he suddenly punched forward. Despite the deep sea pressure, the young man could still punch out a current of more than 10 meters long. Without warning, Lisheng opened his wide mouth that he could extend indefinitely with the greatest of ease. It stretched open over the entirety of his head and became a huge hole that had a diameter of nearly 5 meters. The seawater beside the young man that had turned into a giant began to tumble around strongly, gushing into his body along the square hole that became hollow in the scales of his adult palms. A loud dull burp resonated from the deep sea. A gush of swirling whirlpools spurted out from Lisheng's monster-like mouth and shredded countless sea creatures into minced meat, before gradually dissipating about 2,000 meters away. After that, despite not feeling any satisfaction, the young man rationally commanded the giant dragon to swim to his side again when he remembered the conspicuous SUV on the coast. Ending this trip to the deep sea, he rode the dragon back into the shoreline. The bright moon hung high in the middle of the night. Lisheng burst out from the sea and shook his body a few times in a blur. To his surprise, it dried up just like that. Naked, he walked back to the car to put his clothes on, and without warning, he heard a faint noise of a ship sailing from the distant sea. I wonder if it's a wash-up or a cruise. Muttering to himself, the young man commanded the dragon to shrink to its smallest size before entering his pocket. Then, he started his car and began to speed onto the highway. Even though it was a hasty trial, it was enough to prove that after Zhang Lisheng had transformed the Mountode, the new spiritual technique and his brute strength were completely extraordinary. Last time, with the help of the Connect spell, the wizard Du could only be expanded to, at most, 30 times bigger, with a duration of not more than 20 seconds. However, when he cast the spiritual technique, he could command the wizard to expand up to 36 times in size. As for the time it lasted in that size, judging from how the wizard power's depletion was almost zero, it could last forever as long as he would not die. This inadvertently meant the wizard Gus combat ability had been raised by at least 10 times than before. Even though Zhang Lisheng's body could not expand nor shrink up to 36 times of its original size like the wizard Gu, the ratio of 16 expansion, and his powerful brute strength and mystical power were already enough to make him feel satisfied. Even though the young man was only left with one usable wizard Gu at the moment, he felt he had never felt such tremendous power before. Zhang Lisheng, who was affected by the excitement, had no intention to rest at all. He drove the Explorer to New York City and stopped the car in front of a hotel that had a star symbol on its signboard. "Sir, may I help you?" When the chauffeur at the entrance of the hotel saw the Explorer's window being rolled down, he went up and asked, "Is your restaurant open?" 247. Of course, our Hank Hotel is a 3-star hotel with a 5-star standard. In addition to having a restaurant that is open 24 hours a day, the menu is the same during the day and late at night as well. The chef is always on call, sir. This is exactly the place I'm looking for. Help me park the car, please, thank you. Zhang Lisheng got down from the car and passed a $5 bill to the chauffeur before striding into the hotel. Chapter 163: A Night of Freedom. Chapter 163: A Night of Freedom. The 24-hour service restaurant of the Hank Hotel would only turn on 2 of the 6 ceiling lights in the middle of the night. This was done in order to cater to the current low-carbon consumption life that was mostly symbolic rather than practical. However, due to the dim light, a lit candle would be provided on the dinner's table, creating a candlelit dinner atmosphere that somehow appeared to be more pleasant. Zhang Lisheng walked into the restaurant and randomly looked for a seat. Then, a waiter sent a candlestick and a menu to him. He flipped through the menu and looked at it with the help of the candlelight. As long as he felt the name of the dish was slightly interesting, he ordered it without hesitation. In just one breath, he ordered more than 10 huge dishes. "Sir, our restaurant's dishes are big in size, so perhaps it would be a waste if you order so much," the waiter kindly reminded him. "Thank you for your reminder, but it doesn't matter. I've just completed one very, very important job, so today is significant for me. I hope I can savor this supper as much as possible before I start to go for a strenuous exercise." "Understood, sir. Well, prepare for your dishes right now." The waiter no longer said anything and nodded with a smile before running into the kitchen to wake the night chef who was sitting, snoring on the wooden chair. "Mr. Hunter, a customer has arrived. Just tell McGrady to do it. I'm really sleepy." The chef, with a height of not more than 170 centimeters, but a weight of at least 250 pounds, who looked like a peeled oval white potato, sleepily patted the helper who was also snoring beside him. "Wake up, McGrady. Go make supper for the customer before sleeping again." "Mr. Hantel, the customer has ordered more than 10 dishes. so I'm afraid your assistant won't be able to cope with it. More than 10 dishes. What time is it right now? Why would there be so many people coming all at once at such a time? Hantel could only stand up in dissatisfaction, and washed his face with cold water to wake himself up. Bring the order for me to see. Oh, they're all huge dishes. There's only one customer, and he looks very skinny and small too. A customer ordering so many dishes, this is really, but being skinny and small doesn't mean he's unable to eat a lot. I just watched the Big Eater competition yesterday, and that skinny guy from Japan won once again. It's really FC kid up. It's a total of 67 hot dogs after all. I wonder what stomach he has actually, the chef mumbled as he began to cook. Not long after, dishes began to be served onto Jane Lishing's table one by one. Melon ham roll, creamy butter mushroom scrambled egg, Provence chicken, scallops with glass noodles. In less than a minute or two after the dish arrived, they were devoured by Jane Lishing into his stomach. Under the dumbstruck gaze of the waiter, 20 minutes later, the teenager had consumed the amount of food usually enough for 4 normal adult men to fill their stomachs. Not only that, right now, he was still not feeling full. Rubbing his stomach, Jane Lishing looked at the waiter, and when he was about to call him so he could order more dishes, a faint voice suddenly resonated by his ears. The hell, he really finished all of them. I think he can also join the Big Eater competition and swallow 67 hot dogs in one go. After being stunned for a while, Jane Lishing realized the voice actually came from the muttering of the waiter standing in the dim light in the distance. With a jolt of his heart, he changed his mind and waved his hand. What a wonderful meal, waiter. Bill please, as he took out his credit card. After paying the bill, he quickly walked out of the hotel and muttered to himself regrettably as he started the car. Devour the earth and sky. Looks like I won't be able to feel full for my entire life now. Then he stepped on the accelerator pedal and turned into the street, driving towards the Queens. Just as the car passed by 2 blocks, the young man received a call from Tina. Ever since he was hospitalized, Tina would fly back to New York to visit him almost once every 2 weeks. However, this was the first time she called him so late. Hi Tina, is there anything? Baby, have you discharged from the hospital? The girl shouted in the midst of noisy music. Yes, how do you know? Professor Madel is sick, so I returned to New York earlier than planned. I was planning to visit you tomorrow, but who knew I'd come across any Mr. Edwards' daughter in the Cupid bar. She said she heard from her dad you were already discharged from the hospital and is staying at the factory. Yes, but I am not at the factory right now. I've just finished my supper and I'm driving aimlessly in New York. Oh, that's great. Come to the Cupid bar in Manhattan. I miss you already. Trish and Sheila are here too. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Sheila has a long-term boyfriend already. He's here with us too. What does it have anything to do with me anyway now that Sheila has a boyfriend? Jane Lishing awkwardly set car navigation. Cupid bar in Manhattan. Right, I'll go now. See you later. After saying his farewell, the young man hung up and drove on New York's squared streets for more than 40 minutes according to the navigator's instruction before stopping his car outside a nightclub that was flashing with lights inside and the roaring sounds of noisy music when the door was opened. Even though such a shop was more suitable for young people with a long queue outside the door situated in Manhattan, its location was certainly far from the Upper West Side. Jane Lishing walked past the people queuing and came to the door of the nightclub that had a huge Cupid bar signboard hanging on the outer wall before calling Tina. I'm here. Not long after, a slightly tipsy Tina dressed in sexy white super short shorts ran out of the nightclub. After a long kiss, the girl took Zhang Lisheng's hand and ran back into the nightclub without even glancing at the security guard in front of the Cupid bar. Inside the Cupid bar, even though it was also dimly lit and covered in smog like other regular nightclubs, its style was much classier than the clubs other ordinary young New Yorkers would frequent. This could be proven from the store's passionate yet unconventionally expensive decorations. There was no alcohol sold for below $100 in the cabinet, and some of the customers' tables were placed with food so sumptuous it was unimaginable. It was apparent that despite being situated in Manhattan's blue-collar area in general, this nightclub was mainly targeting those wealthy young people from New York City. Tina took the boy all the way inside and came to a semi-open reserved box against the wall before shouting, "Look who's here." "Oh hey, Lisheng, how are you?" Baby Sheila, who had been drinking so much till her eyes unfocused, leaped up from the sofa with a surprised cry when she saw Zhang Lisheng entering the reserved box. She hugged the young man and kissed his cheeks afterward. "Hey, Lisheng, congratulations on your discharge." Trish, who was by the side, stood up, too, as she said with a smile. Similarly, she kissed Zhang Lisheng's cheeks too. "Thank you," Zhang Lisheng replied to the two girls with a smile. "Baby, let me introduce a few new friends to you. This is Annie, the daughter of your chief legal officer, Mr. Edward, and this is her boyfriend, Joe. This is Sonia, Sheila's new boyfriend in her university, and this is Christina, Sonia's sister, who is also in the same university with us. And Duckley, Trish's most eager pursuer, has decided not to return to Los Angeles this year for her sake and would spend his Christmas here instead." Tina Dublin. Upon hearing Tina's last remark that was said enigmatically, Trish shouted out loud in annoyance. Trish's pursuer then? How about that Hendrik of Mr. Saliver? Is he willing to break up with Trish? Zhang Lisheng asked, whatever came to his mind. Trish's expression turned more horrifying right away. Her tall and strong pursuer glared at the young man, and it looked as though if it was not for the fact that he was in front of these few girls, he would have long taught this skinny young man, whose attitude seemed to have undergone a huge change under the changing light, a little lesson already. The atmosphere in the box became a bit awkward. Tina glanced at Zhang Lisheng and explained quickly, "Hendrik has not contacted Trish for a long time already. Perhaps he feels both of them are not suitable as well. He doesn't look like a smart and sensible person, though." Recalling Hendrik's stubborn action on the Elizabeth holiday when they were stranded on the Supernatural Realms island, Zhang Lisheng curled his lips and sat on the sofa in the box in a noncommittal manner. Then, he reached out a hand to the beautiful Annie and said, "Miss Annie, your father is one of my important partners. I've heard of him mentioning about you long before. I'm happy to meet you." Having a young person of the opposite sex greeting himself in the nightclub like that, and this person was also none other than the legendary boss mentioned by his father before, Annie was stunned for a moment before grabbing the young man's hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lisheng. I also often hear my dad mentioning you. However, I really didn't expect the legendary person who will integrate the entire slaughtering industry in the New York metropolitan area will look like you. As an industrialist who earns hundreds of millions of dollars per year, you're really too young. You're indeed young and promising." Upon hearing Annie mentioning Zhang Lisheng's worth, the few young people who did not know anything about him was slightly surprised. However, to Harvard's first-year students, they had heard too many stories of how their former seniors had become successful in their business and had turned into billionaires, or a great scientist or even a well-known politician. These elites at the top of the social class could be said as not mysterious to them. On top of that, the young age of people at 10 or 20 plus years old who had high self-regard for themselves did not make them understand even if they received the same education, and even if their IQ level were about the same, it did not mean they would be able to do the things other people could do. For this reason, despite their lingering surprise, the way these young people treated Zhang Lisheng did not change too much either. Thank you. Please don't forget to send my regards to Mr. Edward after you go back tonight. Go back? No, Lisheng, we're not going back tonight. Well, go watch the New Year special competition held by the World Wrestling Entertainment later. Sheila, I believe you can't go back home today, but Tina, Trish, and Miss Annie. Oh dear Lisheng. Our parents don't even know we've come back to New York today. As for Annie, her father is still working overnight in the office and works his ass off for your factory. Her mother is in Paris now and will only come back on Christmas Eve. Tonight we're free, let's cheer for freedom, Sheila yelled and raised her glass. For the night of freedom, the boys and girls in the box clinked their glasses and shouted with laughter, before downing a half glass of strong whiskey that had been diluted with ice and water. Chapter 164: The Emergence of a Powerful Country with Steam Engine. Chapter 164: The Emergence of a Powerful Country with Steam Engine. Everyone in the box toasted and drank delightedly, except for Zhang Lisheng, who did not touch even a single drop of alcohol. Upon seeing him in such a manner, Tina threw herself into his arms after putting her glass down. Baby, you don't drink, right? Is it okay for you to drive and watch the wrestling game together? It's the most exciting mixed-gender game, so I'm sure you'll love it. I never knew that you like watching American wrestling. Lisheng, every girl likes to watch two strong men who are all muscles fighting in the ring, Sheila, who was already drunk by the side, said with a smile. After all, not every thin boy has this mysterious charm like you do. You seem to have drunken too much, Sheila. Zhang Lisheng glanced at her and actually caused the girl to tremble for a moment. Her body suddenly shook as if she had a seizure as a cold sweat broke out of her entire body. Immediately, her brain became much soberer already. Let us go now if we're going to watch the wrestling game. If we continue to drink here, I'm afraid all of you will pass out right here. As the young man was talking, he stood up from the sofa and walked out of the nightclub. Tina was stunned for a while and quickly pulled Trish and Sheila to follow him as well. The others also had no choice but to walk out of the Cupid bar in a disappointed manner. Now that they had come to the dark open-air outdoors, the temperature suddenly dropped and the air had become fresher. Zhang Lisheng took a few deep breaths of the fresh air and walked into the car while Tina followed suit and entered the passenger seat beside the driver's seat. Baby, are you angry that Trish, Sheila, and I came for a drink in the club and have actually planned to not go back tonight? Of course not. The young man shook his head weirdly and said, This is New York. It's not like I don't know how the young people around me live their lives. As long as you know how to protect yourself, this is no issue at all. Then you must have not liked me watching American wrestling. Oh hell, the reason I like wrestling is not like what Sheila said. It's not that I want to watch two strong men who are all muscles fighting in the ring. I'm not angry really, I don't understand, why would you feel so? Then why did you just turn around and leave like that? At this moment, everyone had already quietly squeezed themselves into the car. The young man was stunned for a moment before thinking about it carefully. Then, he activated the car and turned into the highway before saying with a high alert, "I'm sorry, Maddie. If it wasn't for you who reminded me, I wouldn't have realized that I've been acting much more arbitrarily recently. Everything is going too well even though there are some twists and turns. Everything would turn out to be good in the end, whether it's the factory or some other aspects. Not only that, everyone whom I've come across recently has also been very respectful to me. They basically obey my every word." "What did you call me?" Tina suddenly asked in a low voice. "Tina, of course. What's wrong?" "No, you said Maddie just now." "Oh, perhaps I've been absent-mindedly confused. The names Tina and Maddie sound very similar." Lich was silent for a moment before explaining in a low voice. "Then have you called my name by mistake as well when you're with her?" "Of course I have." Lich did not know how to answer and could only proceed with the flow and put a bold face as he answered. "But I'm your girlfriend, Lich. How can you call out my name when you see other girls? If it was me, I would never call out wrongly no matter how close your name sounds to the others." "Oh, what the hell, I merely said one wrong name. Not only that, it was when I was apologizing to you too. This doesn't mean anything at all, it's merely an unintentional little mistake." Irritated, Lich looked at Tina beside him and noticed that the girl had become very upset now. Even her eyes had started to be brimming with tears. "Okay, I'm sorry, please forgive me." "Okay, my dear." Lich must have done that unintentionally. Since he has already apologized, don't get angry anymore. Hearing how the young man took the initiative to apologize rather than arguing with her, Trish, who was sitting at the back seat, patted her best friend's shoulder and comforted her. Trish, a huge company that is soon going to have a net profit of more than $500 million annually, has just hired a secretary who has been a New York University's student for less than half a year of the decision maker. Do you think this makes sense? Trish froze for a moment and looked at Lich, who was driving awkwardly. Lich, please explain to Tina. Why would you do so? Explain? Hell, I have never even thought about whether it's reasonable or not for a big company with a net profit of more than $500 million per year to hire a student who has just enrolled in New York University for 2 or 3 months to become the secretary of the decision maker. I won't explain these kinds of things at all. To be honest, this is really just a simple slip of the tongue. You shouldn't be angry at all. Lich sighed. Maybe you really think so, Lich. But actually, men and women are different. This kind of thing would hurt the girl very badly. Cheeler, who was by the side, chimed in with such a grave voice that it sent a shock to Lich. Many couples that I know have eventually broken up because of small misunderstandings that didn't get explained well enough. Oh, shut up, Sheila said. But I basically know all of your friends. Tell me, who has broken up just because of a simple slip of the tongue? Patina, who had been silent, suddenly blurted out, All right then, Lich. I'll forgive you this time, but remember, there's no second time, okay? When Lich heard the girl forgiving himself, he breathed a sigh of relief secretly. However, his mouth blurted out unwillingly, It's hard to say, Tina. It would become awkward if I pay special attention to such things. Oh hey, it's time for the news now. Let's listen to what's new. In order to conceal his guilty conscience, he changed the topic and switched the radio on the center console of the car. The radio resonated and a clear voice filled the air. According to local observers, Cape Town, the capital of the Western Cape province of South Africa, was attacked by unidentified people driving steam-armed armored vehicles. It's reported that these unidentified armed men were finally driven off with the cost of having more than 300 armies sacrificed. According to eyewitnesses, the weapons used by these armed men, like the air-assisted miniature javelins or the armored vehicles, had steam sound holes similar to the steam whistle of ships. To the young men, wars and games were the most interesting topic for them. When the boys in the Explorer heard about this bizarre news, they could not help but begin to talk excitedly over it. Steam-armed armored vehicles and javelins, my goodness, these Africans are really funny. They might as well just fight with spears and blow-arrows. Hey, you're too mean. Duckly, a war chariot driven by a steam internal combustion engine is always better than a sharpened head. Blowing on the sharpened head of a wooden stick before the attack would make it become an air-assisted weapon when it's thrown out, no. However, Zhang Lisheng's expression turned slightly grave at this time. In his opinion, the news just now was the harbinger that the spatial door of a supernatural realm appearing in a non-militant country would be discovered soon. Not only that, this time, it was no longer the Earthlings who voluntarily invaded the supernatural realm. Instead, it was the people from the supernatural realm who took the initiative to launch a war against the Earthlings. This was not a good sign at all. Lisheng, what are you thinking about? Tina, who had been glancing at the young man's expression from the corner of her eyes, noticed his sudden brave expression, so she asked in a low voice. It's nothing, Tina. Remember, don't ever go to those small countries with weak military powers anymore. From now on, don't go, no matter how stable their regime is. The new era has arrived, and right now, the safest choice is to stay in the metropolises of powerful countries like New York, Boston, Shenzhen, Beijing, and so on. Tina was stunned for a moment before getting the meaning implied in Zhang Lisheng's words. Lisheng, you mean the attack on South Africa's Cape Town? Were those? No matter who was the person who did this, you, Trish and Sheila better get rid of the problematic habit of wanderlust and just stay obediently in this country. Zhang Lisheng looked at the three girls and said. When they heard him, they could not help but show a terrified expression. When Duckley saw how the young man had immediately lectured the person that he liked after apologizing, he could not help but chime in. Traveling can expand a person's knowledge, so it's not a problematic habit. But it is when the trip can kill. Zhang Lisheng interrupted and drove the car to the front of the Madison Square Garden in accordance with the navigation. The Madison Square Garden Stadium was located at the corner between the 8th Avenue from 33rd Street. It was situated atop Pennsylvania Station, one of the largest train stations in the entire U.S. One could say that the first thing almost half of the tourists who came to New York by train would see was the huge milky white cylindrical stadium that was renovated many times and had a history of more than 120 years. This was the main stadium of all the famous school teams of the universities in New York, the first choice for New Yorkers' political gatherings, and the sacred place for basketball, boxing, mixed martial arts, and music concerts. At this time, this stadium that was known as the face of New York City was brightly illuminated in the dark. Countless cars were horning and were gushing into its car park in a jam. We're here. Zhang Lisheng drove the Explorer and concentrated as he followed the traffic and moved his car bit by bit before parking. After letting out a long sigh of relief, he got down from the car. Looking at the flow of people gushing into the stadium from the parking lot in continuous succession, the young man told Tina, who was holding his arm by his side. So many people are here to watch the wrestling competition. This is unbelievable, but if there are so many spectators, can we still get the tickets? Though you can't possibly use your privilege of the Duglin family here in the Garden Stadium to right. Baby, why don't you guess when Barnum, the person who was named as the most successful con man in America, rented the old train station on Madison Avenue where he placed his circus? Where do you think did he borrow money from when he built the house? Tina, who had regained her calmness, asked with a smile. Chen Lisheng, who could clearly sense the food he ate in Hank Hotel had begun to nourish his body after several dozens of minutes of digestion, who also felt that he had yet to fully understand the transformation power, smiled right away. Oh, the Duglin family is indeed great. Looks like we'll be able to watch the wrestling match already, but before that, I want to eat a few hot dogs first. Chapter 165 Suspicious. Chapter 165 Suspicious. Under the bleak and cold moonlight, a small cargo vessel with the word friendly written on it drifted along the inner sea of New York like a wandering ghost. At this time, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Within the bitingly cold breeze, 2 seemingly tall and skinny figures could be seen walking around the deck. Both of the 2 men had cigarettes dangling on their mouths as they walked back and forth on the deck without talking or saying a word at all. Suddenly, one of them stopped in their tracks as a man's nose twitched, sniffling as he sensed something lingering in the air. Throwing the cigarette on the deck and stepping on it, he said in a hoarse voice, "Louis, it's here. I can smell something weird." "Are you sure?" Cassandra. Upon hearing his words, his companion, whose face had been hidden underneath a hat, stopped and asked in a whispering manner. Right at this moment, one of the containers piled at the bottommost part of the deck of the cargo vessel opened. A middle-aged man that was dressed like a normal ocean sailor but had a temperament similar to a laboratory scientist walked out hastily before talking in a whisper. "It's here, Mr. Louis. This place had that unusual ocean current fluctuation just now." "Dr. Sanchez, you don't have to whisper so softly. We're drifting on the Atlantic Ocean right now, and other than seagulls and fishes, there isn't even a ghost near here." Louis smiled and turned to look at his companion. "Cassandra, your nose is really good." "It's not that my nose is good, but it's just that that fellow has killed too many deep-sea animals. Even a dog could smell the weird bloody smell in this area." "Are you certain it's done by a human?" "There are only 2 possibilities. It's either those mad scientists in the military's secret institutions that were experimenting with high-quality sonic bombs or air explosive bombs in New York's inner sea, or a terrible animal we don't know anything about has gone berserk and released its tension in the deep sea." "Which one would you prefer?" "If it was 2 years ago, I would have gone for the first one. However, of course, I would choose the second one right now." Louis smiled and shouted into the communication device on his collar, "Send one group to collect samples of the sea surface within a 1-kilometer radius. One group will dive to the sea to capture images and collect 20 sets of specimens, and another group will make an immediate scientific analysis to simulate the possible causes of ocean current fluctuation." As he shouted his order, hundreds of hasty figures suddenly gushed out of the containers on the small cargo vessel. These people automatically and silently divided themselves into groups. Some put down their lifeboats and began to collect seawater in blue light-colored glass bottles around the ship. Some put on thick heavy wetsuits that looked like spacesuits with the help of their companions and began to prepare to dive into the deep sea. Some, on the other hand, opened up black metal cases that revealed scientific instruments that glowed either red, green, or yellow on the open deck and began to work in a hurry. Everyone began to do their own work in an orderly manner. Louis, what we have to currently deal with is not a conventional creature. How useful do you think this kind of routine inspection would be, looking at how the insipid cargo vessel that was turned into a scientific research ship in less than a minute? Cassandro asked the commander on board with a mocking tone. I don't know how useful it will be, Cassandro. That weird thunderstorm 2 months ago, and now the hurricanes on the sea surface, and the sudden changes within the deep ocean currents that took place one after another today. None of them could be explained by any scientist at all. South Africa has already been attacked by the supernatural realm today, so only God knows what would happen in the future. It's a new era right now, so the only thing we can do is to be on guard. Louis walked towards Cassandro and held onto the ship's railing as he stared out into the sea. Suddenly, a brightly lit spot within the dazzling New York City, which was a stark contrast to the dark coastline of the suburbs, caught his attention. Where is that that seems to be the new factory called the LS Slaughterhouse? I can see it now. When 3 of our investigations were being carried out, it seems like this factory is the building the closest to us. Dr. Sanchez, can you give me the locations of the investigations and the detailed location of the factory, please? Of course, let me see. Sanchez took out a tablet from his pocket and tapped a few things on it. Yeah, taking the center axis of the factory as the coordinate point. The first thunderstorm center point is 15 degrees west, 9.4 nautical miles away. The second hurricane was 14 degrees west, 9.11 nautical miles away. We're currently at a position of 79 degrees west, 67.51 nautical miles. According to the data, putting the 3 investigated locations together, it's indeed confirmed that this building is the closest to us. Drop it, Louis. There are a lot more buildings by the coastline that are not lit up. This kind of data means nothing at all. I know, Cassandro, but at least in this situation, where we don't have any lead at all, wouldn't it be better to at least have a target? Louis locked his eyes on the new LS Slaughterhouse as he answered, currently deep in his thoughts. When the U.S. intelligence personnel identified Zhang Lisheng's factory as a suspected target, he was still trying to stuff the 5th hot dog into his mouth when a shocked Tina pulled him along as they followed the crowded VIP channel of the Madison Square Garden. Hey, Lisheng. I realized after you were hospitalized for 2 months, your food intake has increased a lot, Sheila remarked in amazement as she followed behind the 2 of them. That's because I'm growing my body. Zhang Lisheng proudly turned back and smiled, before raising his arms to show his muscles. To his surprise, without flexing his muscles at all but with just a thought in his mind, his arm muscles that were covered by a thick jacket bulged out right away. If it was not for the fact that the young man noticed the situation was not right and immediately relaxed his arms, perhaps his muscles that were not fully controlled by him as of yet after the transformation might even burst out of his clothes. Lisheng, what's going on with the muscles on your body? Seeing the muscle Zhang Lisheng displayed with shock, Trish, who had seen his skinny body for several dozen days in Hawaii, asked right away. I've been working out recently, and I've already achieved some results, Zhang Lisheng replied as he walked to the front of the 2 tall black guards at the entrance to the VIP passage of the stadium. The girl took out her phone and scanned it on the machine at the entrance. Turning around to point at Trish, Sheila, and the others, she smiled at the guards. A total of 8 people, please. After a beeping sound resonated, the guards looked at the screen of the ticket machine and nodded. Welcome to Madison Square Garden, Miss Tina. The guards then let them through the entrance. "Thank you," the girl said before entering the VIP passage together with her friends. In truth, the VIP passage of the Madison Square Garden was not very luxurious. It could only fit 6 to 7 people walking side by side. It was a ramp that had a cheap red carpet overlaid on the floor, and its 2 walls were covered with posters of major sporting events that had been held in this stadium before. However, if one looked down on the passage for being ordinary and was leaning towards a place where it was not a luxurious box that could allow one to enjoy the game while sipping on wine and smoking cigars, that would be a huge mistake. In truth, those who could often use this passage must have a certain amount of influence throughout New York and even the entire U.S. Every time when there was a highly anticipated competition, the people who were well known in public would always appear in this passage. Tom Cruise, it's Tom Cruise, oh, that seems to be Jude Law, Gary, and McGregor, my goodness. Walking along the passage, Christina, and the sister of Sheeler's middle-class boyfriend, Sonia, exclaimed in surprise when they saw those few familiar figures. Tina looked at the direction of Christina's finger, but she showed a different expression instead. The hell, it's really them. These guys must have come in a limousine and came from the parking lot. We have to go faster, don't let them get the best seat. Hearing the words of their best friend, Trish and Sheeler, who were also the socialites of the upper class in New York, increased their pace. Now that the 3 girls sped up, the other people, although a little confused, could only speed up and walked through the passage too. The moment they rushed into the stadium, a staff wearing sunglasses immediately ushered them in. Then, at Tina's request, he skillfully took the 8 of them to sit in the frontmost row of the chairs that were facing the ring directly. What good luck! After sitting on the seat, Tina immediately stood up and joined the clapping cheers of the audience together with Trish and Sheeler. Could it be that the frontmost row of the stadium is based on a first-come, first-serve basis? Sonia, who had never had the luck to sit in the frontmost row, despite having liked to watch a live show, asked in surprise. Not all, my dear. Usually, those who are invited, or who have won a lucky draw, or who have booked early would have a fixed seat. The rest of the VIPs are on a first-come, first-serve basis. We haven't booked any ticket for this match, so it's very lucky for us to obtain the frontmost seats. Sheeler laughed in delight as she answered. More and more people gathered in the stadium. Soon, the stadium became filled with people. At this time, many celebrities and lucky spectators sat next to Zhang Lisheng and the rest. While Christina excitedly looked for people to sign for her, Tina whispered in Zhang Lisheng's ears, "Baby, what's going on with the muscles you were showing off just now?" "Oh, that's my newly gained power. Didn't you realize something is missing?" When the girl heard this, she moved aside and studied the young man before replying in surprise, "Backpack, your backpack you've always been carrying all the time is gone now." "That's right, I've taken all of the abilities my lucky token has and now I no longer need it anymore." Zhang Lisheng stuck his face close to Tina's face as he answered. At the same time when he was talking, the lights in the stadium darkened. In the darkness, a spotlight flashed downwards. A short old man, with a few dozen strands of hair neatly combed by the side that could not block his shiny head while dressed in a suit, rushed onto the ring in high spirits while holding a microphone before shouting loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to the Madison Square Garden in New York to watch today's exciting and unparalleled Century War. Now, let us have our NWA US National Wrestling Alliance's new hero, Little Cowboy Dondon Grass, and the new ally of the evil and the sinister, Elephant Dado." Chapter 166 Powerful Strength. Chapter 166 Powerful Strength. The American wrestling appeared to be ferocious in nature with its fast and powerful actions and visuals, but in truth, it was just for show. Even the battleground had been modified. Other than strong muscles, basic wrestling techniques, and grappling techniques, the players usually carried out the performance according to the script that had been arranged beforehand. In the script, the wrestlers were divided into two sides, good and evil. They would be given identities like the upright cowboy lad, the stubborn mafia, the mean and sinister banker, and so on as they fought against each other in the ring. Although most of the audience knew it was fake, they still enjoyed watching it. The reason why this fighting sport was so attention-grabbing, despite the fact that the audience knew it was merely an act, was because every time when the competition took place, the organizer would rack their brains to make an arrangement. Before the game started, the player would be shown in a dazzling way as they entered the stage. During the game, the martial movements between the players were exaggerated, wild yet smooth, making it seem to be very thrilling and exciting to the eye. On top of that, due to the reason that they had a different match system, the players often fought with each other from the stage to below the stage. They even used folding chairs, baseball bats, and other tools in their fight. If they were a little careless, blood would splatter and the scene would be beguiling, making the people unable to resist from paying attention to it. Just take the match tonight for example. After the host shouted at the top of his lungs to introduce both players from both sides, a grand yet short film with a fiendish plot with little cowboy donned in grass and elephant Dadu making their appearance, flashed on the stadium's huge screen. Then, in the midst of strong beat music and artificial smoke, the two players entered the stadium, and thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire stadium afterward. Unfortunately, good times did not last long. After the game had officially started, the audience who knew about the customary practice of the martial competition would know that it was the newbies who were usually ranked at the bottom of the match who was kicked off the match. Very soon, one by one, they began to place their attention elsewhere. They would either go buy some snacks or drinks first or would eagerly discuss the next exciting battle with their companions. The applause and cheers for the first game appeared to be sparse as well. On the contrary, it was Zhang Lisheng's first time to watch a U.S. wrestling competition live. He, who did not know of the complicated match rules, nor the legendary stars among the players, watched the two newbies fight each other with all their might on the ring, finding it to be interesting on how they would climb up the side railing and leap down as they attacked. Tina, they're fighting really vigorously. Look, even their ears are bleeding now. It doesn't seem like an act to me. Upon hearing the young man inadvertently making a big taboo as he spoke, Tina quickly reminded him through a whisper, "Hey, baby, don't say it so loud. Yes, they're acting, but the bleeding is real. Sometimes, even the broken bones are real too. For this reason, you must never say it's fake when you're watching the wrestling game in the stadium, otherwise, people would spit at you. But your words are contradicting. There are many contradictions in human society. This is life. Watch the game carefully, baby." This kind of film match is usually a match showcasing the Iron Men. It would end in 20 minutes, and the more exciting parts are yet to come. As the girl had said, the first match soon ended with the victory of little cowboy donned in grass. After that, the screen time of the players coming up increased. A 6-person match of a few hot and beautiful bodybuilding women wearing bikinis and tight leather pants was also slotted in the middle of the show, raising the enthusiasm of the male audience right away. However, as the atmosphere of the stadium grew more and more fierce, Zhang Lisheng, who had watched these kinds of matches many times already and began to have a grasp of the knack, got bored of the competition. By the time all of the filler matches finished, and at the time when finally the most eye-catching and most decisive match began, his heart was already elsewhere. Now that a highlight was about to come, the lights in the Madison Square Garden Stadium once again turned dark. The atmosphere also became quiet as the host once again rushed into the ring, before yelling out loud under the spotlight, "Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting moment is going to come soon. Will it be the sun or the Satan's believer who rules this match now? Let us welcome the soul of justice walking in the dark, the epic hero who uses the power of evil to protect the light, the beheader, Black Gus." In the midst of the host's shout, sullen, gloomy funeral music resonated throughout the stadium. After a series of low cries of bafflement, a long-haired brawny man, who was clasping one arm that was as thick as an ordinary adult's thigh on the neck of another muscular man, and another hand holding onto the beam of a huge cross nearly 5 meters high as he raised himself up, appeared on the yellow lens flashing on the big screen. "Beheader, it's the beheader Lich. He's the strongest hero on the wrestling scene right now. He hasn't lost for 400 days already." Tina looked at the screen and could not help but shout excitedly. "Is that so, Zhang?" Lich looked at the screen and paid attention to the short appearing on stage film of the big shot that was much more interesting than some nameless nobody, ignoring the beheader, the hero of the dark, who was entering the stadium in the midst of the cheers of the audience. Of course, the person who would be competing against the beheader would not be a nobody as well. After the hero of justice, who was more than 2 meters tall, with a beheading rack tattooed on his chest, walked up to the ring expressionless, the fallen hero of the past, flaming Captain Herbert Parson, also walked onto the ring in an expressionless manner under the introduction of the host. In the midst of the audience booing, sighs of pity, and a series of gunshots and helicopter roaring sounds resonated through the stadium's big screen in succession. "He's the American Captain, Herbert Parson, who was still the pillar of justice wrestling last year. Don't look down on him for having an inconspicuous body among the other wrestlers. His movement is the fastest among all. Not only that, but he also has 2 ultimate techniques, Larvar Punch and Madmer Sweep, which are very powerful. It's a pity he fell to the dark side half a year ago because he fell in love with Spider-Girl from the evil side. However, I think he would see through the Spider-Girl's ugly truth and would return to justice." After seeing the 2 generals of justice and evil that had appeared on stage now, Tina stared at the ring excitedly while continuing to explain to Zhang Lisheng about the origins of the 2 players. Oh, the young man answered perfunctorily as he watched the battle that began to unfold in the ring. With his ankle hoisted on the stainless steel guardrail in front, his mind began to float away. After the transformation, the frail body had obtained an elevation on his intrinsic quality. His thought had been focused on making a breakthrough in witchcraft as his priority vanished without a trace. It just so happened it was winter vacation right now, so he had plenty of time to spend. Suddenly, the young man was overcome with the urge to return to his homeland for a visit. In fact, Zhang Lisheng had always remembered when he left Warwo village. He had told his uncle Lai, who had been very caring to himself, that he would always return to the village to pay them a visit even though he stayed in the US right now. However, after he had come to the US, various accidents and the time consumed in cultivating, for the sake of self-protection, had caused him to have no choice but to break his promise. When the young man's mind was lost in various fancies and conjectures, the beheader and the flaming captain's match on the ring had already reached its most critical part. The beheader, who originally had the upper hand, with his body size and height having an overwhelming advantage over the flaming captain, was engaged in the fight with the opponent with provocative actions here and there, prompting him to fling a violent punch that was somehow evaded by the flaming captain agilely. At the same time, the flaming captain also returned a powerfully packed fist to him that hit him on the chin. When the fist hit, the big screen on the stadium suddenly showed a scene of volcanic eruptions. Thousands of spectators stood up and shouted out in alarm, "It's Larvar Punch, it's Larvar Punch." Having struck by the punch, Beheader screamed out loud in pain, before staggering backward and leaning on the railing of the ring as he held his head. It looked like his head was swimming in stars now. At this time, seizing his upper hand, Flaming Captain ran up and leaped upwards, flying high in the air as he gave a flying kick. It struck the Beheader right at his side rib and threw him directly out of the ring. "Oh God, it's Magmar Sweep, it's Magmar Sweep, the Flaming Captain is winning!" As the crowds shouted out loud, a frame of raging fire flashed again on the stadium's big screen. After the Beheader fell down from the platform that was more than 1 meter high, he seemed to snap back into reality right away. With a leap, he jumped up from the ground and howled a few times in rage at Flaming Captain, who was pursuing incessantly, scaring the enemy off. Then, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards the spectators at the front without warning. With a grasp, he grabbed on the shiny metal guardrail, wanting to pull it out to use it as a weapon. Even though the crowds knew that the final game had no rules and had no limitations at all, that they could fight from the ring to below it, or even fight all the way to the backstage, and could just grasp anything to attack the opponent, many spectators could not help but scream when the gigantic Beheader rushed to their front in a fierce-looking manner. At this moment, a sudden absurd scenario took place without warning. As the Beheader pulled the guardrail with his entire muscle might, the bright silver metal fence did not budge at all. However, a seemingly thin teenager sitting in the first row of the spectators waved his hand as though he was waving at a fly. The Beheader, whose weight was at least 300 pounds, seemed to have hit by a cannonball, as he was sent flying 6 to 7 meters away. After smashing onto the ring with a loud bang, he bounced forward onto the ground and no longer made any sound after that. The entire Madison Square Garden Stadium fell into a moment of bafflement. The first thought formed in the spectators' minds was that the NWA had decided to make a debut for a super-powerful new dark hero for the Evil Alliance. However, this power that could defeat the Beheader in just one strike would be difficult to balance. They were bound to design a similar character for the Justice Alliance as his opponent too. Right at this moment, Zhang Lisheng, who was suddenly alerted in surprise by the wrestler and had made a self-defense move that sent the Beheader flying, had already snapped back to his senses and moved his body sideways to block his face. Similar comments resonated all around him. "This is too absurd. Is this kid some sort of superhuman? It's a technique." Black Gus was the one who leaped back by himself. After 2 to 3 seconds later, Tina also snapped back to her senses. Standing up from the seat, she whispered and motioned to her friends, "Let's go," before using her body to block Zhang Lisheng, and squeezed into the VIP passage when the cameras in the stadium were still focused on the Beheader, who was still lying on the ground. Chapter 167 Kung Fu Master. Chapter 167 Kung Fu Master. When Tina pulled Zhang Lisheng with her and walked out of the VIP passage, due to the reason that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and that the game was still ongoing, the spacious and huge ticket lobby of Madison Square Garden was empty. Only a few staff members wearing a uniform with name tags were moving to and fro, busy doing their own things. When the girl saw that the stadium staff were there, She adjusted her pace and stopped peering hasty and walked towards the entrance. Now that she had slowed down, she seized this chance to ask in a whisper, "Lisheng, how did you manage to become so powerful? My body has recently been strengthened. Let's talk about the details later. Even if your body is strengthened, you shouldn't have done that in front of 20,000 people." "I didn't control my power, damn it." That big man rushed over suddenly, so I merely blocked him. Who would have ever thought he would actually be so frail? Frail, he's the most powerful hero among all the US wrestlers. As Tina was speaking, the sound of an ambulance resonated outside before getting farther away. Then, exiting spectators began to gush out of the exit of the stadium. "Oh my God, merely one push of yours has sent the beheader to the emergency room and ended this competition. Looks like he's indeed frailer compared to you. If you don't want to appear on the headline of New York's tabloid tomorrow as the boy with absurd strength, we'd better leave." The girl pulled his hand and began to run again, ignoring the other companions behind. After they went straight to the parking lot, she got into the driver's seat of Zhang Lisheng's SUV. Fortunately, Trish, Sheila, Annie, Christina, and the three boys often exercised as well, so they were not thrown too far behind by Tina and Zhang Lisheng. Soon, they ran into the car while panting. When Tina saw everyone had arrived, she shouted, "Hold on tight," before turning the car engine on. With a sharp turn, she drove out of the parking lot and rushed directly onto the road. The car steered on New York's streets for a while. Sheila, who was panting in the back seat, and whose brain was stimulated by the alcohol and fierce wrestling, shouted excitedly in a slur, "Whoa Lisheng, whoa, why you actually sent beheader flying more than 10 meters with a punch." Our seats were not even 10 meters away from the ring. Sheila, Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting at the passenger seat beside the driver, replied, "Now that such an accident has taken place, you should stop exaggerating it. I hope that the wrestler is not seriously injured. Perhaps we can also learn about beheader's situation from the internet." Upon seeing the young man's gloomy expression, his chief legal officer's daughter pondered over it for a moment before comforting, "Lisheng, don't worry. There's nothing to be afraid of even if he's seriously injured." A wrestler suddenly rushed over to pull out the guardrail, and no judge will sentence you with the crime of intentional assault when you subconsciously attacked him as a spectator. No matter how terrible the situation is, the penalty would only be a fine at most, and money is not a problem for you. Annie, I'm not afraid of the court, but forget it. It's a good idea to check the internet for the news online anyway, Zhang Lisheng replied and took out his phone to start searching for the keywords Madison Square Garden, special wrestling competition, accident. Very soon, he saw headlines with striking news: beheader was knocked out with a punch struck by a young boy possessed by Bruce Lee. Real Kung Fu conquered the Madison Square Garden. Bruce Lee's successor has become the real winner tonight. After the stupid Chinese monk was expelled from the US wrestling contest, the new Bruce Lee made an impactful appearance tonight. Rating 10 lines of the news with a single glance, Zhang Lisheng asked curiously, "Does anybody know who is Bruce Lee?" "Lisheng, you're a super kung fu master, but you actually don't know Bruce Lee. He's the Chinese's dragon. A just and powerful dragon. He's a kung fu star who has a small body, but can send a big man flying with a punch like you." Anna's boyfriend, Joe, replied excitedly. Right now, the boy's attitude towards Zhang Lisheng was very different from when they first met him just now. Perhaps the young U.S. men who had the desire to excel would not admit the superiority of a billionaire, but in the face of a powerhouse who mastered the incredible ancient Eastern fighting technique Kung Fu and could send a wrestler who was more than 300 pounds heavy, flying several meters away, or would be elicited from their hearts in an instant. Just and powerful Chinese dragon. Kung Fu star Zhang Lisheng repeated in confusion. His Chinese name is Li Ziralong. You must have heard of this name before, Trish explained. Oh, Li Ziralong, of course, I've heard of this name before, so Bruce Lee is actually referring to him. As a look of realization dawned on Zhang Lisheng, his eyes lit up and his brows relaxed, before he muttered to himself in a very faint voice, Li Ziralong, Kung Fu Master, Li Ziralong, yeah, that's right, I'm a Kung Fu Master. It's because of this I could send the wrestler flying with a punch. This is quite a reasonable explanation. Realizing that the others had taken the initiative to help him find a reason to explain his difference, the young man relaxed right away. Not only that, when he saw the video of how he sent Beheader flying appearing on the internet, he no longer frowned as well. Instead, he played the video on the car's central control screen and commented, Tina, Trish, Sheila, look, when the camera turned together with Beheader, I just so happened to be blocked by his body after I've sent him flying. I lowered my head in time, and only the upper half of my face is captured. It's your faces that could be seen clearly instead. We're very willing to make such a show. As a New York socialite, it's very good having a lot of exposure on TV and newspapers. Upon hearing Zhang Lisheng's words, Sheila smiled and said, Relax, Lisheng. Since you want to be out of the limelight, the three of us Harvard sisters will help stand in front of you. Who asks you to be our male best friend anyway? Sheila, can't you restrain yourself a little in front of Sonia? Tina turned the car into the Hilton Hotel by the side of the road and said in a helpless manner, Tina, dear, boyfriends and male friends are two completely different concepts. Sheila grinned and pushed the door open to get out of the car. The few boys and girls proceeded to stay in the Hilton Hotel, in which Tina shared the same suite with Zhang Lisheng. When they finally settled down in the room, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. The girl yawned and took off her coat. Wearing her seductive purple see-through Victoria's Secret underwear, she said, Baby, I'm very sleepy. If you're interested, shall we go take a bath together? If you're not, just take a shower and let us rest. As for how you've suddenly obtained such powerful strength, well, let us talk about that in detail tomorrow. Tina, it's not that I've become powerful, but it's my brute body that is changing. Zhang Lisheng took off his clothes to become naked. His body grew bigger, with his solid muscles appearing like a balloon on his body. Whoa, baby. Every part of your body seems to be growing bigger. Tina, who had long been used to being shown all kinds of strange powers by the young man, did not care about Zhang Lisheng's steel-like and hard body that was fixed at 190 centimeters tall, with scales faintly emerging as well. Instead, she fixated her gaze below his navel. Oh shit, I'm telling you something serious. Look at my body, Tina. I can become taller than this. I'm covered in scales and my strength is beyond absurd. My mouth. Baby, I grew up watching the Hulk and Spider-Man. Since the man I love is a superhero, I've already prepared for him to transform eventually. Still, I didn't expect this transformation would actually bring such a surprise. Tina's sleepiness vanished without a trace. Seductively, she walked up to Zhang Lisheng and grabbed his long snake. Her palm could barely grip half of it now, at the young man's lower body before gently rubbing it. It's indeed a little too big, but I think I can still cope with it. Tina, I'm afraid you won't be able to cope with it. When Zhang Lisheng saw how the girl did not intend to have a serious discussion with him and seemed to be deliberately teasing him even more, annoyance crept upon his heart right away. After spitting out his thought, he wrapped his arms around the girl's waist and lifted her up effortlessly, before removing all of the remaining clothes. With a thrust, the hardness below his navel thrust into a soft and slightly dry nest. A painful moan escaped Tina's mouth as Zhang Lisheng thrust into her continuously while being carried to the bathroom. Nobody knew how much time had passed, but eventually, when the girl was carried by the young man out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her body had already become a puddle of pink softness and her voice had also become hoarse and weak. "You've completely become a beast. If you do this to me again next time, I'll never sleep in the same room anymore forever." Zhang Lisheng gently put Tina down on the round soft bed in the suite bedroom. "If you don't tease me anymore in the future, I won't treat you so roughly as well. You can't blame me today, Tina. Every time when we're alone, you'd always. I'd always take the initiative to kiss and caress you. You mean that's just an expression of my love to you and my desire to be loved by you. Oh, I know now. The little boy who could last a few minutes in bed has now transformed and become powerful and strong, so he wants to take revenge on me now, is it? Whatever. Do you want water?" "Of course, I've lost so much juice, so of course I'd need to replenish the water in my body too," Tina answered softly in a hoarse voice. "The hell, when you talk like that, you really look like Sheila." The young man leaped down from the bed and gave the girl a bottle of purified water. "Let's rest after drinking. Aren't you already sleepy?" Indifferent from Sheila, she would show that lusty face to every man she's interested in, but I'll only talk to you in this tone. Tina drank a whole bottle of water in one go. "Good night, baby. Let's talk about your transformation tomorrow." "This is not a transformation, forget it. You can say that it's actual," Zhang Lisheng replied, but realized the girl had already fallen asleep. So he stopped talking and closed the room light before sleeping next to her. Chapter 168 Disguise. Chapter 168 Disguise. The next day, it was only until noon did Tina finally wake up from her sleep. At this time, Zhang Lisheng was sitting beside the bed, carrying out his first secret technique, cultivation, after the transformation. Now that he had entered the level of rank 6 wizard, every time he made a breakthrough in his cultivation of witchcraft's gate of death, he would have to transform and sacrifice a wizard dew. A quality wizard dew was not easy to hunt, much less to raise. Without the transform spell Zhang Lisheng obtained when he was a rank 2 wizard, without enough blood and flesh to support them, it was very difficult for many wizards to even obtain one wizard dew that possessed omniscient power in their entire lives. To them, an ancient strange worm was a legend. Because of this, first, due to the reason a wizard dew could be transformed was scarce, they must be valued. Second, when a wizard transformed to become a rank 12 wizard, he could master the witchcraft martial unification ability. Usually, after the wizard who cultivated the witchcraft's gate of death underwent his first transformation of the 6th level, both his combat style and cultivation method would undergo a transformation of nearly 180 degrees, from relying on wizard gust to holding his own brute body in high regard. The same went to the secret cultivation technique the young man obtained. Right now, his cultivation no longer needed to form any internal and external circulation with his wizard dew. He only needed to concentrate and calm his heart down. Gushes of smog would naturally float out from his back, forming the sky-devouring money toad before dissipating to form the demon's image again. as it drew the wizard power in the body as it increased bit by bit. The girl felt amazed when she saw the changing smog appearing behind Zhang Lisheng, but the young man seemed to have sensed her awakening, as he abruptly opened his eyes. The smog behind him vanished without warning when Zhang Lisheng turned around. "Morning, Tina. Morning, baby. You're back, you're back." The naked girl sat up and kissed the young man. "What's wrong with my back?" There was some smog floating around. It turned into a demon with a big head and teeth before turning into a big toad again. That smog disappeared before you turned around. "Is that so? So it turns out that the anomaly of the cultivation is this after I've made a breakthrough to the rank 6 wizard. Still, this is not important. Tina, I want to have a proper talk with you about the transformation. Recently, by relying on Mount Toad, my brute body has changed." Zhang Lisheng told everything about his transformation to Tina. "The accident that took place in the stadium last night made me realize that this is not good. I don't want to have all my secrets dug out after the others treated me like a monster. Baby, sorry, it's all my fault for insisting you to go watch the American wrestling competition last night. No, I don't blame you, Tina. This thing would eventually happen anyway. After my transformation, it'd be impossible for my powerful brute strength to not be displayed. As long as my power is displayed, it would be noticed by the others. In that case, wouldn't it be better for it to be discovered earlier? What I want to discuss with you right now is that some people on the internet has taken the initiative to help me find an excuse by saying it's this amazing ancient fighting technique called Kung Fu. Do you think it is feasible for me to use this? Of course, but since you plan to go along with the flow and use Kung Fu as your excuse, at the very least, you'll need to master some Kung Fu, like at least, you should know how to box, baby. Oh yeah, you're right, I really should go to a Chinese martial arts school to learn Chinese boxing. By doing that, perhaps it'd be good for me to control my physical strength as soon as possible as well. This could be said as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The young man's eyes lit up right away as he recalled Mada's suggestion. Nodding his head, he added, "That's right, Tina. I want to go back to China during this winter holiday. Do you want to go with me?" "Oh, Lisheng. I originally wanted you to accompany me to Boston after Christmas. This year is my first winter holiday after I entered Harvard, so in order to join in with the sisterhood, Trish, Sheila, and I will have to return to the university early to draw lots and carry out tasks." It seems like the name Dublin is not that shining in Boston as it is in New York. However, if my surname was not Dublin, I wouldn't have been able to join in the sisterhood in my first year at all. Harvard is built before the US, so as the saying goes, Harvard comes first before America. Some traditions still have to be respected. Oh, I see. In that case, I have no choice but to go back to China by myself. I hope no bookmark will appear in Western Sichuan. As Zhang Lisheng reached this part of his sentence, he continued to discuss with Tina about the supernatural realm that continued to appear every now and then. This time, the girl no longer had any good suggestion, as she felt that it was unimaginable to think about it other than living a passive life as usual and coming out with countermeasures when an accident occurred. Of course, this conclusion would not be able to satisfy the young man. Hell, in conclusion, my strength is still too weak and I can only wait for an accident to happen. Baby, you only stayed in the US for 1.5 years now, you've already become a billionaire. With your powerful and strong potential, don't be too harsh on yourself. Tina comforted Zhang Lisheng before taking the initiative to pull the young man into the bathroom, before using the most direct way to relieve the depressed mood. After a series of passionate entanglements, both of them walked out of the room. Due to the reason Zhang Lisheng was afraid his mother would take the initiative to go to the Apple Island Health Medical Center to pick him up from his discharge, he went back home after bidding goodbye to Tina, without even eating his lunch. In the next few days to come, the entire U.S. was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of Christmas. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhang Lisheng to make a joyful request of going to China at this time, so he could only stay in New York to pass the day. He did not have high enthusiasm in Western holidays such as Christmas. Other than meeting with Tina, going around his factory, he began to put his idea of learning Chinese martial arts into action. The dojo he went to was the one mentioned by Maddie, of which it belonged to Dr. Song, who had straightened his bones before, who would teach kung fu every Saturday and Sunday for the sake of his unemployed son. Zhang Lisheng remembered this short yet fat American Chinese old man with glasses and thinning hair very well. Not only that, he admired his intensive and effective orthopedic techniques from the heart too. In China, medical skills, health care, and martial arts had been inseparable since ancient times. The Chinese medicine practitioners, who often had a profound knowledge of human venation, vital energy and blood, were martial artists as well. For this reason, he made his choice in such a manner. When Maddie, who had just finished her final exam in New York University, once again took Zhang Lisheng to the spicy chicken restaurant in Chinatown. It just so happened to be a Saturday afternoon. When they pushed open the door into the quaint Chinese-style restaurant, the people they saw was not the short and fat Dr. Song, but scarce diners and a tall and thin elegant middle-aged woman wearing a cheongsam instead. When the woman saw Maddie, she froze for a moment before greeting her with a smile. "Maddie, you're here, just order whatever you want to eat." "It's on me, I heard you're working in a big company now, and not only that, you're even the secretary of the big boss. Even your salary is more than $100,000 every year. Tusk, when will you recommend your big brother Daong, and get a good job for him too, so that he can have a steady flow of income?" "I'm not here for food, Auntie Connie. I'm here to bring a friend to Dr. Song to learn kung fu." "Oh, learn kung fu? Just bring your friend upstairs. Your Uncle Song is teaching right now, so if your friends really want to learn, I can ask him to give you a discount," Connie said with a friendliness and shrewdness unique to a Chinese town woman. "Thank you." "Well, head upstairs first," Maddie said before pulling Zhang Lisheng straight up to the second floor through the stairs. The restaurant's second and first floor did not differ much in size, but there was no partition in between. It was apparent this used to be a large utility room, but now it had been cleaned up and covered with thick tatami to become the hall of the dojo. As the two of them walked up the stairs, 10 people of different ages, from teenagers who were in their teens to grown-ups who were in their 30s, were standing as they listened to a short and fat old man yelling loudly, "What I'm going to teach you next is the orthodox shape will fist. You'll learn the real thing, and I will not let all of you spend your money in vain. I've said it before, I'm the first batch of junior college students of the Southwest Medical University in the science of Chinese massage. I studied under Mr. Song Jinfer, and he studied under Mr. Huang Bonian, who is the 7th generation of the orthodox shape will fist family. I've said before, this shape will fist is created by Master Jai Jike in the early Qing dynasty with a mind of Shaolin by combining the 6 harmonies spear style and Wumas martial art system before transforming them from a spear technique to fist technique. Sir, What are you talking about? Some children among the students asked out loud in English, causing laughter to burst out. If it was a U.S. professional dojo, no students would have dared to act so rampantly. However, in such a village-style dojo that was opened on top of a restaurant, it was natural that the students would be much more courageous. Doctor Song's face turned red right away. However, as he thought of his grandson who needed money all the time, he forced himself to endure it. I've also said before that the shape will fist has 5 elements of chop, drill, crush, explode and cross. 10 animal shapes of the dragon, tiger, goshawk and swallow. 4 fists with 8 combinations of head punches. Hand movements are the basic fighting styles, and in order to have a good base, the most important thing is your standing posture. But this Santishi standing posture of whatsoever is too tiring. We can't do it at all. Inclined head, lowered neck, incorrect posture, unbalanced center of gravity, slow footwork. These are the 10 top mistakes in practicing Chinese boxing. After Dr. Song said multiple words of pity, he could not help but raw. If you continue to stand like that in your relaxed standing posture, you'd still remain a melon head even if you stand till the destruction of the earth. Upon hearing this, an older student who understood that the word melon head was a derogating term, immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Mr. Song, it's not right for you to say that. No wonder you can't get any long-term student every time you teach martial arts. What a rude and backward education manner. It's indeed true I can't get any long-term student, but tell me, which student who listened to me properly could not fight, or even saw, at all after practicing for 2 to 3 months? It's their losses for not having the perseverance to continue practicing, and if I was really useless, none of you would have come to pay to attend my class anyway. When Zhang Lisheng, who was standing behind the old man, heard him becoming so enraged he even used the word or even saw, he could not help but burst into laughter. Who is laughing? Who is laughing? Who is laughing? Upon hearing the laughter from behind, Dr. Song, who was struggling with humiliation, turned around and roared, "It's me, Uncle. Do you still remember me, your fellow townsman who has come to see you before to straighten my bone last year at this time?" Zhang Lisheng answered in Mandarin. "Oh, it's you, little boy." Dr. Song could also remember this fellow townsman. Maddie had brought him to see himself in the middle of the night. Colors began to fill his face once again. "What are you doing here?" "I want to learn Kung Fu." "Oh, you don't look like have muscle at all, boy. You should indeed practice some martial arts, but let me tell you bluntly, practicing martial arts is very hard." "Don't worry, Uncle. I can endure hardness." "What class do you want to join, long term or?" "I don't want to join any class. I want to have one-on-one teaching, and I hope you can teach me some true Kung Fu wholeheartedly. Right now, I only have 4 to 5 days available and I'll pay you $10,000 a day." Chapter 169 Finishing His Training. Chapter 169 Finishing His Training. Zhang Lisheng's generous offer made Dr. Song become stunned for a bit. What did you say, boy?" "Uncle, from today onwards until Christmas, I hope you can pour your entire effort into teaching me this shape will fist. I can pay you $10,000 a day." While speaking, the young man drew up a check and passed it to the dumbstruck old man. Then, he walked to the wooden man in the dojo that was used to practice Chinese martial arts. Pretending to give it his full blow, he hit the wooden stick, leaving an imprint of his fist till it cracked. "I've already practiced my strength before, so I don't need any standing posture. I only need you to teach me the technique of Chinese boxing." When the wooden man, made from a wild elm tree, produced an ear-piercing sharp crack sound as it broke. "Doctor." Song walked towards the wooden man and touched the faint crack on it before exclaiming in bafflement, "Boy, are you here to insult me? Your punch has made a fine line on the elm wood." This is an ability that could only be done by consuming a secret medicine since childhood and by training on the wooden man at least more than 10 years. You already have such ability, yet you still want to become my student. Aren't you trying to make a fool out of me? No, I want to teach you what makes a fool out of you. This is called having a high opinion of you. Song Jixing, I think your mind has gone insane now to think you'd even reject a student who is paying $10,000 a day. Upon hearing the old man's words, Lich was at a loss of words on how to reply to him, but a sharp, shrill female voice resonated from behind. Then he saw Connie lifting a tea bucket running towards them in haste. "It's a good thing I came sending water here. Otherwise, such a good student would have been sent away by you already." "Oh my love, you don't understand. This is about the rivers and lakes." When Dr. Song saw his wife running towards him, he shrank by 3 centimeters, before replying in a stutter with a flushed face. "Rivers and lakes? What river and what lake? Are you a fisherman, a sailor? River and lake, my ass. I only know that." Connie snatched the check from Dr. Song's hand before looking at it and continued to talk in pleasant surprise. "This $50,000 would be our profit for an entire year. It'd be enough to pay half a year of our grandson's living expenses when he goes to college in the future." "My dear, our grandson is only 5 years old. He's too early for college." Dr. Song smiled wryly as he said, "Okay, our grandson is 5 years old, but how about our son?" Connie glared at her husband with a sharp look before turning her head to look at Lich with a smile. "Sir, don't you worry. Our old man here may be harsh on the mouth, but in fact, he actually listens to me the most. Now that I've taken your money, he'll definitely teach you with everything he got. It'll be guaranteed you'll learn." "Auntie, if Uncle Song really can guarantee he'll learn something, then, in addition, he'll help your son to look for an easy high-paying job." When Lich saw Dr. Song and his wife argue because of him, in order to be certain, he threw in another tempting condition. Of course, it was hard to believe the empty promises made by such a young man, but after this young man paid them $10,000 a day, his credibility was different now. "Really? Oh, why, you must be mad as company's little boss, right? I thank you so much. Thank you very much. Did you hear that? Song Jixing for the future of our son. You must make May I know your name, please?" "Auntie, you don't have to be so polite." "In Lisheng. Lisheng, what a good name, what a name of courage," Connie complimented again before glaring into Dr. Song's eyes. "For our son's sake, you must also satisfy Mr. Bang. Old man, I beg you, our son is about to be divorced because he has lost his job, so please, think about our family." "Why you this seemingly very strong woman suddenly wept as she said, "My love, don't cry. Don't cry, I promise you." Dr. Song became silent for a moment before replying in frustration. He was the first batch of college students after China's Cultural Revolution ended in the late 1970s. That time, the ancient Chinese boxing method was culturally dross and was difficult to be inherited. He was interested in the shape will fist, so he kowtowed twice to the old Western Dr. Song Jinfer, who served in the Southwest Medical University as a lecturer, who had been released in a cowshed, before obtaining the full knowledge of the orthodox shape will fist. However, succumbing to the reality now, He had no choice but to pass down his entire knowledge of the shape will fist he had mastered to Zhang Lisheng, who had not even kneeled down, without any single knowledge left behind. Learning the fist for only 5 days is a joke. I can only teach you the technique of exerting your power and the combat technique at most. Once you've learned this combat technique, it'll only be the framework. In the future, you should observe the movements of the 12 animal shapes of tiger, monkey, eagle, and bear. After sending all the other students who could not endure the hard work away, Song Chixing began to start his lesson on the second floor of the spicy chicken restaurant. The old man began to explain in words and actions as he taught meticulously. However, Zhang Lisheng was not interested in the orthodox explanations such as a genuine heart matters than form, or the 5 elements strengthen the 5 organs, which in turn would merge the 5 elements together and so on. He was only willing to learn the techniques in the shape will fist to control his body muscles and power exertion. Finally, after a few days, the young man mastered the breathing technique of the shape will fist that allowed him to control his body and exert his strength by using only 10 while reserving the remaining 90 of his power. Not only that, but he had also learned the basic framework of chopping, drilling, crushing, exploding and crossing before finishing his training in satisfaction. At this time, it was already the day before Christmas Eve, so when Zhang Lisheng walked out of the spicy chicken restaurant, he received a call from Edward. Lisheng, the beheader's condition is stable now. He'll be discharged in 3 to 4 months at most. WWE intends to sign a confidentiality agreement with us. What they mean is they would let this matter slip away, and after that, neither side can mention about this entire affair in public. The reason they made such a request must be because they're afraid that it would affect the image of tough American wrestlers. All right then, Edward. Sign with them on my behalf. That's right. Merry Christmas to you in advance. Thank you. Merry Christmas as well. Leave the agreement to me, and all you need to do is to be rest assured. See you again, boss. See you, Edward. Zhang Lisheng hung up the phone and entered the Ford Explorer. Humming a song happily, he drove on the road. After his transformation, the weakness of his body being frail was now removed, and his life was assured now. The young man no longer had the pressure and desperation to cultivate from time to time in order to exert his might to make a breakthrough. Even though he would sometimes worry about the invasions of the supernatural realm's civilizations, this problem was not something he could solve by himself. As he thought about it, the worries diminished and his mood gradually became brighter. When he reached home, his mother Lily was sitting on a sofa, talking with a pleasantly surprised expression with a strange middle-aged Caucasian man in a suit. Casually he called out, "Mom, I'm home," before heading upstairs. To his surprise, the tall Caucasian man with 2 small mustaches that was talking to Lily stood up and greeted him with a warm expression. "You must be Mr. Zhang Lisheng." "Hello, I'm Myron Jerners, the editor of Science magazine." "Hello, Mr. Myron. I'm Zhang Lisheng." The young man shook his head at the middle-aged Caucasian man in confusion before hearing his mother explain, "Baby, the Science magazine is a top academic publication in the country. Dr. Myron is here to look for you with the intention of requesting a paper. He said that the beetle you found in Amazon is a very important new species that can make up for the missing link in the evolutionary history of insects." "That's right, Mr. Zhang Lisheng. I saw your research post about the 2 soft beetles you posted on the Biological Island website and have confirmed the beetle you found is a new species." "Oh, I've long determined they are a new species, Mr. Myron. However, new species of organisms are found on Earth, and, in addition to my research level, it's very hard to imagine that the top academic journal in the country would ask me for a journal paper. Upon hearing Zhang Lisheng's doubt, Myron was stunned for a moment before bursting out in loud laughter. "Oh, Mr. Bang. Looks like you have a suspicious personality that does not match your young age. You're right, there are tens of millions of biological species in the world. Every day, hundreds of species are going extinct, and at the same time, many species are being discovered. However, among these species, there are very few species that could make up for the missing links in the history of evolution. If we could find 1 or 2 species every year, it would already be a big harvest in biology. As for your level of research, young man, do you understand the definition of originality? Originality, it should mean a new thing that was created by people, right?" Zhang Lisheng pondered over it before replying. "Yes, that's about it. However, the exact definition of originality is to create and invent a new piece, not a derivative work by copying, adapting, paraphrasing, imitating, plagiarizing, a second creation, or series. The key definition of originality is not at level but in the word new," Myron continued to say in enthusiasm. Li Wenhoke was almost illiterate, but due to the reason he liked to grind mirrors in his spare time of selling clothes, he created the first microscope in the history of human beings and discovered microorganisms. As a result, this illiterate pioneered a new era of biology and became the father of modern microbiology. Thomas Edison only went to school for 3 months, but he possessed a good and whimsical brain, the perseverance in running tests, and a pair of skillful hands. So, Mr. Myron, I merely caught these 2 beetles in Amazon by accident, and I have only done a series of studies that are within my ability. How can I be compared to Li Wenhoke and Edison? It's more or less the same concept, young man. In fact, the progress of human science depends a lot on the existence of good luck. If the research posts posted on the internet about the 2 soft beetles you found are compiled into a report, your contribution to biology will be far more significant than the research results of many Ph.D. students that graduated from many famous schools. This is the power of originality. Oh, is it? Zhang Lisheng had never heard of the things Myron said before. However, after he thought about it, he could not refute it at all. Yes, so I intend to invite you to write a paper. Of course, the manuscript will be further deepened and modified by some high-level biologists. They will become the co-publishers of your work that will appear in the magazine. Before that, I must personally see with my own eyes the 2 soft beetles you found. Chapter 170 Exchange of Interests. Chapter 170 Exchange of Interests. Of course you can look at the 2 beetles, please come with me. Myron's reasoning was made clear and his request was reasonable. For this reason, Zhang Lisheng nodded and proceeded to lead the Science magazine's editor upstairs before opening the door to his room. Please come in, Mr. Myron. The 2 color-changing soft beetles are right here. Thank you. Myron entered the young man's room and saw that the room was decorated with an optical microscope, infrared monitors, and large insect-feeding utensils equipped with temperature and humidity modifiers. Mr. Cheng, no wonder you can write such a detailed research post online. This is basically a small professional biological laboratory. So this is the bug you found. Oh wow, they can really change color and become invisible. The pictures you posted online are all real. Hey, it looks like it's worthwhile for me to postpone my vacation to look for you. I'm very happy you think so, Mr. Myron. Chang Lisheng stood next to Myron and looked at the beetles flying up and down the transparent feeder with a smile. Well, Mr. Chang, now we can talk about the matter of requesting a paper. I personally recommend Dr. Anna George from the University of California at the Berkeley branch as your co-publisher. It would be. Myron reluctantly tore his eyes away from the fascinating color-changing beetles in the feeder after a moment of observation, and said with a natural expression. At this time, Chang Lisheng suddenly cut in. Thank you for your recommendation, Mr. Myron, but I already have a good biologist as a collaborator. Now that a sudden change suddenly arose, Myron was stunned for a moment before furrowing his brows together and forced a smile out. Young man, the collaborator you need is not merely a good biologist, but he must also. I know very well what kind of collaborators I need, Mr. Myron. Please wait for a moment. Chang Lisheng smiled apologetically at Myron and went to the side. Then, he took out his phone to give a call to the biology teacher Stephen, who had the highest opinion in him in Lowbridge Junior High. Not only that, but he was also the only teacher who was willing to give him an A in the final exam after the 2 months he was absent from school. The phone connected and a serious, old-fashioned voice resonated from the receiver. Lisheng, if you're wasting my time just to wish me Merry Christmas in advance, your biology result next year is bound to be B only. Of course I won't disturb you over such trivial matters, Mr. Stephen. The thing is, when I was traveling in the Amazon jungle during winter vacation last year, I caught 2 strange beetles with soft bodies and color-changing exoskeletons. After returning to the country, I bought some instruments and observed them when I was free. I did some research and published it on a website of biology enthusiasts. As a result, an editor for the science magazine visited my house today and said that the 2 beetles are an important newfound species that can make up for the missing link of entomology. Are you pranking me with the risk of having a lack of credit and your graduation postponed, child? Of course not, Mr. Stephen. The editor is called Myron Jerners and is at my house now. After he has seen the 2 beetles, he decided to invite me to submit a paper and even recommended Professor Anna George from the University of California at Berkeley branch as my co-publisher. However, I feel if I need an expert to deepen this paper, nobody else will be more suitable than you. This is the reason why I made this call. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment before replying. Lisheng, where is your house? Number 167th in the Lowbridge community in Brooklyn. Give me 5 minutes, Stephen said before hanging up the phone directly. Chang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before putting his phone away and walked back to Myron, who had a slightly grave expression. Mr. Myron, my collaborator is on his way now. Young man, I must warn you very seriously that even though the 2 beetles you found are very important, the paper will never appear in a top academic journal such as the Science magazine if it's not deep enough. Mr. Myron, what you said is very different from what you told me just now, Chang Lisheng said with a smile. Myron fed with annoyance for a while before falling into a moment of silence. Then, he began to talk again in a soft voice. Mr. Chang, what I said just now is all good for you. With your age and background, how could you possibly know any outstanding biologist? We should not take a narrow view of things. Myron Jerners, I think, it should not be a narrow view by getting me, Stephen Piprose, to become a joint publisher. Right suddenly, a low voice that resonated outside interrupted Myron's words, followed by an expressionless Stephen wearing a ragged old jacket who walked into Chang Lisheng's room. DDR Stephen Pigrose. Oh my lord W. Why are you here? Aren't you already lost in Jarver's pristine forest? Jarver's pristine forest, Pacific Ocean's desolated islands. Under the snowy peaks of the Alps there are countless rumors of me having been buried in numerous places, but unfortunately, those are merely rumors, Myron. I've never left the US, nor the Academy, for these few years. This young man in front of you is my student. I'm teaching in New York. I is a high school student. I'm teaching in Lobige Junior High now. A serious accident happened in the lab, so staying in high school is the only method for me to remain in academia now. Stephen chuckled without a trace of a smile in his eyes. Oh, I see. Oh, then your luck is really good. You can easily get a chance to start fresh again. Myron froze for a moment before calming down and accepting fate. Please remember that you owe me a favor, Doctor. Stephen. Then he left right away. He left without even saying goodbye. This is the editor of the world's top academic magazine. Seeing how Myron suddenly left without even acknowledging himself, Chang Lisheng asked in astonishment. He's a wire puller for those mediocre people who are desperate in getting a lifetime teaching job. So just how magnanimous could he be? Stephen said with a smile. Lisheng, let me see your beetles and research materials. They are all here. Please feel free to look, Mr. Stephen, Chang Lisheng said as he turned the laptop on, pulling up the 89 scientific research posts about the color-changing beetle posted on the internet for a year. After Stephen stared at the feeder in front without blinking for more than 20 minutes, he grabbed the two color-changing beetles and placed them under the optical microscope while using the insect capturing net before observing them for a while. Then, his expression turned excited. Lisheng, even though that Myron just now is a despicable bloodsucker in the academic world, being able to work in this line means he has good judgment. The two beetles you found are indeed of great scientific value, both in biological lineage studies and in bionics research. This is arguably a material destined to be included in the first volume of the world's top academic journals. Stephen read the young man's research material 10 lines at each glance and hesitated for a moment before adding with a sullen voice, your preliminary research on them is very comprehensive, and the instruments used in the observations are also widely recognized in the academic world. Mr. Stephen, what I need is your help. Van Lisheng smiled. Stephen froze for a moment before pondering about it. Directly, he said, after I help you this time, if I can once again hold the research materials in my hands, I'm sure I can return to my alma mater, Stanford, to resume my tenured professorship and preside over a laboratory. In that case, I can become your supervisor next year and recruit you into Stanford. After 3 years at most, the continuous study of the beetle will give you a Ph.D. I'll only be entering the 12th grade next year, so can this be done like that? Of course, since your name would have already appeared on the first volume of the Science magazine and become my joint researcher on top of that, I can enroll you in my graduate school already. But wouldn't this be unfair to the other students? Geniuses are always different from ordinary students. What is unfair about this? Stephen asked in confusion. Oh, I was a one at wrong, Mr. Stephen. Yang Lisheng shrugged. In that case, I'll look for a worker to send the beetle along with the feeding utensils to your home. That's right, and these research materials as well. I have a manuscript, so I'll make a copy of them for you so you don't have to waste your time organizing them from the internet. Very good, Lisheng. Just wait for my good news then. An unconcealable expression of excitement and restlessness appeared on Stephen's face. 1 month at most, and our names will appear on the first volume of Science magazine. By that time, nobody can stop me from my pace of returning anymore." The young man was a little astounded when he saw Stephen's nervous disposition as he gritted his teeth. However, he did not say anything but show an agreeing expression while nodding his head. At the same time, he took out his phone and contacted a moving company that was still in service to move the huge feeding utensils out of his house to be sent to Stephen's house instead. The moving company's truck followed Stephen's old double-door minicar and slowly drove out of the intersection. Chang Lisheng went home and took the initiative to explain to Lily, who had already been accustomed to not intervening in her son's private affairs, who had been staying on the first floor to prepare dinner. "Mr. Stephen promised to collaborate with me to publish a paper in Science magazine, so I took the Beatles to his house." "Oh yeah, Mom, he said that after the paper is published, he will be likely to get a chance to become a professor at Stanford University, and he hopes I'll become his graduate student next year." Going to Stanford directly to become a graduate student, this is too sudden, but to think about it, since you can publish a paper in Science magazine and have a very good personal relationship with Mr. Stephen, becoming his graduate student would only be a matter of course. Whoa, you would save a whole 5 years by jumping from 12th grade directly to graduate school. This is really amazing. Upon seeing his mother's excitement, Chang Lisheng took the opportunity and said, "Mom, I plan to go back to Western Sichuan for a visit. Can I go?" Chapter 171 Natural Enemy. Chapter 171 Natural Enemy. To Zhang Lisheng's surprise, his request was rejected by Lily without hesitation. "Of course not, baby. You're in a special situation. It's too dangerous to go back to Sichuan. You can't go back, never ever. Moreover, I plan to bring you to see your grandfather and grandmother this winter holiday. Your grandfather will turn 60 on the first Sunday of next year. This is a big day for him, and the best day for him to meet you." According to the Chinese sexagenary cycle of numbering in the year, a total of 60 years was considered as a cycle called Jiaozi. To the Chinese people, the 60th birthday could be said as the most important day in one's life. However, even though Zhang Lisheng did not know much about his grandfather, he knew that he was a senior judge in the New York Court of Appeals. In America, it was highly unlikely for a state legislature judge with a very high social status to be part of the first generation of immigrants from China. 60th birthday. Does grandfather still care about such a thing? He's not from China anyway. Although Zhang Lisheng felt that his mother's emotions were not right and what she said did not really make any sense, Chang Lisheng still tried to defend himself. "Baby, nationality doesn't define the sense of belonging for a culture. From a legal point of view, you are not a Chinese citizen as well, aren't you?" "Indifferent, Mom. I grew up in China and my blood is. It doesn't matter whether it's the same or whether it's different. I won't allow you to go to China." Never emotions flowed out from within Lily as she howled with firm determination. Zhang Lisheng was dumbstruck. After a moment of silence, he carefully said, "Don't be angry, Mom. I won't go back to Sichuan if you won't let me go." "Baby, it's not that I won't let you go back. But China, especially the remote West Sichuan, is too dangerous for you. Don't assume it's your paradise just because you grew up there. In fact, you have a lot of natural enemies there, countless amounts of natural enemies. You must never go back there without proper caution. It's dangerous there." Seeing how his mother was not spouting words at random, a strange feeling rose up in Zhang Lisheng's heart. However, due to the reason that Lily was so overwhelmed with emotions she could barely contain herself, he did not ask any more and just promised he would never go back to China again. Under the young man's clever comforting, Lily calmed down, and at this time, he pretended to ask unintentionally, "Mom, you said China has a lot of my natural enemies. What do you mean by that? I'm not a pest or anything." In the eyes of many horrifying extremists, you are indeed a pest. Hearing her son's question, Lily hesitated for a moment before whispering in a sullen voice, all in order for him to dismiss the idea of returning to China. "Baby, you mastered the ability to communicate with animals, and you should know you are born differently from other ordinary people. How should I put this in words? Well, in the eyes of those people in China who have superpowers, you're like the Jews who are born with the original sin in front of the mad believers of Christianity. They'll be hostile, hurt, and even kill you for no reason. Not only that, such behavior will not be condemned by their peers but will earn them respect and reputation instead. Do you still remember before I brought you back to New York, you passed out in Chengdu Street's Qingyang Palace that time? A girl with an incredible power appeared and was hostile to you. If it wasn't for the fact that I kept speaking in English and let her misunderstand your origin, perhaps the consequences would have been unimaginable. There was an incident like that, Mom. Do you know who those people are?" Zhang Lisheng asked as if he was lost in thoughts. "I don't know them at all. However, most of those people were dressed as Taoist priests and monks, but not entirely. Listen, baby, I want you to tell me sincerely you'll never return to China ever again. Perhaps this is too difficult for you since, after all, that is the hometown where you grew up. Even if you promise me now, you may not keep your promise in the future, okay? Let us agree on a period of time until you reach 23 years old. No, 30 years old. 30 years old is better. That time, you should look American enough, and you would have high social status as well by that time, so nobody will hurt you anymore if you go back to China. Can you promise me?" Lisheng, "Promise me you'll only return at the age of 30. "Of course, Mom, you can rest assured I'll never return to China before I run for president of the U.S. Looking at his mother's eager eyes, Zhang Lisheng nodded and said with a joke. Lily let out a sigh of relief after hearing it. Sure enough, the young man never brought up his desire of returning to Western Sichuan for a visit again afterward. In the blink of an eye, Christmas was around the corner. On the night of Christmas Eve, Zhang Lisheng stayed at home, and for the first time ever, he saw Stephen Lavin, the Lavin family's eldest son who came back to New York from California, as well as Randy and Riley, whom he had not seen for a long time after they entered college, who came back almost at the same time with their eldest brother. As the starting quarterback for the UCLA football team, Stephen, who had long blonde hair with a resolute expression on his face, had a stronger body than his father. However, his personality was different from his appearance. In fact, he was gentle and amicable. As soon as he entered the house, the tall and strong young man gave out his presence. He was hugging to Michelle, Harry, and Gil, who threw themselves at him while shouting, "Big brother Stephen, big brother Stephen, you're back." After that, he looked at Zhang Lisheng, who was standing by the side, and said with a smile, "Hey, boy. You must be Lisheng. Can you come and hug the brother you're meeting for the first time?" "Of course." Zhang Lisheng smiled and embraced Stephen warmly. "Hello, Stephen." "Hello, Lisheng." "Oh, that's right, this is the gift I bought for you," Stephen said as he pushed the box he was holding to Zhang Lisheng. "Take a look at it. Do you like it?" The box contained a set of National Geographic Channel's high-definition Blu-ray disc called Our Planet's Cherished Animals. This was a good gift for an introverted nerd at the 12th grade of high school who was passionate about biological research. I like it very much, thank you. Zhang Lisheng took the DVD out of the box and looked at it as he answered politely. My dear brother Lisheng, I originally had a gift for you as well, and it's actually a razor for shaving pigs, but unfortunately, I left it on the rain. Randy, who was by the side, chimed in with a chuckle. After successfully entering UCLA, this mischievous young man had not changed much despite spending half a year of college life becoming school football teammates with his elder brother. Oh, shut up, Randy, you must have used your living expenses and scholarships to get a girlfriend. To think you can't even afford to buy a pig-shaving razor to prank Lisheng. How pathetic. Get lost if you don't have any gift, Riley remarked before pulling Randy away with might and began to give his younger siblings his gifts. Chang Lisheng obtained an Indian-style monkey wood carving again. According to Riley, who entered the University of Virginia, when she saw this monkey at the flea market near the university, she felt that its style was very similar to that of Zhang Lisheng's toad statue. For this reason, she bought it and gave it to him as a Christmas present. Such a reason for picking a gift was amusing, but when the young man took the wooden monkey, he still said politely once again, "Thank you, I like it very much." Every time during such occasions, he would become like the guest in this family instead, not being able to blend in with them no matter what. Christmas Eve was joyful in every other people's eyes, but it passed by nonchalantly in Zhang Lisheng's eyes. After Christmas Eve, the temperature in New York plummeted. The cold continued all the way until the new year before it dissipated. On the day the temperature began to rise, Zhang Lisheng woke up early in the morning and drove to pick up Tina, who was returning to her university early in order to complete the Harvard Sisters Association's entrance tasks set by the Harvard Sisters Association's senior sisters she had obtained by drawing lots to head to the airport. Of course, the Dudlin family would have a professional driver for Tina to use, but the fact that the young man braved the cold wind before 7 o'clock and appeared outside the gate of one of the remaining few English-style mansions in Manhattan before ringing the doorbell in high spirit would have a different meaning to it. "Good morning, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" After the doorbell rang for a few times, an old voice resonated from the monitor's speaker as it asked, "Good morning. I'm Zhang Lisheng. I'm here to pick Tina Dublin up to the hotel. Please wait for a bit." A few minutes later, a skinny, tall and upright old man dressed in a tuxedo, with his silver hair combed orderly, drove a golf cart from a distant garage and came to the iron gate along the boulevard. "Welcome to the Dublin family, Mr. Zhang Lisheng." He got down from the golf cart and opened the iron gate before bowing politely at the young man. "Please get in the car. I'll take you to the living room. Mr. Dolby is waiting for you." Sir, I'm merely here to pick up Tina. Young Biss is still preparing herself. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while before you can see her. Before that, Mr. Dolby hopes he can talk to you. Naturally, Zhang Lisheng could not insist on rejecting Tina's father's summoning. After pondering over it, he found an excuse and pointed to his car. "I feel like it's not very convenient for my car to park right here. Somebody will park your car properly later." "Young man, if I were at your age and had a beautiful girlfriend, I'd never let his father wait for long if he wanted to see me." "Yeah, you're right, sir. What are we still waiting for?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Zhang Lisheng froze for a moment before running towards the iron gate dexterously and hopping onto the golf cart. knowing he would not be able to escape anyway. At this time, he did not forget to inquire for some information. "Sir, do you know why Mr. Dalby wants to look for me?" "I'm very sorry, Mr. Bang. I'm the butler of the Duglin family, not her messenger. However, as an old man who watches Miss Tina growing up and hope that she can be happy for her lifetime, I'll give you a piece of advice." The two words courtesy and composed are always the most powerful weapons for a gentleman. Driving the golf cart, the old man drove the young man to an old mansion that had its wall covered with green creeping vines, giving off a dark, heaving feeling, as he said with a smile. Chapter 172 Warning. Chapter 172 Warning. The decorations in the Duglin family's mansion was dominated by wooden frames and murals. The elegance revealed a touch of historical precipitation and understated luxury. When Jane Lishing walked inside this mansion, he did not care about the exquisite antiques placed everywhere but kept thinking about Dalby's sudden desire to see him instead. "Mr. Chang, Mr. Dalby is in the study room. Please enter." The young man continued to proceed by following behind the butler one step at a time, and had reached the end of the corridor unknowingly. The old butler pushed a wooden door open that was wrapped in brownish-red leather as he urged Zhang Lishing to enter the room. It was apparent he was letting Zhang Lishing enter all by himself. The young man froze for a moment and said thank you before entering the room at the end of the corridor. The room had no windows, but with its ceiling lights on, it appeared to be bright and spacious. The floor was covered with thick red cashmere carpets, while 3 of its walls were blocked by solid wood bookshelves, mostly filled with hardbound books, surrounding a pure black desk in the middle of the room. "Mr. Dalby, good morning." Chang Lishing, who was rarely nervous even in the face of death, suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate as his smile became stiff as he greeted when he saw Mr. Dalby sitting on a wooden chair behind the desk, looking up at him with a piercing gleam. "Good morning, Mr. Lishing, please sit down." Dalby pointed to the wooden chair opposite of him. His first sentence made Zhang Lishing's expression change from nervous to dumbstruck. "Tina is coming out soon, so I'll make it short. You must leave the country for a while and go to a remote place that won't attract anyone's attention. The farther away, the better. Stay there for 3-4 months up to 6 months. You'll leave within 10 days. What are you talking about, Mr. Dalby? You have some secrets, young man. Although I don't know what the secrets are, I can guess it's exactly because of those secrets that you managed to save my daughter and her 2 closest friends several times. In fact, if it was not for the fact that you might have left some traces behind while saving Tina, and how she's head over heels over you, not mentioning you're a very brilliant man and have an unusually bright future, I wouldn't have told you all of this anymore. Your secret has caught the attention of some special departments in the country. Right now, the smartest thing you can do is to leave the country and stay in seclusion for a while." Upon hearing Dalby's warning, Chang Lishing grew silent for a while before asking with a little strangled voice, "Mr. Dalby, can I shake off the doubts of these special departments if I stay away for 3 to 5 months? It's very amazing you can still maintain composed right now. Don't worry, it's election year soon, so no matter what, that tough Negro who has already finished his 2 terms of the presidency must get his ass out of the White House. By that time, the good card in your hand can also exert its greatest power, adding on with a help from Howick Steg and me. You should be fine unless you attacked the Pentagon with a plane. I have a good card in my hand. You mean the National Farmers Union outside of New York City? Can this kind of thing be used for trading? Zhang Lisheng asked, with his eyes went wide. Not only that, but you've also joined forces with Howick Steg. I thought the two of you don't look eye to eye at each other. There's nothing that cannot be used as trading in a political game. That's all I can tell you, young man. Another thing, as an American, I agree to sacrifice anyone's right for the sake of national interests, but this doesn't include my daughter, not including Tina. Dad, why are you mentioning me? The study room's door was suddenly pushed open. Tina chuckled as she walked inside the room while dressed in a tight pink sweater. Oh, Bab Lisheng, why are you here in my dad's study room as well? Why didn't you call me? Have you waited for long? Mr. Dolby wanted to talk to me. I just arrived. What are you two talking about then? I heard him mention my name just now. I'm discussing with your boyfriend about a cooperation program. We're planning to set up a large biological laboratory named after you in Africa. With a smile, Dolby answered his daughter's question. I understand if you two want to set up a large biological laboratory, but in Africa. Tina did not know whether to laugh or cry. Tina, Africa is the continent that is the least affected by modern industry among the 5 continents in the world. There's no doubt the biological population there is purer and the materials are more abundant. Many developed countries built their biological laboratories over there as well. Zhang Lisheng's heart gave a jolt as he added on with a smile. Oh, I see. Well then, you should postpone the discussion about the biological laboratory matter to a later date. Right now, the most important thing is to send me to the airport. My beloved daughter. My pilot is already ready, so if you ever change your mind about him sending you off, then I don't want to stand out so much. Dad, money doesn't win you respect in Harvard. Believe me, sweetheart, the person who told you that must be poor for a lifetime. Money will always get you respect anytime, anywhere. If not, the only possibility is that the amount of money is not enough. All right, Dad, I'll leave now. I don't want to argue with you. Tina ran towards her father while treading on the soft carpet and kissed his forehead. See you. I'll come back to see you in a month. I'll miss you during this 1 month, sweetheart. See you. Dolby kissed his daughter's cheek. Goodbye, Mr. Lisheng. Hearing Dolby bidding goodbye to him, Zhang Lisheng waved his hand and replied, Goodbye, Mr. Dolby. You're so cute when you're nervous. Tina ran to the young man's side from her father's side and held his arm, before whispering to him and pulling him out of the study room. The two of them left the mansion's courtyard by riding the golf cart and entered Zhang Lisheng's Ford Explorer. Tina urged, Hurry up and drive, baby. Well, go pick up Trish first before we pick up Sheila. We're running late. They should go to the airport themselves if they're running late, Zhang Lisheng mumbled as he turned the car's engine on. But we want to live an ordinary university girl's life. We're trying to spend less than $10,000 in a semester and donate our remaining living expenses to poor children in the world who need help. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this reason, the young man no longer said anything but stepped on the accelerator as he drove the car along the streets of New York. After picking up Trish and Sheila from the Upper West Side of Manhattan and sending the 3 girls to LaGuardia Airport at the north side of Long Island, Zhang Lisheng watched the girls entering the boarding gate, not before kissing Tina goodbye reluctantly. When he left the airport, his mind was swimming and he could not make up his mind. For this reason, he stayed in the open-air parking lot outside the airport to enjoy the cold wind for more than 10 minutes before making up his mind to accept Dolby's warning and leave the country. Now that he had made up his mind, the young man could not help but let out a sigh of relief and drive back home. Lily was making beef patties when she saw her son coming back. With a smile, she said, "Baby, Riley, Michelle, Gil, and Harry have gone with Stephen and Randy to pick up their classmates who came from LA. It's only the two of us who will be having lunch together. Please wait for a while, the pie will soon be done." "What a nice smell. Do you need my help, Mom?" Zhang Lisheng walked into the kitchen with a ravished look. "Oh, you rarely help me in the kitchen, baby, unless you want to ask for something. Tell me, what is it?" It's like this, Mom. Teeners farther, Mr. Dalby plans to collaborate with me on setting up a large biological laboratory in Africa, but before that, he hopes I can go there for a field study. A large biological laboratory, baby? You want to build a large biological laboratory with somebody and in Africa on top of that? Lily asked, her eyes wide and her face filled with an incredulous look. "Mom, among the 5 continents of the world, Africa, many biological laboratories are built there." Zhang Lisheng began to tell his mother the reason he used to brush Tina off. "Not only that, it's not like you don't know that my company has developed to a scale that is no longer small anymore. I have pondered about it already. Since Mr. Stephen promised he'll take me in as his graduate student at Stanford University before September this year, there's no meaning for me to continue my study in Lowbridge Junior High. Baby, Stephen may not become a professor on Stanford even if the journal paper is published in Science magazine. However, he seems to have a confidence level of at least 90. Mom, worst case scenario would be that I'd have to repeat the 11th grade again in Lowbridge Junior High. So what is the big deal about it? Perhaps you think I won't be able to enter a college in the future. What I want to do is to make history and build the world's largest and most advanced biological laboratory. The trip to Africa may be the beginning of realizing this dream of mine. Then promise me don't ever go to China." "Oh, Mom, so you're worried about this again?" "I promise I'll never go to China." Knowing that Lily had already agreed to him going to Africa, he let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "When will you be leaving? It's better to go earlier than later. Aren't you going to bring me to see grandfather a few days later?" "I plan to leave immediately after that. Africa is very huge. Have you decided on the first country you will go to?" "Not yet, Mom. I plan to slowly consider this in the future together with Mr. Dalby. Anyways, at the very least, the country must have a stable political situation and can guarantee the safety of foreigners and property." Zhang Lisheng accompanied Lily to make pies as he continued to reassure his mom to make her feel more at ease. All of a sudden, the phone in his pocket rang. After he picked up the phone, the young man could hear Randy's familiar voice resonating from it directly. "Lisheng, have you sent your girlfriend off already?" "Yeah. I'm already at home, Randy." "That's great. Come out then. A few friends of Stephen and I in the university have come to New York. Riley, Michelle, Harry, and Gil have been dispatched to help me entertain the guests, and it's only you left. A word for you, young man. There's a hot girl here as well. I'm at home accompanying Mom for lunch, so I won't be going." "No, baby. You should go and have lunch together with your siblings." Lily smiled and took the call from Zhang Lisheng. "Randy, where are you guys?" Chapter 173 The Factory's Owner with a Fast Punch. Chapter 173 The Factory's Owner with a Fast Punch. His mother, Lily, had been guiding Zhang Lisheng to blend in with the other kids in the Lavin family unintentionally, so it was the same this time as well. The young man, who knew he was soon leaving the country and that his future was still undetermined, could only agree to it. Not long after he came back, he walked out of the house again and drove towards the Blue Space restaurant. Randy said through the phone. As implied by the name, Blue Space was a space-themed restaurant decorated with vibrant blue colors. The dining tables and chairs here were all made of post-modern blue-colored metal, and its private rooms were decorated like a space capsule. The waiter wore a uniform that had a style similar to a spacesuit but was much lighter and thinner in comparison. As they walked around the restaurant, it did give off a feeling of being in outer space at first glance. Due to the reason that the government had begun to vigorously promote the space immigration program, the space fever had taken the country by rage during the 1970s and at the 1980s. Now, it started to emerge once again, causing such a themed restaurant to become a new fashion trend among young people. However, to Zhang Lixing, such a restaurant that focused more on gimmicks rather than taste and service was not interesting at all. He walked past the long line of people and walked to the girl in front of the small front desk. "Miss Zhang Lixing, is there any message for me? Even though you're cute, you still need to queue up obediently, boy. Don't play any tricks." The sexy modern girl, wearing a headband with cat ears and a tight-fitting spacesuit, looked at the thin boy in front and said with a fake smile, "Oh, miss. I'm really here to look for somebody." Zhang Lixing froze for a moment before looking around with a wry smile. There should be more than 10 of them. Let me see, it should be right there. Hey, Randy. Hey, Lixing, hurry up if you've arrived, bro. Upon hearing Zhang Lixing's greeting, Randy, who so happened to have stuck his head out of the light blue space capsule shaped like an oval goose egg in the restaurant, waved his hand and shouted, "We're waiting for you, hurry up now." "Okay." The young man retracted his gaze and smiled at the waitress. "See, I'm really here to look for someone." Instead of an apology that he expected, the girl stretched her fingers out and poked Zhang Lixing's slightly muscular chest after his transformation before saying, "Then why don't you go to them rather than complaining right here?" The young man had his jaw drop down but felt he no longer had anything to say. He could only walk to the private room where Randy was in. When he walked into the private room, the young man saw an oval metal table within the oval-shaped interior of the room. Other than the 6 Lavin siblings, there were another 6 to 7 young men surrounding the metal table, sitting on the brightly colored low sofa. When Randy saw Zhang Lixing enter, he grabbed him right away. "Woo, bro, what did you say to that beautiful cat girl to think you actually had such a good interaction with her? Oh, since when have you become so strong? If I hadn't practiced the shape will stance day and night in the past few days to control my strength, you'd have been more surprised by my strength." Zhang Lixing muttered to himself and sat next to Randy. When Randy saw the young man sitting down all by himself, he curled his lips right away. "You're talking to yourself again, Lixing. People will think you have autism if you do that all the time. Forget it. Let me introduce you to these friends from California. First of all, the person you should solemnly know is the love of our beloved brother Stephen, Miss Irinder Epson, and my dearest sweetheart, Fifi Mander." Then, he began to introduce the strangers on the table one by one to Zhang Lixing. Other than his and Stephen's girlfriends, there were 2 more girls and 3 more guys in this group. All of them were students from UCLA as well. The boys were all-star athletes in the university, while the girls were all cheerleaders. This was the most commonly seen playmate combination in the U.S. After Randy finished introducing his friends, he pointed to Zhang Lixing and said, "Right now, let me introduce to all of you the youngest factory owner in New York, who is usually known by the moniker of the cowboy who dominates pigs by New York's farmers. Randy, don't make a fool out of Lixing like that. He's your brother." Upon hearing Randy making fun of the young man in front of their new friends, Michelle, who was by the side, chimed in with annoyance. "I'm merely praising Lixing, Michelle, just like how I praised Harry as the most blabbermouthed middle school student in New York, and how he would become the upcoming promising young rookie for the talk show next to the toilet of a five-star hotel for those rich people." Randy chuckled. Seeing his brother being mischievous like that, nobody could do anything to him but only Stephen, who was the eldest. He stood up and slammed his brother. He planned to use the push action used on the rugby field to give him a small lesson. "This is for Lixing. Adding on to that one time for Harry's sake, it has been twice already, my dear brother. You embarrassed me twice in front of my girlfriend, so I must let you have a taste back this time." To their surprise, Randy resisted Stephen this time, unwilling to admit himself outdone. The two brothers started to have their limbs tangled with each other, and soon, the rest of their teammates also joined in the battle. Such a half-genuine and half-sham wrestling game was very unfamiliar to Zhang Lixing, so he was not interested in it either way. He was not like his half-brother Harry, of whom he shared the same mother with, who was cheering excitedly with a flushed face towards Stephen. Instead, he took a can of Coke from the table and opened it before hugging his legs and sank deeper on the sofa, sipping his drink while shaking his head. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. "Hello, Lixing." Suddenly, a sweet voice awakened the boy from his deep thoughts. Snapping back to reality, he saw the person sitting next to him had changed to become Stephen's girlfriend Arinder. "I've long heard from Stephen before that he has a very smart brother who owns his own factory in his teens. I'm very happy to meet you." It was apparent that the girl did not want to neglect the family member of her boyfriend, so he took the initiative to talk with the lonely Zhang Lixing. Such a considerate personality was very rare among the girls in the U.S. However, to Zhang Lixing, it was much more burdensome to deal with such an enthusiastic person. "Hello, Miss Arinder. I'm happy to meet you as well." The young man repeated the girl's words politely and continued to sit there without saying a word. "Brinder, you've heard Stephen mentioning Lixing's slaughterhouse before. It's a good place. You know, I heard that swarms of pigs, cattle, and sheep would be knocked out by the electric bar and then sent to the production line. The machine would automatically behead them and cut open their chests. The bright red blood would spray out. Oh, that sounds very exciting. Have you seen it before, Randy? Have you personally seen it before?" Among the young men who came from Los Angeles, a big guy called Still shouted and asked as he panted. "No, Still. Damn it. Speaking of which, I've never been to my dear brother's factory for a visit before." After the frolic wrestling, Randy also froze for a moment, panting when he heard his friend's question. "I've been too cold at him. I've decided to make up for it, and today, after we finish our lunch, let us go see how Lixing's slaughterhouse kills the animals." Suddenly, he howled loudly at Michelle as he brandished his teeth, scaring the girl so much that she screamed in shock. And just like that, after the young people finished their lunch in the Blue Space restaurant in laughter, while all of the boys agreed in unison, while the girls were complaining it was disgusting, but at the same time could not suppress their curiosity, all of them entered 3 cars and proceeded to head straight to Monticello outside of New York City. After entering the university, Randy's car had been changed to become his dream car, a Dodge Ram. Steven, on the other hand, bought a brand new Jeep Grand Cherokee in Los Angeles with the money of his full scholarship and the subsidy he obtained from games. However, in comparison, Chang Lisheng's Explorer was the most eye-catching one, not because it was the largest, but because its driver was too thin in comparison. Lisheng, you should exercise more. If you don't grow taller, you won't have any chance anymore. Your car is leading the way, so you better drive faster. Right now, we're already out of New York City, so the road is already spacious. We can completely speed up now. Sitting at the back seat of the Explorer were Riley, Michelle, and a guy from Los Angeles called Nottingham. He was already doing his utmost to please Riley during lunch, and, due to the reason that she got into Zhang Lisheng's car, he entered too in the end. Ever since then, he kept complaining non-stop. Zhang Lisheng was annoyed throughout the journey, but he merely smiled as a reply. However, when they were nearing Mutterslow, he saw Nottingham beginning to get bored and started to bug Riley for her phone number, so he interrupted right away. Mr. Nottingham, actually I think my car speed is very fast already, as fast as my punch in fact. For this reason, I don't have to exercise even more, nor do I have to keep pressing down on the accelerator. Hey young man. Just how fast your punch can be. I'm an amateur boxer and can punch 3 punches in a second in the training hall. Nottingham seized this opportunity to roll up his sleeves so he could reveal his thick arm. You see, Riley. This is my. Watch out for your cap. As Nottingham was talking, a low voice resonated by his ears. Then, he felt a strong gust of wind sweep across his face with a whoosh, till his face began to shudder while the cap he was wearing fell on the ground. It took some time for the boy to snap back to reality. Seeing Zhang Lisheng moving his right fist away from beside his head, he gulped down his saliva and forced a smile. DDO, you have a hair dryer in your sleeves. Not only a hairdryer. There's even a symphony orchestra as well. Do you wanna listen to it? Zhang Lisheng asked and began to stretch his body. Once, the cracking sound from every joint of his bones began to fill the air. The joints of a person who exercised regularly would make such a sound as well during stretching, but it would never be so loud to such a horrifying extent. Recalling the strong wind produced by Zhang Lisheng's punch, and how his exposed neck suddenly became thicker that revealed a steel-like toughness, Nottingham answered wisely. Looks like I've misjudged you, MMR. Lisheng. You're a strong person, a very strong person. I guess you must have learned Kung Fu before OSHT. What's that? My factory, Mr. Nottingham. Zhang Lisheng replied and turned his car onto the winding road to the factory, crossing hundreds of trucks queuing in a long line while carrying desperately screaming livestock behind them before stepping on the accelerator to rush to the front of the factory. Welcome to the new LS slaughterhouse. Chapter 174: The Young Man's Political Strength. Chapter 174: The Young Man's Political Strength. The factory area of the new LS slaughterhouse had already exceeded 3 square kilometers, much larger than some villages and towns. Looking through the window at the factory that stretched out as far as the eyes could see, Michelle said in a dumbstruck manner with her eyes wide, this is basically a small city. More like a small town. There's no city with its size being only 3 square kilometers in the U.S. Zhang Lisheng slowed down and drove through the factory gate. When the security guard saw the young man's eye-catching Explorer, he quickly put on a serious guarding look. Good afternoon, Mr. Bang. Good afternoon. The young man pointed at the Dodge and Grand Cherokee behind right away. These 2 cars behind are with me, let them in. By the way, is Mr. Charlie at the factory? He's in the new office building, assigning jobs to the new employees. The young security guard answered Zhang Lisheng's questions in detail. It was a pity that the young man did not notice this employee who had tried to catch his eyes for the 2nd time now. Thank you. After saying so, he drove towards his office building. After passing by dozens of well-organized workshops that were orderly distributed on the flat and clean concrete floors, the explorer stopped at the parking space outside the 2-story office building. The young man got down from the car and took in a few breaths of the cold air filled with a bloody smell that was emitted from the slaughterhouse. Watching the young people get down from the car with an unmistakably shocked expression on their faces, he smiled and said, "My office is upstairs. Let's go up for a coffee. I'll ask somebody to bring all of you to see how livestock are slaughtered using modern machinery. It's gentler than you think, so I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." "Oh my God, Lisheng, is this really your factory?" All of a sudden, Randy, who did not seem to hear Zhang Lisheng, shouted loudly as he asked. "Yep." Zhang Lisheng walked into the office building and told the 2 assistants who had just started the job, "Send a few cups of coffee and 1 Coke upstairs." He opened the metal door leading to the 2nd floor and walked along the stairs towards his enormous office. "This office is larger than UCLA's hall." "The hell, such a large factory, such a large office. How did you do it?" Randy walked around in the office and asked loudly. "Do what? Build a factory with an area of 3.5 square kilometers? Well, after you've mastered the key technology, the rolling development will bring in cluster effects, and all you need to do is to get some support from the bank. Everyone, please feel free to sit." Zhang Lisheng pointed at the sofa and took out his phone to dial Charlie's number. "Charlie, are you still in the new office building?" "I am, boss." "Is there anything you want me to do?" "Please come to my office. Also, by the way, please bring a security consultant with you, the best in our factory." "Yes, boss. I'll be there right away. See you later." Zhang Lisheng hung up, and at that moment, the beautiful smiling female assistant had already sent up the few cups of coffee and had already placed a glass of iced Coke in front of him. "Your Coke, sir." "Thank you." The young man lifted the glass of Coke up and took a sip. "Later, the security consultant will come, and all of you can." "Lisheng, I noticed some top-class blueberry champagne." Randy walked out from the corner of the left side of the office that was obstructed by some emerald green shrubs while holding a bottle of large champagne in his arms. "You should use this to welcome us." "Randy, are you 21 years old yet?" "Oh my God, are you in the Prohibition era of the 1930s, only allowed to drink alcohol at the age of 21? This is a ridiculous law, and nobody but you will obey it in the US," Randy said as he opened the cork of the champagne with a pop. The champagne splashed all over his face. After opening his mouth wide to get a few mouthfuls of the blueberry champagne, he ran with satisfaction towards the sofa and sat down on it. Zhang Lisheng could only smile wryly. "Randy, you better not drive if you drink." "Lisheng, I'm not a madman, so how could I possibly drive after drinking?" Randy replied before downing the glass of coffee in one gulp so he can put the champagne into the empty glass to have a shot right away. "Oh, do you know that you look like a madman right now? By the time you have entered university, you'll know how absolutely normal my behavior is when you live in a dorm." "Oh, that's right," Lisheng, I'm very curious how much money can this huge factory make for you? Can you tell me in secret? In Western society, asking about a man's income was equivalent to asking about a woman's age. It was a very rude question, and only a person like Randy, who was in a tipsy state and had an excessively lively personality on top of strong curiosity, would be able to blurt this question out. Upon hearing his question, everyone widened their eyes and waited for Zhang Lisheng to answer. It has just been increased to 1 million a day, the young man replied with a smile. At this time, Charlie walked into the office with a small middle-aged man that was dressed in a frock while carrying a striking red helmet in one of his hands. Zhang Lisheng no longer paid any attention to Randy, who became dumbstruck after hearing his answer, but looked at Charlie and the other person instead. Good afternoon, Charlie. Is this person the best security consultant in our company? Yes, boss. Anik is a safety engineering graduate from Washington University. He has a safety consultant experience of 19 years in the largest oasis slaughterhouse in Southern California. Just by listening to it, it already sounds trustworthy enough. Mr. Anik, I have a task for you. These few gentlemen and ladies wish to visit the livestock slaughtering process in our factory, so I hope that you can bring them over, but make sure you pay attention to their safety. Being summoned by the prominent figure of the company personally to the office, but was given such a ridiculous task instead in the end, Anik could not help but feel disappointed. However, he pretended to accept the task Zhang Lisheng gave to him with a solemn promise, and soon brought the group of young people to leave the office with him. Before they left, Riley asked Lisheng, "You're not going to the factory for a visit with us?" "I can't. I'm bored of watching that kind of scene already. On top of that, I still have something to discuss with Charlie." "Go ahead, Riley. Remember, if you feel scared or find it disgusting, quickly cover your eyes, hold your breath, and run out of the workshop to take in a few breaths of fresh air." Zhang Lisheng waved as he said with a smile. After his siblings and the other young people who were from Los Angeles disappeared from the office, he shut the door and turned around to whisper suddenly, "Charlie, Mr. Dolby Devlin met with me just now and made a request this morning. He hopes that in the election next year, after our beloved chocolate president has left the White House, we can help influence the politics in New York City and help a certain powerful person sit in the White House. Do you think we have that kind of ability?" Although the young man's voice was very faint, it was like as deafening as thunder when it entered Charlie's ears. This guy, who had been meddling within the New York business circle for more than 30 years and remained a second-rate figure, knew that the highway leading to becoming a first-class figure had now opened a narrow door for himself. Knowing he needed to be calmer at such a time, he did not immediately answer Zhang Lisheng's question. "Give me a few minutes, boss." "A few minutes? Let me figure it out first." After pondering inside the quiet office for more than 10 minutes, Charlie finally gave a positive answer. "We have the ability to influence New York State's votes, boss. If it's the traditional vote reservoir state of the Democrats or the Republican, then our weak power would not be worth mentioning at all, but in the eternal swinging state of New York, we can play a very delicate check and balance effect. We know it's you. You already have this power in your hands." No, Charlie, Mr. Dolby and I have a collaboration plan for building a large biological laboratory in Africa, and I'll go abroad very soon for a long time to do the inspection. Since you think the LS group already has the ability to influence New York State's votes, I'll hand this matter over to you to do this. Go contact Mr. Dolby and talk about it properly. Zhang Lisheng walked back to his desk and sat down, before pulling out a long-drafted letter of appointment from the drawer to sign his name, Manager Charlie. As the young man was saying, he turned the appointment letter around and placed it in front of Charlie. Upon seeing this appointment letter he had always been dreaming of, Charlie did not know whether he was feeling sad or happy at this time. In the modern company system in which the equity represented the final discourse power, the general manager would only be the company's manager appointed by the board of directors. However, in the absence of major mistakes, for the sake of the company's stability, it was impossible for major shareholders to change the general manager frequently. In other words, for a company like LS, which was basically in a seller's market, Charlie would most likely work here until his retirement after he had been appointed as the general manager. However, if he tried to influence the votes of the New York state by using the LS group's influence, once the candidate they helped failed during the election, a major mistake would immediately be constituted. The company's board of directors, also known as Zhang Lisheng, would most likely dismiss him with a little compensation to appease the elected person's anger. However, there seemed to be no way for Charlie to escape it in his current situation. His mind whirled around and a pleasant smile appeared on his face as he signed his name on the appointment letter Zhang Lisheng had already signed. "This is my responsibility, boss. The small pawn should be the one handling such a matter while the king continues to stay hidden. Don't worry, please rest assured that I'll do my best to complete your instructions." Zhang Lisheng did not expect that Charlie would actually think that his seclusion of trying to escape from the intelligence agency of the country to be his brilliant strategy of pretending to move ahead in order to hide his intention to retreat. Not only that, even Charlie's perception towards him had started to change as well. "What did you say?" Charlie Zhang Lisheng asked in curiosity. Then, without warning, his face turned brave as he furrowed his brows without asking a follow-up question. "Forget it. Remember, after I leave the US, I won't contact you and you are given full authority to take care of the company, unless there's something particularly important. Go contact Mr. Dolby and head to his office directly. Mention my name and your position, and I believe he'll meet you. I'll see you again, Charlie." "Thank you for your trust. See you again, boss." Charlie waved his hand to say his farewells before striding out of the office. Chapter 175 The Transformation in the Midst of Attack. Chapter 175 The Transformation in the Midst of Attack. After Charlie left, Zhang Lisheng was the only one left in the office. The young man's expression became sullen. Right now, he could feel that the island dragon hidden in the ocean of blood within the factory's trench was at the verge of his transformation. The situation was irreversible and soon, a raging commotion would explode. If he had not known that he had already attracted the attention of the U.S. intelligence agencies, he would have commanded the island dragon to dive into the big ocean and let the wizard go toss about. After all, even though there were many military and commercial satellites in the sky, monitoring was not a matter of relying on signal waves at all. If the satellites spiraling around their orbits in outer space did not happen to be above them, it was impossible for the satellites to capture any image at all. The so-called real-time monitoring was just a gimmick and there was no need to worry about it at all. However, right now, just a surveillance car or a surveillance ship will be enough to expose my secrets. Who knows what kind of technical means the CIA or the FBI has? This is really FC up. The young man whirled his brain as he walked back and forth in the office. After thinking hard for 20 to 30 seconds, he felt that he could no longer delay the matter. He first took out his mobile phone and sent a vague message to his mother telling her he had something urgent to attend to so he could not go back tonight. Then, he shut his phone and threw it on the desk along with his car key before walking downstairs in a hurry. Mr. Bang. Upon seeing their bosses walking downstairs towards them, the two assistants stood up together. Give the best hospitality to the few young people who came to the factory with me today. If they ask you where I am, just say I've been picked up by a black car in a hurry. All right. The assistants answered without asking for any reason. Zhang Lisheng nodded his head and walked out of the office. At the outdoor area of the new LS slaughterhouse, trucks transporting livestock at a limited speed of fewer than 5 kilometers per hour passed by constantly. By relying on the trucks to cover himself, the young man sneaked into the corner of the factory closest to the sea in secrecy. After looking at the surroundings closely and making sure there was no CCTV, his thighs, that were hidden in the loose pants, suddenly revealed thick blue veins as he leaped up more than a meter high, grabbing on the edge of the factory's enclosing wall before leaping out of it lightly. Then, the young man continued to rush straight towards the Atlantic Ocean without stopping. After swimming for a few dozen meters in the sea, Zhang Lisheng's body began to slowly expand, bursting out of his clothes, turning them into pieces of rags and scraps. Soon, he turned into a giant 4 meters tall that had a ferocious posture, with his entire body covered in scales. At the same time, a small snake figure moved around in the young man's torn clothes and began to expand to become as thick as a bucket, transforming into a green, lively, and spirited worm dragon more than 10 meters long. After Zhang Lisheng had completed his transformation, he grabbed on the worm dragon's neck and commanded it to swim into the bottom of the Atlantic Sea. At the same time, he commanded the island dragon to turn invisible and pass through the factory's thick trench, then headed straight to the ocean floor to enter the sea and followed behind the worm dragon. At this time, Zhang Lisheng could feel that the island dragon had already begun to lose control of its own, as its body shifted, turning invisible and visible in rapid succession. Like a rubber band being pulled, the 3 scorpion tails behind its body bounced out and pierced at the bigger fishes in the area nearby before sucking their body fluids. Time passed by slowly. As the distance from the coastline grew bigger and bigger, the size of the fish the island dragon could kill became larger. By the time night fell, large marine animals weighing more than a ton had begun to appear among its victims. Right now, to Zhang Lisheng, the transformation of this wizard was by far the easiest but also the most worrying. Although he no longer needed to let out blood anymore, the process of the island dragon's transformation had already passed by for several hours, but it still had no sign of change on its body shape. If this continued any longer, he would not know how long it would take for it to end. Just as Zhang Lisheng was feeling irritated and discouraged, a vrooming sound resonated by his ears faintly. The sound was getting closer and closer, and it became clearer and clearer. All of a sudden, he saw in the dark and serene sea, thousands of fishes began scurrying away in horror. Among the fishes, a cylindrical U.S. patrolling submarine with an observatory platform on top like a fin, with a huge balanced flank on both sides, was pushing against the ocean currents and was heading over in a slow but accelerated fashion. This was Zhang Lisheng's first time having such a close encounter with such a high-end modern weapon. He did not know that this ship, that was 110 meters long, and had a width and a draft that was about 10 meters wide, was none other than the famous Los Angeles-class submarine that was a nuclear-powered fast attack submarine in service with the United States Navy. He knew less about the fact that the submarine had an underwater speed of nearly 70 kilometers per hour with a maximum diving depth of more than 450 meters. Not only that, the high-efficiency integrated sonar on the ship can go up to 100 nautical miles, and it was equipped with 4 torpedo tubes that can launch the Tomahawk cruise missile, the Whaling Fork anti-ship missile, and the Mk-48 heavy torpedo in the middle of the hull. Adding on the 12 missile vertical launchers in the first ballast tank of the ship, it could form a comprehensive three-dimensional sea, land, and air combat capability. Despite not knowing all these, the young man could still feel the baffling power emanating from the steel monster that was covered with a dark black metal luster not far away. Intuitively, the whole body of the young man shuddered as he could not help but clench his giant fists. Unfortunately, despite the owner's cautiousness, it did not mean that the island dragon on the verge of being out of control in the midst of its transformation would fear this iron sea monster sneaking under the sea. At this time, the wizard goose still shifted between invisible and visible from time to time as its tails shot out to kill the giant sea fish beasts in its vicinity. Even though it was not interested in the submarine that resembled a dead living thing, its scorpion tails had brushed across the ship's outer shell in several of its attacks. At the same time when the island dragon was doing its hunting, the sonar waves from the submarine began to spread out again and again. Very soon, it captured this huge creature that seemed to be hostile nearby. In the narrow cabin of the submarine, the black officer in charge of monitoring the sonar looked at the screen that had identified the wizard goo, which was 1,879 centimeters long and had 3 tails behind it, each tail shooting out near the speed of a sound, with a maximum range of more than 300 meters, at countless creatures and reefs within 100 nautical miles. His black face revealed a series of billowing expressions. Calmly, he reported, "Sir, I've found a target that has a body length of, I presume it's a sea monster that has sneaked out of Shrimp World. No. 2. Did you hear Alvin's report? Elin, be prepared to launch the torpedo," the captain ordered casually. "We'll give the fishes in New York's inland sea a feast of supernatural realms sea monster meat." "Yes, sir." The firepower officer in charge of launching weapons on the submarine raised 2 fingers to salute the captain before selecting the torpedoes on the center console of the weapon. After he had locked on the target according to the sonar monitor, when he was just about to shoot, he realized that the target disappeared on the screen without a trace. "Sir," the target suddenly disappeared. The firepower officer and the black man in charge of the sonar monitoring frowned right away and reported at the same time. However, the instant their words left their mouth, the island dragon's figure appeared once again on the sonar image. However, its position had already changed slightly. "Sir," the target appeared once again. "I presume it has the ability to move instantly." The black man's expression changed as he reported. "Instant movement this time. Last time it was the ability to turn into a fireball in the sea, and before that, it was the ability to freeze the sea." Did all these sea creatures from the supernatural realm grow up eating Viagra? Alien, estimate its moving trajectory and make a running torpedo fire. If we can't kill it, we must drive it back to its own world at the very least. "Yes, sir." The firepower officer of the submarine operated the computer with a gloomy expression as he proceeded to jot down and observe the wizard goo for several minutes. All of a sudden, he launched 3 heavy torpedoes from 3 different launching tubes in succession. At this time, Zhang Lisheng was in the ocean worrying as he followed the submarine going after the transforming island dragon. In the absence of any danger, of course, the meticulous Zhang Lisheng would never consider using his transformed brute body to fight with the submarine in the deep sea. However, he had wanted to command the island dragon to expand and destroy the ship that was hundreds of meters away on several occasions, but he was worried about the consequences when the wizard do fought with a submarine. It was still unpredictable who would win in the end. If both sides were annihilated in the end, the loss would far outweigh the gains. As the young man couldn't make up his mind, he realized that the submarine had fired several huge fusiform torpedoes propelled by the tail wings behind it towards his wizard goo. With a shocked expression, he commanded the island dragon to dodge the torpedoes. However, at this moment, the wizard goo was no longer under his control. It continued to hunt for big fishes in the deep sea. Zhang Lisheng felt chills running down his spine as he watched the torpedoes rush towards the island dragon. The first two torpedoes were dodged by the wizard Gus's rapid movement by luck, but under the computer's constant revision, the third torpedo crashed into the wizard goo. A dull boom resonated from the torpedo under the impact. Then, a dazzling fire burst out in the explosion and began to spread out, boiling the tens of thousands of tons of seawater into boiling water. The fluctuations produced caused the reefs on the seabeds formed through hundreds of millions of years to be blown apart. At that instant when the torpedo hit the island dragon, Zhang Lisheng felt the wizard Gus's vitality dropping to its dimmest extreme. He opened his mouth wide and squirted dark blood in the sea to form a chain, as he began to nourish the island dragon. The owner and the wizard goo were only separated by hundreds of meters away. The long line of the young man's blood essence entered the island dragon's already mutilated body, supporting it to be on autopilot to continue to use its scorpion tails behind to hunt for the large creatures in the sea. Under the nourishment from Zhang Lisheng's blood and the sea creature's body fluids, the wizard Gus's badly mutilated body began to heal. The young man noticed there was an additional scorpion tail behind the island dragon. As his mind snapped around, Zhang Lisheng understood the island dragon had started its transformation thanks to the stimulation of being injured after going against a strong opponent while it was in the midst of hunting. Secretly, he cursed in his heart. The conditions for the wizard Gus's transformation were getting difficult one after another. It was still a mystery whether the island dragon would succeed in transforming under the pursuance of the submarine this time. While he was thinking, the two torpedoes that had already brushed past the wizard goo just now made an abrupt turn, before charging towards it once again. At that moment when the island dragon seemed to about to flash and move, they exploded at the same time, and although they did not hit the island dragon, they still surrounded it in a violent burst of sea current. Chapter 176 Lost in the Supernatural Realm. Chapter 176 Lost in the Supernatural Realm. In the midst of the overflowing fire and the twisted swirls of explosions in the deep sea, the island dragon was once again heavily hit. Even if Zhang Lisheng could command the wizard goo freely, it was still hard for it to dodge a self-destructive attack of this level all of a sudden. This made the young man's awareness against the immense power and changeable tactics of high-end weapons rise up considerably. The long cable of blood essence spurting out of his mouth did not stop at all during this situation. He shrank his body to a size of 3 meters and at the same time distanced himself away from the submarine. At this time, the effect of the explosion of 2 consecutive torpedoes began to dissipate in the deep sea. The island dragon swam out from the disappearing fire in difficulty, with its body mutilated and scarred. Under the nourishment of flesh and blood from its owner, the pieces of fragmented skin on its body began to extend out and merge once more into a unified whole. Its movement became agile once again as it wiggled the 5 tails behind its body. With a flash of its figure, it charged towards a great white shark at the top of the Earth's marine food chain about a kilometer away. A round of attacks had been launched, but the opponent was not destroyed. Within the submarine cabin, the black officer stared at the screen of the solar monitor and hurriedly reported, "Sir, the target is still alive." The radius of the activity area that originally ranged from 300 to 500 meters had now expanded to around a kilometer. Of course, the ship's captain did not know that the reason the island dragon's hunting range had become larger was because its ability was becoming more powerful as the transformation process continued. With a loud voice, he yelled, "The sea monster is running away. Looks like we don't need to call for assistance anymore. Continue to pursue, and very soon, we'll be able to drive it back to its origin." Upon hearing the captain's command, several non-commissioned officers in the steering cabin replied, "Yes, sir." They maneuvered the submarine to turn, heading towards the island dragon in full speed. Just like that, the island dragon unwittingly hunted in the ocean and transformed while the submarine continued to self-righteously pursue behind the wizard Du. After a few rounds, when Zhang Lisheng felt that he had almost exhausted his flesh and blood, the island dragon finally grew its 9th black scorpion tail in the midst of the cluster of explosions from the torpedoes. Right now, in the midst of continuous remodeling of its bones and flesh, it was apparent that the long and slender body of the island dragon had already transformed a lot. Its size had been reduced to less than 10 meters in length, but its upper body had become much thicker, appearing like a hard stone pillar. Its 2 diamond-shaped eyes had also become several times larger while emitting a shimmering glow. The scales covering the surface of its body had become the size of a baby's fist. Not only that, all of the scales could be erected as well and could form an armor composed of thousands of sharp, round knives on the surface of its body. The 4 limbs and claws on its torso that supported the wizard Gus body had also expanded by a lot. Below the waist were 9 scorpion tails, and when these tails gently swayed, the long scorpion tails would form a wheel as if it were made out of fan blades, forming a series of ripples in the deep sea. However, to Zhang Lisheng, all of these changes were not important. The most important thing was the few Chinese hieroglyphs to annihilate or to consolidate. Slivered the air with the end of the 9 tails that involuntarily emerged in the young man's mind when the island dragon's body shape entered his vision. This was the real proof of the success of the transformation. Even though the transformation of the 3rd wizard Gu into the 9-tailed lizard was not as earth-shattering as Crocodragon and Mount Toad's transformations, it was more difficult compared to the 2. If it was not for the fact that they had coincidentally come across the submarine, perhaps the young man would have never obtained the trick to the island dragon's transformation, and would have had no choice but to give up on this powerful wizard Du. In retrospect, Zhang Lisheng should be grateful to the nuclear submarine that had almost finished firing its torpedoes. However, having possessed 2 wizard Gu that had completely finished their transformations, the young man who was constantly being attacked by the submarine had an uncontrollable urge to destroy it. Zhang Lisheng's slow-beating heart, after his transformation, began to hasten in its pace as he, who was following behind the submarine, habitually breathed a sigh of relief before spitting out a few bubbles. He made up his mind to command the island dragon to move through the void and sneak up to the submarine when it was launching its next torpedo so that it could begin its killing spree. At the same time, he also planned to command the worm dragon to attack the submarine shell after expanding, striving to attack from both inside and outside at the same time to destroy the submarine in one go. This was done in order to stop it from detonating its loaded missile warhead and die together with the enemy. However, to his surprise, after the island dragon completed its transformation, the submarine also stopped the attack on it at the same time. The young man waited for a moment and realized that it actually turned around and left. This stunned Zhang Lisheng. When he was about to launch his attack, he suddenly heard a low buzzing sound resonating from the distance. Sensing another submarine heading towards him, Zhang Lisheng abruptly remembered that the entrance to the supernatural realm was somewhere within the New York Inland Sea and was heavily guarded by the U.S. Navy. Tacking a submarine he did not know the identity of in such a place was the same as poking a beehive with a stick while naked. Be careful, the young man told himself twice in his heart, and dispelled the idea of attacking, commanding the two wizard duo afterward that wandered into the supernatural realm along with him, to turn small by using the expand shrink. Quietly, he floated up to the surface of the sea, planning to look at the stars in the sky to identify the direction to return back to shore as fast as possible. However, when Zhang Lisheng's body shrank to a height less than 30 centimeters tall to become a dwarf completely covered with yellow and blue alternate scales, he realized that the position of the stars in the sky was different from his memory when he raised his head up as he floated on the sea. SHT No wonder I came across a U.S. Navy's submarine and was pursued by it. It turned out that I've actually followed the island dragon to the gate of the supernatural realm in the New York Inland Sea before following the submarine to the supernatural realm, Zhang Lisheng muttered with a wry smile. And now I'm lost. When he was saying that he was lost, he looked around with his head swimming and realized there was nothing except the vast blue ocean in his field of vision. He had no tool at all right now, so it was impossible for him to determine his direction. Fortunately, the young man now no longer had many scruples since he was in the supernatural realm. After pondering about it for a moment, he expanded his body to become over 2 meters tall, while the scales on his skin became faintly visible, and rode on the island dragon. Wrapped in the water current, he soared up into the air before locking on one direction and flew towards it. From late night until dawn, Zhang Lisheng calculated to himself and realized he must have flown for at least several hundreds of kilometers away. But until now, he had not even touched down on a small island at all. When the sun in the supernatural realm began to spread out on the coastline, he decided not to fly in a straight line anymore but began to fly in a circle, layer by layer, from top to bottom. Time continued to pass by every second. The young man, who had transformed to something similar to a deity as he flew on the dragon naked, soaring on the surface of the sea, still did not obtain any result. Gradually he began to feel irritated. The sun slowly rose, and when it reached the center of the sky, he felt his hunger taking over his senses. Opening his mouth wide, he commanded the worm dragon to spit out a cyclone on the sea surface to form a long and deep ditch on the sea. Not long after, dead fish and sea creatures began to float on the water surface. The small ones had already turned into a pile of flesh while the badly mutilated remnants of the big ones drifted along the raging waves. Now that he had vented out, Zhang Lisheng felt much better right away. He leaped into the sea directly and began to choose the sashimi he had made for himself. Finally, he selected a 1-meter-long fish that had its head severed by the cyclone, but its body well intact. There were almost no scales at all on its body, and its meat was plump and juicy, showing a milky white color. Ripping it apart, he began to chow on it, using his hand to pinch a small piece of meat from the fish body. He ripped out a long piece of fat fish meat before placing it into his mouth and sucking on it like eating noodles. Without even chewing it, he swallowed the fish meat that smelled fresh directly into his stomach. This kind of eating method was truly efficient. After a while, the young man had already eaten half of the big fish. At this time, the countless of shredded fish floating on the sea surface around him began to attract many sea beasts as they gathered. Zhang Lisheng saw a heavily injured fish that had 2 cheeks like a dolphin and a smooth body suddenly pop out of the surface to eat the dead fish with one gulp. This fish had a thick mane on its head. Right now, its thick mane was held tightly by a weird old man with a wrinkled face as a result of being soaked in the water for too long. What was more bizarre was that this gray long-robed old man was actually shutting his eyes tightly, as though he was in a state of coma. Everything happened so fast, and with great absurdity. The young man became dumbfounded as he released the fish meat in his hand. Just as he was about to move closer and take a closer look at the old man's situation, the dolphin-like weird fish barred its big mouth all of a sudden, remaining vigilant against him. Dumbstruck, Zhang Lisheng looked at this fish which had been trained as a mount in the water and chuckled in amazement. Right now, just with his strength alone, he could smash the fish into a pile of meat with a simple punch. He did not need to expand his body nor need to command his wizard goo to attack. However, with the face of that responsible yet strange fish, the young man did nothing and merely tore off a few pieces of fish meat to throw at it, before riding on his worm dragon to continue to search for his way. Right at this moment, the supernatural realm's old man on the strange fishback suddenly opened his eyes and began to grunt "ooh-ar" with a sullen face directed to Zhang Lisheng. In just a short amount of time, he changed his language for more than 10 times. Zhang Lisheng's heart gave a jolt. He had the intention to communicate with this supernatural realm's indigenous old man as well. Meaninglessly mumbling, he pointed towards the ocean, and then laid his palms wide on the sea surface, turning it into the shape of an island that he himself felt looked like one. He continued to make signs using his hand, but in the end he still could not communicate with the old man at all. Unwittingly, his time had been wasted for a long time. Under the glare of the sun, the young man who was half full still appeared to be full of energy and nonchalant, but the old man riding on the strange fish had begun to turn a shade of decayed wood-like gray on his face. Seeing that they could not communicate and that his life had already reached its final moment, a struggling expression appeared on the old man's face. In the end, he made up his mind to take out a folded old animal skin from his pocket and opened it, before rapidly writing on it using his thin finger. Feeling that this native old man from the supernatural realm might be drawing the nearby sea map for him, a grateful expression crept upon Zhang Lisheng's face as he waited quietly. After a long time, the old man finally finished writing and handed the animal skin to the young man. In a pleasant surprise, Zhang Lisheng took the animal skin but found out that there was no drawing at all. Instead, it was filled with tapo-like small words, and he could not help but show a confused look. Chapter 177 Crafty Acquisition. Chapter 177 Crafty Acquisition. Upon seeing the ferocious-looking sea monster, who turned out to be kind-hearted, showing a shocked expression on his face that was covered with faint blue and yellow scales, the old man riding on the strange fish smiled. Then he gently loosened his grip on his mount's mane before finally looking around greedily at the blue ocean and the clear sky. Afterward, a sacred, fearless expression crept upon his face. Stretching both his arms out, he stared at the animal skin on Zhang Lisheng's hand before proceeding to do a gesture to signify that he's praying. In an instant, soft white light emitted out of the old man as his body began to drift away bit by bit on the roll of animal skin. This bizarre scene startled Zhang Lisheng. His body froze abruptly, all of the muscles on his body bulged out like chunks of steel. However, after a moment of vigilance, the young man noticed that nothing else happened other than the old man slowly turning into a ball of light and his body slowly dissipating away. Why go all the trouble to burn yourself up like a light bulb if all you're doing is committing suicide? What does this actually mean? After about 30 to 50 seconds, Zhang Lisheng looked at the old man who turned into nothingness, leaving behind his gray robe on the strange fish, before muttering to himself, transforming into light and illuminating these tablet-like words on the animal skin. But it's not like I know this language, it's not like I understand them at all. As he was speaking, he lowered his head unwittingly and looked at the animal skin roll. To his surprise, even though the strange tablet-like words on it did not change, as if it was a miracle, he somehow understood its meaning. When I was chasing the migration of the Avnardo merpeople in the sea, I unwittingly embarked on a huge remote island in the Hellfire Archipelago, where the barbarians live. I found a group of exiles who mastered the superb alchemical machinery technology. Those exiles seem to be living on steel ships on a daily basis, but they have already opened up a small settlement on the island. Judging from how the Hellfire barbarians allowed them to build houses on the island, I suspect they must have learned a harsh lesson from these people already. I'm very happy about this. I found out that after those exiles have settled down on the island, they treat the barbarians kindly. They exchanged bright mirrors and black sweets that give out a peculiar intoxicating scent with the Hellfire barbarians for plant seeds that are completely valueless, and even reclaimed wasteland to domesticate these seeds. It seems like this should be a good branch of a farming civilization. When Zhang Lisheng reached this part, he noticed that the wording written on the roll of animal skin in his hand had reached the end. This seems to be a diary that doesn't have much context. Perplexed, he muttered to himself, and noticed that all of the wording on the roll of animal skin disappeared before lines of new words emerged to replace them. I pretended to be a Hellfire barbarian and made a trade with the exiles at the settlement. The longer I spent my time with them, the more obvious I could sense the same aura of a higher civilized race from them. Their language is extremely complicated. Even if I have the eternal comprehension spell that I'm fortunate to have obtained from the dire ancient temple ruins, it took me a full 12 days to finally communicate with them freely. It's the 12th day today. The eternal comprehension spell has already taken effect, and I learned that the sweet was called chocolate from its wrapping. What a strange name this is, but it was indeed delicious. I'll tell these kind exiles later just how wrong it is for them to choose to form alliances with the ferocious barbarians. Civilized people should choose to become allies with civilized people instead, just like us Kataman city-state. God, I was wrong. I have made a grave self-righteous mistake. Traveling from afar by ship doesn't mean those people are exiles. They're from a different world, from another realm. The fantastical descriptions written by Geir ancient god in the epic The Century is actually real. The other world does exist. Could it be that millions of years ago, after the 6 days catastrophe took place, our world had indeed become a negligible part of a huge and unparalleled colossal world for a period of time before it'll leave this island tomorrow and tell the invasion of these people from the other world to all civilized countries? They have come. The Hellfire barbarians have found the cave where I secretly lived. Under the horror of yesterday, I've forgotten my usual meticulousness. These damn barbarians did not listen to me and instead attacked me. I fled to the beach with all my might and rode on the newly domesticated hairy dollfish to escape. Dear kind sea beast, I sacrificed my life that doesn't have much time left to cast the eternal comprehension spell so you can understand the content of the words I wrote on this magic wolf skin paper. As the same intelligent being from the Geir world, despite our differences in race, I sincerely hope you can abandon your hatred towards the people of this land in the face of righteousness and give my diary to Lord Adia, the chief superintendent of Blue Whale City in the Kataman City state. Bring my gray robe as a token and tell him you're the messenger of the fog explorer Armanik, and he'll definitely see you. By that time, please hand over this roll of magic wolf skin paper to Lord Adir, and you'll surely get a good reward. Not only that, you may even become a great figure in history. This matter is very important to our entire world. I pray that you, kind sea monster, will pass the news at any cost. Shane Le Sheng read all of the contents on the magic wolf skin paper roll in one breath, and unwittingly fell into deep thought. The descriptions of Geir ancient god, the epic The Century, the 6 days catastrophe, the colossal world seemed to be forming a faint context of connection with the bookmarks and pages he knew before, which was pointing towards the truth. Just by thinking about it, the young man could not see what exactly was the truth hidden behind the connections. However, one thing he could be sure of was that although he did not understand why the U.S. government would treat the two discovered supernatural realms with two different attitudes as an earthling, of course, it was just natural for him to choose to protect the position of his own world. Curling his lips, Chen Lisheng no longer made any blind conjectures. With both of his hands holding onto the animal skin roll, he muttered to himself, Mr. Armanik, this matter is indeed important to your world, but unfortunately, you've entrusted it to the wrong person. Then, he forcefully tore it apart. The young man originally thought that the animal skin roll would be torn into 2 halves, but to his surprise, no sign of tearing appeared on the skin roll at all. Dumbstruck, he increased his strength, but his effort remained futile. So tough, Shang Lisheng became a little awkward as he frowned and muttered to himself. The muscles on his body bulged out as his body gradually expanded in the 3 meters, 4 meters when he had transformed into a 9-meter-tall giant, and when the animal skin roll was barely holdable with both hands, the young man used his entire might, while gritting his teeth as a ferocious look was plastered on his face, and was finally able to rip a small tear on the skin roll. The instant the magic wolf skin paper roll was ripped, a gush of faint light floated outward from the crack, before passing along the skin roll in an unavoidable speed and entering Zhang Lisheng's palm. In an instant, he felt a burst of pain in his brain, which suddenly was followed by an enlightened feeling. Just like that, as the ripped skin animal roll was unwittingly ripped apart by the dazed young man, it gradually crumbled into pieces. As the rip gradually became bigger, a blob of faint white flames began to burn on the skin roll, finally turning it into ashes. By the time Zhang Lisheng snapped back to reality, both of his hands were already empty. He did not know that he had actually used the most savage and simple method to rob the supernatural realm's old man Armanik of the incomparable marvelous eternal comprehension spell that Armanik wanted to offer to his motherland through the hand of the kind and ignorant sea monster at the very last moment of his life. Perplexed, the young man shook his head and clapped his hand to return to a height of over 2 meters tall. No longer wasting his time, he rode on the worm dragon and flew back into the air to continue his journey to look for his way. Unwittingly, several dozens of hours passed by. When Zhang Lisheng was hungry, he would eat raw fish in the sea. When he was thirsty, he would take advantage of his strong body after the transformation and drink a few mouthfuls of cold seawater. After going through 3 sunrises and sunsets, he finally saw a huge island that stretched for hundreds of miles appearing in front of his own eyes in the early morning at the far end of the sky and ocean. Not only that, but the island seemed to also have several bean-sized ships parked around it. Ships from their shapes, they look like the battleships from Earth. Overwhelmed with excitement, the young man commanded the worm dragon to rise up to the air continuously and flew along the clouds and fog to conceal himself as he continued to fly towards the huge island. As he was getting nearer, he bulged his eyes out that was as huge as a toad's eyes to see through the clouds. Gradually, he could see clearer, and there were indeed several battleships labeled with Prawn 201 to Prawn 205 moored at a natural harbor with deep water by the island. On the coast near the battleship, a rudimentary town surrounded by sturdy concrete walls that had the same vibe of a typical American village began to enter his sight. Many supernatural realms aboriginal midgets were carrying a U.S. Navy camouflage canvas bag filled with all sorts of strange mountain produce as they walked through the widely open spacious iron gates on the enclosure and into the town, trading with the U.S. soldiers who were amiable and full of smiles. The Aborigines traded awes, seeds, and even some hand-carved items, while the U.S. soldiers traded thick and sturdy felt blankets, wearable and durable small canvas clothes, high-calorie chocolate, and compressed biscuits that were continuously produced from the industrial production line. If Zhang Lisheng was good in Western modern history, he would immediately discover that the scene he saw was very similar to the scene of the trade with the Indians after the Europeans first established settlements on the American continent. It was a pity that the young man was not equipped with such knowledge. Due to his desperateness in going back, he hastily circled around the giant island in the air after he found the island. After spending 3 to 4 hours, he finally found the beach where the Elizabeth Holiday was once stranded. One of the huge stone pillars that had trapped the ship before, the one Crocker Dragon had bitten, disappeared without a trace. However, the remaining one still stood on the coastline. Ecstatically, Zhang Lisheng commanded the wizard Gu to land beside the stone pillar and jumped off the wizard Gus back. Standing on the beach, he recalled it carefully and turned his gaze to the southwest. In his memory, the Elizabeth Holiday should have been moving towards that direction before finally returning to the sea off New York. Chapter 178: A Powerful Punch and the Marvelous Eternal Comprehension Spell. Chapter 178: A Powerful Punch and the Marvelous Eternal Comprehension Spell. The ship had the guidance from a nautical instrument, but Zhang Lisheng only had a vague memory to help him. It was certainly impossible for him to recklessly fly on the worm dragon without a direction in mind. At the very least, he must wait till the night came so he could rely on astrology to determine his position, which would at least give him better confidence in making his move. Looking at the position of the sun above his head, there would be at least a few hours left before night fell. Chang Lishing thought about it and commanded the shrunken island dragon that had been holding onto the worm dragon's tail to return to its normal size. Then, he jumped onto the back of the wizard goo and commanded it to enter the dense forest from the distance. During the winter, the forest in this supernatural realm was cold and wet. The decaying leaves on the ground emitted a faint stench, but the young man sitting cross-legged on the wizard goo felt very comfortable in such an environment. From time to time, he would command the island dragon to randomly pierce its 9 long scorpion tails around, causing numerous strange beasts and poisonous insects in the forest to flee in shock. Chang Lishing wanted to refine whichever ferocious-looking insect that appeared in front of him. Right now, the wizard power in his body was already enough for him to cast the assimilate spell thousands of times. Cooperating with the simplify spell, he could cast with his thought to refine the wizard goo. The fierce poisonous insects on the forest ground around the young man would either burst crisply and would turn into a mess of flesh and blood, or a few of them would either be successfully refined into wizard goo but would eventually be commanded by him to enter the island dragon's bloody and witty-opened mouth for being too weak. As he made his way forward, he killed along the way. Although the energy consumption was small, it would eventually accumulate to become a lot in the end. After an hour or two, Chang Lishing, whose effort was futile, finally started to feel tired. He stood up abruptly on the island dragon's back and muttered to himself as he picked his target, "I really can't randomly pick my wizard goo like that. Looks like I'm running out of luck right now." Wanting to come across a wizard goo that could possess the omniscient power at the instant it's refined seems to be much harder than winning the lottery. When his gaze landed on a few trees close to one another while the canopy was tightly connected midair, the young man suddenly opened his mouth wide to spit out a cyclone. After crushing the canopy of the giant trees, he cast the assemble spell in his mind as he looked at the large group of scattered branches along with the animal flesh and blood on the ground. In an instant, the spell began to affect countless insects inside the jungles within the supernatural realm and came together to kill and compete for the remnants of the animal corpses mixed with Chang Lishing's blood essence on the ground. Looking at the thousands of poisonous insects fighting in front of him, the young man had an interesting look on his face before sitting down again, quietly waiting to see whether he would get a surprise or not. However, when the venomous insects were getting smaller in number and the survivors began to show changes in body size with their fangs protruding out, a sudden commotion erupted from the depths of the forest. There, a monster 2 meters high and 7 to 8 meters long that looked like a rhinoceros, save for the fact that it did not have a horn, ran out of the forest. Its 4 hooves treaded on the muddy ground, splashing the muddy water around before stepping directly onto the branches Chang Lishing had cast a spell on. No matter how great the potential of the insects was before they were refined into wizard goo, they were still insects no matter what. Being trampled by a monster weighing several tons, they were smashed into a puddle of mess and sunk into the soil. Seeing almost how all of his poisonous insects that were specially selected by his spell had died for no reason, Chang Lishing gritted his teeth and hissed. Then, as if he had springs for legs, he leaped up from the wizard Gus back and flew straight towards the monster. Just as he was about to get near the beast that had thick and tight black skin, his right arm swung as he threw out a punch, sending the beast flying with just one hit. Roar in midair, the beast roared its last cry. Its huge bulging eyeballs suddenly became bloodshot before bursting out with a pop sound. Fresh blood also flowed out from its mouth and nose as it slammed onto the ground and struggled powerlessly for a few times before ceasing to breathe. Even though the process contained accumulated sprinting energy, the fact that Zhang Lisheng could kill a ferocious beast much larger than himself with just a punch also sent a great shock to himself. Whoa, the shape will fist is, indeed, so powerful. I've merely trained for a few days and just one blast is already enough for me to kill a beast several times larger than my current body size. After my transformation, my physical strength, power, and resilience would no doubt be far superior to other ordinary people, but in the absence of omniscient power, I would at least need to expand my body up to 5 or 6 meters tall before I could kill such a beast in one hit, right? As the young man was muttering to himself, 20 to 30 midget aborigines holding spears, growling in "Uor" sound suddenly ran out from the forest passage that the beast had trampled on just now. It was apparent that those aborigines were chasing the beast. When they saw the beast lying dead on the ground, they looked at each other in confusion and began to talk to each other while continuing their usual uor growling for a while before turning their gaze onto Zhang Lisheng, who was a little dazed. The young man had already noticed the incoming supernatural realms aborigines before this, but in the face of these frail midgets, it would be as easy as yawning for him to kill them right now. Just like how a male lion would not pay any attention to the weak antelope breaking into his territory when it was not hungry yet, Zhang Lisheng did not care what these aborigines wanted to do. He merely made up his mind that if these aborigines were sensible enough to not disturb him, he would let them go, but if any of them attacked him, he would turn all of them into the wizard dust meal. However, what happened next was far beyond Zhang Lisheng's expectations. The aborigines stared at him for a while and slowly revealed a grateful expression. Several of the elders had even approached him kindly and tiptoed to tap the young man's arm. The young aborigines, on the other hand, peeked at Zhang Lisheng from time to time with an admirable gaze while using a sharp but ragged metal hunting knife to dismember the beast. After a while, they put the most delicious meat part taken from the chest, hind legs, and buttocks in front of Zhang Lisheng. Being treated with respect by the supernatural realm's aborigines, the young man felt extremely dumbstruck. He looked at the aborigines in front of him with bafflement and noticed that the ugly faces of these midgets were indeed filled with genuine friendliness and respect. Suddenly, he recalled the misunderstanding the supernatural realm's old man Armanik had in himself, and his heart gave a sudden jolt. Sea Beast Zhang Lisheng lowered his gaze to look at his thick arms that were faintly looming with blue and yellow scales before blurting out, "Sea Beast." When he said the word Sea Beast for the second time, an amiable smile already crept upon his face. Grabbing the fat flesh placed on clean leaves, he handed it back to the aborigines' elders, while touching his stomach, making a gesture saying he was full. The aborigines cheered and accepted the young man's good intentions. They began to pick up the branches and started a bonfire, before throwing the meat pieces of the monster into the fire to cook them. Before the bloody smell was even completely removed, they already used their hunting knives to take the meat out and started to chew on them joyfully. Zhang Lisheng stood by the side quietly and watched these aborigines from the supernatural realm finishing up the prey. When he noticed one of the aborigines actually carefully took out a disposable lighter that was printed with the word "Made in China," shock washed over him. The supernatural realm's huge island he was currently on was extremely large. The jungle where the young man was located must be at least 200 kilometers away from the U.S. Army settlement. Even so, this aborigine was actually carrying a daily necessity from Earth. Without a doubt, this meant that the U.S. influence had already radiated throughout the entire island. I wonder what these big guys in the U.S. Army are trying to do, Zhang Lisheng muttered to himself, and walked towards the aborigines who were eating. As he was about to make a gesture asking where they obtained the lighter from, he suddenly felt as though his mind was washed by a sense of coolness. Straight away, he blurted out and directly spoke the language of the indigenous people. "Forest Dai, where did you get this artifact to make a fire?" The aborigines found it strange that this sea beast in front was actually fluent in Hellfire language but still gesticulated to communicate with them just now. However, the leader of the hunting aborigines still replied in a respectful manner, "Dear respected son of the sea, this artifact is the war trophy we obtained after defeating the Tulan tribe. According to the slaves we captured, if we walk towards the west side of the island for 2 sunsets, we'll see several mysterious and huge iron ships. The masters of these iron ships will use all kinds of magical artifacts in exchange for useless seeds and small living beasts captured in the woodland." The aborigines leader answered very detailedly. However, right now, Zhang Lisheng no longer had any intention to pay attention to what the aborigine was saying. He merely stared with his eyes wide as he thought to himself in great bafflement, why would he suddenly be fluent in the language of the supernatural realm's aborigines? Soon, he recalled the 2 lines of words he had read on the animal skin roll recorded by Armanik. "Their language is extremely complicated. It took me a full 12 days to finally become able to communicate with them freely. It's the 12th day today. The eternal comprehension spell has already taken effect." Chocolate, what a strange name this is, but it was indeed delicious. Eternal comprehension spell, eternal comprehension spell. Zhang Lisheng's eyes lit up. "I must have obtained the eternal comprehension spell Armanik sealed in the magic wolf paper skin roll when I ripped it apart. Even though this sly old man has written on the letter with sincerity, it looked like he still hid a lot of secrets from me. Perhaps if I really went to the Blue Whale City of the Kataman City State to deliver the letter, I'd be killed instead of obtaining rewards." "Son of the sea, what did you say when the aborigines leader saw this beast in front?" Showed a series of expression of shock, pleasant surprise, and rage while muttering to himself in a strange language, he asked anxiously. "Nothing, leader of the forest people. I want to ask you, do you plan to continue hunting before the night gets dark? If you want, I can help you hunt some big beasts." Zhang Lisheng snapped back to reality and asked with a smile. "Thank you, mighty son of the sea." The aborigines later became happy before saying dejectedly, "But this black-skinned soyable is the largest prey that we can carry. Don't worry, if your tribe is not far from here, I can help you bring this big bull back first." A kind smile appeared on Zhang Lisheng's ferocious-looking face as he replied. Chapter 179, Carving His Name in the History. Chapter 179, Carving His Name in the History. The goodwill shown by the sea beast made the hunting aborigines leader feel extremely grateful. Turning around, he pointed towards the distant forest. "Respected son of the sea, our ancestral tribe is under that foothill." "That's good, I will take the prey back to your tribe after a while." Zhang Lisheng looked at the direction of the aborigines' finger and noticed that there was nothing other than foliage. He could not see any shadow of a mountain as he looked towards the horizon. However, he still spoke in affirmation. The reason why the young man did so was, of course, not because he was too bored and really cared whether these supernatural realms aborigines would starve or not. Rather, He wanted to know just how effective the Eternal Comprehension spell was, and until what level this so-called free communication would allow him to go. In fact, countless unnecessary disputes usually stem from the difference in communication between the two parties. In this era where the supernatural realm's door was constantly emerging on Earth, it went without saying just how valuable the ability to communicate with all intelligent creatures was. It was absolutely necessary for him to know as much as possible about it in the shortest time possible. Now that they obtained the sea beast's word to help them in their hunting, the aborigines beside him were filled with joy. The speed at which they ate their meat became greatly accelerated as well. Not long after, the aborigines who became full one after another began to open a utensil that resembled a brown bark-like bamboo tied at their waists, and drank a few mouthfuls of cool spring water before standing up from the ground as they conversed with each other. Seeing how the aborigines were full now, Chang Lisheng walked up to the black-skinned soyable that still had over 90 of its meat left and took hold of both of its front legs, before lifting it up above his shoulder. He tried to take 2 steps and realized that he could still support it, so he shouted out loud, "Forest people, lead the way. Let us set off to your tribe. Hololarlar, the brave and mighty son of the sea, you must be one of the strongest among all the sea's sons." The people of the Tudanan tribe applauded you, seeing how Zhang Lisheng was drenched in the dark blood continuously dripping from the beast's huge body while dragging this giant thing as he gradually walked forward. The aborigines were first stunned before cheering in unison. 2 to 3 young people among them, who acted as scouts, immediately jumped out and scrambled to become his guide, leading Zhang Lisheng. They gradually walked through the forest and returned to the aboriginal tribe. This aboriginal tribe was located in a small mountain basin hidden within the forest, beside a mountain spring near a small waterfall. Due to the limited water resource, the population of the entire tribe was fewer than 2,000 people. All of them stayed in low houses made from tree bark. Strangely, this tribe already had simple and original artisans, such as blacksmiths, weapon manufacturers, leather manufacturers, and so on. Not only that, but they also had a long history recorded on bark paper. When Zhang Lisheng dragged the huge black-skinned soyable back to the tribe, he was warmly welcomed by all of the remaining members in the indigenous tribe. As the fake son of the ocean, and the friend who took the initiative to express kindness to the Tudanan tribesmen, he was even invited by the tribal head to enter the largest bark house next to a totem pole, and saw the book of history exclusively belonging to the Tudanan tribe inside. Sitting on the furry hide while looking at this thick book mostly filled with colorful beast drawings, and also some cuneiform characters among it, Chang Lisheng noticed that the drawings in the book were very similar to the carvings on the totem. Not only that, but he also naturally came to understand the meaning of the words written in the book. The wonderful ability of the Eternal Comprehension spell made the young man's face unwittingly reveal a smile filled with satisfaction. Seeing the excitement of the sea beast, the old wrinkled Tudanan's tribal head, who had been seemingly drowsy just now, suddenly asked, "Dear respected son of the sea, I wonder if you're willing to leave behind your own portraits in the book of the history of our Tudanan tribesmen." The request of the tribal headman elicited a horrified expression from the warrior guarding beside them. However, the moment he recalled the baffling scene of how Zhang Lisheng was covered in fresh blood while taking big strides, carrying the giant beast's body into the tribe, loosened his tensed expression. He remembered how the tribal warriors who went hunting said it was this sea beast in front of them who killed the black-skinned soyable all by himself. since the gigantic palm print on the beast's abdomen was the only fatal wound on it, and upon remembering how the Teutonian tribe, that had already experienced 1,750 winters, was once widely known among all Hellfire people, the warrior lowered his head without a word and regained his respectful look once again, leaving behind an image. Can I do that? Upon hearing the tribal headman's words, Zhang Lisheng, who did not know what it meant by leaving his name on the Hellfire's tribe book, casually asked. Of course, if he added his portrait in the Teutonian tribesman's book of history, he would come to possess the right to enjoy the tribe's offering and the obligation to protect the tribe. Of course you can, O mighty son of the sea. As long as you're willing to, I can draw a portrait of you right away. Are you a painter too, Chief Lula Luki? In that case, I'll be honored. Zhang Lisheng smiled in a strange manner and handed the bark book that he had finished flipping back to the old tribal headman. The headman took the book and carefully took out a bark paper of poor quality from a wooden box placed on the central altar above the seat of honor in the bark house. Then, he dipped his finger in some colorful poisonous insect blood before drawing on the paper, vividly painting Zhang Lisheng's appearance after his transformation. Dear respected son of the sea, what is your real name? Zhang Lisheng. The young man originally wanted to forge a fake name for the old hoary aborigine in front of him, but his real Mandarin name blurted out from his mouth instead. Such an inexplicable situation made Zhang Lisheng stunned, as a bad premonition rose from his heart. Right at this moment, the Teutonian tribe headman had already dexterously pasted the bark paper depicting his portrait on the book of the history of the tribe. On top of that, he even wrote a few words in Hellfire language that had a similar enunciation with the name Zhang Lisheng. After that, the old man sat on the ground and buried his head deep in his chest. Zhang Lisheng, the guardian of the tribe, may you protect the Teutonian to always remain forever. At this time, the warrior behind the head also kneeled down on his knees while holding his long spear, before bowing his head towards Zhang Lisheng. It was a good thing that other than changing their attitude from being respectful to become submissive towards Zhang Lisheng, no other strange things took place at all. Zhang Lisheng's heart that hoisted high could finally relax. However, the unknown is always scary. Despite his relief, he still made up his mind to decide on two things right away. First, he would never agree to some strange requests he did not understand, be it on supernatural realm or on Earth. Second, he needed to leave the Teutonian tribe now. Chief Lula Luki, I heard the voice of the wind messenger. That is the sea summoning me. The young man made up something random and quickly ran out of the bark house. Without so much as glancing at the warriors who were waiting for him outside of the house to continue their hunting, he abruptly leaped up with all his might. The leap was more than 10 meters high and nearly 100 meters away. In the midst of the stunned gaze of the aborigines, it only took Zhang Lisheng a few leaps before disappearing into the depths of the forest. It was already in the evening. After the young man leaped with all of his might for a few minutes after making sure of his direction, he crashed into hundreds of giant trees before coming to the beach where the Elizabeth Holiday had been stranded before. Looking up at the sky, Zhang Lisheng made note of the position of the bright stars in the southwest direction of the sky and memorized them in his heart. Then he commanded the worm dragon, who had been following him, to expand. Riding on the wizard goo, he soared up to the sky and parted a few clouds before flying deeper into the sky above the sea. Relying on the guide from the astrological signs, the young man commanded the worm dragon to keep flying in the same direction. However, he constantly adjusted the angle of his flight twisting and turning as they moved forward in the shape of a fan. Finally, when the dawn was about to arrive, he could hear a vague car horn sound from the distance. I'm out of the supernatural realm, and back on Earth, Zhang Lisheng muttered in pleasant surprise in the midst of the clouds of small electric currents. He bulged out his eyes to have a clear look at the direction of the horn. Finally, he found a subtle ray of light slowly drifting on the vast ocean. Now that he had a target, the young man soon commanded the worm dragon to follow the light and came to the brightly lit Queen's Harbor in New York. Then he proceeded to fly out of the city along the coastline. More than 10 minutes later, he saw his huge factory standing in the suburbs of New York. Finally back breathing a long sigh midair, Zhang Lisheng shrank his body to become less than 20 cm and jumped directly into the sea from the wizard goo. After swimming ashore, he cautiously sneaked into the new LS slaughterhouse, opened the door with his fingerprint and pupils before finally returning to his office. In the last darkness before dawn, the young man returned his body size to normal and took a hot shower in the bathroom before changing into a new set of clothes. After he had recovered his look of a civilized person, he took his phone and key from the desk and turned to walk out from the office. At this time, the sun had risen slowly on the horizon. Before he got onto the car, Zhang Lisheng realized that the inside of his factory had suddenly been plastered with posters for the Republican campaign. Not only that, there was a notice calling for participation in the electoral rally of the Republican Party, and the factory would provide vehicle transfer and free dinner. Knowing that this must be the service Charlie provided for a certain powerful White House candidate under Tina's father's instruction, he could not help but chuckle soundlessly. In the presidential election, it was impossible for the general public to vote for a stranger whom they had never heard of before. Therefore, in addition to the original political accumulation of the party, the candidates were actually competing through the charms of the candidate, the campaign team, and through such a platform to display this charm. In other words, it was to spend a lot of money to advertise and invite political and business big shots with wide influence in society to create momentum for themselves. It was certainly impossible for the new LS slaughterhouse to force farmers to vote for the Republican Party, but it could rely on the slogans in the factory, the organized electoral helpful assembly, and the communications of the directors of several hundred national farmers' unions to subtly influence the future choice of nearly 30% of the agricultural population in New York. This was also where Zhang Lisheng's political value lied. This value might sound cheap and soft, but in the U.S., there was no lack of help from such people behind the scenes of every successfully elected candidate of the government. Chapter 180: A Fierce Confrontation. Chapter 180: A Fierce Confrontation. As he drove the Explorer out of the factory, Zhang Lisheng immediately connected his phone to the car via Bluetooth the moment he turned the car into the highway. The most number of missed calls displayed on the car's central control screen was none other than his mother, Lily. After pondering about it, he quickly used the car phone to call her back. Even though it was only slightly over 6 o'clock and the sun was just rising up, the call was immediately picked up. "Oh, baby, where have you been? I have been worried to death in the past few days. I have been calling you all the while. I've contacted all of your friends who can be contacted and all the subordinates in the factory. If it was not for the text message you sent me, I'd have long called the police already. Mom, I'm fine. I'm sorry that I haven't contacted you these few days and have made you worried. I'm on my way home now. I'll see you in about an hour. I'll explain it to you when I get back home later." As Zhang Lisheng was explaining to his mom, Two black Chevrolet SUVs suddenly drove from behind him and sped up before sandwiching his car in between. In an instant, the friction of the paint between the speeding Explorer and the Chevrolet SUVs gave off a series of ear-piercing sounds, emitting a series of sparks in the process. "What's going on, baby? What's that sound?" At the other end of the Explorer's car phone, Lily's panicked voice gradually weakened until it disappeared. It was apparent that somebody had blocked off the signal. Then, the rear seat windows of the two SUVs that sandwiched Zhang Lisheng's car rolled open as sturdy men wearing black bulletproof vests with infrared night vision goggles on their faces extended out. With their hands holding on long and thick rifles, they broke the Explorer's window glass and fired 6 to 7 tear gas bombs in a row, shrouding the car from inside out in a cloud of thick yellow smoke. At the same time, in a black extended van driving on the outskirts of New York City about 500 to 600 meters away from the distressed Zhang Lisheng, a thin-bearded white man was staring at the monitor screen while whispering in a low voice maniacally, "Don't hold back, be enraged, I can sense the anger in your heart, use your strength. Cassandro, come to think of it, your plan is completely crazy without having any substantial evidence. You secretly arrest New York's most outstanding new industrialist in this new era in accordance with the procedures for arresting terrorists." Next to him, a tall and thin man, who was also staring at the monitor, muttered, "Louis, no matter how crazy I am, I'm still nothing compared to you. Don't forget, you're the man who planned and is currently the commander of this operation. Don't tell me that you only think about it after the plan is carried out." "Of course not," the tall, thin man gritted his teeth and replied with a complex expression on his face. "But if this plan fails, I'll no longer be the commander of the FBI. But if you succeed, you may become another legend in the FBI. Think about the commotion Rowan from the CIA made when he caught that enemy agent, Camel, brought over by the invaders from Shrimp World No. 1 in Hawaii. Don't worry, that person will not just fold his hand and wait for his death. As long as he displays his superpower, we'll have enough proof to capture him, and all of our actions will become justified." Cassandro stared at the monitor and said with confidence as his mouth twitched. In the monitor screen, the interior of the Explorer Zhang Lisheng was driving was covered in thick yellow smoke. Amidst the sound of the collision, the two Chevrolets tried their best to protect his car, and gradually, they came to a stop without getting out of control and tumbling around. After successfully stopping the Explorer, the Chevrolet SUVs stopped all of a sudden. The doors immediately opened and a few armed personnel wearing black bulletproof vests, with infrared night vision goggles on their faces, raised up their long guns and bent slightly, being on their guards. When the armed men jumped out of the car, a skinny figure emerged out of the thick smoke emitted from the rear seat windows of the Explorer that were smashed by the tear gas bombs. After that figure landed on the ground, he leaped softly and went around by the side of the armed men. Without making any communication, he directly stepped out and threw out a straight punch, hitting the chest of one of the armed personnel, who had started to react but still was not fast enough, causing him to collapse directly. 2 ribs pierced deeply into his heart. No matter how sturdy his body was, he would immediately die as well. The dead person naturally became the shield of the attacker. After the dead person was being pushed forward as he was used to block a few shots by the skinny figure and came near his companion, a long and slender arm reached out from underneath the dead armed man's armpit and swiftly grabbed on the throat of another gunman, ending the life of that person as well. His shield had now increased from 1 to 2. After he had obtained 2 shields, the attacker directly pushed the 2 dead people to the remaining 2 armed men on the side. Then, he shifted his position twice in an astoundingly fast speed. With a hack of his palm and a punch of his fist, he finished killing all of the 4 armed men who were on the same side. He's not using any superpower that seems like true Chinese kung fu. I hope your men can still be saved. Witnessing how Zhang Lisheng managed to kill 4 FBI agents in just 4 to 5 seconds after exiting his car, Cassandra could not help but exclaim in bafflement, seeing that he had no other abnormality other than having powerful strength, quick movements, and a firm understanding of martial arts. Reveal your identity. Reveal your identity as the commander of this risky plan. This time, of course, Louis could not be as calm as his companion, who had a special identity. He shouted into the communication device, but everything had already come to an end. After killing the 4 armed men who suddenly attacked himself, Zhang Lisheng played the same old trick and lifted a dead body wearing bulletproof vests as his shield, annihilating all of them before any of the agents managed to reveal their identity. Louis' words, saying, "Reveal your identity" in the communication device became a reminder for the young man instead. After finishing his killing spree, Zhang Lisheng thought about it and suddenly sped up his movement, returning to his explorer. Before the black extended van Louis and Cassandra had returned, he increased his speed and drove towards New York City. The outskirts of New York were not covered in sand dunes like how it was outside of Las Vegas. Even though it was still early in the morning, many fast-moving vehicles soon found the corpses on the road and the 2 old Chevrolet SUVs. Of course, the first thing the ordinary people would do when they found such a scene would be calling the police. However, when a well-dressed middle-aged playboy driving a Ferrari sports car carrying a beautiful woman was about to call the police, a black van stopped abruptly at his side. The door of the van opened and a tall and skinny middle-aged man stepped down to show his identification card. "We're the FBI, sir. This is our live combat exercise. Well, take over from here and please don't call the police. Please hand over yours and your partner's phones. I'll have to check it. You don't have the right to ask us to hand over the phone, sir, unless there is a search warrant issued by the judge. Otherwise, as a New York. Sorry, I've never been a person who acts accordingly with a custom and law. Not only that, I'm likely to become a federal felon as well. So you better listen to me, sir," the thin middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Upon seeing his cold look, the middle-aged playboy's heart shuddered as he wisely surrendered his phone. Not only that, he even told his female companion, who was still scared out of her wits in the sports car, "Tinny baby, please hand over your phone. This Mr. FBI needs to check it out." The beautiful woman handed over her phone obediently and the skinny man said, "Thank you," before taking the 2 phones and took out an evidence bag from his pocket. Then, he crushed the phones and put them in the bag. His actions left the playboy and his lover, who had lost their phones, dumbstruck. Upon seeing Louis doing whatever he wanted, Cassandra could feel the despair in his heart. So he got out of the car and whispered to him, "Hey, buddy, don't be like that. Perhaps things may not be as bad as you think." "Don't comfort me, we all know how bad it is now," Louis sighed and murmured. "It's not that bad. Think about it. A Chinese teenager who weighs no more than 120 pounds could actually kill 8 elite agents with anesthesia guns and 2 drivers in less than 10 seconds. How could such a combat power be explained through just proficiency in Chinese kung fu? Who could prove that a true martial art fighter who is proficient in kung fu would not be able to do it? Then Louis approached the Chevrolet and moved his men's bodies into the car before adding in a grave expression, "This is not a fireball, ice arrow, or even similar to anything like Hulk's transformation. I first thought that only these three situations would have taken place at most. First, maybe our target would have been secretly arrested without resisting, and then we can slowly trick him into confessing. Perhaps we could even have our target use his superpower, but we would still secretly arrest him. It would even be better if the target's superpower would have been too strong for our forces, that he managed to escape from the arrest this time, but we still managed to seize evidence of his abilities in the end. Or there's also the fourth possibility, that the target's superpower was very strong and unscrupulous in his actions. He would kill all the arresters and still have the evidence seized by us." Cassandro added one more possibility with a strange tone as he helped Louis move the agents' bodies onto the car. "I only agreed to your plan for the sake of the U.S. national interest. Cassandro, don't tell me that the guy who grew up in China, who could always be linked to the Elizabeth Hollidays incident, Hawaii's mishap, and the emergence of the mysterious creatures off the coast of New York, could only be called a coincidence. If he's not suspicious, then it's impossible for Director Fernand to agree on monitoring him for 24 hours a day in such a short period right now. Our target this time has gone missing for a few days and has even told his subordinates to intervene in the mid-year election. Hey, buddy, you don't have to explain all of these to me. Leave those explanations in your action report instead." Cassandro dragged the last body into the van and closed the door with a bang. Right now, a screaming police siren resonated from the distance. "Damn it, somebody still called the police. It's a good thing we've cleared the scene already." Louis patted his face and cursed in a whisper, remaining behind on the same spot to prepare for the New York police's interrogation. Chapter 181, Summoning the Wind and Rain. Chapter 181, Summoning the Wind and Rain. Zhang Lisheng actually notified the arrival of the New York police in time. After driving away from the scene of the attack, he immediately contacted his own legal officer, Edward, and vaguely explained the attack. "What's your current position, boss?" Lying on a soft big bed, wearing cotton pajamas, Edward, who had just woken up from his sleep by the ringing of his phone, heard the terrible situation described by the young man and was immediately alerted. "Completely awake now?" he asked. "I'm on my way to New York City." "Listen, boss, call the police immediately and shut off your phone. Afterward, head immediately to the Four Seasons Hotel in Manhattan and stay in the lobby. I'll go there to see you right now. Let's talk in person if there's anything." Although Edward did not know the reason behind Zhang Lisheng's attack, since he had called him first before calling the police directly, Edward decided to go for the most cautious choice. "Okay, Edward. Don't forget to tell my mom I was on the phone with her when the attack happened. She must be worried to death right now." Edward was stunned for a moment, then it seemed to have suddenly dawned on him that this big businessman he was working for was still a teenager that was not even 20 years old yet. "All right, boss, I'll bring your mother over as well. See you later." "See you, Edward." Zhang Lisheng hung the phone up and immediately called the police as advised by his chief legal officer. At the same time, when the police rushed to the location of the incident, he shut off his phone and headed straight towards the Four Seasons Hotel located at the Upper West Side of Manhattan. At this time, the sky was already bright. The neon lights of the big city that never slept began to extinguish under the sun. When the young man got out of his car, he calmly adjusted his collar and handed a $5 tip to the parking boy who welcomed him. Like a well-educated young man who came from a decent family staying in the hotel or someone who came here to meet with friends, he walked into the hotel without attracting any attention. The entrance of the hotel was an oval lobby with a reception desk on the left and an indoor fountain under the dazzling and huge colorful crystal chandelier. The clear water flowing from the fountain radiated a pearl-like luster under the reflection of the crystal chandelier that remained lit most of the time. A few round sofas surrounded with gorgeous marble coffee tables were placed around the fountain for the guests to rest. "Sir, is there anything I can do for you? I'm waiting for a friend. If possible, please give me a glass of iced coke." After entering the hotel, Chang Lisheng went to a round sofa not far away and handed the waiter a $20 bill. The young man's request was not all too special, but the tip he gave was very generous. Dumbfounded, the waiter took the bill and said, "Please wait for a moment." "Thank you." The young man sat on the round sofa and looked at the fountain beside him for a while. The waiter sent his iced coke, and finally, his chief legal officer and his mother who rushed to the Four Seasons Hotel finally arrived. "Mom, you're here." Upon seeing Lily walking towards him at a fast pace, Chang Lisheng stood up and went up to hug his mother. "What's wrong, baby? What happened? Why did you disappear suddenly after leaving a message behind, and now why?" "I'm sorry, Edward. Can I have some alone time with my mom?" "Sure, boss. I'll go there and wait for a call." Even though, judging from the damage of your car and the surveillance image of the car camera. "All right." Chang Lisheng waved his hand to the waiter and gave a tip to let him bring his chief legal officer to see his car. Then, he whispered to Lily, "Mom, don't be nervous. Let's go sit right there. I'll tell you slowly. It's my special bloodline and ability to communicate with animals that had caused trouble. I've heard some news a few days ago, so I went to hide." "Oh my God, who discovered this secret? Is it the US government?" No matter who they are, I can't let them catch you." Never. Lily, who had just sat on the sofa, stood up once again in bafflement. "Calm down, Mom. Calm down. The situation is not as bad as you think. I have some influence in New York now, and I've made friends with many powerful people too. When these kinds of things happen, somebody would naturally help me find a solution." Chang Lisheng comforted his mother for a while before adding deliberately, "In other words, you don't have to worry about me. Don't intervene as well. Mom, don't worry, I'll return to the US within a year." Lily, who had been reassured by the young man for a long time before finally calming down, nodded her head genuinely. Then, the young man waved a hand at Edward, who had returned to the hotel lobby and was sitting on another round sofa next to the fountain after he had finished looking at the damaged Explorer and the car's surveillance monitor. The LS chief legal officer, who had been paying attention to his direction, immediately walked up to his boss before getting straight to the main issue at hand. "Boss, the surveillance video on your car isn't worth much. I just called my friend in the New York Police Department, and he said that there was no attack outside New York City early this morning. There was only the live-action drill carried out by the FBI that has raised a misunderstanding." FBI's live-action drill? Chang Lisheng's mouth dropped. He knew very well that he had killed 10 attackers armed with a gun, but right now it had changed to become this so-called live-action drill. "Yes, looks like everything for now just a misunderstanding. Still, I've prepared a first-class ticket to Johannesburg, South Africa at 1130 a.m. for you today. I heard from Charlie that you plan to go to Africa in the near future, so you can do that in advance. I'll stay behind in New York to find out how this misunderstanding happened, and who's responsible for it? Very good, Edward. Just do what you said. Zhang Lisheng looked at his responsible legal officer. He did not know this well-dressed man with his hair combed neatly in front of him had heard how much of his secret, but he knew very well that both of them shared the same profit interest with each other. Such a bond was much sturdier than any tie of family or friendship. I'll go to Africa and you stay in New York. By the way, perhaps Mr. Duglin can assist in this matter. After all, we're helping him in some matter as well. I understand, boss. Please don't worry. In addition, I feel that relying on other people's power is not a long-term solution, so perhaps we should maintain a good interaction with some potential politicians as well. Oh hell, I've only been in this country for less than 2 years, and I merely want to live a peaceful and stable life. Edward quietly listened to the young man in front of him grumble for a moment before suddenly asking again, Edward, do you have any good candidate for this suggestion of yours? I know a strong and ambitious politician who's still in his prime, Wellington Haug. He's currently the mayor for Morgarner City, the largest satellite city outside of New York City. He intends to compete for the New York State Senator position when the Senate is re-elected next year, boss. A good friend of yours in that case. It is him I'll pick. Then Zhang Lisheng took out a checkbook and issued a blank check to Edward. Give him a suitable political contribution during the campaign. I don't know if this is illegal, but in short, make sure Mr. Wellington Haug understands my sincerity. Yes, boss. Edward took the check. Oh yeah, Edward, tell Charlie that during the period of my absence, continue to expand the factory at any cost. Don't worry about the recycling of ecological waste. As long as the design drawings are covered, everything will be fine. I hope that when I return to New York, Les has already monopolized the slaughtering market in the New York metropolitan area. By that time, I'll distribute the shares to the two of you. Yes, boss. Edward nodded his head solemnly. Upon seeing the scene unfold in front of her eyes, Lily only felt that her son was becoming more and more unfamiliar to her. It was impossible for her to imagine that the boy who was still amazed and awkward when he walked into a 5-star hotel for the first time in more than a year ago had somehow blended himself in New York's business scene so well that he had started to learn how to control political scenarios like ordering the wind and rain about in good shape without her knowing. I have no other choice, Mom. Under such circumstances, I can only be safe if I continue to expand my influence. As if sensing her mother's strange look on her, Zhang Lisheng kissed her cheek after drawing a huge cookie for his chief legal officer. I have to go to the airport first, Mom. You don't have to send me. Right now, my target is to become as unnoticeable as possible. I'll send you a text when I reach South Africa. Baby, I know that I can't blame you. Take care of yourself well when you're in Africa. Don't worry about me. Turn off your phone and take off the battery after you've finished texting me. Lily hugged her son and reminded him. Even though Zhang Lisheng knew his mother's advice was based on the anti-tracking method from action movies and soap operas that seemed true on screen, but was actually wrong, he still listened to her solemnly. Lily finally stopped talking and kissed his cheeks after bidding him goodbye with tears streaming down her cheeks. After the young man bid farewell to his mom, before he walked out of the hotel lobby, he suddenly whispered to Edward when he was shaking hand with him to say goodbye. Edward, I've killed 10 FBI agents today. Don't let them harass my family. When Edward heard his words, his body stiffened. Then, regaining his composure once again, he replied in a whisper, Don't worry, boss. Even though the surveillance video on your SUV didn't manage to get any valuable image due to the tear gas smoke, it's still enough to prove that no matter what kind of ridiculous method you used in resisting, it's still recognized as normal self-defense under such a situation. The cover-up of the FBI is enough to prove this. This is the US, and there are not a lot of mad dogs among law enforcement and intelligence agencies. You don't have to worry. However, since you've already helped yourself recover the losses along with both capital and interest, I'm afraid it would be difficult for us to pursue this matter again. This is something that, how should I put it in words? Unspoken rules. I understand. Then, I shall see you again, Edward. Zhang Lisheng smiled and released his chief legal officer's hand. He proceeded to walk out of the hotel. He then got into a taxi and headed straight to John F. Kennedy International Airport. Chapter 182 The Strange Old Man. Chapter 182 The Strange Old Man. After getting into the back of the taxi, Zhang Lisheng placed his hand into his pocket from time to stroke the island dragon and worm dragon that had shrunk into a size less than 30 centimeters and was only as thick as a pencil and as soft as rubber, grabbing onto his gray casual lining well. Unwittingly, a cautious expression crept upon his face. It was fortunate that nothing happened along the way, so he managed to reach the terminal of the John F. Kennedy International Airport more than 30 minutes earlier before 11 o'clock. Since Edward booked the first-class ticket for him, the young man went through the VIP passage smoothly and successfully brought the two wizard goo that looked like toys with him. Half an hour later, the American airline TU-098 direct flight from New York to Johannesburg, South Africa glided on the runway and took off to the sky, throwing Zhang Lisheng's worries on the ground as it quickly ascended into the sky. After Zhang Lisheng rode on the wizard goo and flew for several days and nights in the supernatural realm, he found that he no longer liked to stare at the clouds through the window anymore. Sitting in the spacious and comfortable first-class seat of the aircraft, he boringly watched a movie and ordered a Coke. While drinking and putting his seat down so he could shut his eyes to attain mental composure, he spent the remainder of the long journey in contemplation and finally arrived at Johannesburg International Airport. Johannesburg was the most bustling city in the Republic of South Africa. It might be somewhat far-fetched to describe the city located in the world's largest gold mining area with the phrase international metropolis, but if the word international was replaced with the word Africa, then Johannesburg, that had a population of nearly 4 million, could be said as a nation that lived up to its name. When the young man exited the plane, it was already night time. However, the allier warm South Africa that had most of its countries located in the subtropical zone was not cold at all. Taking a deep breath of the warm and humid air unique to the winter in Africa, the young man took out his phone and turned it on to send a text to his mother and Tina, before switching it off again and walking towards the bus that transported the passengers in the airport. Riding on the bus towards the outer channel, Zhang Lisheng inadvertently found that there were no ATM machines on both sides of the spacious passageway. Touching his pocket that only had less than $1,000 in cash, he pondered about it before proceeding to take out $5,000 in cash using his U.S. Wachovia Bank credit card that could be used worldwide. After walking out of the airport, the young man did not look for a hotel to stay in. Instead, he called for a taxi and asked, "Is there any nice apartment nearby here that has great rental conditions?" English was Johannesburg's main language. The young man's English sounded a little off when it fell on the obese, square-faced black driver, who showed off white teeth when he smiled, but it was not hard for him to understand. The driver answered enthusiastically, "Sir, from your accent, I can tell that you're American. Get on the car, I know exactly what kind of place you need." "Oh, then I'm really in luck, I suppose." Chang Lisheng entered the taxi. The driver turned on the car. "Oh, I can't tell the age of foreigners at all. Are you here for work or to study abroad, sir?" "Do people come here to study too?" Upon hearing this, Chang Lisheng blurted out in astonishment. I don't mean that really, you know. It's all right. I understand. I completely understand. In the eyes of most Americans, the U.S. is the center of the world economy, culture, and technology, so of course, Americans will not come to study in South Africa. Not only that, the University of Witwatersrand, that is the best in Johannesburg, is not much on par with an internationally famous university. Even though the driver said so, it was apparent that his expression had turned sour. He no longer said anything more after that, all the way till he drove Chang Lisheng to a street close to the bustling main road of the city. The driver parked the car in front of several high-rise apartment buildings that were connected together. The driver ignored him, so, of course, the young man would not bring more contempt upon himself, much less explaining that he was actually a Chinese and bring shame to China. After the taxi stopped, he threw out a $50 bill before exiting out of the car. Stepping into the streets of an African city for the first time, Chang Lisheng looked around and found that the street he was on was actually a secondary street. It was still brightly lit, which appeared to be completely like a modern city. There were many pedestrians on the street, many of whom were blacks, but they were not as vulgar as he thought they would be. Other than some differences in the way they dressed, their manners were almost the same as the blacks in New York City, or might appear to be more well-mannered in comparison. What a civilized city! This doesn't look like Africa at all. However, come to think of it, it makes sense. This is Johannesburg after all, the window of African civilization. Chang Lisheng muttered to himself, and walked into the apartment building that had a signboard reading Antelope's Nest beside him. The space inside the building was very narrow. There was nothing inside except for a front desk that could only accommodate one person sitting behind it, completely unlike the front lobby of the high-class apartment the young man had in his memory. If it was not for the fact that he could see elevators at both corridors beside the front desk, he would most likely have pushed the door open and left directly. "Do you need to rent a room, mister?" Upon seeing a customer coming in, a girl with big breasts, big eyes, thick lips, curly hair, and black and shiny skin stood up from the wooden chair and leaned against the front desk before asking, "I want to rent an apartment, but I wish to see your room first. I promise that you'll be satisfied with our room. Not only that, if you stay in our room, you can also enjoy the special service of the front desk lady with a special discount." The black girl licked her lips and replied, "I don't need any special service. I just want a clean single room that has a large bed with an attached bedroom." "Attached bedroom and a large bed? In that case, it'll cost at least 900 rand for such a room. I can tell that you're an American from your accent, so you can also pay in USD too. It'll cost 45 rand per day for daily rates." Such a room rent was definitely not cheap in Johannesburg, but Chang Lisheng nodded without hesitation. "I'm okay with it, but I want to look at the room first." "How stiff and inflexible. I really wonder if you really are an American or a German. Do you think I would lie to you?" The black girl reluctantly took a few room cards at the front desk and took the young man to see the room. The layout of the rooms was roughly the same. The best single room had an area of nearly 20 square meters. It had a large bed, bedside table, wardrobe, and computer, as well as a small bathroom with a shower as the only accessory within it. However, the interior decoration was very exquisite, from the seemingly fashionable blue ceiling-mounted chandeliers to the African-inspired thatched carpets. When Zhang Lisheng, who did not choose to live in a high-class resort in order to disappear completely, saw such an environment in this apartment room, he immediately paid for a month of rent in advance and checked into the innermost single room on the west side corridor. From then on, he settled in Johannesburg. Every day, other than cultivating, he would either pay attention to the movements of the mysterious armed forces fighting against the government forces in the Cape Town of South Africa on his computer, or he would go to the small park near the apartment building to practice breathing exercises together with the 5-element shapes: chop, drill, crush, explode, and cross. Just like that, he spent 2 to 3 months of leisure, comfortable days. The season gradually entered spring. Even though the temperature difference in Johannesburg was not significant, the weather was still inevitably warming up. When Zhang Lisheng first came to South Africa, he did not bring any luggage, so all of his clothes and shoes were bought on the spot. After several dozens of days of influence, his accent could already imitate the locals closely. At this time, if he put on thick yarn loose breeches and short-sleeved shirts, he had completely shaken off the shadow of a New York tourist. On this day, the young man cultivated the entire night with the secret technique. After he had awakened, he read the news on the internet and found that the South African government army was still at war with the mysterious intruders in Cape Town. Finding it boring, he shut the computer off. It's so obvious that it's the invasion from the supernatural realm, but no big country is intervening at all. It seems like everyone is irrevocably committed. Everyone needs to take care of their own affairs first, the young man muttered as he hummed on his way to a hot shower. After walking out of his apartment building, he bought a few calf hooves from a fast food restaurant that specialized in a local specialty called the African Hut on the street. While eating at the same time, he walked towards the street garden and started to practice his martial actions in the morning sun. In the morning, quite a few local people with various color of skins exercised in the small park too. Some of the black men, who were even influenced by Zhang Lisheng these few months, were imitating the way he stretched out his legs as they practiced martial arts. From an inexperienced person's point of view, the way these people wielded their fists were very powerful and even looked more exciting than his, but in fact, in the eyes of an experienced person, they were both completely different. After the young man dexterously posed a few forms in repetition, and then displayed chop, drill, crush, explode, and cross in combat form, he proceeded to leave. However, he was suddenly stopped by applause as he heard a cheer in Mandarin. "Good, very good, your form is pretty good." Zhang Lisheng was stunned before turning to look at the direction of the voice. He saw an old man, who was in his 60s with a dark face, who looked as though he had been through the hardships of his life. He was wearing a tailored suit with a very good texture and was shooting up a big thumbs up at him. "Uncle, you know martial arts?" Seeing that it was an old man who came from the same homeland as him, Zhang Lisheng politely asked in Mandarin filled with a Western Sichuan accent. "Oh, you can speak Mandarin from your accent. You seem to be from Western Sichuan. Are you Chinese?" the old man asked in surprise. "I'm a native of Western Sichuan. I'm here traveling in Johannesburg." Upon hearing this, the old man looked at Zhang Lisheng and said while curling his mouth, Traveling. Would a person who comes to travel dressed like you practice martial arts early in the morning in the park just say that you're coming here to work if you really are? This is labor export anyway. What's so embarrassing with relying on your strength to earn your money? Lich froze before chuckling without denying. Lifting up the calf hooves he placed beside his feet, he replied, "Whatever. I'll take my leave first, old man." "Don't go first. Both of us came all the way from China, and we actually met here in Africa. This is destiny." "Stop chewing on that calf hoof. It doesn't even have any meat on it at all. Come on, let me treat you to a better meal." The old man clasped his rough hands on Licheng's wrist. "Oh, I didn't expect this old man to be a person who trains martial art as well." Licheng was slightly taken aback as he spoke in his head. Subconsciously, he stamped his feet on the ground and snatched his hand back from the old man. "Thank you, but I've fallen in love with this calf hoof ever since I came to town. I'm completely fine with it alone." "That can't be done. I must treat you a meal." The eyes of the old man looked straight into the young man's eyes as it flashed a gleam of mysterious yellow brilliance while replying in a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. Chapter 183: A National Mission. Chapter 183: A National Mission. Sensing that he had captured the young man in front of him using a spell, the old man smiled smugly. Then, to his surprise, he saw that the skinny young man was smiling as well, before reaching out a hand to grab the old man's hand suddenly. "So you're also practicing witchcraft? I've read this before in the Tale of Mt. Man, you're using a mind-controlling spell, right? What a good eye you have, young man." The old man pointed a thumbs up calmly with a smile before his right arm trembled. Then the hand was suddenly shrunk with all his might. Unfortunately, Licheng's fingers were still gripping onto his arm tightly like an iron claw. "Uncle, I was born in the field, so you could call me a veteran. I can't tolerate even a single small problem, and the way you treat me like this for no reason. Don't use force. Don't use force. This is a new suit. It's a freaking new suit that costs tens of thousands of dollars. Since we're from the same sect of witchcraft, I was at the wrong for not recognizing that and cast a spell on you. However, I really meant no malicious intent to you. I just want to find you so we could make a fortune together. You have already gone so far away from the homeland to earn money at such a young age. Isn't it for the sake of making a fortune as well? You'll regret it if you miss this opportunity." Licheng looked at the old man, who was also a wizard, as he gripped his hand. He was astounded at how he did not fear for his own safety but worry about the suit he was wearing instead. He could not help but be astonished over this. When he looked at the old man wearing the suit once again from top to bottom, he immediately thought he looked like a monkey. He asked, "What kind of opportunity are you referring to? Let go of my hand if you want to know." Upon hearing the young man asking him, the old man's expression changed as his spirit heightened. It was beyond Licheng's imagination that the second person practicing witchcraft whom he met would actually turn out to have such a personality. In comparison, the mountain cat who liked to control a person's life in his hand, toying and torturing his enemy before killing them like a cat toying with a mouse, appeared to be more like an ordinary wizard. Prompted by his curiosity, Licheng pondered over it for a moment before releasing the old man. "Tell me then, uncle. Young people do indeed have a lack of patience. We're all practicing witchcraft anyway, and we would soon be extinct after those reclusive purebloods killed us already. Now that I'm finally able to show myself publicly, Why would I want to harm you for no reason? I don't have any enmity with you anyway. You don't even have the word wizard carved on your forehead." The old man grumbled a little, rubbing his wrist. When he saw that the skinny young man had somehow frowned thanks to his words, he quickly lowered his volume and pretended to act mysterious. "This matter about this opportunity of obtaining fortune is very serious. We cannot talk about it in public. Let's look for a restaurant or a pub to talk about it while we eat. This is South Africa and there are not many people who know Chinese here. Let's just talk about it right here, uncle." Zhang Lesheng smiled and rejected the old man's suggestion. Sure, a person could not win against current circumstances. When the old man saw that he could not defeat nor scare the young man, he said helplessly, "The reason I came to South Africa this time was because I was hired by the China National Mining Corporation and was placed here as an environmental specialist. I should have a helper by right, and actually it should have been my son who would help me, but who could possibly know that he would suddenly suffer from dysentery at the very last minute? He couldn't come to Africa in the end. When I saw you practicing your martial arts on the street with that good posture of yours, I couldn't help but be moved by you instead." "You an environmental specialist?" Dumbfounded, Zhang Lesheng sized the old man from top to bottom. The old man chuckled dryly in response. "Boy, don't look down on me. I've worked as an exorcist, a grave transporter, and as a feng shui master before for several decades in Gansu. Why can't I become an environmental specialist? Not only that, this time our country even sent us thousands of miles away to Africa to become not just an ordinary environmental specialist, but to explore strange incidents. We were also sent here to exert great efforts and to make great contributions as well." When the old man added his last sentence suavely, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes that kept darting around in all directions. Putting up an enigmatic look, he no longer hid anything from Lesheng. "How will you exert great efforts and make great contributions? Tell me properly, you old man." When he could tell that the old man was trying to sing him along at the most critical part, the young man asked slowly, "Old man Zhu, can you please not go beyond your bounds? To think that you can actually go missing early in the morning. I had to search for you and Mike for more than an hour. You know." Suddenly, a frustrated shout that had a hint of pleasant surprise in it resonated in the distance, cutting off Zhang Lesheng's questioning. Then, a Chinese man who looked young, innocent, fair, and fine ran all the way from the distance before grabbing the old man's arm. "If you continue to act without following the team and continue being undisciplined, I really will ask the leader to ground you. Come on, you're so old already, and it's not that nice for me to give you a lecture for too long, but you really have to be more sensible." "Who is he?" "Old man Zhu, do you know him?" His attention was on the old man before the young man grabbed his attention. However, after he had grabbed the old man and grumbled a little to vent out the frustration in his heart, he suddenly noticed the young man dressed as a Johannesburg local standing beside the old man. He then realized that the man was actually Chinese. Not only that, from the spirit of vigor he purposely emitted, he could thrall that this person was not an ordinary citizen. Cautiously, he asked, "Relax, team leader QE, relax. It's really a fateful day today. I was strolling around on the street, and I just so happened to come across my junior nephew who has wandered to Africa to work here. I was just trying to persuade him to work harder for our country." Upon hearing his companion's question, to Zhang Lesheng's surprise, the old man secretly winked at him and showed an expression of "just follow my lead" before replying slowly, "Old man Zhu, you really are crazy. Going to the supernatural realm is the nation's top secret. So how can you simply go around recruiting people like this? What right do you have? Just one sentence of reply from the old man was enough to make the young man erupt like a gun that had been lit. His face flushed right away as he snapped in a low whisper while gritting his teeth. He could no longer suppress the anger boiling in his body, and the skin on the surface of his body began to turn from yellow to silverfish gray. Team Leader QE, what are you doing? Hurry up and retrieve your golden bull goo. If somebody saw you having evil intentions, you'd ruin our plan. When the old man saw the young man display the strange phenomenon, a hint of intense jealousy and envy appeared in his eyes. However, his mouth interrupted innocently in a small tone instead. I was merely telling my junior nephew that I've encountered a stroke of good luck in my old age and was hired by the China National Mining Corporation to become a specialist in South Africa. I told him to not work for those charcoal monkeys anymore and just help me do some chores so he can become labor for our country too. I was intending to persuade him to bring him into our group and tell Captain Hu about the situation. As for whether we should recruit or dismiss him, it would be up to the captain to decide for it. Now, you suddenly spilled the story out indiscriminately like that, so look, he originally did not know anything at all. Now that you've meddled in, no matter how capable the young man was, he was still no match to the sly and slick old man who had had many years of experience. Just a few sentences and the situation was reversed, making him speechless. His face turned from silverish gray to red out of embarrassment, before turning grave again. It has become my fault now. Team Leader QE, actually, if I think about it carefully, I can't blame this on you. I'm also partly to be blamed for, since I really shouldn't have carelessly recruited anybody into the team for such an important mission. However, I'm a spellcaster, and when I'm casting a spell, I become weak and prone to danger, so I need special protection from a bodyguard. As a result, you guys did give me a bodyguard and even said he's a martial arts coach of the provincial armed police corps, but the thing is, he can't even defeat an old man like me. He only knows how to smash bricks. Is smashing bricks useful when it comes to dealing with a dangerous scenario? I have no choice but to find an alternative myself. Stop, I understand it already, old man Zhu. Since things have already developed to such a stage, we have no choice but to allow your junior nephew to enter the team. The young man saw that as bygones, fewer people were left in the park, and the gathering of the three Chinese people right there became more and more conspicuous instead. Holding back his anger, he whispered, "Let me talk to the captain about this, but if you leave the team and wander all by yourself again in the future, I'll definitely." Don't worry, Team Leader QE. As long as you can let my junior nephew in the same team with me and allow him to give me some protection over my feeble life, I promise I'll strictly abide by the law of the team and never wander about for no reason to look at those African landscapes in the future. It better be so. Let's go back to the hotel first. When the young man heard the old man's assurance, his expression returned to normal, and his eyes became less grave. However, when he took a stride forward, he noticed that Zhang Lisheng was deep in his thoughts and was rooted in the same place like a statue. In the face of this teenager who looked much younger than himself, the young Chinese man who was still angry was not as polite as he was when he was facing with the old man. As he pointed out, "I said that we'll go back to the hotel first, didn't you hear me? This elder brother, you have been talking to Uncle Zhu all by yourselves, but none of you have ever asked whether I agree or not, whether I'm willing to enter your team or not." The young man was stunned. Carefully studying Zhang Lisheng, he put on a false smile. You came out working before you've even graduated from your high school degree. Right, you're a Chinese descendant, but judging from the ugly clothes you're wearing right now, you must be a marginalized rebel who thinks you have already known a lot of things, so you look down on everybody, right? Team Leader Kiwi, please don't say so. I don't know how he is with the mainstream things, but he's indeed good in martial arts. His temper is quite violent, so please let me talk some sense into him. Secretly taking pleasure in other people's misfortune, the old man muttered by the side. Even if his martial art skill is good, how can he possibly win against omniscient powers? The young man smiled and reached out a hand to grab Zhang Lisheng's shoulder. Follow me obediently, and let's not destroy this relationship we have. You still have to. In the face of the attack, Zhang Lisheng merely took a small step backward with a blank expression, before stamping on the ground and leaped up 7 to 8 centimeters from the ground. Accumulating a small amount of strength in his right arm, he threw out a punch. It did not make any whistling wind sound nor an oppressive strong feeling, but the old man in the vicinity suddenly had a change of expression. Hastily stepping forward, his palm stretched out towards Zhang Lisheng's punch as though it was boneless. Boy, why would you act so merciless when it's merely a clash of opinion? Seeing the old man helping to stop it, the young man with the surname Kiwi also vigilantly cast a strange spell, and the surface of his skin gleamed with silverish gray. When Zhang Lisheng saw that the timing of his attack had already passed, with no intention of transforming on the streets nor getting on the news for turning into a monster that attacked the city, he waved his arm and retrieved his fist. Right now, a sharp burst of exploding air suddenly resonated in the surrounding air. Then, the teenager smiled. Elder brother, you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. It's better to not destroy this harmonious relationship of ours. Chapter 184 Entering the Trap. Chapter 184 Entering the Trap. Even though the young man was shocked by the sudden explosion sound beside his ear till his expression changed a little, he still answered roughly, I won't be able to block you, boy. If it's not for the fact that we're at the downtown area of a foreign country. Team Leader Kiwi, don't be angry. My junior nephew is not good at learning since he was young and has been wandering outside ever since. His temper is wild, so please wait. Let me talk to him a little bit. I'll let him know that we're recruiting him to give him a good opportunity. He'd come around if you just let me talk to him. The old man nodded and snooped a little as he chimed in with a mocking smile before taking a small step to Zhang Lisheng's side and said in a whisper, Boy, let's talk. Zhang Lisheng's mouth curled. I've already seen your monkey tricks, old man. Sorry, but I will not play along with it anymore. Then he turned around to leave. Don't go, listen to me first, boy. You'll benefit if you follow us, a great benefit. Once you've finished this job, you'll get a position, a Carter status, and even a house. It'd be just like obtaining an Olympic gold medal, the old man hastily persuaded him. Unfortunately, the temptation that was extremely luring in the old man's eyes merely elicited a burst of pitiful, dumbfounded expression from Zhang Lisheng when it entered his ears. Seeing that the teenager still insisted on leaving, the old man panicked and hastily said again, Don't go, you'll get cash rewards, a wife, and even a secret technique. You can basically get whatever you want. You'll get whatever you want. Just name your conditions. Seeing that the skinny teenager had come to a stop, the old man's expression relaxed as he whispered with a sincere expression, This is a secret mission from the country, so how can the government possibly treat you badly with your age? You must have often read online novels or something, right? Have you heard of the dragon group before? The dragon group? No, but uncle, you said that I'll get a secret technique if I follow you. Did you mean a witchcraft secret technique? Yes, of course, a true ancient rare edition. On top of that, the old man nodded rapidly. Besides, you're so good at martial arts, and you even have witchcraft as well. What are you scared of anyway? Just follow us back to the hotel first, and you can always leave if you don't get along with us. Who can stop you anyway? That's indeed true. However, uncle, you should know that if you lie to me, the consequences will be far more cumbersome than you expect. Chang Lishing pondered over it before nodding and answered calmly. Don't worry, boy, how can I possibly lie to you as long as you can make meritorious deeds for the country? You'll get whatever you want. The old man had been in the society for a long time and had been threatened many times before, but his heart still could not help but shudder when he heard Zhang Lisheng's words. However, in such a situation, he could only come out with some empty promises first, and brought Zhang Lisheng to take a few steps to go up to the young man. Team leader QE, see, it's done. There are many people here, so let's not stay here anymore. Let us go back to the hotel first. The young man glanced at the old man, who was full of smiles, and Zhang Lisheng, who was expressionless beside him, before nodding his head silently. He began to lead the group towards the direction where he came just now. After walking for more than 20 minutes without even stopping to catch their breaths, the three of them finally came to a hotel called African Hometown. As they walked into this medium-grade business hotel, a few Chinese men dressed like tourists in the lobby immediately surrounded them. Relax, he's my junior nephew, he's on our side. After the old man waved his hand and explained to his companions, he lowered his voice and whispered to Zhang Lisheng, boy, wait for a while in the lobby. These men will accompany you, but don't get pissed off right away. Team leader QE and I will go up to inform Captain Hu about your situation, and will come down immediately. There's some problem, but it's not a serious one. Lu King, stay here and help me take a look in the lobby. I'll go up with old man Zhu to have a little talk with the captain first. The young man also chimed in right away with an indifferent expression. All right, don't you worry. I'll help keep my eyes on him and will not leave him out of my sight. One of the Chinese who surrounded them, a bald burly man who looked like their leader, took a look at the skinny Zhang Lisheng and said, while rubbing his head in a gloating manner, however, our captain really hates dealing with troublesome things, so you better watch out, Qi Xiaodong. Stop gloating in my misfortunes. Even though the young man replied as such, he still could not help but grimace right away before frowning at old man Zhu, who was by his side. Old man Zhu, when we meet the captain later, you better watch your mouth and don't let it run loose without restraint. You better talk accordingly and clearly. You also know how sharp our captain is. If you tell any lies, it won't be able to escape from her notice. Then he proceeded to walk towards the elevator on the first floor of the hotel. Sure, don't worry too much, team leader QE. The old man nodded with a smile as he followed the young man into the elevator. They went all the way up to the 7th floor, and followed a light-filled corridor to a room before reaching the door of a regular business single room. Just as they were about to knock on the door, it slowly opened. The person who opened the door was a tall, chubby man wearing a plain canvas denim shirt who had a thick layer of oils on his face, his body exuding thick perfume that could trigger a person to sneeze, and there was no expression at all in his eyes. Through the dim sunlight piercing from the 2 floato ceiling windows at the end of the corridor, Old Man Zhu saw this person's face. He, who had been nonchalant and had a glib tongue, turned pale right away before gulping his saliva. "So you're actually in the captain's room as well, Consultant Zhang. We're in no hurry. No hurry, Team Leader QE. Perhaps we should come by later. Let us not interrupt the leaders from their serious business. I'm just a consultant who gives my 2 cents for everybody. You two are the ones with a serious business instead. Hurry up and come in. Stop wasting any time." Unfortunately, despite the old man's intention of slipping away, the fat man who opened the door did not let him do so. After blinking a few times, he suddenly stepped aside and opened up a pathway for them. He then replied in a level and oblique tone, "Sure. You're indeed sensible, Consultant Zhang." As Old Man Zhu replied, he entered the room together with Qi Xiaodong, who had completely turned stiff. Naturally, the size of a single room in a commercial hotel was certainly not too big. It was the same with the rooms in African hometown as well. There was only one room with a total area of less than 10 square meters. Other than having a single bed with a bedside table against the wall, there was no other furniture other than the 2 small sofas by the window. Even the TV was embedded in the wall. However, despite the small room, it was filled with 6 to 7 people inside. It was a good thing that other than a handsome middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses and an amiable attitude and a 40-year-old woman wearing a gray suit who still retained her charms sitting on the sofa and the side of the bed respectively, the rest of them were standing against the wall. For this reason, it was still not considered as too crowded. After entering the room, Old Man Zhu immediately bowed towards the middle-aged men and women respectfully. "Consultant Zhang, Captain Hu." "Consultant Zhang, Captain." Qi Xiaodong bowed as well. "Old Man Zhu, you're much older than me, so you don't have to be so polite at all. Come, sit here." Captain Hu is also a person who doesn't mind these trifling formalities, so she'll find it more comfortable if you sit down and talk to her. Xiaodong is young, so it's just right for him to talk courteously. The middle-aged man showed an amiable smile and pointed at the remaining sofa as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, no matter how nervous and awkward Old Man Zhu felt in his heart, he could only let out an astonished smile. "But you two are leaders. One of you is our team's big consultant equivalent to the chief of staff. Old Zhu, you don't have to be so polite. Just sit down and tell me straight if there's anything." At this time, the middle-aged woman suddenly opened her mouth and stopped the old man's remaining compliments right at his throat. "All right then. I'll take a seat." This is really Captain Hu. I have something to report to you, knowing that it would no longer be disrespectful to sit down, but insensible if he did not do so. Old Man Zhu smiled and sat beside Consultant Zhang. Quietly, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva before telling everything about Zhang Lisheng nervously. As he described what happened, Captain Hu's expression turned graver. After she finished hearing his last sentence, she suddenly asked, "Old Zhu, did you really not reveal any single bit about the situation of our team at all to your junior nephew before Qi Xiaodong chimed in?" How should I say this? I just merely told him that I originally had a helper," Old Man Zhu stuttered as he lowered his head. "Haha, you're funny, Brother Zhu. Even though we look like a ragtag group of army rejects, like mice obtained from the gutter, of course, Captain Hu can still fulfill your request if you want a few strong helpers. From what I can see, you must have had your eyes on his ability at first and decided to use him, but who would have ever thought that he's actually the same as you?" In the end, unable to go against the circumstance, You're forced to slowly make the best out of a bad bargain and had no choice but to bring him back to the hotel. Old Man Zhu did not even show any intention to rebut the middle-aged man's words. Smiling wryly, he replied, "As I've expected, I couldn't hide anything from you at all, Consultant Zhang. I accidentally obtained the technique to refine a corpse puppet when I was still wandering around in the river and lake. You know that the one I'm cultivating is the gate of sacrifice, the corpse technique that won't allow me to cultivate the gate of death unless I've already entered the level of rank 6 wizard of mind infusion. Even if you managed to cultivate the witchcraft's gate of death, you won't be able to refine a real corpse. The technique of commanding a living corpse is impossible if you aren't a rank 12 wizard." Consultant Zhang could not help but click his tongue as he spoke. The laughter that he casually let out was completely different from the amiable voice he usually used. It was as though there was a unique deterrent power in it that sent chills down a person's spine when they heard it. It was so terrifying it would make a person shudder. Under the envelopment of the strange laughter, Old Man Zhu laughed in fear as well. "Consultant Zhang, who am I to actually dare to dream of making a breakthrough to become a rank 12 wizard? I was merely using every opportunity I have. This was all due to the desperate situation I was in. The moment I've thought of the arduous mission I'd be undertaking for the country in the supernatural realm, I just knew I needed to improve. It's because of this that, even if you're just trying just about anything in a desperate situation, you can't just use a life-threatening method to increase the factor of your safety. You're now a national civil servant and T-Thigh's captain whose expression gradually turned grave. On top of that, we're in a foreign country right now. We cannot just reveal our identities. If any of your actions create problems for us, it may affect our entire plan." Patiently listening to the middle-aged woman's merciless reprimand, Old Man Zhu put on a profound expression on his face. Yes, you're right, Captain Hu. I'll definitely reflect deeply from now on, but what do you think should I do this time? Chapter 185 The True Book of Witchcraft. Chapter 185 The True Book of Witchcraft. If Consultant Zhang had not exposed the sinister intentions of Old Man Zhu, the middle-aged woman might have felt that the emergence of Zhang Lisheng, who was waking in the hotel lobby downstairs, was suspicious. However, she no longer had any suspicion. The team she was leading was originally a motley of people who were forcefully grouped together, so having one additional person did not matter much to her. However, in order to show her authority, she still pondered about it expressionless for a moment before expressing her judgment. Old Zhu, your situation this time is indeed special. I'll make a special exemption today and will allow your junior nephew to join the team. However, this case should be made clear to the entire team. It should not be repeated ever again. How did your junior nephew come to South Africa? Through working, or to be more accurate, he was an export of labor services. Working in that case, he must know many Chinese labor friends here in South Africa and have his own circle of life. All right, Old Zhu. Ask him to make a call later to bid goodbye to the other workers, and say he must go back immediately for he has some family matter at home. Team Leader QE, I'll also assign Old X's junior nephew into your little team. Later, ask him about his specific details and make registration of him as the procedure of entering the team. It's a critical period right now, so we can't take the risk of making any contact with our country over some small matters. We must simplify everything, and well assign him to protect Old X's safety. Remember, he's different from your other teammates. After all, He's a team member who has not received any training or mindset mobilization before. You better monitor him carefully. From now until the end of our mission, don't let him get in touch with the outside world by himself." "Yes, Leader Zyrodon nodded solemnly. "That's awesome, Captain Hu. Thank you for your magnanimity," Old Man Zhu replied while rubbing his hands together in glee. "Consultant Chang, will you still take a look at him?" "No. He practices witchcraft and even martial arts. He has a quick temper and has already taken on a wrong path at such a young age. There's no need for me to deliberately take a look at him since he'll still have more opportunity to do so in the future." Upon hearing Consultant Chang's reply, Old Man Zhu, who also practiced martial arts, could not help but feel gloomy and annoyed right away. However, he had no choice but to wear a pleasant facade. "In that case, I'll take my leave first, Consultant Chang, Captain Hu." "All right, you may leave now." "You too, Team Leader Qi." The middle-aged woman nodded. Old Man Zhu and Team Leader Qi immediately walked out of the room in relief. Despite some twists and turns, the matter finally came to a satisfactory ending. As the two of them came down in a relaxed manner, they saw that Zhang Lisheng was sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby designed for its guests to rest on. He was lost in his thoughts, thinking about something. Lu Qing and the few others, on the other hand, had a few ranges of expressions on while surrounding the teenagers as they watched him coldly. "How is it, Team Leader Lu? My junior nephew is not easily bullied." Right upon seeing this situation, Old Man Zhu walked up to Zhang Lisheng with a smiling face and patted his shoulder. "Boy, this face of mine is still usable at the moment. Report your background to Team Leader Qi later. From now on, you'll become a part of us. You better work hard." The reason Zhang Lisheng was willing to follow Old Man Zhu and Qi Zyrodong back to the hotel was because first, he had his eyes on that vague secret cultivation technique the old man mentioned. Second, he knew he could fully demonstrate his strength and turn the situation to his favors in this circumstance where nobody knew about him. In such a situation, of course, he would never give out his true background. Instead, he casually lied, "My dad's surname is Hu and my mom's surname is Lai. They named me Hu Lisheng. I'm from Harmer village at the mountain outer suburb of the western Sichuan. When I was 15 years old, ever since my dad died and my mom remarried, I've stopped going to school and had always been working since then. That's all to my background." This is too simple. That's enough already, oh great Team Leader Qi. Did you think everybody practicing witchcraft would be like you? Like how you managed to catch the golden bull goo that possesses the omniscient power the moment you became a wizard? You have the luck of winning the lottery, but most of the ordinary witches don't have such luck in their lives. Speaking of it, an old man like me who has both a son and a daughter could already be said as blessed enough as well. Lu Qing is also the same as me. Didn't he manage to catch the mountain carrier that possesses an omniscient power as well, at the instant he became a wizard? Well, isn't that because Lu Qing is not an ordinary person as well? Enough all of you, young masters, will not understand the suffering of the civilians. That's why not all people have the same fate, Old Man Zhu replied as he patted Zhang Lisheng's shoulder with a sad face again. "Stop making things difficult for my junior nephew. Captain Hu has already said to simplify everything." Zhang Lisheng, on the other hand, ungratefully shook his body and relied on the strength of his body by shaking off the old man's hand while he was still sitting. With a smile, he asked, "Uncle, I might be joining your gang already now that I've reported my background. Don't you think you should give me some of my rewards first?" Joining our gang this is to serve the government and our country. So how can you make it sound so terrible as entering a gang? Not only that, it's necessary for us to complete the mission first before we can receive the rewards, boy. Old man Zhu froze and stuttered in reply. The emperor will not starve his army. If you want me to risk my life to serve without any repayment, you're basically dreaming, uncle. If you still refuse to give me any payment, I'll definitely walk away. If you try to stop me and block my way, I'll kill all of you altogether. Once it has really come to that stage, a dead person will no longer be resurrected. What's with all the fuss anyway? Zhang Lisheng responded nonchalantly. His arrogant words, of course, caused all of the young men in the hotel lobby, who tried to be preeminent, to grow enraged at him. Lu King roared in anger. Why, you're too arrogant. What a high-sounding sentiment. Don't think you're above us just because you have some petty advantages over us. If we really had used our spells just now, you'd have long kneeled down. Have you guys seen my wizard goo then? Or forget it. It's merely just a little bit of trouble, and nobody here knows me anyway. Zhang Lisheng mumbled incoherently and stood up from the sofa. The worm dragon that had been wrapping around his waist softly opened its mouth and loosened its tail. Just as the wizard goo was about to swim out and puff its way to display its ferocious posture, the expression of old man Zhu, who was at his side, changed repeatedly and abruptly. He called out forcefully, "Don't get emotional, don't get emotional, sure boy. You want the secret technique, so I'll give you my secret true book. This item is rare and very few people own this. It's because of this that it's difficult to be obtained. However, before I give you this true spell, you must first promise me. This item is my own belonging, and once you've obtained this benefit from me, you must protect me with all your might. You must swear by the maiden oath." "Oh, uncle, wouldn't it have been nice if you said this earlier?" "Well then, give the secret spell to me, and I want to see its value first before I make my decision." The reason old man Zhu came to terms with Yang Lisheng's forceful request and planned to use the witchcraft secret spell he had obtained by fate when he was young to appease him was not because he had lost his mind and really believed the teenager would really kill everybody like how he said. Instead, he was worried that the secret would be exposed once a dispute had arisen. In that case, Zhang Lisheng would most likely be killed, and he would be greatly implicated for being the one who recruited him into the team. Seeing how the teenager was still assuming airs, the old man grew anxious and frustrated. He started to feel giddy, so he loosened his suit and opened his shirt to expose his chest. Spitting a huge mouthful of saliva onto his palm, he rubbed it on his chest, and soon a transparent thin skin was uncovered. "I'm unexpectedly bested by my quarry. Here, take it, use your wizard power to activate it, and you'll see some drawings and writings appearing. Don't blame me if you don't understand it though. A still tongue makes a wise head. This looks like a rare book." Instead, Zhang Lisheng reached out a hand to snatch the thin skin and used his wizard power to glance through the contents in a flash. His brows raised unnoticeably, but his mouth uttered regrettably, "Unfortunately, this is only sorcery and not our secret cultivation method. What use does a cultivation true spell have these days? The remote thick forests have all become tourist areas, and the tourists there are greater in number than the animals that used to live there now. The barren hills and turbulent rivers are not good tourist spots, so the government would gazette the place and hang a signboard and changed it to become a commercial land. The wastes released by the large factory built there would then kill all of the poisonous insects at the radius of several dozens of miles. Do you still expect some good true spell in such an environment in this society? What's so bad with this shed and restore? Do you even have that 1 in a million innate talent? It's enough already. Boy, stop pretending. I'm used to drifting in the river and lake, and it's only today that I've finally hit the wall. Did you really think I didn't see through your plan? If you still want to say that this book is not a good item, return it to me and go have a fight with them. Looking at the way Old Man Zoo burned with impatience, Liu King, Hui Xiaodong, and a few other young men who had always been fooled by his words and who could not have any comeback every time they talked to him, snickered. They could not help but feel as though they had been avenged. Chuckling out loud, they said, "Old Man Zoo, you finally have found your match. The junior nephew you found is actually much greedier and more sly than you. You really deserve it. Old Man Zoo, you should be happy instead. Your junior nephew has an eagerness to learn, and if he continues till the end, he'll definitely have great achievements in the future. Who knows, he may even make a breakthrough in a few days' time." As mockeries continued to rise around them, the hotel lobby that was originally covered in a tense atmosphere began to turn warmly. If it was forcefulness against forcefulness, of course, Chen Lisheng, who had transformed, had no ounce of fear at all. However, now that they had already given him their witchcraft true book, of course, he could no longer annihilate them all. "All right, uncle. You're right. Although this true book is not our secret cultivation technique, it's still very valuable. I promise you that no matter where you go, it'll accompany you and keep you safe." When Old Man Zoo heard the teenager saying so, his plague-like expression eased a bit. He no longer insisted. Zhang Lisheng make an oath. "All right, boy, you said so yourself. You don't seem to be a person who talks that much, but when you do, even your saliva can drown a person. I'll believe you unconditionally this time. Remember, don't cause any problem again, for you're also a citizen of our country. Rest assured of my trustworthiness, please." Zhang Lisheng smiled as he nodded before asking, "However, uncle, you keep mentioning the citizen of our country. What actually did you mean by it?" "What did I mean? Let's go to the hotel cafeteria and eat while we talk about it. The food in this hotel is quite good, though I'm getting a little bored of it for always eating it. However, now that I'm hungry I can still endure it." Team Leader Q, since my junior nephew has already agreed to join the team, he's considered as someone on our side, so I'll tell him about our missions later, okay? Chapter 186 Emergence of the Living Corpse. Chapter 186 Emergence of the Living Corpse. "Sure, Old Man Zoo, just tell him about it later." Hui Xiaodong pondered over it and pointed at Zhang Lisheng before saying, "Boy, I'm warning you, you're indeed a little capable, but there are more capable people in our team. I'll tell you frankly, right now, this entire hotel is in our control. If you wanted to barge out of it forcefully just now, you wouldn't stand a chance." Now that Zhang Lisheng had obtained the true book, there was no such thing as a free lunch. For this reason, he could no longer have a fallout with Old Man X's colleague, so he no longer refuted Hui Xiaodong's words. After a while, Hui Xiaodong became thirsty over his long nag. He finally shut his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Waving his hand, he told Old Man Zoo to take the teenager away. "All right, Team Leader Q. Now that you've finished your nagging, I'll buy him dinner then." Old Man Zoo smiled and patted Zhang Lisheng's shoulder. "Let's go, boy, we're already been starving since the morning, so let us go fill our tummies with food." Then he proceeded to stride into the hotel's restaurant. On the way, The old man told Zhang Lixing that their group was convened by the Chinese government at the last moment. Under this mission, they had concealed their identities and had flown all the way from China to Congo, then from Congo to Tanzania, then from Tanzania to Johannesburg, while donning the alias of being employees of China National Mining Corporation. He told the teenager that the only mission of this team of theirs was actually to sneak into the supernatural realm from Cape Town. The restaurant at the African hometown was square and had large white tiles on the floor. In addition to the neat sets of 4 ceiling lamps, the ceiling itself was covered in oil paintings that combined the African wilderness, the mine, modern factories, and not to mention the skyscrapers of Johannesburg. With an area of more than 300 square meters, it seemed like it could accommodate more than 500 people at the same time. If someone else hears about this, they may not believe it and would think that they've encountered a huge group of frauds. However, the moment the government looked for me, I immediately believed in it. It's none other than the shell of our Earth having a small hole that goes straight to the supernatural realm. The ancestor of ours who practice witchcraft is Goddess Newer. She has even lost her life for the sake of repairing the hole in the sky. As they walked into the restaurant, Old Man Zhu rattled on eloquently about some other things. I think it's the same, too, this time, but on a smaller scale. Come to think of it, this is a good thing for us who practice witchcraft. For example, this time, this entrance to the supernatural realm appeared on other people's land, so the army would not be able to be dispatched, and weapons would not be easily used as well. On top of it, who knows what the supernatural realm would look like anyway? No matter how strong a person trains, he may be caught as well when he enters there. At the end, who would be the one taking advantage of the situation? Us. Of course the official Carter status with an official number would naturally be granted to me. Uncle, how long have you been a wizard? Why would you still care about having a Carter position? Upon hearing the old man's words, Zhang Lixing, who piled a huge amount of meat, ice cream, cakes, and other high-calorie and high-fat dishes onto his plate, could not help but ask strangely, how can becoming a wizard bring any earning? Look, you yourself are a wizard, too, and on top of that, you also have such good martial arts skills. However, you still need to come all the way to Africa for work, don't you? No matter how powerful you are, do you dare reveal it to other people? Even those orthodox true bloods need to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves too, so of course, mice like us would have to shrink our heads too. Upon hearing the old man's grumbling, Zhang Lixing finally recalled the time when Sir Zhang was still alive. Other than the locals who did not dare provoke him, he was none other than an ordinary person in the eyes of other people if he went out of town. He had managed to live for so long, but in the end he still died under a taxi. Ever since he had become a wizard, he had also spent his entire time thinking about how to get more blood for his wizard goo when he first came to America. If it was not for Tina, who came out with the genius idea of letting him open a slaughterhouse and form a virtuous circle after that, perhaps his wizard goo would have already dragged him to death too. Now that he thought about it carefully, the teenager was astonished to realize that if he had not encountered any opportunity, source of money nor a top-secret true inheritance he had acquired in his life, it would have been hard for him to become successful too. The saying "a man without money is no man at all" could often be heard since ancient times because it's true. Boy, you can really eat. What are you thinking of? Zhang Lixing, who was lost in his thought, was awakened by old man X's words. He looked at the plate he loaded to the brink and smiled. Uncle, you're a person who practices a martial art, too, so don't you know just how much we can eat? You have a point. Old Man Zhu carried his plate filled almost on par with the teenager's plate and chuckled before bringing him to sit down at the table by the corner before finally digging in. Shang Lishing accompanied Old Man Zhu for a while before suddenly asking, "Uncle, since we're just street mice, why did the government look for those orthodox purebloods to explore the supernatural realm but look for you all instead?" "That's a good question, boy. You do indeed have a brain." The old man was stunned for a moment before chewing vigorously and lowering his voice mysteriously. "But if you think about it, nobody can stipulate that only South Africa has a door leading to the supernatural realm." "You mean, there's also a door leading to the supernatural realm in China, and the purebloods have already been sent by the government to explore there?" "I didn't say that, but the head monk Xiangxin, the vice president of the National Buddhist Association and the National People's Congress representative openly said that Buddhism talks about the colossal world. They said that there are many other worlds outside of ours. The destination of Buddhists may be other planets or such apotheoses. If our country also has one, why would we still send our people to South Africa? Boy, our country is our country, and other people's place is other people's place. They're both two completely different things. This is called keeping an eye on the pot while eating from the bowl. We have to be prepared as preparedness averts peril." Old Man Zhu smiled sinisterly and said nothing more. At this time, Zhang Lishing finally understood that the old man was temporarily recruited by the Chinese government and could also roughly guess the entire situation, so he no longer asked anything. When he picked up a piece of meat using his chopsticks to put into his mouth, he could suddenly smell a faint stench concealed in the aroma. Frowning, the teenager looked towards the direction of this strange smell and saw a bald man with a height of more than 180 centimeters. He was as thin as a bamboo pole and had an oil painting on his head. He appeared like a hip-hop artist as he walked into the restaurant in a mechanical dance. Taking the plate with a distant gaze, he began to choose his food slowly. "Stop looking, boy. Stop looking. That's Consultant Chang in our team. Don't look at him like that." Old Man Zhu spoke in a trembling tone as he sensed the bald man entering the restaurant and how Zhang Lishing was staring at him with a fixed gaze. At this moment, the young man's body began to tremble faintly as he gradually retracted his gaze, his expression turning grave. He could only feel the wizard power in his body begin to boil as though it was about to transform. With great difficulty he asked, "Is he a rank 12 wizard?" "Maybe more than that. That is only one of his living corpses. Don't ever stare at it. A living corpse can contain a part of its owner's soul and transform into a duplicate of himself." Old Man Zhu buried his head in his plate and continued his warning. However, Zhang Lishing did not hear a word of what the old man said. To him, the benefits he would obtain in the future would be inconceivable for an ordinary person compared to the honor of being able to meet with the living corpse of a great wizard he had only read before in ancient books. It was like how it was when a little blurry light suddenly appeared in front of a blind man who was touching an elephant. Even though the light might be insignificant, the change it brought was significant. This alone was worthy enough for him to risk his life in exploring the supernatural realm. Consultant Zhang's living corpse greatly astonished both of them till their behavior differed from their usual demeanor. It was only until the polite baldy had carried a few slices of bread, a bowl of porridge, and a plate of dessert out of the restaurant in his stiff movement did they finally snap back to reality. Not long after, Lich gradually calmed down and said, "I didn't expect that there would be such powerhouses with such strength in our Chinese's witchcraft." Consultant Zhang did not have to live a hide-and-seek life before as well, right? Yeah, he didn't have to. I've long heard before that Consultant Zhang is a chief researcher of one of the institutes under the Academy of Social Sciences. He has a position of a leading role equivalent to the county magistrate. And this is enough to appease a great wizard. No matter how great a wizard is, he's still not as powerful as a missile atomic bomb. Our country has already sent a man to space, so what do you expect? Old Man X's words did indeed make sense, but Lich still thought that something did not add up. After a moment of pondering, he suddenly asked, "Uncle, you cultivate the gate of sacrifice, right? Which level are you at now, and what kind of spells have you obtained?" "Why, you boy, how dare you ask so recklessly? We don't have an excessively close relationship yet. How could you ask this? I was merely thinking that since I've joined the gang, we should now learn and understand more about each other." Lich knew he had accidentally stepped on the taboo despite his careful manner in which he asked information from the old man, so he quickly covered it up. "What understand? Why do you have to understand these things? Even your captain who leads me on behalf of the country doesn't know what level of wizard I am now and what kind of spells I've obtained. She only knows my expertise at most. How dare you ask directly like that? Don't tell me that you're raised by the street, and you don't know all these." Seeing that he could no longer cover it up, Lich could only spill the truth. "My entire family has all stayed in the Western Sichuan, but my father really didn't teach me much of these rules of witchcraft." "No wonder you're so excited over a true book. I thought you were as naive as I was when I was young, who thought a man's determination could conquer nature." A strange look crept upon Old Man X's face before disappearing once again. "Forget it. It's all in the past anyway. Let me teach you, young man. Don't be arrogant and learn how to be satisfied. Seize this opportunity and live a peaceful life using public funds." On hearing the old man nagging continuously, being hooked in his own lies, Lich chuckled and no longer said anything until they finished their meals. After leaving the restaurant, Old Man Zhu took the teenager to the activity room of their team. On the way, he informed him, "Our team is divided into 6 groups. Each group has a number of people ranging from 4 to 6 people. Our team just so happen to have 5 members. Other than team leader Qi and I, there's another demobilized special soldier named Liu Qiang, who is very enthusiastic. Such a person exists in every group, so I won't explain any more about him. Another member is called Zhu Mo. She's a girl who is only in her 20s. She's quiet and cultivates the witchcraft's gate of life. It's beneficial to forge a relationship with her, for who knows, she may save your little life during the critical moment." The last person is Jin Fasheng, who is tall and handsome. Just like us, he cultivates the witchcraft's gate of sacrifice, but despite the fact that he practices close combat ability, he only knows some simple wrestling. He has a simple brain and an arrogant temper. You don't have to pay any attention to him. Chapter 187 Packing. Chapter 187 Packing. From Old Man X's words, it was apparent he had regarded Lich as a person who practiced the witchcraft's gate of sacrifice just like himself. The teenager, on the other hand, did not explain himself, and merely listened to his nagging with half of his full attention. He constantly recalled the impression he had when he saw the living corpse just now and imprinted the memory deeply in his heart. The two of them walked for a moment in the dark backlit corridor, heading 2 floors upstairs along a narrow staircase before coming to the door of a room with a label written with the words, "Meeting Room." China National Mining Corporation opened this hotel, and each team occupies 1 floor. The room is spacious, but this is also our last moment to enjoy it. We'll have to go to Cape Town to work ourselves to death in a few days' time. As the old man was mumbling, he pushed the door open. The room was quite large and had more than 200 square meters. There were only 4 people in the empty room, which was in line with the layout of a business hotel's small rooms and large conference room concept. It's the final moment for our team to forge a bond with each other. Everyone needs to get along and unite to form a rope. Hui Xiaodong was currently trying his best to convince them with utmost patience. Upon seeing the door opening, he turned around and saw that it was Old Man Zhu and the unruly young man who came in. Irritated, he scratched his head and pointed at Zhang Lisheng. "Everyone, this is our new member, Hu Lisheng. Please come over to get to know him, everyone. Nice to meet you, little Hu. I think it's better for me to call you by the name Lisheng. This would sound much closer. Liu Qing, I manage the logistics operation in our team. Unlike all of you, I don't have any strange sorcery nor any combat ability. However, I'm quite proficient in using a gun." The first person who expressed his welcome to the teenager was a stocky man in his 30s. He had a loyal and friendly smile that made people easily trust him. Zhang Lisheng had always been a person who would not slap the person who smiled at him. If the other person was polite to him, he would also respond with a smile on his face. "Hello, Brother Liu." Seeing the happy smile of the teenager, a young man who had a slender figure, dashing brows, bright eyes, and a good temperament felt stunned for a moment before speaking with an enigmatic smile. "Team leader Qiui, this little buddy here speaks very politely. He doesn't seem to be as unruly as you said. I know already. You've always looked at others as though they were a bunch of shit. But you don't know that looking at a person is like looking at a mirror. The other person in your eyes is actually you yourself." "Jin Fasheng UW, what are you talking about? Being criticized in an indirect way?" Hui Xiaodong took some time to realize it before howling in fury. "You're insulting your leader. You know why you're the one who is a pile of shit. I know you don't like me being the leader. But this is decided by the organization. It has been 3 months." Watching the 2 men quarrel for no reason, Liu Qing and the sole girl in the room quickly stopped the fight. Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before whispering into Old Man X's ears, "Uncle, these are the executive secret elites our country dispatched. Isn't this a little like a circus? It's a temporary organization. Haven't I told you before that it's only a temporary organization? On top of that, usually, those who are capable would have a little temper too. This is called those who do great things are unrestrained." "Boy, aren't you the same as well?" Old Man Zhu unyieldingly replied, but his tone sounded a little uneasy too. "Those who do great things, I think it's more like the government is sending some small pawns to Africa to try and run a trial. If something happens, they would just pretend that they don't know anything since it's a ragtag army anyway." If Zhang Lisheng had not gone to America yet, perhaps the old man's words could have deceived him. But after he had spent 1.5 knowledgeable years in New York, he was more aware that the reason most of the members in this team that he joined took part in this was mostly because they were tempted by secular interests and thus being used by the Chinese government as a weapon. In the eyes of these people, The root of the witchcraft they mastered was like a famous school diploma or some special skills that could hardly see the light or be of use. It was merely a means of making a living. Now that the young man was clear about this, his heart gave a jolt. Just then, he heard Old Man Zoo mutter in a sullen expression, "So what if we're just a ragtag army? The ragtag army is also an iron rice bowl anyway. What will go wrong if we would just be more careful? We're all capable people anyway." Glancing at the old man beside him and the other few people who practiced the same witchcraft with him in the room whom he had never imagined he would see, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of sympathy over the death of life. The faint feelings of superiority, extraordinariness, and unconventional uniqueness he had after he became a wizard had been swept away all at once. If such a changed mentality unworthily occupied a place among ordinary people, perhaps he would never appreciate it in his whole life at all. With a flagging interest, the teenager sighed and said, "Uncle, I'm starting to get a headache over the quarrel between these two people. Please look for a room for me to let me sleep for a while." "All right, sure." Old Man Zoo still wanted to rely on the teenager to protect him, so of course he would not want to offend him in some petty things. For this reason, he shouted at Kui Xiaodong, who was still fighting till his face and ears were flushed, and would not stop no matter how the others dissuaded him. "Team leader Kui, I'll bring Lisheng to look for a room and settle him down first. Take your time in quarreling with Lisheng, okay?" Then, he proceeded to bring Zhang Lisheng away. To their surprise, Kui Xiaodong immediately stopped quarreling after hearing this and waved his hand pantingly. No, Hu Lisheng needs to be in the same room as me." "Old Man Zoo, have you forgotten what the captain said?" At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Then, a black figure entered the room like a whirlwind. "The car and route to Cape Town have been arranged. Assemble immediately in the lobby." Then, it disappeared again in the lingering voice. "SHT Song Tainan seems to be getting faster now. Don't tell me he just so happened to have made a breakthrough right now." Upon hearing the assembly order, Jin Fasheng complained and walked out of the room ignoring everyone. "Didn't they say it would take a few days more before we can get the pass? Why would it be so fast? I don't care anymore. Since we're merely carrying out orders anyway. Boy, let's go." Old Man Zoo also pushed Zhang Lisheng to head downstairs. The teenager headed downstairs with his scattered, sand-like team. The door of the hotel lobby was closed, and there were already 20 or 30 people gathering there. These people were made up of people of all ages, but they were mostly young people. At the moment, standing in front of the crowd was a graceful, middle-aged woman wearing a suit, a man who was about 30 or 40 years old whose skin looked dark and rough, who looked as though he was a government official, and an amiable intellectual-looking man who was wearing loose clothes and black-rimmed glasses. Among them were 5 to 6 people whose faces were painted with colorful oil painting. When Zhang Lisheng saw the third person at first glance, he resisted the bafflement and eagerness of his heart, and did not look at him too much. Quietly, he lowered his head and mixed into the crowd. This was his second time seeing a living corpse, and the first time seeing a great wizard. Instinctively, he did not want to attract too much attention. "All right, now that everyone's here, pay attention in a while. Y'all get into the car and I'll remind everybody for one last time. Play your character well right now. All of you are technical workers and engineers recruited by China National Mining Corporation from China. The distance of Johannesburg to Cape Town is 1,400 kilometers. We'll have to arrive within a day. With this current situation, there will definitely be a checkpoint on the road. As time went by, a few more people ran into the lobby in a hurry. As though seeing that everyone had already fully assembled, the middle-aged woman pointed to the quiet and scholarly man beside him before giving out her orders. By that time, don't say anything unnecessary. Me and Director Liang from the China National Mining Corporation will handle everything. Consultant Yang, is there anything more you would like to add? No. The polite man shook his head amiably, but it was the polite Director Liang who tactfully added with a smile, "I'd like to interrupt a little instead. Consultant Zhang, the dress-ups of these few fellows behind you are a little too eye-catching. Can they wash their faces and change their clothing?" Director Liang, you have no idea. If they wash their faces and change their clothes, they'll be even more eye-catching. Consultant Zhang replied with a wry smile. How about this? I'll combine the 6 of them into one, and put them all in the trunk of the bus. Is that okay? How can you merge these 6 people into one? Director Liang chuckled speechlessly. I can. The other people may not be able to do that, but they definitely can. As Consultant Zhang was speaking, the 2 people behind him who were the fattest suddenly hugged each other. Then, their skins began to slowly melt. Their flesh started to stick together like how a candle would be when it came across the fire. Gradually, they squirmed more and more vigorously as time went by, causing their bones to roll and fuse too. Not long after, under the POOSSZZZ sound, their bodies transformed into a fat giant 2 meters high whose red muscles, milky white fat, and blue blood vessels could clearly be seen with naked eyes. After an invisible big hand in the air had molded the giant, it suddenly stuffed its 2 hands into its mouth before using its entire might to tear its face open, molding its mouth like a strong rubber into a black lacquered hole. Then, the other followers behind Consultant Zhang began to walk unsteadily one after another to the giant. Stretching out their heads, they climbed into the big mouth the giant tore and tried to curl up and squirmed into its stomach. Such a horrific scene made Director Liang, who had been trained during his university period and who had been engaged in intelligence gathering in South Africa as an enterprise middle-level supervisor and thus always maintained a calm attitude, feel cold in his feet and palms with his organs tumbling for the first time in his life. Consultant Zhang, your method of combining 6 into 1 is even more eye-catching, Captain Hu commented expressionlessly. She came from the National Military Intelligence Agency, so she had an amazing inconceivable ability to control her emotions. She had seen too many crazy moves made by the black-framed glassed man for this to surprise her. It's all right, Captain. After I've packed them all together, I can compress their volume too. Consultant Zhang chuckled like a nightingale before waiting for his 6 living corpses to transform into one. After that, he mumbled some incantation and reached out a finger to stick it into his entourage who had become 4 meters tall and weighed more than half a ton. In an instant, a strange shade of redness appeared on his face. The huge, sturdy, ferocious-looking living corpse, on the other hand, began to shrink like a deflated balloon and soon became the size of a normal person. Consultant Zhang patted the head of his living corpse and said, "Look, it won't attract a lot of attention now, whether I throw it into the trunk or let it sit on the bus. It's just a little troublesome to unpack it once we've reached the destination." Then, he began to show a peaceful expression again. Chapter 188 A disaster is about to happen. Chapter 188 A disaster is about to happen. In the quiet lobby, someone suddenly made a vomiting sound. Everyone, who was still dumbfounded, snapped back to reality right away and looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw that a long-haired girl crouched down on the ground, and was vomiting her stomach acid out. Her teammates began to pat her back as they comforted her in a low voice. "Uncle, she's practicing witchcraft, and is also one of the special forces sent by the country." Not being able to suppress the curiosity in his heart, Zhang Lisheng pointed to the girl who was vomiting and asked Old Man Zhu in a whisper, "She's only a girl, so how can she possibly be a special soldier? Since she's also a witch, does she really have to do that? She can just chant a few spells to calm herself if she's really scared, right? She's already scared to her wits. So how could she possibly have the time to chant a spell? That Zhao girl is fair and innocent, and she's also quite weak as well. This consultant Jing is also really, how should I say this?" sigh Old Man Zhu whispered. "It's a rare opportunity to see a great wizard demonstrating their power. Why would you become a wizard in the first place if you want to complain about this?" Seeing how the old man held back the words that had already sprung to his lips, Zhang Lisheng muttered in an incomprehensible manner. Just when the old man and Zhang Lisheng were whispering to each other, Captain Hu had ordered somebody to bring a set of clothes and a black leather suitcase for Consultant Zhang's living corpse. Upon seeing the size of the suitcase, Consultant Zhang smiled and commanded his living corpse to open it before twisting its limbs and forcing it to get inside. With its stomach bulging out, a snake-like hand reached out to pull the zipper of the suitcase. Then, he lifted the suitcase and became the first one to walk out of the hotel to ride on the bus, but not before saying, "Captain Hu, let's go." There were not more than 40 people in the entire team, so there were more than enough seats for them on the bus. A few minutes later, after everyone had boarded the bus, it began to start. Old Man Zhu, who was sitting in the middle of the carriage, seemed to have exhausted his words as he finally stopped talking. Instead, he leaned against the pillow on the seat and closed his eyes to attain mental composure. Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting beside him by the window, on the other hand, looked at the Johannesburg streets outside of the window that was shrouded with dazzling sunlight while placing his hands into his pockets. He began caressing the true book of witchcraft method he had just obtained. The feel of the book on his fingertips was smooth, with no bumps at all, as if he's caressing the soft skin of a newborn baby. After being lost in his thoughts for a while, he suddenly realized that though it would be inconvenient for him to infuse his wizard power to read the true book in the car, he could still carry out some small unnoticeable experiments. Remembering that the true book was obtained from the flesh on Old Man X's chest, the young man quietly took out the true book and lifted his shirt to place it close to his belly. Right at this moment, Consultant Zhang, who was sitting frontmost in the car by himself, suddenly said out loud, "You're ignorant of the treasure you always carry and would always make the same mistake over and over again. You always want to have a meteoric rise overnight, but you never think before. Those who reach the sky in a single bound don't have any foundation beneath their feet at all and would eventually fall to become a pile of meat. On the contrary, those who rise to the sky one step at a time in a thoroughgoing manner would always have a firm footing beneath their feet, no matter how high they stand. Once they become successful, it would be easy for them to reach out for the stars and moon." Consultant Zhang, "What are you talking about?" Captain Hu, who was sitting in the other row separated by the aisle and who had been lost in her thoughts ever since they got onto the bus, asked. "Nothing. I had a drink at the hotel just now, so I merely said a few drunken words." Consultant Zhang smiled as he replied, "That's right, Captain Hu. What should we do after we have reached Cape Town?" Director Liang will take us to the camp of a survey team of the China National Mining Corporation to rest for a night. Then we will use the name of the survey team to decide according to the changing situation. This sounds like a good strategy, Consultant Chang nodded and said before leaning onto his seat and closing his eyes. Seeing him resting, the captain, who had been worrying about a lot of things, also rubbed the bridge of her nose between her eyes and leaned back on the chair to shut her eyes. Chang Lisheng, who was sitting not far away, had an intuition that the words Consultant Chang said out of nowhere seemed to be directed at him. However, he really could not recall what treasure he had and where did he make a mistake. Still, a great wizard would not just speak at random for no reason. Putting back the witchcraft true book back into his pocket, the teenager contemplated over it and lowered his head to look at his body. His clothes and shoes were only bought after he had come to Africa. Even though his two wizard dus were nurtured with his efforts, it was still a bit too much to describe them as treasures. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his gaze onto the jelly gem wrapped around his finger. As Zhang Lisheng took the jelly gem off and was about to stretch it for the umpteenth time, a perplexed sound resonated by his ears. "Oh, buddy Roman, too, haven't seen you before. Since when have you joined the team?" Wrapping the jelly gem on his wrist intuitively in an agile manner, the teenager turned around to look at the fat and strong young man who had extended his head from the back seat to look at him in astonishment. "I just joined the team today, so it's not surprising for you to see me for the first time. Oh, you're a native from Western Sichuan too, Ling Dang. Ling Dang, look, there's one more native Western Sichuan in the team." The fat young man changed into his Sichuan accent and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. "There are more than 100 million people in Western Sichuan, and many are from the same hometown with us." A pretty-looking young girl beside him pouted and put her arms on the seat in front before studying Zhang Lisheng carefully. "However, there are not many people who can suddenly join our team in such a time. Is it convenient for you to tell us about your background, little handsome?" "What background? A person with special talent can provide that. Oh yeah, what was it called again?" "That's right. It's called Strong Defense Support, Ling Dang. Shall both of our teams form an offensive and defensive alliance when something happens? I'll ask my junior nephew to look out for your team, and when you have some extra power from your witchcraft's Gate of Life's spell, you can also cast it on me too." Old Man Zhu suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight into the girl before saying with a joyful smile, "No problem, as long as you can make the final call." "Well, agree with it, Team Leader Qi. Did you hear what your team's Old Man Zhu said? What do you think?" The girl smiled at Team Leader Qi, who was at the other side of the aisle. "It sounds good. We're all in a group, and we should help each other out anyway." Qi Xiaodong nodded and replied with a smile. The group of wizards on the bus was not mentally strong and very forgetful. When they saw that their captain and consultant began to rest, they soon forgot the terrible scene they saw in the hotel lobby not long ago. They became much more relaxed. When some of them heard Qi Xiaodong talk like a bureaucrat, they chuckled and chimed in. "That's enough, Team Leader Qi. If you really have that high level of realization, you would not have released your golden bull goo or something when you fought with Fasheng last time. Little Dong cultivates the witchcraft's Gate of Death, so what do you expect him to use if he doesn't use a wizard do during a fight? Don't tell me you want him to hit with his head then." Upon hearing the sound at the back of the bus that soon became more bustling, Captain Hu was shutting her eyes to attain mental composure, could not help but frown. However, after spending 2 to 3 months with them, She knew that this motley group of people on the bus could not be compared to her former disciplined subordinates. She could not just suppress them but must use both soft and hard approach interchangeably. For this reason, she held back the anger arising in her heart. Just like this, without anyone stopping them, after the bus that was getting bustling as time went by entered the downtown Johannesburg, it began to accelerate at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour on a flat highway. As time went by, the sky slowly turned dark. The lights in the bus lit up too. It was more than 1,000 kilometers from Johannesburg to Cape Town, and the long journey of more than 10 hours would soon come to an end. About 10 o'clock in the evening, Captain Hu arranged for the team leaders to start giving out the third round of food. After the crowds filled their tummy bumpily and tiredly in the bus, Director Ling, who was sitting in the co-driver's seat, said in a hurry, "Captain Hu, watch out, there's a checkpoint of the South African Government Army in front." "Sigh, we have merely traveled for a few hours. I thought Johannesburg is 1,400 kilometers away from Cape Town. It has been 10 hours of the journey already." "Shut up everyone. Sit down now, don't speak a word," Captain Hu promptly shouted to interrupt this untimely and ignorant question. Composing herself, she sat straight in the seat after the bus gradually slowed down and was prepared to negotiate anytime. Not long after, a black officer wearing a beret boarded the bus under the protection of two soldiers with long guns. "Hello, Sir Imwu Zulu, the director of the Makalulu Mining Company's Internal Affairs Department. This is our pass." Before the officer opened his mouth to speak, Director Ling had already greeted him with a smile and handed over a document. The black military officer took the document and took in 10 lines at a glance. With a blank expression, he suddenly asked, "Chinese?" "Yes, Makalulu Mining Company is a joint company between China National Mining Corporation and our Cape Town Jinya Mining Company. Most of our skilled workers and specialists are Chinese." Director Ling maintained his smile as he explained. "Chinese?" Wu Zulumai asked. The black officer glanced at the passengers in the bus and cursed under his breath. "Damn you, plunderers, I hope all of you will go to hell." Hastily, he threw the document back to Director Ling and stepped off the bus in stride. A few seconds later, the bus began to start its engine again in the dark night. After passing by the opened checkpoint, Chang Lisheng could see that there were 8 heavy armored vehicles that seemed to be crouching in the African wilderness next to the road, and 200 to 300 fully armed soldiers taking shelters using the armored vehicles. They were looking vigilant as they held their guns up. Generally, the Africans, especially those who are soldiers, are not very fond of Chinese people. They think that the reason we came here is to exploit and plunder their mines. This officer was still okay. It's only his mouth that was a little vulgar, but he didn't purposely make things difficult for us. Otherwise, we'd have to bribe him. After passing the checkpoint, Director Ling explained while sighing with relief. Captain Hu looked at the dark night outside the window and asked, "Director Ling, how many more checkpoints like this do we have to pass?" 3 at most. The first one is the hardest to go through. After we enter Cape Town, I have some relationship with several garrison officers, so even in the event of an accident I can just resolve it through a phone call. Upon seeing the confidence Director Ling portrayed, most of the people in the car sighed in relief. Only Zhang Lisheng whispered in a grave expression to himself, "A disaster is about to happen." Chapter 189 Steam Civilization. Chapter 189 Steam Civilization. Only Old Man Zhu heard Zhang Lisheng's whisper. Not paying any attention to it, the old man asked, "What disaster is about to happen, boy?" Sometimes the way you talk is so uncouth, but sometimes the way you talk is somewhat formal. What is going to happen? Lich ignored Old Man Zhu and merely put his ear on the window with a blank expression. Then, his face began to puff out like an inflated balloon. Seeing the teenager using his spell without saying anything, Old Man Zhu realized that something was not right. Turning solemn, as though there were springs at his buttocks, he sprang up right away and looked at the darkness outside of the window. Unfortunately, the Old Man Zhu was not specialized in any spell that allowed him to enhance his sense of hearing and visual ability. Standing inside the speeding bus in the middle of the dark night only made him dizzy. Naturally, he could not see anything at all. Instead, he could only ask Lich in a whisper, "Boy, is there something wrong?" "Uncle, listen to me if you want to live. Be prepared, we'll jump out of the bus later," Lich whispered without turning his head around. Even though Old Man Zhu had expected something to happen, it had never crossed his mind that the teenager would say something like jumping out of the bus. Astonished, he shouted out loud, "What do you mean by jumping out of the bus?" and caught the attention of everybody on the bus. "Old Zhu, what did you say?" Captain Hu was discussing with Director Liang at the moment about what should they do when they came across another government military checkpoint. Whether should they call to talk to the senior officers of the Cape Town garrison whom they knew, or should they try their luck first? Asked loudly. Roman too was saying that we've been sitting in this for more than 10 hours already, and my legs are a little sore now. So sore that I feel like jumping out of the bus already. Don't you guys agree with me?" The slick and sly Old Man Zhu stuttered for a moment before coming up with a seemingly reasonable reason. It was a pity that when the old man was halfway into his lie, the person he least wanted to face stood up and smiled amiably while interrupting him. "Old brother Zhu, why should you lie? Your junior brother doesn't seem to be simple, huh?" Colors drained from Old Man X's face right away. Gulping a mouthful of saliva, he did not dare to say anything more. Lich, who was by the side, stood up instead and smiled wryly. "It's not that I'm not simple, but it's just that the checkpoint we came across just now doesn't seem normal. There are only a total of 40,000 people in the South African Army, but there are already 8 armored vehicles and more than 300 armed and elite infantry on one side of the checkpoint just now. Adding both sides on each other would amount to 16 armored vehicles and about 700 infantry. Which country would use a ground force close to 2 of its military on a checkpoint?" Director Liang: "I was deep in my thoughts just now, so I didn't look outside of the window. Is it true that the checkpoint just now had a situation like this?" Captain Hu's expression immediately changed as she asked hastily. "I didn't pay any attention either. However, before the bus reached the checkpoint, I did indeed see many armored vehicles and soldiers on the road. Don't panic. I'll call my friend in the Cape Town garrison to see what is going on." Stop the bus were being used as a bait by the South African government. Captain Hu did not wait for Director Liang to make the call, and quickly made a judgment before shouting out loud. The driver, who was originally a soldier driver officer, slammed the brake, causing the speeding bus to make a sharp and ear-jarring sound on the road before coming to a halt. The entire bus fell into silence. Only the panicked heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard. A few seconds later, Consultant Zhang once again broke the silence and looked at Lich before asking, "Young man, since you've already seen through those black men's possible trick, I don't understand why you didn't inform us but wanted to jump down from the car and flee instead." "Because I can also hear some mysterious sounds resonating in the distance. Although I don't know what it is, I can tell that there are a lot of them," Zhang Lisheng replied honestly. And when I recall how those South African government forces are on standby, I feel that there should indeed be a bait in front to attract the attention. I should see how the situation would turn out first before I can relax. Upon hearing the teenager's explanation, the crowd burst into a clamor. Only Consultant Zhang clicked his tongue, chuckling loudly, and replied, "Young man, your honesty really makes me be at a loss for words. Actually, you did nothing wrong as well. As a human, we need to either have strength or intellect. If we don't have both and would become panicked in a critical situation, it serves us right to die too." As his nightingale-like laughter resonated in the bus, a bloody fist suddenly punched through the floor of the bus with a thud. Then, in the panic fleeing of several people, a blob of bloody flesh wiggled its way like noodles into the bus and started to be molded into a humanoid figure by an invisible hand in the air. Seeing that the great wizard had started to get prepared now, some of the few smart people in the bus immediately cast their own life-saving tricks as well. At this time, Director Liang, who had already made a few calls and all that he obtained was perfunctory answers, also had his expression turned grave. Directly he said straightforwardly, "Captain Hu, the situation does indeed seems not right." Director Liang, "I'm well informed already. Everybody, don't panic. The reason we came to South Africa is to look for the entrance to the supernatural realm and then collect intelligence. Isn't it? This is our luck for having the chance to come across the aliens from the supernatural realm the moment we reached Cape Town." Seeing that the situation was starting to get out of hand, Captain Hu calmed the team down and shouted solemnly with a grave expression, "Now that everybody is here, our mission will officially start now. My first order: everybody get out of the bus now." Compared to the unknown in the darkness outside, of course, the brightly lit bus seemed to be much safer in comparison. For this reason, nobody carried out the captain's order right away. However, just as everybody else hesitated, Zhang Lisheng had already pulled Old Man Zhu forcefully and walked towards the door of the bus in great strides. At the moment when the huge door of the bus creaked open, he jumped down from the car. In the cool breeze of the wilderness, a series of beasts howling continued to resonate through the dark night. After taking a few refreshing breaths and looking up at the dark clouds in the sky that had completely covered the moonlight, Zhang Lisheng murmured, "Great, it looks like heavy rain is coming soon. A heavy rain is great in this wilderness that has no shelter at all. Wouldn't we be completely wet if heavy rain falls? Boy, why do you want to pull me forcefully and let me be the first person to get down from the bus?" Old Man Zhu muttered in dissatisfaction. "Uncle, we could originally hide somewhere safely to watch a great show, but it's your loud voice that caused the plan to dash to pieces. Just this alone is already enough for me to repay half of the favor of you giving me the Witchcraft True Book. Stop being so noisy anymore. Why don't you think about it yourself? We'd only become a target if we continue to stay on the bus in such a situation." Old Man Zhu became stunned for a moment before finally composing himself. "You have a point. However, boy, you really are ruthless to think you could actually describe it as a great show." As the old man was muttering, horror dawned on Zhang Lisheng right away. With one foot he tripped the old man and crouched down on the ground, making the illusion that his body was small. Right at that instant when the teenager crouched down, a series of dense buzzing sounds resonated from the distance. Then, in the midst of the ear-piercing whooshing sound that soared across the sky, thousands of round wasp pupae the size of a chicken egg flew towards them, crashing onto the bus and causing it to be riddled with holes. Judging from the density of the attack, there should be no survivors left in the bus after this single round of attacks. However, in fact, Under the protection of the flesh shield that shrouded the insides of the bus, there was no casualty at all within, though the light inside had dimmed. After blocking the stone catapult attack, the flesh shield on the bus wall began to wriggle and shrink back to become an ordinary-sized living corpse. Consultant Chang smiled. "We've already blocked this first round of attacks, but I can't be so sure about the next round. It's much safer for us to go down from the bus now." Then he proceeded to lead his living corpses to get down from the bus. After he left, the young wizards and witches who finally snapped back to reality rushed against one another towards the door of the bus. Don't they know about breaking the window and jumping from the bus? Chang Lisheng, who crept up from the ground and saw the crowded scene at the bus door, walked to the front of the bus and dug out a stone bullet before muttering to himself, "The texture is of stone and it has the size of an egg. There's even water droplet on the surface." Water droplet, steam. Don't tell me that there really is a steam civilization. When the teenager was making an assumption of the enemy's background from the bullets they left behind, the young wizards and witches who ran down from the bus calmed down and began to take the initiative to gather according to their teams. The wizards who cultivated the witchcraft's gate of death began to command their wizard gus to jump out of their backpacks or items of luggage to form a shield in front of the crowds. The wizards who cultivated the gate of sacrifice and life also began to strain their bodies and move in a stance to charge out their energy. "Let's go. Boy, it's time for us to assemble. There's no use for us to think of an idea now that we've come to such a situation. Gathering is much safer now." Upon seeing that the group had finished assembling, Old Man Zhu pulled Zhang Lisheng's arms and hastily ran towards team leader Qi and the three others. Just as the two of them returned to their teams, the bus suddenly started and sped away into the distance. "The car is gone." "Why did the car leave?" "The reason the car left is to distract the enemy's attention. The driver Zhang Min, our comrade, has already decided to sacrifice his life to save us. Everybody pay attention. All of us must be very careful now," Captain Hu explained at the front of the group. "Our current situation is terrible and it's a good thing Director Lang knows the way heading to the west should be safe." All of a sudden, a loud bang resonated and cut off the captain's order. Then, a pile of blazing fire began to ignite on the distant road. Chang Lisheng looked at the devastating fire and muttered to himself, "The bus exploded." Then, he proceeded to turn his attention back to the several dozens of ferocious-looking wizard dust crouching on the ground not far away. A crimson-red centipede that was about a meter long, a Yunnan mountain scorpion that was as huge as a basin, a wasp that was as huge as a fist was flapping its wings buzzingly naturally. These poisonous insects were indeed horrifying in the eyes of an ordinary person, but when the teenager saw it, he could not help but feel absurd. He really did not understand why these kinds of wizard dust would be worthy to be nurtured by their owner's blood essence. "Don't tell me these wizard gus have some other omniscient power," he muttered to himself. "But is it possible to have so many wizard gus with omniscient power?" As Zhang Lisheng was muttering to himself, Captain Hu began to assign tasks to Qi Xiaoravang, who had turned into a faint silvery complexion. "Team leader Qi, you have the protection from the Golden Bull gus omniscient power, so you have the most powerful strength, agility, and defense among everybody. You'll protect Director Liang and walk at the frontmost area of the team. Do you have any objection, Consultant Chang?" "No, I don't." "All right, let's go." Chapter 190 A Serious Matter. Chapter 190 A Serious Matter. The group began to make their moves under the command of the captain. Sheng Li Sheng, Hui Xiaodong, Jin Fa Sheng, and a few others walked at the frontmost. Captain Hu did not view this teenager, who was the first to notice the abnormal situation, in a more favorable light. It was apparent that she felt that he was smart but extremely selfish, so she might as well use him as an ordinary small pawn. The darkness was profound. Constantly moving forward in the deserted wilderness gave them a feeling of it being boundless and never-ending fear. Nobody knew how long they walked, but just when most of them started to feel their legs going, saw a faint wind filled with stench breezed towards them. "Watch out, a beast may attack upon smelling this unusual smell," Captain Hu vigilantly warned in a whisper. At the instant she warned, a few spotted coyotes tore the night and rushed to a short but very fat young girl by the edge of the team. The girl walked in heavy steps that made people feel tired just by looking at her. Having been attacked by the coyote's whirlwind-like pounce, of course, the girl could not dodge the strike in time since nobody was helping her. Right away, she was bitten at her throat. "You dare to bite me? My anger is not yet vented now, and you actually bit me, yet come and bite me." However, in the next scene, instead of having her neck broken and dying a ruthless death, being dragged away by the coyotes in their group, she waved her pair of fists around as though nothing happened. With a tight grip, she smashed the head of the coyote that was biting her throat into a bloody mess. She proceeded to punch and kick the coyotes, killing the entire pack in just a few brandishes. Covered entirely in fresh blood, she turned around to look at her companion, who was standing by the side, resting before shouting, while waving her arms around, "Zhu Lang, what lousy-ass wizard do you have there? It can't even block a few dogs. What do you think, boy? You're stunned, right? I told you, we have some powerful people hidden in our group, so it's definitely safer to assemble together than you being alone." Due to this unexpected attack, the group stopped temporarily, so Old Man Zhu pointed at the girl howling with anger not far away and bragged at Sheng Li Sheng in a whisper, as though the person who killed the coyote packs effortlessly was him instead. "Uncle, do you know about the background of the girl?" Sheng Li Sheng smiled and asked casually. "That girl is called Song Gyro Jiao. She's not that smart and would always talk bluntly. It's said that after she turned into a witch, her father wanted to bring her to a safari park or a wild forest to choose a wild beast to sacrifice its soul. However, she, on the other hand, impatiently refined her pet tortoise into a wizard beast, and in the end, she actually succeeded in one try. Not only that, after the soul sacrifice, that pet tortoise actually showed omniscient power. Don't you think that it's fate? After one cultivated the witchcraft's gate of sacrifice and stepped into its threshold, one would be able to pick a beast to transform into a wizard beast and extract its soul to put it into one's own body to inherit the various abilities of the beasts. After a succession of breakthroughs, one would then combine these several souls sacrificed as wizard beasts into one to form an unpredictable transformation. Not only that, but the soul-sacrificed wizard beasts of the Gate of Sacrifices wizards could also be replaced at any time, making it hard to speculate what their abilities were. They might be able to catch their enemy off guard with close combat this time, but they might be able to use a spell the next time, inflicting injuries in an invisible method. However, due to the reason that the ratio of the beasts that could be refined into wizard beasts was much smaller than the insects that could be refined into wizard gus, these days, it was already remarkable enough for a wizard who practiced the Gate of Sacrifice to be able to refine a soul-sacrificed wizard beast. It had already long been unrealistic for a wizard to be picky and keep changing from time to time. For this reason, Succeeding in soul-sacrificing a pet tortoise and actually obtaining an omniscient power was indeed much harder than winning a lottery. Upon hearing Old Man X's words, Zhang Lisheng smiled again. "She's indeed lucky." The different usage of the words fate and lucky here meant the teenager and the old man had a different view regarding this matter. However, Old Man Zhu did not notice the difference and merely seized this chance to ask, "Boy, the wizard beast that you soul-sacrificed should have an omniscient power as well, right? Otherwise, how could you possibly hear a sound so far away?" "Not really. The one I cultivated is the Witchcraft's Gate of Death." "Witchcraft's Gate of Death? Come on, stop pulling my leg. Wait a minute. You do look like a person who cultivates the Witchcraft's Gate of Death. Then again, you'd have to eat a lot of nutritious food that could allow you to exhaust your blood essence to feed your wizard goo while practicing your martial art at the same time." Old Man Zhu curled his lips and looked at the skinny teenager by his side. Suddenly, a flash of thought appeared in his mind. "Why you don't tell me you've actually obtained a wizard goo that can provide a surface boost to its owner just like Team Leader Qi? How could there be such coincidental thing in this world?" Zhang Lisheng shook his head. He was speechless as he quietly looked at the remnants of the several coyotes that Consultant Zhang reused at the edge of the team, as he unpacked the 6 living corpses that had previously been merged into one back to their original state. This scene answered the question in the teenager's heart. The coyotes were scavengers and predators during the day, so it was unreasonable for them to attack a large group of people who were rushing their journey in the wilderness amidst the night. Somebody seemed to be controlling all of these somehow. Not long after, the group began to continue their journey forward. Old Man Zhu kept pestering Zhang Lisheng as he asked in a whisper, "Boy, how can you just tell me half of the story like that? It's irritating being left on a cliffhanger." "Uncle, isn't this obvious? I've transformed already," Zhang Lisheng answered as he came to a stop. Numerous interchangeably blue and yellow scales that were round on the outside but square in the inside appeared on the surface of his body as he began to expand, becoming 3 meters wide. Then, opening his mouth, he stretched his mouth to the size of the watermelon and spurted out a cyclone that tore through the sound barrier with a howl. The cyclone disappeared in a flash. A few seconds later, a blazing fire was suddenly ignited in the distance several thousands of kilometers away. An ear-piercing skittering tshhh sound was heard, and the crowd's ears proceeded to resonate. Not long after, a series of dense gunfire resonated from the blazing fire, illuminating half of the sky into a shade of crimson. Boy, why those Africans turned me into the bait, so I blew up their armored vehicles and broke the stalemate they were in with those supernatural realms people, allowing them to fight with each other. After all, courtesy demands reciprocity. Then, why didn't you attack those supernatural realms people first? I don't even know what kind of ballistic reconnaissance instruments those supernatural realms people have. Wouldn't I be doomed if I attack them first, and they have seen through me?" Zhang Lisheng stared at the distant blazing sky without blinking and did not seem to realize he had already become the limelight of the group. Under the watchful gaze of the teenager, about 2 or 3 kilometers away, many warriors wearing brown thin leather armor were riding on a pure black 2-wheeled vehicle that had a streamlined shape, emitting one thin line of milky white steam from the steam nozzle at the rear side of the vehicles. They were in a tactical evasive action beside 2 giant war chariots. dodging the artillery fire of the South African government forces. At the same time, they used the thick short tube erected at the front end of the vehicle to shoot out egg-sized stone bullets that would split into 4 pieces along with hot steam that would be emitted when the barrel was fired. Then, they would reset their weird firearms before carrying out the same actions again. The height of the war chariots covering these riders was more than 3 meters tall, about 8 meters long, and 3 meters wide. The top turret was connected with 3 barrels with a diameter of nearly 50 cm. It looked like they had already exhausted their ammunition. They could no longer fire with it. The rough outer armor was already dinted with bullet marks, but the vehicle could still float up and down steadily as though it was on flat ground, appearing magically. In the face of the slow advancing enemies, the South African government forces were also calm in facing them. Under the cover of the slowly retreating armored vehicles, their infantry intensively shot the barrage to suppress the attack speed of the enemy's vehicles. At the same time, the armored vehicles launched a series of gunfire in a dense fire attack, and it was apparent that they wanted to destroy the enemy's war chariots in one strong attack before smothering all of them with ease. There's nothing to be afraid of if it's only at such a level. After observing the performance of the two sides in the midst of combat, Lich breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "Do you have any method to deal with it, young man?" Consultant Zhang, who had somehow come close to him, asked with a smile. "With such a great wizard like you here, how can there possibly be any room for me to make my move? I merely feel that the combat ability of those supernatural realms people." "Young man, you're still muttering right now. Unfortunately, I've already misjudged you twice, so I won't be fooled by you once again." "Misjudged me twice? When I was casting my technique in the hotel lobby, you're the only one who is not afraid of it. At first, I thought I've come across a rare person, and, at the time, I felt that you have a heart of transcendence that heads straight to witchcraft. Despite the fact that you've gone astray and started to practice martial art to strengthen your body, you could still lead to something in the future. That was why I gave you a pointer on the bus. However, it has never crossed my mind that you've actually transformed already. So the treasure you said I have actually meant this." "What else?" "Young man, don't look down on a heart of transcendence. Other than having a great opportunity that could not be forced, you'd also need a heart of transcendence if you want to shed and restore. Otherwise, everything would be futile." As Consultant Zhang was pointing up to Lich, a streak of long lightning flashed across the dark night sky. Under the illumination of the dazzling lightning, hundreds of oval-shaped aircraft emitting a faint gleam of light soared across the sky several thousands of kilometers above them in a seemingly slow speed that was actually fast. "What are those in the sky?" Somebody in the group inadvertently noticed the strange aircraft in the sky and could not help but exclaim in astonishment in his state of extreme nervousness. Lich froze before looking up into the air at the same time with Consultant Zhang. Both of them were in time to see 2 geese egg-like rotating aircraft that was exuding powerful steam under the shrouding of the clouds. It was breaking away from the group and swooping downwards before gradually turning bigger. In the end, they landed on the position of the South African government army with the size of an apartment. After that, the aircraft silently blew up in a violent manner, spouting out countless of intense milky white steam, blowing the armored vehicles of the South African government army into pieces as though it was paper. Before the armored vehicles blew up, those black soldiers had already been steamed until the high temperature fully cooked them. They then blew up into piles of bloody mess due to their boiling blood. The bombs of these supernatural realms people are so powerful just over 100 pieces of it are enough to destroy half of Cape Town. Zhang Lisheng, who could also sense the faintly warm and humid air surface with a meaty fragrance several thousands of meters away, muttered with a dumbfounded gaze. "This matter is really serious." "That's right, young man, we have bad luck indeed to think we actually sneaked into Cape Town on the eve of the supernatural realms people's general attack." Consultant Jane chuckled while clicking his tongue as he echoed in reply. Chapter 191 The Bone Book. Chapter 191 The Bone Book. Having stayed in Johannesburg for a few months, Zhang Lisheng already had a good understanding of South Africa's military strength. Since Africa was at the very bottom position among the 5 continents, he knew this country was known to have the strongest military strength in Africa. It could barely be ranked as third-rate in the global military power rankings, especially after the social peace reforms that took place in the 1990s. When the political power fell into the hands of the blacks from the Caucasians, the South African army, originally composed of white people, was completely replaced with a pure black army. The high-tech military units such as the Air Force and the Navy were reduced to being only a decoration. After 30 years of hard work, they barely recovered to how it once was. In other words, the South African Air Force was very weak. It was completely impossible for the South African Air Force to intercept the self-propelled missiles the supernatural realms people sent. Now that Zhang Lisheng was clear about this, he secretly cursed himself for his bad luck. Sighing, he said, "Consultant Zhang, your inference is correct. Looking at it, our situation does indeed seems to be very." Suddenly, a streak of lightning flashed in the sky, drowning the words the teenager was saying. Then, bean-like raindrops began to fall and hit on them till their heads froze. Gradually, the rain became heavier. Soon, torrential rain gushed down in splutter. Now that these supernatural realms people launched their general attack, the back part must be empty. It's a good opportunity for us to sneak in now, seeing how the torrential rain was about to extinguish the group's last speckle of spirit. Captain Hu wiped off the rain from her face and shouted, "The door heading to the supernatural realm should be near their base. Well, move to a safe place with Director Liang, and then we can locate it through satellite surveillance map." Satellite surveillance map, that's right, the troop of these supernatural realms people going through the door leading to the supernatural realm would be photographed by the satellites. "We can hide and take a detour away from them," Zhang Lisheng chimed in with his eyes lit up. "But we don't have any instrument to intercept the military satellite signal." Director Liang, who basically had the least combat experience in the group and who felt that he was unfortunate enough to walk into a fantasy movie, said in a vague and uncertain manner, "I estimate that we're at least 100 kilometers away from the survey team's base site of our plan. It'd take us 2 days and 2 nights at least if we have to travel by feet." Upon hearing his words, the group fell into a dead silence. Looks like everyone is on their own now after weighing the options of staying together with a group to walk around aimlessly or taking the risk to fly back to Johannes once and for all. Zhang Lisheng suddenly chuckled. Then, he began to let out a slender snake figure from his rainwater-soaked clothes. The small snake figure began to become bigger and longer upon coming in contact with the wind and rain. A few seconds later, it transformed into a green worm dragon more than 10 meters long that was thick as a bucket before hovering around the teenager in midair. Upon seeing this scene, everybody became dumbstruck. Even Consultant Zhang's eyes stared straight in a daze. After all, a dragon always had a special meaning to the Chinese people since ancient times. D-Dragon B-Boy, why you my god, Dragon Ascendancy. This is the ability of our witchcraft Dragon Ascendancy. It turns out to be true after all. It's really true. It's not that the Dao bloodline inherited from my Zhu Feng's ancestor is useless, but it's me who is not lucky enough. Now that I've finally seen the real thing today, I can finally leave this world. I can die with no regrets now. Har! Old man Zhu suddenly threw his head back with laughter like a maniac under the heavy rain. Uncle, you won't be able to die today. Shang Lisheng, who had transformed into a 3-meter tall man, grabbed the old man and threw him onto the worm dragon's back before looking at Consultant Zhang. What do you think of taking a ride on the dragon today? Young man, you won't be able to move me. I've already freeloaded from the government for several years now, so I can't just leave when the situation turns critical. But this is a battle level, forget it. Since you dare to remain behind, of course, you have the confidence in protecting yourself using omniscient power. In that case, I'll bid my farewell. As Zhang Lisheng was speaking, he was about to straddle his worm dragon and command his wizard Gu to leave, but suddenly Director Liang, whose expression had long turned pale and uncertain, stopped him. Friend, bring me with you as well. I'm just an ordinary person, and remaining behind here would only result in my death. If you get me out of here, I'll definitely repay you. I don't dare to promise empty checks, but I can still give you 1 or 2 million cash. Roman 2 don't want to stay here as well. Take me away with you please. Your dragon is so huge, and I only need small space. I want to leave too. I'm very skinny please. You'll climb up to the 7th floor of the ladder of humanity if you save a person's life. Upon seeing somebody begging to leave, and this somebody was none other than Director Liang, who was at equal footing with their captain Hu, a few young girls also ran out from the group and pleaded Zhang Lisheng to take them away. It's not that I can't bring you along with me, but other than this, Uncle Zhu, I won't care about your safety if you get on my worm dragon. The wind in the sky is very fierce, and it can even cut or slice a human's flesh. You better think properly. When they heard Zhang Lisheng saying such remarks with a blank expression, those who were begging him became stunned right away. Once, they did not know what to decide. Young man, we all practice witchcraft here, and they are only young girls on top of that. So why do you have to scare them? A dragon can command rain and wind as it likes. Even though yours seems to be more of a worm, it's still not possible for the riders to be blown by the fierce wind when they're sitting on it. How about this? I'll give you the true book of rubbing that can allow you to master the transformation energy completely as a reward. And you'll take all of those people in the group who want to retreat to a safe place with you. Consultant Zhang saw through Zhang Lisheng's excuse and commanded a living corpse to sway its way to him before reaching out a hand to touch the corpse abruptly. In an instant, the flesh and blood on the living corpse disappeared while the bones snapped loudly to twist and transform into a bamboo-like bone book. In fact, judging from the current situation, no matter whether it's in the air or on land, it's impossible for me to guarantee complete safety too. Otherwise, I'd have already left quietly all by myself. Besides, the more people I bring, the bigger the target will be. As Zhang Lisheng was muttering, he picked up the bone book from the rainy ground dexterously and opened it. Right away, his eyes lit up as he quickly added again. However, since it's you who made such a request, Consultant Zhang, of course, I'd have no choice but to do as you asked. When Consultant Zhang saw the sudden change in the teenager's attitude, Consultant Zhang nodded his head without any smile. Turning around, he told Captain Hu, whose expression had already turned grave, but who still maintained her composure, Captain Hu, our group is originally not built for combat. Now that we've suddenly fallen into such a dangerous situation without any transition period at all, it's inevitable for our group to fall apart. This kind of thing can't be forced, so we might as well let it go naturally. Don't worry, with me here, the mission still has a complete chance of succeeding. Even though we're sent here as a ragtag team, I, Sheng Han, have already reached such an age, so of course, I'll still strive on with my last breath. Since things have already developed to such a stage, Catan Hu knew she could no longer force the situation. For the first time, she looked at Consultant Zhang with respect and nodded, before glaring at Director Ling, whose head was lowered as he stood under the rain as though he was dying. She then waved her hand viciously. Those who are scared and timid can leave if you want. Nobody will ask you to stay. Our country has no need for cowards like you. Under the captain's scolding, about half of the group slowly moved their feet and walked towards the worm dragon in panic. The other half of the group, on the other hand, chose to remain behind. Upon seeing the group distinctly divided into half, Zhang Lisheng did not say anything and merely commanded the worm dragon to turn bigger. Then, he commanded the wizard Gu to crouch on the ground before climbing onto its head. By the time everyone who had chosen to leave had gotten onto the worm dragon, he cupped his hands together and made a respectful gesture towards Consultant Zhang, before commanding the wizard Gu to produce countless amounts of thick clouds as it rose into high up to the sky. That's the legacy to my witchcraft. Watching the worm dragon soaring into the sky, Consultant Zhang chuckled aloud, looking extremely happy. At the same time, as the great wizard was laughing happily, Zhang Lisheng had already merged into the clouds while riding on his worm dragon. Even though the thunder and wind had all blocked out by the wizard Gus' omniscient power, the deafening raw and glaring thunder still sent chills down everybody's spine, to the point that some of them had even fainted. If it was not for the scales on the worm dragon's back that had a high level of friction, as though a layer of glue had been brushed onto it, some of them might have already fallen from the sky. Just as other people were having the hardest time of their lives, most of them almost died. Zhang Lisheng, who had transformed into a magnificent giant, was filled with vigilance. With his head high against the thunder, he opened the pathway of the clouds. He commanded the wizard Gu to fly, following the road on the ground. The giant force of the self-propelled rotating missiles of the supernatural realm was so terrifying he could not help but be concerned about it. Fortunately, all of his bad luck seemed to have been exhausted last night. Even though he could see the raging fire that could not be extinguished by the torrential rain in the distance from the air, and could hear the sudden detonating sound of bombs that were so powerful they could even drown the sound of the thunder, the worm dragon flying in the sky did not come across any danger. Gradually, the explosions grew farther as they flew further away from them. The dragon flew for a long time. Finally, dawn appeared in the sky. When the first ray of sunshine appeared at the horizon in the distance, Zhang Lisheng could see the huge city outline of Johannesburg appearing before his eyes. Looking at this African city he was already familiar with, the teenager heaved a long sigh of relief and commanded the wizard Gu to land. After the worm dragon landed, it transformed into a small four-legged green snake before flying around Zhang Lisheng with fog around it. At the same time, the teenager also shrank his body back to his normal size. After that, he chose a young wizard who had a similar body size with him, who was so exhausted by the overnight and difficult flying trip that he curled up in a ball. After taking off his coat and shoes, Zhang Lisheng put them onto himself. Yao reached Johannesburg City after walking for more than 10 kilometers at most. No matter how powerful the supernatural realm's people are, they won't be able to reach Johannesburg all the way from Cape Town in just a night, so it's absolutely safe here. Now that we've reached this point, I've already completed my 2 promises as well. Uncle Zoo, everybody, I'll see you all again. Don't leave yet, boy, you have the great omniscient power, so please save us until the very end. Why not just go the whole hog? Old man Zoo panted and shouted as he pleaded. Uncle, I, who is only a wage earner, will not be as useful as Director Liang now that we've reached here. You can wake him up and ask him to send you guys anywhere you'd like to go. Zhang Lisheng waved his hand without even turning his head around. He gradually drifted away while laughing loudly. Upon hearing the teenager's reminder, everyone shifted their eyes intuitively onto Director Liang, who had fainted and was lying on the ground, with bubbles forming in his mouth. Their eyes gradually lit up. Chapter 192 The Dust Has Settled. Chapter 192 The dust has settled. After leaving behind the burdens, Zhang Lisheng, who walked alone on the straight highway for about 2 to 3 hours, felt that his luck had started to become bad again. Without coming across any good-hearted person who would hitchhike him, he finally set foot on the streets of Johannesburg again. Right now, the sky had already turned bright, and the bus full of commuting workers had begun to drive around the streets. The teenager flagged a taxi down. After entering the back seat, he purposely changed his accent to a New York accent and pleaded at the black driver whose skin was so dark it was practically shining. "Mr. Driver, please go to the Antelope's Nest on the 8th Street. I can give you additional tips of 10 USD, but I must first enter my apartment to get my money. Is that okay with you? Of course you must have been so drunk your wallet is stolen, right? Young man, do you want to make a report to the police?" The driver started the car and asked kindly. "Nar, it's alright, it's less than 100 USD. So it's not worth it to go all the way to a police station to make a report." Zhang Lisheng chuckled. Upon hearing the teenager's words, the driver smiled noncommittally and drove the taxi through the spacious streets of Johannesburg. Not long after, he saw that the teenager did not say anything, so he proceeded to turn on the radio inadvertently. It's reported that Western Cape Town has already been completely destroyed and the number of casualties has reached more than 500,000. The authorities have confirmed that the people who attacked the army are invaders from a supernatural realm and is now formally inviting for global military powers to intervene. Invaders from a supernatural realm has killed 500,000 people in Cape Town. The government is actually begging for foreign countries to intervene too. I didn't know today is April Fool's Day. The taxi driver was dumbfounded for a moment before scratching his head and commenting. Zhang Lisheng, who was sitting in the back seat, on the other hand, muttered to himself, "Cape Town has suffered heavy losses already, but it seems that those people from the supernatural realm don't have an army strong enough to engage. Thus, they have not captured Cape Town yet. The South African government has confirmed that they are invaders from a supernatural realm and even requested the intervention of the global military powers. Now, the course of the situation is already really complicated by the looks of it." As the teenager was lost in his thoughts, the taxi finally stopped in front of the Antelope's Nest apartment after more than 10 minutes. Zhang Lisheng got off the taxi and ran into the apartment building. Bypassing the front desk, he knocked on the manager's room. "Ramandy, I've lost my room card, so can you please help me open my room door?" "Of course, Mr. Skinny, but please don't forget to pay me 10 USD for the card replacement fee." The black apartment manager smiled and opened the drawer to look for Lisheng's room card in a pile of cards before handing it to him. Sure, after the young man took the card, he went to the room to take some cash and paid the taxi fee. Then, he casually ate a hearty breakfast in the nearby breakfast shop and called Charlie's mobile phone by borrowing the store's phone. "Hello, It's me, Charlie. I suspected it may be you when I saw the South African number. Boss, is there any order?" "Yes, I'll send some legal documents to you in a few days to grant 0.5 of LS Group's share to you and Edward." "Oh my God, you're too generous, boss. This is really..." "All right, Charlie, let's stop being emotional now. I still have other matters to tell you. First, leave behind 51 of the share for myself, and then sell the remaining 49 of LS share at the right price in the U.S. private equity market. The sale of shares is maintaining a high-speed continuous expansion. You should have done this earlier, boss. Don't worry though, I'll get a good price for you. I can roughly get an estimation of the price with a rough mental calculation. Calculating based on our current reputation, assets, and profits after monopolizing the New York market, you can at least get well more than $4 billion in cash. Heck, I've never even thought about this before. To think that I'm actually managing a huge enterprise that has a net worth close to $10 billion. The speed of you making money is even faster than those famous dot-com bubble companies," Charlie exclaimed beside himself with joy. "I don't care how much I get. I only care about how many people can I tie onto the big ship of LS. Okay, I understand, boss, I understand. It's good that you understand. I'll see you again." Charlie Lisheng hung up the phone and returned to the apartment. After giving a $10 bill to the manager, he got another card and walked into his own room. As he sat on the bed, he took out the true book of witchcraft method he obtained from Old Man Zhu and the bone book he obtained from consultant Zhang. He first infused his wizard power into the true book of witchcraft method and revealed the words and pictures on it. The teenager realized he could only understand 2/3 of the text. These 2/3 of the text had already fully recorded the refining method of a corpse puppet. A witchcraft method and spell could be said to be something different from an incantation. The spell and incantation were both the foundation of the growth of a wizard. When one became a wizard, or when one made a breakthrough before reaching the rank 6 wizard, one would obtain this spell or incantation from the universe naturally in each breakthrough. One would be proficient in it right away without learning. The spell or incantation they obtained would vary according to the person who used it. Witchcraft methods, on the other hand, were a sorcery technique that could be learned and be cast using wizard power. Powerhouses usually created it from ancient witchcraft who had already undergone the shed and restore stage, who used their own spells and incantations as a basis. The witchcraft method might sound as though it was much weaker than spell or incantation, but in truth, it was not so. After all, even to an ancient powerhouse, it was extremely difficult for a person to modify his own spell or incantation and create a witchcraft method everybody could learn. Naturally, the spell and incantation they picked would be powerful and practical. Even though its effect would be slightly weakened, it was still much more powerful than those spells small wizards obtained by luck. On the other hand, the corpse puppet refining method Lisheng obtained was different from other witchcraft methods. It was not simplified from a spell but was actually a weakened version of the living corpse refining technique a great wizard who cultivated the witchcraft's gate of death obtained after making a breakthrough to the rank 12 wizard level resurrection. According to the method recorded on the True Book, the rank 1 wizards who cultivated the Witchcraft's Gate of Death, and the rank 6 wizards who cultivated either the Witchcraft's Gate of Sacrifice or Gate of Life, could manage to refine a corpse puppet. The refinery of a living corpse also relied on the opportunity obtained when a wizard reached his 6th level, just like the transformation process. It might sound as though it was worth refining a living corpse at such an early stage, but in truth, it was not actually the case. The dragon's egg and the chicken's egg were both eggs, but how could he compare the animals that hatched from them to each other? Moreover, it was not easy to refine a living corpse. One could say that this corpse puppet refining method would be useful for a ruthless wizard who did not have that many opportunities to continue making more breakthroughs and was willing to take a great risk in elevating his own strength. However, it was of little value to Zhang Lisheng, who could rely on his witchcraft spells as well as the great capacity of blood and flesh to nurture ancient strange insects. For this reason, the teenager did not care much about the force of the corpse puppet. Instead, he focused more on the enlightenment effect contained in the corpse puppet refining method on him when he made a breakthrough to rank 12 wizard in the future. However, so far, it was apparent that it would not come to effect in just a day. Adding on the vivid pictures of real cutting up of corpses in the book, Zhang Lisheng finished reading through the corpse puppet refining method with great gusto before looking forward to look at the remaining 1/3 of the exquisitely skewed calligraphed words that seemed to be written with dry blood. I have the eternal comprehension spell, so I'll eventually understand the meaning of these words. I just hope I won't be disappointed by that time, as Zhang Lisheng muttered to himself. He put down the True Book and picked up the Bone Book. This Bone Book Consultant Zhang, made on the spot using his living corpse, had a content that was actually the opposite of the True Book. It had no sort of imaginary enlightenment, and it simply helped Zhang Lisheng understand various mysteries of his body after the transformation. Even if he did not read about these mysteries, they existed naturally, so he would eventually come to learn about them one after another. However, it's just that he did not know how long it would take for him to do so. In the next few months, Zhang Lisheng began to hide in his apartment and kill his time studying these 2 witchcraft true books. During this period of time, due to the exposure of the news of the supernatural realm's invasion, the entire world was taken in by a shocked uproar. After South Africa underwent 3 major stages of war, a stalemate in the early stage of the war, a rapid deterioration of the situation in the middle stage, and the intervention of global military powers at the final stage, 8 finally regained Cape Town and temporary peace. On the other side of the distant ocean, the election day of the world's most powerful country, the United States of America, came at the appointed time. As their own people generally felt that the current ruling party did not handle the invasion of the supernatural realm well, causing the U.S. international prestige to fall, the Democratic candidate, Hillary, unexpectedly suffered a defeat, causing the U.S. to lose her best chance in having her become the first female president in the history of the country. On the second day of the announcement of the U.S. elections result, Zhang Lisheng received a message with just the 2 letters, OK, from his chief legal officer, Edward, in the Antelope's Nest apartment in Johannesburg, South Africa. Upon seeing the OK on his phone's screen, the teenager lost himself in his daze for a while before heaving out a long sigh of relief. Without even packing his luggage, he walked straight out of the room. When the girl on duty at the front desk of the apartment building saw Zhang Lisheng, who had been staying here for more than 6 months and was already very familiar with each other, pushing the door open to leave the apartment, she asked joyously, "Are you going out?" That's right, I'm going back to the US. The teenager turned his head around and waved with a smile, before leaving in the midst of the girl's dumbstruck gaze. After the South African War situation regained equilibrium, the trend of escaping in Johannesburg gradually cooled down. Even though the regular flights were still full of people, it had returned to the situation in which tickets to some of the first-class seats on the flight could already be bought on the same day. After being lucky enough to buy a first-class ticket back to New York directly at a flight at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the Johannesburg International Airport, Cheng Lisheng left South Africa, where he had lived for 8 months. After enduring a long flight, he finally reached the long-parted John F. Kennedy International Airport. Getting off the plane and breathing in the warm and humid August air of the U.S., the teenager hurriedly walked into the airport bus and dialed Tina's phone. "Who is this?" The call was picked up right away and soon followed by Tina's cold voice. "It's me. Who are you? I can't tell who you are from your voice." "Oh, Tina, I really had no other choice but to stop contacting you for such a long time. But you've contacted Edward and Charlie, heck, even my dad too, only I received a few short texts." "It's not only you. I also just sent some short texts to my mom when I contacted her. It's because I felt that you too can retain and reread the texts again and again if I sent a text instead of a call, just like what I did." Tina became silent for a while on the other side of the call. "Sheng Lisheng, if you're lying, I'll drive your car into the Atlantic Ocean when you come back." "I'm back to the US already, Tina." "Oh my God, are you at the JFK International Airport?" the girl exclaimed from the other side of the phone. After a long moment of silence, Tina suddenly asked, "Then are you willing to take on my punishment today?" "Punishment?" Zhang Lisheng was stunned. "Of course I have to punish you no matter what your reason is. You left me for 8 freaking months, and you didn't even tell me your address so I could go look for you." "Okay, stop worrying anymore. I'm willing to accept the punishment." "That's good, all right, then I'll pick you up at the airport, baby. Don't resist and struggle later, you're mine. I've waited for 8 months, so you're completely mine today," Tina suddenly replied breathlessly, before hanging up the phone right away. Chapter 193: A Sudden Change in the Situation. Chapter 193: A Sudden Change in the Situation. It was August, where the hot summer days of New York City are usually prevalent. It was so hot that everybody who was outdoors was fully drenched in sweat as they walked quickly. Under the scorching sun, a glaring red 7-seater Cadillac SUV had its tires rubbing against the hot cement roads. It could even boil an egg as it sped in the midst of friction sound in the parking lot of J.F. Kennedy International Airport in New York. With a sudden slam of the brakes, it slipped directly into an empty parking space. The car door opened and a blonde wearing a full set of Prada summer dress stepped out with a pair of flat sandals. She was a woman who was sexy but composed, whose exquisite set of facial features was brushed with light makeup. She had a slim body, tall but curvy at the right places. A woman who would cause one's imagination to run wild when they laid their eyes at her. Even though the summer heat caused many people to be dispirited and lack interests in many things to the point that everybody just wanted to hide in an air-conditioned room to cool themselves down, the emergence of such a rare beauty who was also uncommonly found in a big city like New York could still make the eyes of the men in the parking lot lit up. However, the girl's clothing, car, and glamorous temperament were like a label stuck on her forehead, warning everybody that this item was valuable and was not for sale. This made the guys who secretly admired her to be afraid of approaching her. However, by the time some of the men who felt they had a chance to hook up with her had summoned their courage to try striking up a conversation with her, she immediately dismissed them all. The girl glanced around the parking lot for a few times and showed a look of disappointment as she hastily walked towards the airport arrival hall. The outdoor parking lot was not far from the airport lobby, but such weather was enough to make a person break out into a sweat. Under the scorching heat, the girl ran into the hall drenched in sweat. The cool breeze inside immediately welcomed her. Panting in the cold air, she began to look towards the direction of the exit passage. Among the thousands of passengers, the girl could immediately see a silhouette with just a glance. The man she saw seemed familiar, but in fact, it was a little unfamiliar. He was standing under a huge screen, suspended in the air while looking at it. With a bit of hesitation, the girl walked towards him and secretly compared their height with a hesitant look on her face. Just as she planned to walk away, she hesitated for a moment before whimpering a whisper behind him. "Lich, is that you? Oh Tina, you're here. I'm sorry. I should have gone to the parking lot to welcome you, but this news that just so happens to be on the air was too interesting and was out of my expectations." The new owner of the White House in Washington just admitted that there are 2 passages to the supernatural realm in the U.S. What's more interesting is that the presidents of Russia and China have also concurrently admitted that there was a passage to the supernatural realm in their own countries as well. This is really a sudden change in the situation. Looks like those steam pots in South Africa have forced these big country politicians into Pinocchio already. Their noses will grow and the lies will be discovered the moment they try to lie. Last time this scared them. They were thinking that other people will snatch their cakes away from them, but now they suddenly realized that all those big countries actually have the same cakes as well. Not only that, this weird cake may even turn around and eat them if they're not careful enough. Without turning his head around, Chang Lisheng looked at the new U.S. president, who had fervent blonde hair and a typical look and temperament often seen from white gentlemen. He was still at the prime of his age, standing in front of a fierce white-headed eagle in the background as he gave out his speech. Rand Paul. What an ordinary name he used to be a senator in Kentucky. Chang Lisheng, who was already 18 years old, who could already be called as a young man, smelled a seductive scent. Then, a pair of passionate small hands suddenly hooked around his neck and gentle, sweet lips smashed onto his mouth. "My big shot, can you please drop those topics about those alien invasions and the turmoil in the world political situation first? You haven't seen your girlfriend for 8 months. Don't you feel any fire in your body at all? The news will not run away after it aired. You can Google it anytime, and it will come out again. WWE should do something else first instead." Tina panted and wrapped herself around the young man like a snake. After kissing for a moment, she pulled his hand and ran out of the airport. Such a passionate scene always appeared among young people at both arrival and departure halls in John F. Kennedy International Airport. When other people saw it, they merely smiled soundlessly and secretly envied the good fortune of this ugly Asian boy. Tina pulled Zhang Lisheng into the car. The girl started the engine and set the air conditioner to the maximum before speeding out of the airport's parking lot. The young man who was sitting on the co-driver's seat looked at Tina's flushed cheeks. He could not help but smile. "Tina, can you slow down a little? Watch out for the speeding ticket. I'm right here beside you. I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to be so hasty." Oh, baby, a girl would always get the most excited for a few days every month. Who asked you to come back at such a perfect moment? I can no longer wait anymore. Tina smiled sweetly and drove her car into a 5-star hotel nearest to the airport. Then, the two of them naturally enjoyed their alone time in the hotel room. After going through a few rounds of entanglement, Tina finally fell asleep naked on the hotel's bog bed with a satisfied smile on the corner of her lips. Lich, on the other hand, took a hot shower and called for room service to send a full tub of ice cream, Coke, and a giant fruit platter. Wearing his pajamas, he sat on the rattan chair below the French casement window in the living room of the suite in high spirits. He began to focus his attention in cultivating, while having a bird's eye view of the extremely bustling streets of New York City. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. Tina's eyelashes flickered in the dimly lit bedroom as she gradually woke up. Realizing that Lich was not beside her, she covered herself with a thin blanket before walking out of the bedroom barefoot on the carpet. In the living room, the images of the demon and money toad were alternately appearing. They looked ethereal and vivid but mysterious at the same time. However, the instant the girl opened the bedroom door, this scene disappeared in an instant without leaving a trace. Lich stretched himself and stood up like an ordinary person standing up after sitting for an entire afternoon doing nothing. Using the remote control to turn on the ceiling light of the room, he said with a smile, "You're up, Tina." "That's right, baby." The girl walked up to the young man and kissed him. Then, she took a stalked cherry from the fruit bowl and put it in her mouth seductively. "I'm awake now." Upon seeing Tina's gesture, the young man smiled speechlessly. "Don't tease me, or else you'll get burned. In fact, now that I've transformed, as long as I have enough food for replenishment, I can have sex 247 continuously for a whole year." Tina's jaw dropped as she showed a baffled expression. No longer teasing the young man, she began comparing each other's height before poking fun at Lich. "Oh baby, your height has already grown about 10 centimeters in 8 months. Look, you've now finally reached my forehead. Congratulations." "Thank you. In order to celebrate my success in getting rid of my small height after reaching my adolescence, where shall we celebrate tonight?" "Oh, how about your factory? I think you must be eager to meet your general manager, Charlie. Right, there are billions of USD in your bank, and now that the pressure is gone, you must be sad if you can't spend the money as soon as possible." The longer Lich cultivated the witchcraft's gate of death, the more he understood the importance of the word blood food to the wizard goo and even to a wizard himself. He did, indeed, have the intention to continue his expansion of the LS group to create more pipelines for blood food to have an emergency plan in advance when he returned to the US. However, he was in no hurry to do this yet. "Don't be so anxious, Tina. I can accompany you tonight." "I know, baby, but doing business is also one of the things I'm most interested in. I have already thought about it on behalf of you. There are 8 best goals for LS expansion. The Los Angeles metropolitan area has a population of 12.83 million. The Chicago metropolitan area has a population of 9.46 million. The Dallas metropolitan area has a population of 6.37 million. The Philadelphia metropolitan area has a population of 5.97 million. The Houston metropolitan area has a population of 5.65 million. The Washington metropolitan area has a population of 5.58 million. The Miami metropolitan area has a population of 5.56 million. and finally the Atlanta metropolitan area has a population of 5.27 million. Adding all this to New York, these are the only cities in the U.S. that have a population of more than 5 million people. Your current total amount of funds should be enough to support the completion of the expansion. Such an agglomeration of giant markets is the easiest and fastest way for a factory to capture the market with intensive management. Not only that, but it can also maximize your profits. After all of them are occupied, your factory scale can be expanded by about 3 times. If that happens, when every 5 Americans consume meat, 1 of them will be eating meat slaughtered by LS. After that, in order to prevent the anti-monopoly law lawsuit, you can no longer swallow the market like that in such an ugly way anymore. To think you're actually so detailed even in the city's population figures looks like you have spent a lot of thought into it, Tina. Zhang Lisheng carefully listened to it and gently clapped his hand. What are we waiting for? Let's get dressed and head to the factory. All right, let us buy your favorite beef burger and iced Coke on the way to fill our stomach too. Tina smiled and walked back to the bedroom. After more than 10 minutes, the barefaced girl walked out of the hotel with a young man. After they got into the car, Zhang Lisheng called Charlie and informed him to meet at the factory. On their way, Tina really bought 10 beef burgers and 10 cups of iced Coke from a KFC takeout window. After restarting the car engine, she smiled and said, "Baby, y'all eat 9 and I'll eat 1. Same goes with a Coke too. You should have bought the Big Mac." Zhang Lisheng picked up a burger and opened his mouth wide before swallowing it in one mouthful. Then, in one gulp, he drank the entire cup of iced Coke with a straw before adding with a smile, "These 9 burgers can only fill half of my tummy. Baby, don't be so modest. I know you can swallow the entire fast food restaurant, but we can't do that at all. You need to act more like a normal human in New York." "You have a point." Just like this, the two of them joked with each other as they headed to Mutaslo, just outside of New York City. After not coming here for several months, Zhang Lisheng looked at the huge completed New York harbor and the military base almost connected to the harbor in the distance under the moonlight. He also diverted his gaze at the new LS slaughterhouse that had been expanded to resemble a medium-sized town. Chuckling, he commented, "Such a huge pot, military base, and factory. These could even be called as the 3 wonders of New York already." Chapter 194 New Westward Movement. Chapter 194 New Westward Movement. As the young man blew off his own trumpet, the girl next to him giggled loudly. "You really don't know how to be humble, baby," Tina commented before continuing to steer the steering wheel and turning into the crossroad heading to the slaughterhouse. The SUV drove across 20 to 30 trucks that were lined up, and when it was only more than 10 meters away from the factory, security then hastily ran towards the car and blocked it. "I'm sorry, but this is private property. Other than customers who have already made their reservations, everyone else." "Wow, is the management of the factory so strict now?" The young man sitting in the passenger seat turned his face and looked at the security guard outside the window. Even though the security was a new employee, he still remembered Zhang Lisheng's skinny face that had distinct characteristics printed on the cover of the LS employee handbook. Zhang Lisheng, who is also the private person who owns this private property. I'm sorry, sir, please enter." "You don't have to be sorry. You're merely carrying out your duty." "Thank you." Zhang Lisheng rolled the window up again. "It's already night time now, but the weather is still so humid. I think I must increase a little bonus to the patrolling security. You're really a kind boss. My dad never takes the initiative to increase anybody's bonus. However, the tone that you talked to the employee just now sounded very much like him. Tina grinned and drove into the factory, heading towards Zhang Lisheng's two-story office building. That night, the two of them developed the next expansion plan of the LS group together with Charlie. After completing the draft, the general manager of the LS group showed a lot of appreciation in Tina's market strategy in seizing the 8 metropolitan areas like Los Angeles and Chicago. After all, it completely aligned with his idea without prior consultation. My idea of developing the next expansion plan of the LS group was gradually formed after I've started to manage the LS group for half a year. I didn't expect Miss Tina to actually come up with such an idea in your spare time in the middle of your college semester. Charlie, we all know Tina is a business genius, so you don't have to compliment her anymore and make her more proud of herself. After finishing their business talk, Zhang Lisheng, who was standing next to the glass window, staring at the distant dark Atlantic Ocean while holding a can of Coke, chimed in, "Let's talk about some other topics instead. What do you, or any friends of yours, think about the emergence of the supernatural realm?" "Oh, Miss Tina, look. My boss has started to get nervous because of your outstanding talent in doing business. In fact, he doesn't have to be nervous at all because he's a true super genius who only appears in every 100 years. I think you should be the listener in this relationship of yours." "That's right, it has always been me who listens to him when we're together." Tina smiled. "So he can become a big shot and care about the big things," Charlie said while toasting his glass of champagne with the girl with a smooth tongue. "Boss, topics like the supernatural realm and aliens have become very hot because of the election. However, in my opinion, it actually doesn't make much of a difference to an ordinary American person. Perhaps it may be a good tiding for an adventurous person, but good tiding, Charlie, those supernatural realms people have killed millions in South Africa. Not only that, but there's also a possibility that their goal is to occupy the entire planet. Boss, if that army needed to spend several months in fighting the South African government, how long of a preparation would it take for them to occupy the world? Besides, this kind of thing is just too vague for an ordinary person. I believe after some time later, when several exciting celebrity news grips the headline, not many people will pay attention to this news anymore. You have not lived in the US for a long time, so you still don't understand the mindset of an ordinary US citizen. Right now, there is still nearly 1/5 of US people who think the Earth is the center of the universe and that the sun is revolving around the Earth. Heck, some even think the US is the center of the Earth. Not only that, more than 80 of US citizens still firmly believe that we are an invincible country. Just a simple comment from Charlie was enough to portray the US people's conceit and arrogance vividly. When he was saying those words, he said it with great pride and conceit too, which was out of his character. This made the young man speechless. With no interest to discuss the topic further, he merely ended the conversation hastily. After sending LS's general manager away, due to the reason that Tina could not spend the night outside as her father was in New York currently, Zhang Lisheng could only send the girl back to her house in the Upper West Side of New York. Inside the Iron Gate was a secluded courtyard filled with trees, but outside of it was the bustling, brightly lit streets. Zhang Lisheng kissed Tina goodbye outside of the door, only until the Duglin family's old butler drove the golf cart near them that he finally released the girl. Waving to the old man who was sitting in the golf cart, wearing a smart-looking suit, calmly waving at them, he said, "Good evening, Mr. Butler." "Good evening, Mr. Lisheng. What a pair of nice-looking pants." Zhang Lisheng was stunned for a moment before glancing down at his own South African-style ugly black shorts. With no comeback at all, he smiled in return. "Mr. Leray has always had a good sense of humor. He always makes me laugh since I was young." Tina kissed the young man one last goodbye. "I'm going back now, baby. May you have a good night's sleep and don't forget to dream of me tonight." Then she proceeded to walk into the gate. After bidding goodbye to the girl, Zhang Lisheng strolled through the brightly lit streets of New York for a while to clear his mind. After that, he casually flagged a taxi and entered the back seat of the car before telling the driver, "Brooklyn Community number 167, please." "Thank you." After that, he proceeded to dial his mother's mobile number. The instant he told the news of him returning to New York to his mother, he immediately heard her surprised sobs of happiness. "Oh, God bless, I prayed for you every day, baby. I knew the Lord will bless you, and indeed, you're back safely now." "That's right, Mom, I'm safely back in New York now. I'll be seeing you soon. So please don't cry anymore, okay? I feel sad, too, when I hear you cry." All right, baby, it's great that you finally came back. I won't cry anymore. I will not cry anymore. That's right, I have good news to share with you. Mr. Stephen really has gotten a teaching job at Stanford University. Right now, he has become Professor Stephen again. It's said that he's setting up his own laboratory. He couldn't reach you after you've gone abroad, so he asked me to tell you if you can return before September, you must give him a call. All right, Mom. Upon hearing this news, a smile crept upon Zhang Lisheng's face. Stanford University was located in Stanford, California, in the western part of the country. New York, on the other hand, was located in the eastern part of the country. The distance between these two was about 3,000 kilometers away. If he entered the university, it would mean he would basically have complete independence and freedom. In fact, Lily was even more concerned about his son's future education more than Zhang Lisheng himself. When she mentioned Stephen's message, she quickly suppressed her own emotions and said, "All right, baby, it's the end of August now. So you better call Professor Stephen immediately. In fact, call him now. Don't worry, Mom. Professor Stephen will not go against his promise no matter how difficult the situation is. He'd definitely fight for a chance for me to enter the university. After all, not only am I his high-standard and luck-charmed student, I'm even a reasonable gold tree." Even though Zhang Lisheng said so, he still proceeded to dial Stephen's number according to what his mother said. Surely enough, as he had predicted, the instant the call was connected, Stephen's first sentence was to congratulate Zhang Lisheng. He spoke to him happily for becoming the youngest graduate student in the Department of Biological Sciences at Stanford University in the past 8 years without the need of going through an interview nor a written test. His second sentence was that he hoped Zhang Lisheng could contribute to his newly built laboratory and sponsor an expensive DNA filtering machine. "Don't worry, Professor Stephen, your DNA filtering machine will be sent to the lab by tomorrow." Upon hearing such a request, the young man who was sitting in the back seat of the taxi agreed to it without hesitation. Such an expensive instrument would need to be customized at least 3 months in advance. "Okay, I won't talk much with you as I'm still in the lab. I'll see you at Stanford in September, Lisheng. If it needs to be customized, I'll send somebody to order it tomorrow. Bye, Professor Stephen. I'll see you again at Stanford." Unintentionally hearing the call made by his customer, the young and sturdy white driver looked at Zhang Lisheng's face that could be described as childishly tender from an American's point of view. He looked at him in the rearview mirror before chiming in. "Hey, buddy, have you reached 16 already? You're actually going to Stanford." "Hey, I'm already 18 years old." "Really? Wow, I really envy yellow-eyed skin people like you. You always look younger than your age. I've heard you mention this DNA filtering machine or something from your conversation just now. What's that? Is it expensive?" "It's a high-end biological laboratory instrument with a price of around $3 million USD. $3 million USD? What the FCK? I couldn't tell you're actually this rich." Without warning, the driver turned around to look at Zhang Lisheng. "I really don't understand why rich people like you would donate several millions of dollars to the university just for the sake of getting a piece of a certificate." Zhang Lisheng did not reply and merely smiled as he looked out of the window. "K, buddy, are you laughing at me?" The driver saw the faint smile on the corner of the young man's lips through the rearview mirror and felt a blow to his self-esteem. Loudly, he shouted, "Don't think I don't have any dreams. I've already made up my mind to go to the supernatural realm and make a fortune there after I've finished driving a taxi for this month. Who knows, it may not take too long for me to become a millionaire." Har. "What did you say? Making a fortune in the supernatural realm?" Zhang Lisheng's eyes narrowed all of a sudden as he burst out asking. "That's right. Just now, the radio announced that President Paul has already signed his first presidential decree after the inauguration to open up the shrimp world to near New York City to all U.S. citizens. This is just like the westward movement that has taken place more than 200 years ago," the driver replied triumphantly when he saw the astonished look on the young man sitting at the back seat. The U.S. westward movement, also known as the mass movement of the citizens from the eastern part to the western region of the U.S., was another tragic catastrophe that took place after the invasion and colonization of the European powers on the U.S. indigenous Indians. Not only that, but it was also the incident that gave rise to the United States of America. By relying on this Western movement, the U.S. drove millions of Indians to the Indian reservation and opened up 16 new states before expanding the population from more than 5 million to more than 270 million, establishing the foundation of the world's overlord. That time, the cowboy spirit and the countless nouveau rich legends that were born at that time had become the beginning of the American dream. Chapter 195: A Brand New Era. Chapter 195: A Brand New Era. After Zhang Lisheng had affirmed the news, he was no longer willing to listen to the taxi driver's nonsense. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone and searched for the decree the White House's new owner had just released. He entered the two keywords supernatural realm, presidential decree, and soon received millions of relevant information on the webpage. Clicking on the relevant link of the U.S. government's official website situated at the top, he was shocked to read, "All of the unclaimed land the United States of America found belongs to every citizen of the USA. Here, I, Rand Paul, signed the order to open the coordinate 42 of the New York Inland Sea after the adult citizens of the United States of America voluntarily signed the treaty to bear the unpredictable risks. They are free to enter and exit the doors of the supernatural realm to carry out legal farming, commodity trading, and mineral exploration and collection." Zhang Lisheng stared at the information on the mobile phone screen and murmured incredulously, "He really has opened up the supernatural realm near the New York Inland Sea." The heck, even if the situation underwent a substantial change now, this sudden 180-degree change of policy is too isn't this Rand Paul a conservative? As the young man murmured to himself in the taxi with a dumbfounded look on the streets of New York, a different plot was unfolding from far away. Inside the Oval Office at the West Wing of the White House that symbolized the U.S. authority on the Northwest Avenue in Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., the new leader of the free country was sitting on a black leather chair, facing a room full of people. They were gloomy and silent as he asked jubilantly, "How was my performance today, everyone? How was it?" Rand, other than being stubborn enough to refuse to listen to any of our advice and on top of being a dictatorial madman, "Your performance was perfect today." Hearing this question, Franklin, one of the U.S. president's best friends who was also one of his political partners who fulfilled his duty as the chief state advisor for the first day today, answered with a blank expression while sitting on another leather chair. He had a tall and strong body, with hedgehog-like short hair. Even though he did not care about the hair that had become gray on his head, he still looked unusually energetic. However, as he stared into the exceptionally familiar yet unfamiliar face of the White House's owner, he felt a little worn out. "Only by being stubborn and mad can we succeed, my dear Franklin. Only by being stubborn and mad can we succeed. Look at this pile of mess that black man left for us, a national defense deficit of $240 billion and thousands of deaths in the supernatural realm with no explanation at all. Rand, he has also left a newly reclaimed land that has a safe area of more than 64,000 square kilometers to the country." The short and fat old man sitting in front of Franklin in the Oval Office patted his tummy habitually and replied without mercy, "History will give him a fair evaluation. Not only that, I can assert that this evaluation mark will not be too low. At the very least, it would not be lower than a madman." The old man was called Duke Farr, who was the new minister of the country. He was one of the senators in Washington state and had an extensive influence in the Republican Party. He was also one of the main reasons Rand was allowed to become the Republican presidential candidate. Therefore, he would not show any mercy when he talked to him on a private occasion. "Minister Duke, I know that my thoughts are a bit aggressive, but in this case, isn't this the only solution to the problem? Our government doesn't have the ability to care for the exploration of both supernatural realms. So why don't we just open one to the public and reawaken the adventurous spirit of the U.S. people, allowing them to become a cowboy again from the conventional city boys? Just let those business corporations and conglomerates who are always stingy and would do everything possible to evade from paying tax when it's time to pay to have a good place for them to burn their money. What about the possible danger that this would cause then, Mr. President? The supernatural realm is not the American wasteland occupied by the Indian tribes 200 years ago. Our understanding of it is still not enough, and if an accident occurs, the consequences will be unimaginable. What's more, you even used the sensitive word Western movement that the Indians, the only woman in the White House's Oval Conference room, could not help but raise her own objection. She was a white woman in her 30s who had her beautiful look hidden under huge black-rimmed glasses. Her serious expression and her innate intellectual temperament would make anyone listen to what she had to say, instead of the usual tall, lanky, and curvy physique wrapped tightly in a tight black suit. Margaret, turning to look at the new Minister of the Interior he brought into politics, Rand magnanimously said, "The Constitution of the United States gives every citizen the right to choose his own life. Well, tell the people who want to go to all of the terrible circumstances they may encounter in the supernatural realm, and let them decide their own destiny. Wouldn't this fit the true American spirit more? Moreover, sacrifices cannot be avoided if we want to develop our country. As for the adverse reactions of the Indians, I think that the propaganda word of the new westward movement is insignificant compared to the inspiring effect it has on the whole country. I know all of you may find my willfulness incomprehensible, but 200 years ago, when Lincoln sparked the Civil War due to his liberations of the black slaves, he was also abandoned by all political allies and was fighting alone. Well, Mr. President, you're not Abraham Lincoln when the White House's owner was becoming more emotional over the doubts he received. An old man wearing a brown casual outfit who had a faint habitual smile on his face since the beginning, took off his hat and knocked on the desk a few times before speaking in finality. We're also not the ministers nor advisors of the U.S. government that time who just wanted to surrender. We understand your ambition of wanting to create a brand new era, but what you did today was too impetuous, dictatorial, and rash. However, to everyone who's here, now that the situation has reached this point, as the few ministerial officials in the cabinet, we can only work together to implement the orders the president signed. After all, this is the sacred duties the God and the Constitution of the United States of America have given us. If you don't agree with me, the office door is just right there, and you can always send in your letter of resignation tomorrow. The noisy atmosphere in the room as everyone fought with each other became quiet in an instant the moment the U.S. Secretary of State, Fernand, opened his mouth. Other than President Rand, everyone else had a sullen expression on their faces. However, as time gradually passed, nobody left at all. Fernand glanced around the office and smiled. Scratching his head, he gestured to the White House's owner to continue his speech. Just like this, due to the strong rising performance of the U.S. President and the Secretary of State, the so-called New Westward movement of the supernatural realm began to launch in full swing throughout the country. The New York Inland Sea became the new holy land of restless adventurers. Early in the morning, the sunlight that still contained a lingering scent of midsummer sun shone through the window and the curtain onto Zhang Lisheng's face. Sensitively becoming aware of the sun's heat, the demon's image behind him gradually dissipated as the young man opened his eyes. Stretching his arms, he climbed out of the bed. After washing up, he opened the door and walked downstairs. When he saw his family sitting around the table, he greeted them. "Good morning, Mom, Uncle Lavin, Harry." "Good morning, Lisheng." Lavin's family also greeted Zhang Lisheng, who was walking towards the empty seat in the dining room with a smile. Lily dexterously placed a huge plate of large sandwiches and juice in front of him. "I want Coke, Mom." When the young man saw the orange juice in front, he blinked in dissatisfaction. "Hurry and eat your breakfast. Drinking too many soft drinks is not good for your body at all, baby." His mother solemnly clinked her spoon onto the coffee cup. "You should go look at those young people who are sleeping in the open at our lawn. They are thirsty and hungry and will definitely not nitpick on a glass of fresh orange juice. But they have a dream." Auntie Lily, they're the new pioneer cowboys of this era. Upon hearing Lily's words, Randy, who was in New York for a summer vacation, said solemnly, "The reason they can come to New York to become the new cowboy is that these people don't have a father who is a policeman. Listen up, son, if you want to mingle with them, I'll beat the hell out of you using my rifle, but in 2 days, only 2 more days, I'll return to Los Angeles with your brother to school, so you better focus on your rugby and try to get the diploma certification." Upon seeing Randy's longing look, his father, Lavin, said with a blank expression. Dad, don't you get it? It's already a brand new era now, and I have a restless heart that longs for freedom. Randy looked at his father and said as though he was reciting a poem. However, when he noticed Lavin's face was gradually turning grave, he quickly gave a light chuckle before changing his topic. Well, besides, I have a billionaire brother. Lishing. You'd give me a job with a good pay even if I don't get the graduation certificate of the UCLA, right? Of course, Randy. I'm willing to spend 2 to 3 millions of USD per year so you don't make a racket beside my ears at the table. Seriously, Randy shouted excitedly. Randy, aren't you ashamed of asking a job from your brother? Lavin could not help but howl. Oh, Dad. Was just joking, you understand and know that I won't do such a thing, right? What I said just now was just a joke. Randy made an okay gesture to Zhang Lisheng as he spoke. Zhang Lisheng nodded with a smile. Lisheng, have you decided to go to Stanford to study in biology as a graduate student? Upon seeing Randy's gesture, Lavin glared at his second son once again before turning to look at Zhang Lisheng and asking with a softened expression. Yes, Uncle Lavin. I have to get an academic title, lest people would call me a nouveau rich. Not only that, I'm really interested in biology as well. Hey, Lisheng, if you're so interested in biology, you should set up a scientific expedition to explore the supernatural realm. Upon hearing his words, Randy, who did not know any better, suddenly chimed in with a strange idea. Didn't you rely on the 2 soft beetles you found in the Amazon jungle to become Stanford's graduate student directly? You'd definitely have a greater gain in the supernatural realm by that time. I can protect you, but of course, before that, you'd have to sponsor me first. Chapter 196 Character. Chapter 196 Character. The attitude of his son was getting out of hand at the table. It finally made Lavin succinctly howl out his entire name. Randy Lavin. This was the full display of a New York detective when he was in the midst of boiling anger. At the same time, Zhang Lisheng thought about it, and suddenly said, Don't think of going to the supernatural realm to become a new cowboy or what, Randy. The danger there is beyond your imagination. Of course I know it's dangerous there. The TV says so every day. It's not the kind of danger the TV says. It's like a desperate situation in the horror movie Cannibal. At present, the supernatural realm humans could reach is just a very large and pristine island. There are dwarves who have thick and tough wrinkled skin, like an old codger in his 70s, but possess powerful strength, living in the jungle. They would catch intruders and peel off their skins bit by bit using a stone knife before eating them. Listening to Zhang Lisheng's vivid description with his quiet voice, everyone on the table froze. Curiously, Randy asked, How did you know this, Lisheng? I heard it from some of the survivors who have been there before. 2 days ago, I also had the same mindset as you and intended to go to the supernatural realm to take a look. However, in the end, a partner of mine who is staying in the Upper West Side of New York took me to a guy who is staying in a mental health center to dispel that plan of mine. Zhang Lisheng answered as he put the last piece of sandwich into his mouth voraciously. But isn't the supernatural realm just newly opened to the public? Not only that, if it's really that dangerous. Randy, that madman I spoke with is not an ordinary civilian, but a professional soldier. Perhaps the current situation of the supernatural realm has improved a lot, and that's why the government decided to open it to the public. However, it doesn't mean that it's safe there. Swallowing his sandwich and finishing his juice in one gulp, Zhang Lisheng stood up. I still have work in the factory, so I'll see you guys again. Watching the disappearing silhouette of the young man who quickly walked out of the door, his half-brother Harry suddenly said, "Why do I feel as though Lisheng seems to have more, character now? Character? You don't even know what character is. Oh Gil, you're becoming one of those antiques that only know how to study a person of character. Is like those who have style. Like those people in the TV and movies. Do you think I'll become a person who is full of character as well in the future? Perhaps the current situation of the supernatural realm has improved a lot, but it doesn't mean it's entirely safe there. I'll see you guys again." The boy looked at his own sister and imitated Zhang Lisheng's movement and accents as he asked, "You will? But if you're not a billionaire and have a successful career that matches his kind of character, you'd only be as ridiculous as a narcissistic idiot, just like what you are now." As Lavin's twins bickered with each other, Zhang Lisheng drove his Explorer out of the parking lot. Both sides of the streets were full of strangers from other states who had just awakened from their tired sleep. Most of them were young people ranging from age 18 to 30. After they woke up, they packed their tents and lined up to the water drawing point in the community park to wash up before discussing with one another in great enthusiasm. Rushing to the newly established office of the U.S. Department of Interior in New York, they went to register for the pass heading to the supernatural realm. Watching these travel-worn people who came from other states walking tiredly on the New York streets with their big backpacks, Zhang Lisheng, who was enjoying the breeze of the air conditioner in his car, could not help but mutter to himself, "There's no online registration, so they have to come all the way to New York personally and exhaust themselves. There are, indeed, many brainless people in this world." After driving for several dozens of minutes with a pensive look, the young man finally came to an expensive parking lot in the Upper West Side to park his car. He bought a few cans of cold Coke and walked into Goose Pond Restaurant. This most famous breakfast restaurant in New York had a long queuing line just like usual. Zhang Lisheng walked past the crowds and came to the front of an old doorman whose hair was entirely white, who was wearing a blue round hat with a serious expression. He asked with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Arthur. Is Tina here already?" "Mr. Lisheng, MS. Dublin is not here yet, but MS. Steg is already inside the restaurant." "Oh, Trish is here already. That's good too, thank you," Zhang Lisheng replied and pushed open the door to enter the restaurant. A cool breeze swept across him right away. Feeling comfortable, the young man asked the waitress who came to welcome him, "Tiffany, where's Trish?" "Please follow me, Mr. Lisheng." The waitress, who was already familiar with Zhang Lisheng, greeted him with her smile as she showed her bright teeth before bringing him to a table next to the window. The beautiful redhead was holding up her chin on her hand. She was staring at the crowds of people who had been sleeping in the Central Park in New York for a night through the French casement window in a daze. The young man coughed lightly before sitting down opposite her. "Tiffany, please give me 2 plates of tomato swirling pasta. Please wait for a while." The waitress smiled and walked away. "You're here, Lisheng." Trish, who snapped back to reality, waved a hand at Zhang Lisheng. "Good morning." "Well, actually, it's no longer morning now, but Tina and Sheila are not here yet. They didn't even pick up the call. I really don't know what's going on with them. Tina was with me yesterday the entire night and went back to her home pretty late. Perhaps she's too tired and still hasn't woken up yet." The young man stood up for Tina. "So the one whom she went to see last night was actually you?" To his surprise, after Trish heard his reply, she stared at him with a gaping mouth as she said angrily, Oh, no wonder she kept insisting on going back before 9 o'clock. She actually lied to us and said it's because the semester is starting soon. So she wanted to accompany her parents more. This is really... Is that so? Perhaps it's me who has remembered the wrong thing. Oh yeah, that's right, she was with me the day before yesterday instead. Oh come on. Lisheng, I'm a sophomore student at Harvard University, not a kindergartener, okay? But I'm a graduate student at Stanford, so what I said is right. You really have become more cheerful now, especially after coming back from Africa. Trish was stunned for a moment before bursting into a chuckle. Oh yeah, that's right, I haven't heard about you mentioning your story in Africa for the past few months. I guess, from your bad luck and your ability to incur problems. Don't tell me you actually went to South Africa to live in seclusion there. Zhang Lisheng smiled speechlessly and turned his eyes to the window. You've guessed correctly, Trish. I've indeed lived in Johannesburg for a few months. Oh my god, then you were indeed in South Africa when those invaders from the supernatural realm attacked Cape Town. Not only that, I was in South Africa, I actually went to Cape Town on the day when the people from the supernatural realm launched the general attack. When the young man was speaking, the waitress walked towards them with 2 plates of attractive-looking tomato swirling filled with green and red colors. Mr. Lisheng, your pastor. Thank you, Tiffany. Zhang Lisheng took a deep breath of the fragrant smell that greeted him and opened a can of cold Coke. Without saying anything more, he began to chow down on his food. Just how hungry are you? We're halfway in our conversation, and you've already started gobbling down the pasta. Hurry up and tell me, did you get to see those supernatural realms people personally? No, but I did see their war chariots, armed steam vehicles, and their self-propelled missiles. Zhang Lisheng rolled a fork of pasta and put it into his mouth. The tomato swirling pasta in Deuce Pond is really delicious. I've seen those supernatural realms war chariots and steam vehicles from the TV and internet. The styles are very punk, and it's said that they're the product of steam civilization. However, what is a self-propelled missile, by the way? Why were you so unlucky enough to go to Cape Town from Johannesburg during that fateful day anyway? How did you manage to get out of danger? It's a very long story. I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it even after you've gotten into your afternoon flight. What long story is it that needs to be told for such a long time? As Zhang Lisheng was speaking, a clear, familiar female voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Oh, Tina, you're finally here. Trish wanted me to tell her about the thrilling story when I was in South Africa. You know about the story, so you can use it to kill time on the plane, too. That's quite a good idea. Baby Tina kissed the young man's tomato sauce-filled mouth and extended her head to her best friend, trying to kiss her cheeks. Don't even think about it, Tina, your mouth is covered with tomato sauce. Trish hurriedly moved her body away and shouted as she dodged. How could you think so badly of me? You really hurt my feelings, dear. Tina put on a sad facade and sat beside Zhang Lisheng. You two are really, I really don't know how to describe it. To think that you two can actually kiss when one of you is eating pasta, Trish said with a grin. At this moment, a hoarse female sound interrupted the girl's sentence. Oh, Trish, a devout Catholic girl like you would not know at all that when a man and a woman who are very intimate with each other get some alone time together, they sometimes put an even more disgusting thing in their mouths. Just like what I saw in a restaurant in the blue-collar district of Manhattan last Tuesday. Oh, shut up, Sheila. This time, it was Tina and Trish who hissed together under their breath at the same time. Now that the three girls finally gathered together, they started to order food and chat together. Chen Lisheng remained silent as he looked at the pedestrians outside the window while eating spaghetti without saying a word. It was only until he heard Trish mentioning the news that the government had already opened a direct route to the island in the supernatural realm, and even allowed private funds to join in the operation to completely privatize the route after completing it within a year did he start speaking again. He could not help but ask, completely privatizing it? Don't tell me that going to that big F-seeking island doesn't need the escort of any warships at all. Oh, the companies that operate the route can order weapons escorts on their own. I heard that the government has already planned to sign a decree recently to allow companies under the U.S. jurisdiction to buy some of the warships and miniature armed helicopters from the General Dynamics Corporation and Boeing dedicated to being used in the development of the supernatural realm. Chen Lisheng was stunned for a moment before asking in a dumbfounded manner, allowing private companies to buy warships and armed helicopters from the General Dynamics Corporation and Boeing on top of that? What the hell aren't these companies private too? Don't tell me they are also producing weapons now. Of course, is this very strange, Lisheng? The few largest military factories in the US are all private enterprises. Otherwise, how would they be able to compete with each other for the orders from the Department of Defense and continue to produce weapons that are more advanced and more powerful? End part 4.